Chapter 1. Blind Date. In the reflection of the glass, a girl is straddling a man, her delicate fingers weakly and laboriously tugging at his dark tie. Most of her beautiful, fragile face is tightly concealed, revealing only her wine-tinted eyes, with a solitary, glistening tear tracing a path along her slender knuckles. Her indigo skirt is a chaotic mess, obscuring the bony hand that rests upon her thigh. Min Zhao, get down. The cold, deep voice jolts Min Zhao awake from her slumber on the sofa, her eyes snapping open as her consciousness pulls away from the haze. The surroundings are dim, the only illumination emanating from the softly glowing screen in front of her. The indifferent expression of that person lingers in her mind. Pressing her hands against her sleepy, dazed head, she struggles to retrieve her phone from the sofa's crevice, unlocking it with effort. 1900 hours. The faint light reflects on her face as she gazes at the notification bar, her brows furrowing slightly. Scrolling through the WeChat group chat, a flood of congratulations accumulated over 4 years fills her screen. Wow! The young lady can now strut through North City, please bless us, hands clasped together. Even my father was astonished upon seeing the news. Min Zhao, your family is quite adept at keeping secrets. With pampering parents above and a doting brother below, the young lady truly lives up to her status as the first on the reincarnation wish list. Remember to treat us when you return. These are merely variations of empty flattery. With little emotion, she continues to scroll down, until she comes across a sudden comment that reads, "But I recall that young Master Zhou has a younger sister, doesn't he?" Following this remark, an eerie silence envelopes the group chat. Min Zhao grips her phone tightly, a cold sneer forming within. She is well aware that their compliments are merely superficial. In reality, she senses that with the young Master Zhou acknowledging his roots, there is no place for her, an unrelated neighbor, in this narrative. Nonetheless, the 99 private messages are filled with meaningless chatter, either seeking an introduction to young Master Zhou or requesting favors for some project, hoping for leniency from the Zhou family. In any case, it all revolves around Zhou. Her screen is cluttered with his name. A wave of inexplicable irritation surges within her, prompting Min Zhao to toss her phone aside, sitting cross-legged on the sofa as she takes a sip of ice-cold cola. The movie continues to play. The howling, damp wind sweeps across the desolate plain, brushing through the female lead's disheveled curls, enveloped in mist. This casually chosen film fails to capture her attention. She simply dislikes an overly quiet atmosphere, always yearning for some form of distraction. Suddenly, a loud sound echoes from the entrance, and the main light in the living room bursts into brightness. "Hey!" At the entrance, a meticulously made-up woman speaks with irritation. "How much longer do you plan to linger here?" Lin Jiwei, having just opened the door, is met with such a scene. The esteemed young lady lounges on the sofa, indulging in an expensive face mask, sprawled out in a manner that suggests she considers the place her own domain, utterly at ease. One wonders how this person could be so nonchalant. She had left for overseas studies without a word and now seems to have taken up residence here for nearly a week. Called out, the young lady straightens up, glancing at her with dissatisfaction, her tone petulant. "Where have you been? Leaving me to have dinner alone at home? Human language?" Lin Jiwei gives her a speechless glance as she hangs up her bag and coat, speaking languidly. "I went on a blind date with your brother." The air falls silent for a moment. Puffed. Min Zhao's round, upturned eyes crinkle into a narrow slit of laughter. "You actually fell so low as to go on a... Wait a minute. What did you just say?" The laughter fades abruptly as she leaps to her feet. "My brother?" Her expression is nonchalant. "Yes. You must be out of your mind." "Why?" Lin Jiwei leisurely gathers her long hair, raising an eyebrow. "Are you so excited about the prospect of me becoming your sister-in-law?" Min Zhao's eyes widen in disbelief. Despite Lin Jiwei's outwardly poised and graceful demeanor, her heart is as dark as night. What a devious tactic, attempting to pull rank on her. Min Zhao, flustered, retorts, "But you already have a boyfriend." Lin Jiwei shrugs. "What does that matter? I can break up. He's 8 years older than you. So what? Older men know how to cherish people." Lin Jiwei retrieves a box of lemon-flavored chicken feet from the fridge, leisurely tearing off the packaging. "It's not just me, it could be someone else. Do you prefer the second young lady from Hungtai Bank instead?" The statement leaves Min Zhao momentarily speechless. How infuriating. After a pause without hearing her explode, Lin Jiwei is surprised by her unusual quietness. Looking up, she is momentarily taken aback. Even when faced with a setback, the troublesome girl remains stunningly beautiful, her delicate features evidently nurtured with care, exuding an air of luxury. Even with a face mask on, one can only imagine how exquisitely her face must be contorted beneath it. TSK, how delightful. She deliberately elongates her tone. Sister, call me sister-in-law, let me hear it. What an utter humiliation. Lin Jiwei, don't take advantage of me. Her momentarily disheveled emotions regain their composure, and Min Zhao, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, bristles with indignation and prepares to pounce on her. Hey, 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 my chicken feet. As the two descend into chaos, the sudden ringing of a phone abruptly fills the room. A typical spam call, Min Zhao intends to ignore it, reaching out to grab Lin Jiwei's face instead. Little did she know, this time the caller seems particularly persistent, replaying the call several times without hanging up, becoming increasingly annoying. Which company is this so bothersome? Irritated, she abandons her retaliatory intentions, stomping toward the sofa in her slippers. As she navigates past the coffee table, she accidentally bumps into the corner of the table, her delicate calf instantly turning crimson. Ugh! Biting her lip to stifle the cry of pain, Min Zhao bends down to rub her leg, gritting her teeth, vowing to give the caller a piece of her mind later. The ringing continues unabated. The phone screen reflects the chandelier on the ceiling, casting a glaring light that blurs the text. Yet she finds herself frozen in place, her focus sharpening. A simple stroke, a dot. These are the names painstakingly taught on scrap paper, the names carved together in the corner of a wall, the names signed on failing tests. Finally, the name emblazoned on the contract, shining with brilliance. The sound of the ringing resonates like a mallet striking a marimba, seemingly slowing down, becoming heavier. It sends a tremor through her heart, rendering it faintly numb. Incoming call. Zhou Tingyun. Chapter 2. Go inside and cover up with the blanket. For 4 whole years abroad, Min Zhao had never received a call from Zhou Tingyun. Until the day of her graduation ceremony, the long silent chat box finally pinged with a message inquiring about her flight's arrival time. She ignored it and turned to embark on a global vacation. As she slowly returned to reality, everything that had just transpired felt like a mere illusion, and the ringing resumed its normal rhythm. Min Zhao picked up her phone, settling onto the sofa while hugging a cushion to her chest, adjusting it into a position that provided a sense of security before sliding to answer the persistent call. Hello, is there something you need? Her gaze lowered, speaking with a natural tone, though her fingers unconsciously fiddled with the edge of the cushion. Her Weinard cat-eye manicure sparkled brilliantly, far more beautiful than the one Zhou Tingyun had ever painted for her. The other end fell silent for a moment. Then, a calm yet somewhat aloof voice, accompanied by a faint crackle, broke the stillness. Where are you? Min Zhao's fingers paused momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, responding evenly, I must be at a hotel. Why? At least, she had been there 7 days prior. This extended global adventure had concluded on a small island in the South Pacific, and according to time zones, she should still be at the hotel. Thinking of this, Min Zhao feigned a yawn. I'm so tired. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Okay. Bye. At the bar, Lin Jiwei observed her exquisite yet utterly ineffective performance toward Zhou Tingyun, opening a bottle of wine to celebrate her impending return to a normal life. The liquid flowed into the glass, the ice refracting vibrant colors, rich and aromatic. Unaware of what was said on the other end, the girl angrily hung up the call. In the next moment, her glaring eyes were filled with accusations of betrayal directed at Lin Jiwei. Blind date? This is what you call a blind date. Min Zhao could have strangled Lin Jiwei. Even a fool would realize she had been deceived. It's not my fault. Lin Jiwei raised an eyebrow, innocently toasting her with a glass. I genuinely didn't reveal anything. She had merely been compelled by her family to attend a meal, observing her father flatter and compliment while the other party responded with polite decorum. Finally reaching the end of the ordeal, she was about to slip away when a single sentence forced her to remain. Sorry, Miss Lin. Min Zhao has troubled you these past few days. I will come to pick her up tonight. The tone was gentlemanly and gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Only then did she realize the true purpose of the other party's unprecedented attendance at such a dinner. Any attempts to defend someone would be futile. As this recollection faded, Lin Jiwei leaned lazily against the doorframe, holding her glass. Seeing the chaotic luggage scattered before her, her lips twitched. The Hermes bag was carelessly tossed in the suitcase, a jumble of Australian white pearls strewn about haphazardly. Only the antiques from the auction received some semblance of care. Your self-management skills, how did you survive abroad? Min Zhao, engrossed in packing her belongings, looked up at her in confusion. I had an aunt, Lin Jue, when she said nothing. Time ticked away, and Ming Zhao was still rummaging through her clothes at the same spot. In the midst of her procrastination, Lin Jue gradually discerned something amiss. She abruptly inquired, "Did you have a quarrel with Zhou Tingyan?" Ming Zhao's expression froze for a moment. Lin Jue understood. No wonder a person so fastidious could endure her little domain for 7 days without a hint of departure. She clicked her tongue and shook her head. I can't believe you actually argue. Ming Zhao silently hastened her packing, yet retorted stubbornly, no. Lin Jue replied, oh, so you left the country because of a quarrel. Ming Zhao. Thus, it was evident that she harbored disdain for Lin Jue. As autumn approached in Beijing, the temperature plummeted, and the sky resembled fabric soaked in water, gradually turning into a desolate gray blue, with a solitary sliver of moon hanging forlornly on the branch tips. Ming Zhao looked down at the crisp leaves she had tread upon. The air that brushed her nose carried a chill. It felt reminiscent of childhood days spent in supermarkets, puffing and panting as she climbed into the refrigerator, half her body buried within, inhaling deeply. Yet back then, she nearly toppled inside, only to be rescued by Zhou Tingyun, who wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her back. The result was a lesson delivered with neither excessive harshness nor leniency. As for the nature of that lesson, it is best left unspoken nonetheless. This not-so-pleasant youthful memory soured her mood further. Frustrated, she kicked a small stone in front of her as if it were Zhou Tingyun, and when she lifted her gaze, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. After 4 years apart, the man exuded an even more restrained and profound aura, his black coat nearly blending into the evening twilight. It was unclear how long he had been standing by the car. The cold air seemed to seep into him, rendering his calm demeanor tinged with chill, akin to a translucent jade of pale blue. Ming Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She tightened her grip on the suitcase handle and quickened her pace, the heels of her shoes echoing crisply against the ground. She resolved to take the initiative. You! Before she could finish her sentence, the suitcase was lifted from her grasp. Ming Zhao stood frozen, staring at the person before her, momentarily dazed. He walked so swiftly, his long legs were indeed impressive. What's the matter? Zhou Tingyun slightly lowered his head, his gaze inquiring. His dark pupils appeared particularly serious and focused when meeting hers. The subtle interplay of his eyes and brows formed a deep shadow beneath the thin moonlight. Her heart felt weightless. Her palm curling up emptily, their fingertips brushed inadvertently, akin to a snowflake landing on her skin, slowly melting away. His hand was so cold. Ming Zhao frowned, rubbing her fingertips together as if remnants of moisture lingered. She couldn't help but complain. Who told you to wait outside? Serves you right. The remark was rather brusque, yet it elicited no reaction from Zhou Tingyun. Let's go. The cumbersome suitcase seemed particularly small and delicate in his hands, and Ming Zhao felt like she was punching cotton as she followed him with a stiff expression. Zhou Tingyun opened the car door for her, his gaze briefly sweeping over her exposed calves beneath her coat. In a soft voice, he instructed, get in and cover yourself with the blanket. He hadn't shown concern for 4 years, and now he pretended to be a good person. Ming Zhao ignored him entirely and slammed the car door shut. In the front seat, Uncle Wang withdrew his gaze from the hand that shielded her head and greeted her with a warm smile. Mississippi. Uncle Wang. Ming Zhao's eyes brightened upon realizing the driver was a familiar face. Her spirits lifted immediately. How have you been lately? Is your back still hurting? Uncle Wang chuckled. No pain, no pain. Much better now. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. Ah, Ming Zhao rested her chin on her hand, deliberately letting out a long sigh. Young Master Zhou really is something, making you drive for him so late. Her sweet voice dripped with sarcasm. In such a large Zhou family, is there really no one else? Uncle Wang shook his head helplessly while smiling. It's because the young master was worried you would feel uncomfortable meeting the Zhou family, so he specifically asked me to come. Ming Zhao fell silent. After a while, she huffed softly. You only know how to speak for him. In the midst of her complaints, the left car door unexpectedly swung open. a few strands of cool air surged in, carrying with it a familiar woody fragrance. Middle notes of cedar, with a base of agarwood. It was the C brand's scented shower gel, a birthday gift she had once given to Zhou Tingyun for his 22nd birthday. Back then, she had tugged at his sleeve, passionately recommending it, insisting that such a fragrance would be more natural and pleasant, urging him to use it without fail. Since then, he had not worn any other scent. Chapter 1. Blind Date. In the reflection of the glass, a girl straddles a man, her delicate fingers weakly and laboriously tugging at the dark tie. Over half of her exquisitely fragile face is tightly concealed, revealing only her alcohol-flushed eyes as a single crystalline tear meanders down her slender knuckles. Her deep blue skirt is a chaotic mess, obscuring the bony hand pressed against her thigh. Min Zhao, get down. The cold, heavy voice jolts Min Zhao awake from her slumber on the sofa, her eyes snapping open as her consciousness pulls away from the haze. The surroundings are dim, with only the subtly flowing glow from the curtain in front of her illuminating the living room. The indifferent expression of that person lingers in her mind. Covering her sleepy and dazed head, she struggles to fish her phone out from the sofa's crevice, unlocking it with difficulty. 1900 hours. The faint light reflects on her face, and she furrows her brow at the barrage of congratulatory messages that have filled the chat. Wow, amazing! The young lady can now strut through North City, seeking protection. Hands together. Even my father was shocked when he saw the news. Min Zhao, your family is quite adept at hiding things. With doting parents above and a doting brother below, the young lady truly deserves to be at the top of the reincarnation list. Remember to treat us when you return. All are similar platitudes. Feeling indifferent, she continues to scroll down, until she comes across a sudden remark. But, didn't young Master Zhou have a biological sister? After this statement, the group chat falls into an eerie silence. Min Zhao grips her phone, a cold scoff rising within her. She is well aware that their compliments are merely superficial. In reality, with the Zhou family's heir now acknowledging his lineage, there is little room for her, the neighbor girl with no blood ties. However, the overflowing private messages, filled with trivial chatter, are either attempts to get her to introduce them to young Master Zhou or requests for favors on some project hoping for the Zhou family's leniency. In short, they revolve around Zhou. The screen is filled with the name Zhou. A vague sense of irritation wells up inside her, and Min Zhao tosses her phone aside, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, taking a swig of ice-cold cola. The movie continues to play. The howling, damp wind sweeps across the desolate plains, tousling the female lead's disheveled curls as mist envelopes the scene. This film, casually selected, fails to capture her attention. She merely dislikes an overly quiet atmosphere and feels compelled to play something to feel at ease. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes from the entrance, and the main light in the living room flares to life. Hey! At the entrance, a finely made-up woman speaks with irritation. How much longer do you plan to linger here? Lin Jiwei, having just opened the door, is met with this sight. The pampered young lady lounges on the sofa, adorned with an expensive face mask, sprawled out in a way that suggests she considers this space her own, utterly at ease. She wonders what is wrong with this person. Initially leaving for studying abroad without a word is one thing, but now she has not even returned home, occupying this space for nearly a week. The singled-out girl straightens up, casting a discontented glance at her, her tone petulant. Where have you been? Leaving me to have dinner alone at home? Human speech. Lin Jiwei rolls her eyes at her, hangs up her bag and coat, and lazily replies. I went on a blind date with your brother. The air falls silent for a moment. Puffed. Min Zhao's round, bright eyes squint into a narrow seam as she bursts into laughter. You actually fell so low as to go on a. Wait, what did you say? The girl who had just been laughing now stands up in shock. My brother? Her expression is nonchalant. Yeah. Are you crazy? What's wrong? Lin Jiwei leisurely ties her long hair up, raising an eyebrow slightly. Are you so excited that I might become your sister-in-law? Min Zhao stares at her in disbelief. Lin Jiwei may appear serene and cultured, but her heart is as dark as it gets. What a cunning strategy, attempting to overshadow her in terms of seniority. Min Zhao, flustered, retorts, but you have a boyfriend. Lin Jiwei shrugs. So what? I can break up. He's 8 years older than you. And what's wrong with that? Older men tend to be more caring. Lin Jiwei retrieves a box of lemon-flavored chicken feet from the fridge, leisurely tearing open the packaging. Not that I would be the only one. Would you prefer the second daughter of Hung Tai Bank? This statement leaves Min Zhao momentarily speechless. So infuriating. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jiwei, now surprised at her calmness, glances up. Even when faced with adversity, the troublesome girl remains stunningly beautiful, her delicate features suggesting an upbringing of luxury, exuding an essence of affluence. Even with a mask on, one can imagine her exquisite face contorted into a frown. TSK, truly delightful. She deliberately drags out her tone. Sister, call me sister-in-law. Let me hear it. What a humiliating affront. Lin Jiwei, don't take advantage of me. In an instant, Min Zhao's disordered emotions are scattered, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, her fur bristling as she lunges to pinch her. Hey, my chicken feet. As the two begin to tussle, a sudden ringing interrupts the chaos within the room. A familiar scam call. Min Zhao intends to ignore it, reaching out to grab Lin Jiwei's face instead. Little did she expect the caller to be unusually persistent this time, repeating the call multiple times without hanging up, causing irritation. Which company is so bothersome? Fuming, she abandons her intended retaliation, stomping toward the sofa in her slippers. As she passes the coffee table, she accidentally bumps into the edge, her delicate skin immediately reddening. Ouch! Suppressing the cry that threatens to escape, Min Zhao bends down to rub her leg, gritting her teeth in determination to scold the caller later. The ringing continues incessantly. The phone screen reflects the chandelier above, casting a blinding glow that obscures the text. Yet she suddenly freezes, her gaze sharpening. A single stroke and a dot, names painstakingly taught on scrap paper, names carved together in the corner of a wall, names signed on failing test papers. Lastly, the name emblazoned on the contract, shining with brilliance. The sound of the ringing seems to slow, each chime resonating heavily, causing her heart to tingle uncomfortably. Caller ID: Zhou Tingyuan. Chapter 2. Go in and cover with the blanket. For 4 whole years abroad, Min Zhao has never received a call from Zhou Tingyuan. Until the day of her graduation ceremony, the long-neglected chat box finally receives a message, inquiring about her flight's arrival time. She pays it no mind, immediately turning her attention to global travel and vacationing. As she regains her focus, everything that just transpired feels like a mere illusion. The ringing resumes its normal rhythm. Min Zhao picks up her phone, settles onto the sofa, cradling a cushion against her chest for comfort, and swipes right to answer the persistent call that has yet to disconnect. Hello, what's up? Her gaze lowered, her tone casual, though her fingers unconsciously fidget with the edges of the cushion. Her wynard cat-eye nails glimmer with a captivating sheen, far more enchanting than any she had painted with Zhou Tingyuan's assistance in the past. The other end falls silent for a moment. Then, a calm yet slightly aloof tone, accompanied by a faint static, breaks the silence. Where are you? Min Zhao's fingers freeze momentarily, but she quickly regains her composure, her expression unfaltering as she replies, Surely, I'm at the hotel? Why? At least that had been the case 7 days prior. This global escapade, which had delayed her return home, was set to conclude on a small island in the South Pacific, and according to the time zone, she should be at the hotel. With that thought in mind, Min Zhao feigns a yawn for effect. So sleepy if there's nothing else, I'll hang up by the island's bar. Lin Jiwei, observing her impressive yet ineffective performance before Zhou Tingyuan, opens a bottle of wine, preparing to celebrate her return to normalcy. The liquid flows slowly into the glass, the ice reflecting vibrant colors, rich and aromatic. Unaware of what was said on the other end, the girl angrily hangs up the phone. The next moment, her gaze, filled with accusations of betrayal, is directed at Lin Jiwei. Blind date? This is what you call a blind date. Min Zhao nearly wants to strangle Lin Jiwei. Even a fool could see she had been deceived. Not my fault. Lin Jiwei raises an eyebrow and toasts her with a glass. Feigning innocence, I truly revealed nothing. She was merely compelled by her family to attend a dinner throughout. She observed her father flatter and compliment, while the other party responded with cultured politeness. Finally reaching the end, just as she was about to slip away, a single sentence rooted her in place. Apologies, Miss Lin. Min Zhao has troubled you these past few days. I shall come to collect her tonight. The tone was gentlemanly and gentle, yet there was an undeniable authority behind it. Only then does she realize the purpose behind his unprecedented attendance at such a dinner. Attempting to defend someone is futile. As those recollections fade, Lin Jiwei leans languidly against the doorframe with her wine glass in hand. She glances at the chaotic pile of luggage before her, her lips twitching slightly. The Hermes bag is carelessly tossed in the suitcase, a jumbled mess of Australian white pearls scattered about. Only the antiques from the auction seem to have received some care. How have you survived abroad with such self-management skills? Min Zhao, buried in packing, looks up at her in confusion. There were caretakers. Lin Jiwei. When she fell silent. As time ticked away, Ming Zhao continued to rummage through her clothes at the same spot, and Lin Jiwei gradually discerned something amiss in her hesitant movements. She abruptly inquired, "Have you quarreled with Zhou Tingyan?" Ming Zhao's expression froze momentarily. Lin Jiwei understood. No wonder a person so fastidious could endure this little territory for 7 days without any desire to leave. She shook her head in disbelief. "I can't believe you actually fight." Ming Zhao silently hastened her packing, but stubbornly retorted no. Lin Jiwei replied, "Oh, so it was a quarrel that led to your trip abroad." Ming Zhao. Thus, it was evident she harbored a disdain for Lin Jiwei. As the city of Beijing approached the depths of autumn, the temperature dropped significantly, and the sky resembled water-soaked fabric, gradually freezing into a desolate ashen gray, with a solitary crescent moon hanging forlornly on the branches. Ming Zhao gazed down at the crunching leaves beneath her feet, and the air that filled her nostrils carried a chill. It was reminiscent of her childhood, when she would hum while climbing into the refrigerator during supermarket visits, burying herself within and taking a deep breath. However, that time she nearly toppled inside, only to be rescued by Zhou Tingyun, who had wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her back. The consequence was a lesson delivered with just the right amount of severity. As for the nature of that lesson, it is best left unmentioned in any case. This rather unremarkable youthful memory soured her mood further. Frustrated, she kicked a small stone in front of her as if it were Zhou Tingyun, and upon raising her eyes, she caught sight of a familiar figure not far away. After 4 years of absence, the man exuded an aura of greater restraint and depth, his black overcoat almost merging with the encroaching evening darkness. It was unclear how long he had been waiting by the car, but the cold air seemed to seep into him, lending a chill to his serene features, akin to translucent jade of a faint blue hue. Ming Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, her grip on the luggage handle tightening, her steps quickening, the sound of her high heels crisp against the ground. She resolved to take the initiative. "You!" Before she could finish her sentence, the weight in her hand lightened as her suitcase was taken from her. Ming Zhao momentarily froze, standing still and staring at the person before her, somewhat dazed. Moving so swiftly, his long legs were indeed impressive. "What's the matter?" Zhou Tingyun slightly lowered his head, his gaze inquiring. His dark pupils appeared particularly earnest and focused as they met hers, the subtle interplay of his eyes and brows resembling deep shadows under a waning moon. Her heart felt slightly weightless, her palms curling inward in a hollow sensation, their accidental fingertips brushed, akin to a snowflake gently melting against her skin. His hands were so cold. Ming Zhao frowned, rubbing her fingertips together as if they were damp. She couldn't help but grumble. "Who told you to wait outside?" "Serves you right." The remark was rather ungracious, yet it failed to elicit any reaction from Zhou Tingyun. "Let's go." The cumbersome suitcase appeared remarkably petite and delicate in the man's grasp, and Ming Zhao, like a child striking a fluffy pillow, wore a pouting expression as she followed him. Zhou Tingyun opened the car door for her, his gaze briefly sweeping over her bare calves beneath her coat. He spoke in a low voice. "Get in and cover yourself with the blanket." He had not shown concern for her in 4 years, and now he feigned kindness. Ming Zhao disregarded him entirely and slammed the car doors shut with a thud. In the front seat, Uncle Wang shifted his gaze from the protective hand above her head back to her, his expression warm as he greeted, "Mississippi." "Uncle Wang." Ming Zhao's eyes brightened upon realizing the driver was a familiar face, and her spirits lifted instantly. "How have you been lately? Is your back still hurting?" Uncle Wang chuckled. "Not at all. Much better now. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi." "Ah." Ming Zhao propped her chin on her hand, deliberately letting out a long sigh. "Zhou Xiaoyi is truly something, making you come drive him at such a late hour." Her sweet voice dripped with sarcasm. "Isn't there anyone else in the vast Zhou family?" Uncle Wang shook his head, half laughing, half exasperated. It was the young master who worried you might feel uncomfortable meeting the Zhou family. So he specifically sent me. Ming Zhao fell silent. After a moment, she lightly huffed. You only know how to speak on his behalf. Amid her complaints, the left car door mysteriously opened, and a few strands of cool air slipped in, carrying with it a familiar woody fragrance. Middle notes of cedar, base notes of agarwood. It was the Sea brand shower gel she had gifted Zhou Tingyun for his 22nd birthday. Back then, she had tugged at his sleeve, fervently recommending it, insisting that the scent would be more natural and pleasant, urging him to use it without fail. Since then, he had not worn any other fragrance.
Chapter 3. As Ming Zhao casually withdrew her gaze, Wang Shu thoughtfully raised the partition, intending to provide the two a chance to reminisce. A faint trace of sandalwood lingered in the air. Mingled with the subtle bitterness of rich ebony, a fragrance embodying a composed and restrained gentleman, surprisingly more suited to the present Zhou Tingyun. Ming Zhao had little to say to him, lazily leaning against the seat. Her legs crossed as she busied herself with her phone. Lin Jiwei, weekend spa? Ming Zhao, sure. Lin Jiwei, get lost. Ming Zhao, kiss, as Ming Zhao playfully bantered with Lin Jiwei. The soft texture of a cashmere blanket suddenly brushed against her skin. Before she could react, a distinctly defined hand from the man grasped her calf through the blanket. How did this happen? His voice was slightly husky. Ming Zhao, momentarily bewildered, instinctively followed his gaze, only to realize that as time passed, the bruise on her inner leg had become increasingly pronounced. It wasn't even her fault. Fortunately, it didn't hurt unless touched. The color contrast was merely alarming. She had just bumped into something. Zhou Tingyun raised his eyes, a touch of indifference. Did you forget to apply the ointment as well? Caught off guard, Ming Zhao couldn't help but retort, what is it to you? Straining to retract her leg, she struggled in vain. She glared at him. Zhou Tingyun, the man released his grip. Retrieving a familiar ointment from the storage box and handing it to her, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Don't be so reckless. At his words, Ming Zhao stared at him for a moment. Suddenly finding it amusing. A surge of anger welled up within her, and she swatted his hand away. Reckless, Zhou, you're acting like some elder. Do you even share the surname Ming? Is your household registered with the Ming family? Do I need to remind you that you only have one biological sister named Zhou Siyu? Since you've recognized your roots, what are you still doing here? Do you covet the trifles of the Ming family? What right do you have? The air fell silent, thick as solidified butter. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Shadows danced across her eyes from outside, flecks of gold mingling within her gaze. Resembling flickering flames, until the fire gradually subsided. Finished venting, Zhou Tingyun picked up the ointment that had fallen to the ground, meticulously cleaning it with a disinfecting wipe. Ming Zhao clenched her fingers, remaining silent. In truth, she regretted her last words, yet her resentment lingered. The man, with his long fingers, twisted off the cap, carefully applying the milky ointment onto a cotton swab and evenly spreading it over the bruise. Once finished, he discarded the swab in the trash bag and set the ointment aside. After completing everything, he spoke in an unruffled manner. Ming Zhao, the milk powder you drank as a child was prepared by me. When you were 4 and wet the bed, I washed the sheets. 86, you sat on me, wanting to ride me like a horse. Ming Zhao's head buzzed, momentarily stunned. What on earth was Zhou Tingyun saying? Recovering her wits, she exploded, lunging to cover his mouth. Just then, the vehicle made a right turn. Thus an awkward situation unfolded due to the unavoidable inertia. Her hand pressed against his shoulder, her knee resting on his thigh. The position was not as dreadful as anticipated, yet it was far from ideal. The warmth of the heating intensified the wooden fragrance, as if every strand of hair had absorbed his scent. Ming Zhao, with a cold expression, was about to push him away and rise, but the hand that had been resting lightly on her waist pressed down firmly, trapping her. Shall we reminisce properly now? His gaze was tranquil. Do I truly have the right? Chapter 4. As the night turned frosty with a waning moon, a light rain began to fall. Water droplets glistened on the car windows as blue signs flashed by. The classic I miss you so much in Beijing nearly elicited a laugh from Ming Zhao, yet the memory of her recent awkwardness with Zhou Tingyun quashed any amusement. The tranquil silence persisted until the car stopped at the Ming residence. The familiar expanse of the villa, its warmly lit interiors merely decorative. How could he lack the qualification? In her 21 years of life, Zhou Tingyun occupied 18 of them. Until she turned 18, she had always believed that he bore her father's surname while she took her mother's. Never had she considered any other possibility. Ming Zhao mused to herself that a bond without blood ties resembled scattered sand easily dispersed. After a few steps, her melancholic mood dissipated upon seeing the woman seated in the living room. Her eyes lighting up with joy. Mommy, Ming Zhao exclaimed, leaping into the woman's embrace. Zhou Tingyun followed behind, bending down to place her high heels neatly. Ming Zhao's mother, Ming Zhang, founder of the Mingyue Group, had her ventures spanning real estate, finance, and culture. She often invested her time and work, rarely at home, and, burdened by guilt, tended to indulge her daughter materially. Ming Jing smiled as she caught her ruffling her hair. Did you have fun abroad? Do you have enough money? Ming Zhao obediently answered each question, lingering in her mother's embrace until she recalled her father, glancing around to inquire, "Where's Dad? Isn't he coming back with you?" "Oh, he's quite busy, still in a meeting," the girl responded with an "oh," and asked, "So, are you leaving soon?" Ming Zhang cleared her throat. "Sweetheart, don't you love that gaming company? I've already purchased it. Let Tingyun take you to have a look sometime." Having anticipated this, Ming Zhao, accustomed to it, felt no disappointment. She smiled. "Got it, thanks, Mommy." As autumn's dryness set in, an aunt brought out a nourishing lung soup. Ming Zhao sipped it in small amounts, listening as Mrs. Ming inquired about Zhou Tingyun's work. After finishing, she opened her suitcase to retrieve the gifts, for Aunt Lin, Uncle Wang, and her parents. Mrs. Ming was delighted with the gifts from her daughter, waving her hand for a transfer, suddenly noticing something. She tapped Ming Zhao's forehead. "Zhao Zhao, there's more." Ding ding ding. Ming Zhao cheerfully produced a tote bag, worried that her brother might now look down on her gift. "You silly child, stop saying such things." Mrs. Ming reproached her lightly. Opening the paper bag revealed a cup, crafted with rough workmanship yet adorned in soft pastel hues. She blinked. "This was made by my own hands. You must keep it in your office and drink more water." Her voice carried a sweet lilt, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Mrs. Ming observed her for a long moment, both amused and exasperated. "Darling, Tingyun is the chairman of Huayu. Does he really need to maintain such a fade? Perhaps it's best to keep it at home." Her brow furrowed slightly. "No worries," Zhou Tingyun interjected gently. "The office is too monotonous. A little embellishment wouldn't hurt. Enough. Mrs. Ming waved her hand in disdain. "Just indulge her." Though she spoke thus, her eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. After receiving a phone call, Mrs. Ming announced her departure back to the company. "I'm leaving now," she instructed. "Be sure to listen to your brother at home." Understood, Mommy," Ming Zhao replied, her tone drawn out in dissatisfaction. "When have I ever not listened?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun cast her a blank glance, the meaning behind it ambiguous. She responded with a fierce display towards him. That evening, Ming Zhao nestled within her soft, fragrant blanket, the familiar surroundings enveloping her as the rain intensified outside, creating a perfect atmosphere for slumber. A message from Mrs. Ming arrived. "By the way, my little darling, I almost forgot. Next week is old Zhou's birthday. You both remember to go together, okay?" Although Ming Zhao was somewhat reluctant, she obediently replied, her grievances towards Zhou Tingyun multiplying, aside from occasional encounters at banquets. They had little interaction with the Zhou family. Now the burden of social obligations loomed heavier. After pondering gift ideas for a considerable time without inspiration, she reached for the empty water cup on her bedside table. Just then, a knock echoed on the door. Ming Zhao threw off her blanket, slipped on her slippers, and opened the door. Aunt Lin, seeing the empty cup in the girl's hand, Aunt Lin couldn't help but admire Zhou Tingyun's attentiveness. With their parents frequently away, this vast villa, aside from a few aunts, was home to just the two children. Though she took care of them diligently, she could never match Zhou Tingyun's level of thoroughness. The young Ming Zhao had compelled the young man to mature quickly, taking on the roles of brother, father, and mother, and doing so remarkably well, nurturing her into a graceful and elegant being. Aunt Lin smiled. "I know, Zhao Zhao, you dislike going downstairs. The young master specifically instructed me to bring water around this time." Ming Zhao silently observed the swirling water as it flowed. "What's the busy man up to?" Aunt Lin's eyes sparkled with brightness. "He is still working in the study. Hasn't he had a good night's sleep in days?" Initially, she had sensed the growing rift between them, her heart heavy with worry. Yet no solutions were at hand when the young lady went abroad. She watched helplessly as Zhou Tingyun grew increasingly somber, while Mrs. Zhou and Mr. Zhou merely attributed it to the complex internal strife within the Zhou family. Believing he was overwhelmed by pressure, Aunt Lin sighed inwardly. Ming Zhao was taken aback. Has he been staying here all this time? Could it be that the Zhou family doesn't even have a spare bedroom? How stingy. Chapter 5. It hurts like hell. Go find another sister. Ming Zhao admitted to herself that she was not particularly kind. Hearing Aunt Lin mention that he and the Zhou family were actually not on amicable terms and lacked emotional ties only brightened her mood immensely. Holding the plate Aunt Lin had given her, a small bowl of sweet-scented snow fungus and lotus seeds, she approached the study and knocked lightly. There was no response from within, so she pushed the door open. The study remained unchanged, still adorned in shades of black, white, and gray, with her childhood handmade piggy bank still sitting on the desk. The man reclining against the chair has his eyes closed, leaving one to wonder whether he is merely resting or has succumbed to slumber. The faint bluish hue beneath his eyes is particularly pronounced against his pallid complexion. Ming Zhao sets down her bowl, her gaze falling upon his face as she scrutinizes him closely. Zhou Tingyun is the most exquisitely featured individual she has ever encountered. With a high nose and deeply set eyes, exuding a dignified and composed aura akin to that of jade, she pinches her own cheek, realizing why she had felt that she bore no resemblance to him. Glancing around in search of a mirror, she yearns to compare their features, when suddenly, the man's hoarse voice breaks the silence. "Zhao Zhao." Ming Zhao turns to see him awake and moves to the nearby sofa. Her lace-trimmed nightgown spreading over the black velvet blanket. "Mommy asked me to accompany you to the birthday banquet. Do you know what Grandpa Zhou likes?" His eyes gradually clear, and it seems as though Zhou Tingyun has just returned to reality as he gently presses his temples and replies softly. It's fine if you don't go, I can just inform Mom. Just then, he is set to accompany Lin Jiwei for a spa, and she nods with delight. Then I shall return to my slumber. His gaze drops. Have you applied the ointment after your bath? Ming Zhao is momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering her eyes to examine her calves. The swelling has subsided considerably, yet the bruises remain conspicuously dark. It is quite apparent, though Mrs. Ming seems oblivious to it, feeling a tinge of disappointment, coupled with the need to wash her hands after applying the ointment. She is reluctant to do so. Ming Zhao. The man speaks in a subdued tone. Ming Zhao pouts slightly, sitting on the sofa and lifting her nightgown. Then you should help me apply it. Zhou Tingyun had merely intended to supervise her application of the ointment. Yet he is momentarily taken aback by her radiant, fair skin. He averts his gaze, choosing not to respond to, "I ask this how you, as an elder brother, treat me," she protests, feeling displeased. "You bring up the time it took to wash the sheets for ages. Yet now you won't even help me with a little ointment. If you don't want to, then I shall endure the pain." Before long, Ming Zhao, feeling quite satisfied, places her legs on Zhou Tingyun's lap. Her spirits lifted, she leans on the pillow, chin resting in her hands, and smiles. "Zhou Tingyun, you must miss me a little, don't you?" Zhou Tingyun glances at her but remains silent. What is so embarrassing about admitting it? A little smug, she shakes her head. "Aunt Lin told me some poor souls come running to my room every day, unable to sleep soundly." "Hey, why did you hit me?" Ming Zhao covers her forehead. Her eyes filled with grievance. Zhou Tingyun's tone is cool. "Is that how you use missing someone?" Ahem, she feigns seriousness. "That's not the point." Then, she pokes his shoulder with her finger. "The point is, look, our family treats you well. Right, have you considered changing your surname to join our household?" Zhou Tingyun's gaze lingers solely on her injury, not crossing any boundaries. To is commanding me to apply ointment a sign of your kindness? Ming Zhao blinks. "There are countless people lining up to help me with ointment. It is your honor, you know." He nods. "Yes, it is my honor. So, shall we change the household registration?" Her eyes twinkle as she rests her chin on his shoulder. Her breath shallow, the sweet fragrance envelopes them like a delicate web, nearly ensnaring him in place. Zhou Tingyun caps the ointment and carefully wraps the injury with gauze to prevent it from rubbing against the nightgown and blanket. Patting her leg, "All right, time to sleep." Again like this. Ming Zhao grits her teeth, observing her huffily retreating figure. Zhou Tingyun's calm eyes betray no emotion. Outside, the rain pours abundantly, casting a chill of autumn night, while the calendar on the desk has inexplicably flipped back to 2020. 18-year-old Ming Zhao, having drunk too much at a graduation party, has flushed cheeks and a foggy mind. Furrowing her brows, she struggles to comprehend why those who grew up with her have become someone else's brothers. Why those who promised not to leave her have gradually, like her parents, stopped returning home. Ming Zhao yearns to confront, to vent, to tug at his hair and scratch his face. Thus she hazily ascends the stairs and pushes open the study door. The warm-toned light envelopes the room, casting a soft glow on his cheek, while his closed lashes cast a faint shadow. Ming Zhao, in a drunken haze, stumbles before him, frowning as she scrutinizes his face for a moment. Then, slowly lifting her leg, she places her hand on his shoulder, struggling to climb onto him. The cool fabric of his suit pants brushes against her skin, alleviating some of her heat. She takes a breath to steady herself. Then grasps his collar, her brows knitting together as she mutters something unintelligible. The scent of alcohol mingles with a floral aroma, and the soft warmth against her leg feels like a light. Drifting clouds settling in her embrace. Zhou Tingyun opens his eyes to find a flushed face inches away, her beautiful eyes clouded with inebriation, reminiscent of amber liquor swirling in a glass. The white shirt adorned with the Jinli school emblem clings to him. Dampened by the liquor, resembling a layer of milk coating his skin, the deep blue skirt barely conceals her thighs. Observing this, Zhou Tingyun's expression darkens. "Ming Zhao, did I not tell you not to drink?" "Zhou Tingyun, you are such a jerk." Zhou Tingyun raises a hand to rub his temples. The study door stands wide open, allowing the faint sounds of conversation from the living room to drift in. Their parents could arrive at any moment. She is so intoxicated that her words are slurred, yet she continues to climb and nuzzle against him. "Zhao, you are not allowed to move." He is pushed back by Ming Zhao. It is futile to reason with a drunken person, and Zhou Tingyun can only softly coax her to sit on the opposite sofa. However, this only backfires. Ming Zhao firmly believes he is attempting to discard her as a burden. Clinging to him as she scratches and bites, and the situation begins to spiral out of control. In her struggles, the pain becomes unbearable for the girl, who has her wrist captured, crying out in agony. Zhou Tingyun immediately releases her grip and covers her mouth. Aunt Lin's worried voice calls out, "Zhao Zhao, I'm fine." Aunt Lin, the palm, now stained with lip gloss, is gradually soaked by the humid air. Sweet fragrance seeping through her fingers. The man's voice remains steady. She is merely playing around. Their bodies, pressed closely together, radiate warmth. The skirt haphazardly ruffled. Aunt Lin's footsteps fade into the distance. Zhou Tingyun's eyes turn icy. Ming Zhao, get down. Chapter 6. Facing matters head-on. A true woman. Ming Zhao, get down. The voice, devoid of warmth, is akin to a blade that has been frozen in the refrigerator for too long. With Ming Zhao as the child who has inadvertently cut her hand on it. Throughout her life, regardless of her missteps, Zhou Tingyun has never spoken to her so harshly. Leaning on the massage table, nearly drifting into sleep, Ming Zhao bites her lip and rubs her ear. Delicate, willful, spoiled, these are the labels most often affixed to her. For the first time, Ming Zhao finds herself ensnared in self-doubt, yet it lasts only 3 seconds. A young lady reflecting is an impossibility. She knows she has remained unchanged while Zhou Tingyun has transformed. Perhaps he has found a more obedient and understanding family member, leading him to be unable to tolerate her presence any longer. So you casually dated a blonde boyfriend because of this. And when he found out, you two had a huge fight, resulting in you stubbornly going abroad. Beside the massage table, Lin Jiwei expresses her shock, though it seems reasonable given Ming Zhao's context, having worked tirelessly for a week. She had moved their Sunday spa appointment to Saturday. Unexpectedly overhearing such gossip, Ming Zhao refuses to be attacked in her aesthetic, raising her voice. How is he a blonde? Lin Jiwei, uninterested, dismisses her, to a brother complex. All men in the world are blondes. The silence does not last long before Ming Zhao can no longer restrain herself. What does it mean that he insists on going to the Zhou family? Who was even there? Lin Jiwei, exasperated, replies, can you watch fewer dramas? Ming Zhao huffs, turning her head. Within the care room, the gentle scent of crystal incense wafts through the air, accompanied by soft music that flows quietly throughout the room. As the spa session concludes, Ming Zhao is about to pull Lin Jiwei off for shopping when a familiar female voice suddenly calls from behind, I told you this place has great results. Right, tomorrow, once you finish your styling, you'll definitely steal the spotlight. Isn't that the second daughter of Hangtai Bank, Shang Man? Ming Zhao's ears perk up. Thank you, man. A shy, unfamiliar voice responds, saying I'll steal the spotlight is too much. Miss Ming is far more beautiful than I am. Shang Man scoffs dismissively, what use is being more beautiful than you if she doesn't dare to show up, Zhou see you. But she awkwardly smiles. Remaining silent, meanwhile, Shang Man inexplicably grows increasingly irate. So pretty, yet what's the point? Her taste is utterly appalling, dating someone like Gu He of Phoenix Man. No wonder she hides away abroad, it's simply embarrassing for us wealthy second generation. Ming Zhao, who is afraid, who is hiding, who has poor taste, Ming Zhao is ready to turn around and debate with them, but Lin Jiwei firmly restrains her. Are you stupid? Lin Jiwei whispers reproachfully. Let them think you won go, and surprise them tomorrow. Ming Zhao, feeling wrong, pinches Lin Jiwei's waist. Why are you scolding me for speaking? Who told you to be foolish? Who is foolish? Facing matters head on is what real women do. Unlike you, who are filled with malice. Lin Jiwei grips her wrist and drags her out. Stop talking nonsense, can you be a bit gentler? Ming Zhao's steps falter slightly. Given that you gifted me a bag, I will reluctantly fulfill your request. Ming Zhao stubbornly denies it. I only left it at your house because I bought too many. MHM. You bought too many. Thank nature for its blessings, Lin Jiwei replies with feigned indifference. Forcibly pulling the true woman away, inside VIC, rows of fitting models pass by. Most of Ming Zhao's clothing is custom-made and delivered directly to her, yet she prefers the company of someone while shopping. Consequently, she has made a series of purchases at various luxury brand stores throughout North City. You have just returned to the country and may not be aware. The person who is just with Shang Man is Zhou Siyu. Lin Jiwei sipped her tea to dilute the sweetness of the dessert. Ostensibly, tomorrow's event is Zhou Lao's birthday banquet, but in reality, it primarily serves to find a suitable marriage partner for her. Ming Zhao propped her chin on her hand, a frown of frustration crossing her face at the thought. With my beauty, wouldn't I easily overshadow others if I attend? Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes in public, she added, it is also to find a suitable match for the young master of the Zhou family or another arranged marriage. Her fingertips hesitated slightly, and her brow furrowed involuntarily. Oh, no wonder they said she need not attend. Feeling rather displeased, a hint of coldness seeped into Ming Zhao's beautiful visage. Having already received an invitation to the 2024-25 Autumn-Winter Haute Couture show abroad, she was utterly bored and randomly selected a few outfits she had previously admired. Fiona, observing her mood, was unaware of why the young lady was suddenly upset. After selecting the clothes, she hurriedly showcased several bags that had been specially reserved for her, featuring a new color of the diamond-studded crocodile Birkin. A stunning misty blue, which brought a semblance of smile back to the young lady's face. Fiona's previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly, yet, in the next moment, she abruptly received a notification from the manager through her earpiece. Fiona, the diamond-studded T0 colorway has already been reserved. You, what do you mean reserved? What did he say was reserved? In an instant, Fiona's mind buzzed, completely unable to hear the manager's voice through her earpiece. The bag had been pre-ordered, and such phrasing typically implies that a client of higher status has jumped the queue. How could she possibly explain this to Ming Zhao? Biting her lip, Fiona hurried to a corner and whispered urgently, Manager Chen, Miss Ming is. The connection was abruptly cut off. She was so anxious that beads of sweat formed on her back. Unsure of how to proceed, Fiona, Ming Zhao tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? Fiona's face stiffened. Such a dismissive excuse could be offered to anyone, but it simply could not be directed at Ming Zhao. However, with no other choice, she forced a smile and stepped forward. I sincerely apologize, Miss Ming, but the item you are holding has already been pre-ordered due to my oversight. I am truly sorry. The air fell silent for a moment. Lin Jiwei was initially taken aback. Then couldn't he hold back her laughter. She teased gleefully, "My lady, how is it that your renowned stature has diminished? How could anyone dare to compete with you for an item? Everyone knows that being pre-ordered is just a pretext." When deities clash, mortals suffer. The store staff lowered their heads, the expressions filled with embarrassment. Ming Zhao felt a surge of anger, but, of course, would not make things difficult for Fiona. She merely smiled sweetly and said, "Please call your manager over." Fiona hurriedly complied. Soon, the manager appeared, his expression discontent as he hastily approached. He couldn't comprehend how Fiona could mishandle such a trivial matter and was about to reprimand her when he caught sight of Ming Zhao. Lazily reclining on the sofa, his heart tightened at once. He had recently been transferred from headquarters and initially did not regard the Miss Ming mentioned by Fiona with much seriousness. However, seasoned salespeople are adept at judging individuals by their appearance. The bold yet tasteful colors she wore required financial backing, supported by top-tier fabrics and tailored designs. The average person simply could not pull it off. Moreover, her aura was strikingly captivating, her superior beauty overshadowed by the natural air of privilege and grace that she exuded. Manager Chen's heart raced. Upon seeing that someone had arrived, Ming Zhao raised her elegantly arched brows and inquired, "Pre-ordered? I am terribly sorry, but Manager Chen." Ming Zhao interrupted him directly, her gaze casually landing on his name tag. "Would you kindly inform me who placed the pre-order?" Her cool, indifferent tone hinted at rising anger, causing Manager Chen's face to stiffen. Caught in a dilemma, naturally, no one had made the reservation. However, the issue lay in the fact that this item had also caught the eye of Miss Zhou from the VIC room. Offending either side was unthinkable, yet offending the Zhou family was even more so. He found himself in a predicament, desperately seeking a gentle approach to persuade this young lady to withdraw. Thus, he replied, "It was reserved by the young master of the Zhou family as a gift for Miss Zhou." Manager Chen's reasoning was quite straightforward. When the status and hierarchy appeared comparable, he would bring forth someone of higher standing. Little did he know, Lin Jiwei was nearly in stitches nearby, while Ming Zhao's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 7. Who am I supporting? Zhou, young lady's gift. Ming Zhao narrowed her beautiful eyes, questioning each word. Manager Chen sensed something amiss but was too rushed to delve deeper, hesitantly responding, "Yes, I sincerely apologize. Would you mind waiting another 2 months? Ming Zhao took a deep breath. "Wait? When has it ever been necessary for me to wait while shopping?" She truly felt like she could kill Zhou Tingyun. Ming Zhao rummaged through her bag, clattering her lipstick, headphones, and compact mirror. Finally locating the black card before her patience ran out, she pulled it out. Gritting her teeth but maintaining a smile as she handed it to Fiona. "Go charge it, until you can manage the shop yourself." Fiona looked panic-stricken. "Miss Ming, and you," she turned to Manager Chen, "take your bag and step outside. I do not wish to see you right now." I am the system's backend. Upon seeing the name of the primary cardholder, Manager Chen's expression instantly changed. It was not that he was unaware of the Ming family in North City, but he had never anticipated that this young lady had returned to the country. Having only just assumed his position, he had made such a colossal blunder, and a bitter taste filled his mouth as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Nevertheless, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, no matter how pampered, she was still an outsider. Surely those from prestigious families understood the weight of status. Meanwhile, the stream of transactions continued to print out, causing Fiona's hands to tremble. Your card ending in 1234 subcard spent 1,532,900 yuan on October 25 at 15:13. Your card ending in 1234 subcard spent 5,736,000 yuan on October 25 at 15:14. Your card ending in 1234 subcard spent 2,579,000 yuan on October 25 at 15:15. On the right-hand side, the phone screen continued to illuminate. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the rapidly popping up deduction notifications. Calmly retracting his gaze, the atmosphere in the meeting was serious and quiet. Apart from departmental reports, the only sound was the rustle of pens on paper. Suddenly, a jarring vibration interrupted the manager's speech. The occasional interruption did not raise much alarm. The speaker paused, waiting quietly for the superior to silence his phone. As the man raised his hand, the speaker lowered his gaze to the next line. Just about to continue his report when he heard, "Apologies, everyone, the meeting is paused. Please take a few minutes to rest." The senior executives present were momentarily taken aback, maintaining their composure on the surface while internally speculating what urgent matter had arisen. Zhou Tingyun picked up his phone, the only chat box not set to do not disturb, rapidly accumulating red dots. He clicked in, "Zhou Tingyun, you bastard. I'll kill you. JPG, I'll kill you. JPG, I hate you, liar, traitor. You better move your belongings out today, my family does not welcome you." Zhou Tingyun frowned, attempting to reply, but the message failed to send. He immediately dialed the number. The meeting room fell into a silence even more profound than before. The serious expression on his superior's face heightened the tension among all present. In the VIC room, each time the phone rang, Ming Zhao hung up. Lin Jiwei popped a small piece of cake into her mouth. Feeling overwhelmed by the sweetness, she sipped her tea to wash it down. Ming Zhao shot her an annoyed glare. Lin Jiwei, why are you not reacting at all? Puzzled, she raised an eyebrow. What reaction should I have? He actually bought a gift for someone else. Ming Zhao felt both angry and aggrieved. Did you not hear what that person said? It was a gift from young Master Zhou to young Lady Zhou. What about me? Am I just a pawn in their scheme? Lin Jiwei shrugged, not believing that Zhou Tingyun would do such a thing. Not to mention how busy he was. Catering to her every whim was already more than enough. However, to prevent the young lady from bursting into tears, she decided to speak up. Wow, he is really crossing the line. Ming Zhao stared silently at her, refusing to speak. Lin Jiwei quietly shifted her gaze to her phone screen. Perhaps you should listen to him explain. No, I mean, clarify. Ming Zhao begrudgingly accepted the suggestion. It wasn't until the sixth ring that she finally answered. Zhao Zhao. His calm and gentle voice was as always. What happened? Ming Zhao pressed her lips together, initially thinking that if he showed even a hint of impatience, he would be in deep trouble. Just as her anger was about to ignite, it was doused, and she paused for a moment to regain her composure. Zhou Tingyun, you have the audacity to keep another woman while hiding it from me. Lin Jiwei nearly choked on her tea. Wait, the way you phrased it, but upon reflection, it indeed was hiding outside, and another woman. Truly, the depth of the Chinese language is profound. Zhou Tingyun paused momentarily before responding. Who am I supporting? The people in the meeting room watched as their superior abruptly stood up, their hearts tightening. The atmosphere did not lighten with his departure, rather, it grew even more solemn. Who else could it be? Ming Zhao mockingly imitated. Manager Chen has already said that this was given to his sister, Miss Zhou, by young Master Zhou. Zhou Tingyun, momentarily bewildered, inquired, You've changed your surname? I'm referring to Zhou Siyu. Zhou Siyu, he furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that someone was likely using his name to deceive others. What could I possibly give her? The man sighed in resignation. Zhao Zhao, I'm not that idle. Besides, she is merely the daughter of the second branch, a cousin of little significance. Why would she warrant such attention? Ming Zhao was taken aback. You didn't send her anything? The Birkin in misty blue. Right, don't lie to me. If you do, I'll genuinely be upset. Her anger flared quickly but dissipated just as swiftly, her voice softening into a sweet, coaxing tone. After a brief silence, he suddenly chuckled. His deep voice held a hint of magnetism, a subtle texture that brushed against her ears like a gentle caress. Her ears inexplicably flushed, and Ming Zhao felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. Zhao Tingyun smoothly fabricated an excuse, then asked if she had calmed down after swiping her card and where she was shopping. That's none of your business. She retorted, hanging up the phone without hesitation. Raising her gaze, she met Lin Jiwei's meaningful stare, causing a chill to run down Ming Zhao's spine as she hugged her arms, shivering slightly. What's with that look? It's eerie. I suggest you take a glance in the mirror. Her tone was laden with intrigue. Confused, Ming Zhao pulled out a small mirror, examining her reflection from side to side. What's wrong? My lipstick hasn't smudged. She scrutinized her lips, which appeared quite flawless. Lin Jiwei casually remarked, You were on the phone with Zhou Tingyun. What's with the blush? What blush? Ming Zhao was momentarily stunned. Her gaze falling back on her reflection. The vibrant hue was unmistakable, spreading from her earlobes to her cheeks. With a sharp clap, she snapped the mirror shut. It's just the heating being too high. Ming Zhao stated calmly. Chapter 8. What should I call you, little rascal? Upon hearing that someone from headquarters had arrived, Manager Chen's face turned pale, feeling as if death loomed near. The voice in his earpiece was filled with the store manager's furious tone. You fool, do you have any idea that your actions have implicated our entire store? Meanwhile, the young Miss Zhou continued to speak sweetly, seemingly unaware of the chaos she was causing. I really didn't want to come. Spending over $1 million on a bag feels utterly unnecessary and wasteful, but my brother insists that I spend more, and I have no choice. Manager Chen felt his composure unravel. Did she truly think her incessant calls of brother would justify offending Miss Ming? The store manager gritted his teeth in the earpiece. Mr. Zhou has instructed that we must return whatever Miss Ming desires. Do you understand? Brother and Miss Zhou began, but Manager Chen, devoid of hope, interrupted her. I sincerely apologize. Mr. Zhou just contacted us personally. The bag you have is intended for Miss Ming. He recited the line with the emotion of a program AI. Zhou Siyu froze, her expression oscillating between disbelief and shock. What did you say? Isn't Ming Zhao always abroad? How could my cousin? Meanwhile, Shang Man sat up abruptly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Miss Ming Zhao has returned. Where is she now? Is she in the store? Manager Chen, now exceedingly cautious, merely reiterated Zhou Tingyun's request. Zhou Siyu's fingers curled, her smile strained. Manager Chen, are you mistaken? It's just a bag. Brother Tingyun wouldn't go that far, would he, in truth? Manager Chen was equally perplexed. Why not simply appease her with a more expensive item? After all, if they were family, was it really necessary to make such a scene? Perhaps you should reach out to Mr. Zhou personally. Zhou Siyu's expression stiffened momentarily. She hadn't even spoken with Zhou Tingyun, merely leveraging his name for her own convenience. How could she possibly contact him? Yet, once one has donned a mask for long, one may fall into unrealistic fantasies. She became enamored with the perks of her sisterly identity, unconsciously hoping that his indifference implied an acknowledgement of that role. She never anticipated such an unyielding response. Devoid of any sentiment, does the young lady desire nothing? Zhou Siyu clenched her palm tightly, thinking, it's merely a bag, yet it must be returned to her, just as Ming Zhao was preparing to leave. High-ranking officials from the Huadu headquarters hurried in, followed by a throng of employees, from the store manager and assistant manager to all the staff. They lined up, bowing in apology. The leader's face was stormy. Had it not been for Zhou Tingyun's intervention, headquarters would have been oblivious to the turmoil unfolding right beneath their noses. This was the SMY Center, the pinnacle of the Mingyue Group's international malls. A coveted space for countless brands. An unnameable fury simmered within, barely contained, threatening to erupt into a torrent of curses. Who the hell hired this person? Regardless of the Zhou family's esteemed reputation, they ought to recognize who the store currently relied upon. Ming Zhao, however, was indifferent. She had no habit of collective punishment and, feeling relatively pleased, waved her hand dismissively, urging them to disperse quickly. The higher-ups, however, remained excessively cautious, preferring her to unleash her frustrations rather than face accountability later. Observing their anxious expressions, Ming Zhao jested, "What's the matter? Afraid I'll raise the rent? Don't worry, I'm not that petty." Ming Zhao stood, "But you certainly ought to manage your employees better. After all, I wouldn't want to see a post online warning, beware of a certain store on the first floor of SMY." The high-ranking officials nearly kicked Manager Chen on the spot. Hastily affirming, yes, you're absolutely right, Mississippi, we will certainly enhance our management moving forward." Manager Chen felt no better. Recalling his earlier thoughts made him want to slap himself. The entire floor belonged to the young lady. Did they really need to appease her with something pricier? Watching Manager Chen's fearful demeanor as he presented the bag before her, Ming Zhao found it utterly uninteresting. It was akin to something she had desired being toyed with by another. Acquiring flaws that made her lose interest, Manager Chen hastily explained, "It was Mr. Zhou's request that it be returned to you." Her footsteps faltered. Ming Zhao was suddenly transported back to elementary school. She couldn't recall the grade, but she had received several awards for her outstanding performance. At that time, the homeroom teacher sat at the podium, and upon seeing her approach to receive her award, crossed out her name in front of her, then, casually stating, "You already have one, let us give this one to XX, otherwise it wouldn't be fair." Although she felt a pang of injustice, she also thought the teacher's reasoning held merit. After all, she had received so many while her classmates had received none. However, when Zhou Tingyun learned of this, he took her hand and went to the teacher to reclaim the award. Rewards should be earned through one's own efforts, not by relying on others, he remarked calmly. "Teacher, this is also a sign of disrespect to that student." Ming Zhao had no idea that the student who had been denied the award for mischief was the director's son. She only remembered the sun shining brightly the day Zhou Tingyun crouching before her, placing the delicate piece of paper in her palm, gently tousling her hair. "Zhao Zhao, what's yours need not be relinquished." Upon arriving home, Aunt Lin had already prepared dinner. Noticing 2 sets of chopsticks on the table, she curiously asked, "Is the busy man dining at home today? Isn't his schedule always full?" Aunt Lin's voice held a hint of laughter. "Only since you've returned these past few days." Ming Zhao blinked, feigning annoyance. I suppose my charm is simply too great." Just as Zhou Tingyun entered the room, he overheard her remark. After hanging up his coat, he approached her, tapping his fingers on the table. "The charming Miss Ming, might you consider removing me from the blacklist?" How did he move so silently? Ming Zhao nearly choked. She looked up, forcing a sweet smile. "Brother, you're back." Meeting his calm gaze, she immediately dashed to the sofa. "I'll do it right now." Opening her phone, she was greeted by a text message from half an hour ago. "Zhou Tingyun, blacklist. Her eyes flickered for a moment before she entered WeChat. The phrase "little rascal" stood out prominently, a nickname she had altered 4 years ago. Quickly glancing back to see if he was paying attention, she sighed in relief when he was not, yet she questioned why she felt guilty. After all, it was his fault initially. Resolutely, she prepared to change it but found herself hesitating, just as she was about to delete the word rascal. Her phone was suddenly snatched away. "Hey!" Ming Zhao's eyes widened. When had he approached? In a flurry, she lunged forward to retrieve it, but he easily pressed her back onto the sofa with one hand. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape his grasp. Zhou Tingyun lowered his gaze to the screen. "Little rascal, how can that be so unflattering?" she weakly protested. But there is another word after that." His gaze shifted from the screen to her. Ming Zhao blinked, beginning to fabricate an explanation. Actually this is just a term of endearment." "Yes, a term of endearment, as the saying goes, to hit is to love. To scold is to care, so calling you a little rascal." Her voice trailed off, "only proves my deep affection." Zhou Tingyun listened quietly until she finished, then returned the phone to her. "Then what should I call you?" "Little rascal." Chapter 9. "Honey, say something," Ming Zhao protested, glaring at him in indignation. "No way, you can't change it. Zhou Tingyun, why are you so petty?" Zhou Tingyun regarded her defiant, beautiful face, her round eyes slightly upturned, both spoiled and willful. Turning the tables on him, before he could respond, she pulled him down and pressed him onto the sofa. "Hand over your phone right now. I need to inspect it." Ming Zhao, brimming with confidence, commenced an unabashed search. Her delicate fingers roamed freely from his chest to his side, unrestrained. He inhaled deeply, massaging his temples, suppressing the urge to push her away. He anticipated that detaining her would incite a commotion, and speaking would only lead to her covering his mouth. Zhou Tingyun discerned her thoughts, envisioning her reddened eyes and the tears that would soon cascade down her cheeks. Fearing that she might be provoked to leave for several years, he resigned himself to her wandering touch. The girl drew ever closer, her soft, fluffy hair brushing against his chin until she ultimately settled down, nearly curling up within his embrace. Yet, finding a phone should not take this long, Zhou Tingyun cast his gaze downward. Noticing the malicious intent lurking in the corners of her slightly upturned lips. He indulged her amusement, averting his eyes, choosing not to expose her. At last, the troublesome one straightened up, triumphantly holding the phone she had procured. She angled the screen towards his face for unlocking, then entered WeChat. Upon seeing the pinned chat, Ming Zhao's eyes lit up, but in the next moment her gaze shifted to the contact name, Ming Zhao. She gritted her teeth, enunciating each syllable as Zhou Tingyun. Is this what you've saved me as? The moment the words left her lips, she suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, Zhou Tingyun had begun to call her Ming Zhao by both name and surname. Gradually, the term Zhao Zhao had become increasingly rarer now, even the contact name had changed, rendering him more unfamiliar than a stranger. A wave of frustration, confusion, and sorrow surged within her chest, her heart brimmed with emotions. Yet she felt emptier than ever. The person who once held her hand, calling her little darling and asking if she wanted ice cream, had long since disappeared. Ming Zhao seemed to grasp, for the first time, the cost of growing up. Despite her efforts to restore their relationship to its former state, they were only drifting further apart. A tide of grievance swelled within her. Ming Zhao composed herself, rising silently to take a seat at the dining table. Aunt Lin happened to bring out the dishes, keenly sensing that the atmosphere had soured, her heart sinking. Surely they weren't quarreling again. She hurriedly ladled a small bowl of warm, fragrant chestnut red bean soup and placed it before Ming Zhao. Smiling broadly to ease the tension, I know you enjoy this. The gentleman specifically instructed me to prepare it. Give it a try. Even in her anger, she couldn't bear to offend Aunt Lin's kindness. Ming Zhao reluctantly picked up a spoon, taking a sip. The tender chestnuts and red beans melded into a sweet delight, yet her mood dampened any appreciation, and she couldn't help but splutter indignantly. Who needs his feigned kindness? Zhou Tingyun set his phone aside and took a seat beside her. Ming Zhao buried her head in her meal, deliberately ignoring him, and the vegetables in her bowl remained untouched. I am done. Before long, she placed her chopsticks down. Lacking appetite, she naturally consumed little. Zhao Zhou Tingyun's voice was low. Don't call me that. Her anger flared further upon hearing this, and she stood up to leave. Zhou Tingyun grasped her wrist, only to be shaken off. Ming Zhao swiftly initiated a one-sided cold war with Zhou Tingyun. In the corridor, she walked past him with a blank expression, avoiding his hand when he offered assistance while fetching water. Occasionally she would throw a sharp retort his way. Aunt Lin observed this and couldn't help but advise Zhou Tingyun. Ming Zhao is quite soft-hearted. If you just coax her a little, it will all blow over. Ming Zhao had been raised under their watchful eyes, cherished and never subjected to grievances. Zhou Tingyun had always been there to fulfill her wishes. Aunt Lin sighed, feeling that even she sensed Zhou Tingyun was no longer as attentive as before. Let alone the sensitive young lady. Zhou Tingyun remained composed. She is no longer a child. Some things that were permissible in the past are now quite inappropriate. Aunt Lin felt helpless. If Ming Zhao left for abroad, he would be reluctant to let her go. Yet now that she was back, they couldn't seem to coexist harmoniously. If she threw a tantrum and ran away again, it would be too late for regrets. Both the palm and the back of her hand were flesh, and Aunt Lin couldn't bear to witness Zhou Tingyun's increasingly gloomy demeanor. Life offers but a few 4-year spans. How many days of her growth have you missed? The man's expression remained unchanged, yet the hand holding the cup tightened slightly. By evening, he still stood at the door of Ming Zhao's room. A glass of milk in hand, the do not disturb sign faced him, the accompanying illustration radiating fury. Zhou Tingyun raised his hand to knock. Zhao Zhao, no response. He opened his phone and sent a message. The spare key is with me. Ming Zhao, cursing him internally for his shamelessness, she stomped her foot on the floor in displeasure and forcefully opened the door, with a stoic expression. She glanced at the glass of milk, lifted it, and gulped it down in one go before placing it back and shutting the door. The final step of the plan had failed as Zhou Tingyun raised his hand to block her exit. Just as she nearly slammed his hand in the door, Ming Zhao, irate, vented her frustration. What are you doing? Your little ploys won't work on me. We're not familiar with every utterance of who are you. And not familiar, he calmly stated. Tomorrow, I'll be going to the Zhou family's old residence. His voice was warm and steady, advising her to call him if she needed anything and to be cautious while out. The conciliatory tone was evident, but she refused to yield. Ming Zhao replied flatly. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I won't disturb your affectionate exchanges at the Zhou family. Each word dripped with sarcasm, familiar with her grudge-holding nature. He sighed in exasperation. Zhao Zhao, she coldly corrected him. Ming Zhao, I'm going to bed now. This Mr. Zhou may take his leave, no need for farewells. Ming Zhao pushed him forcefully out the door, slamming it shut. Back in her bed, she continued to vent her frustrations to Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei, normal siblings are like this. If you're not at each other's throats, it's already a miracle. Look at the loose siblings next door. Tomorrow you water my company's money tree, and the day after I'll steal your company's seal. You're already a wonder of the world. Lin Jiwei, what do you expect him to save you as the babe? Ming Zhao didn't care about such trivialities. Fuming, Lin Jiwei, whose side are you on? Ming Zhao, he is now calling me by both name and surname. It should at least be Zhao Zhao, but what does he have written? Ming Zhao, am I some subordinate of a company? Ming Zhao, what is wrong with babe? It's ridiculous. Am I not worthy of being called babe? I want to declare to the world that even at 21, I have the right to be a babe. Ming Zhao was filled with indignation, her fingers tapping furiously on the screen. When suddenly a window popped up, and without paying attention, she hit send. Where are you, darling? Say something, darling, bastard, ? Ming Zhao stared at her phone screen in shock, frozen in disbelief. Help, how did she accidentally send that to Zhou Tingyun? Chapter 10 The Man's Capriciousness. Ming Zhao felt that addressing Zhou Tingyun as darling should certainly rank among the most mortifying things one could experience. Her fingers curled, feeling embarrassed enough to wish for the ground to swallow her whole. It was already too late to retract the message, so she hurriedly tried to explain that it was sent to the wrong person, after noticing that Zhou Tingyun had not replied for a long while. She attempted to comfort herself, thinking it should be fine, but the next moment, there was a knock at the door once more. This time, Ming Zhao felt intimidated and immediately got out of bed to open the door. Come with me to the study, his cold voice resonated above her. Ming Zhao hung her head, obediently following him, while inwardly cursing his antiquated demeanor. Close the door and come here. Ming Zhao bit her lip. Hesitating to close the door, then reluctantly moved closer. She stood before Zhou Tingyun, staring at her fluffy slippers, her fingers nervously fidgeting. Are you still in contact with Gui? His voice was chilling. Ming Zhao's mind went blank for a moment. Gu.Hu, the name sounded vaguely familiar, but she had completely forgotten who it was. At that moment, she felt a bit dazed, wondering what he was talking about. To Zhou Tingyun, this appeared as a sign of guilt. Ming Zhao, his tone carried a warning. The once unyielding young lady widened her eyes in surprise, her voice rising in a pitiful plea. I was merely saying I sent it to the wrong person. Why are you reacting like this? It was just one word, darling. It wasn't intentional. Zhou Tingyun's expression remained composed, ignoring her outburst, his voice coolly demanding, who are you intending to send it to? The cold, scrutinizing gaze finally made Ming Zhao realize something was amiss, and she anxiously clutched the hem of her skirt, her confidence waning. Lin Jiwei, I was chatting with her. Zhou Tingyun stared at her for a few seconds. His expression inscrutable, before speaking with a calm demeanor, give me your phone. There is no way she would share her chat logs with her best friend. She immediately refused. No, the depth of his gaze intensified. He truly couldn't comprehend where things had gone awry. The girl he had nurtured with utmost care, treated like a precious gem, was casually being led astray by some impoverished boy. Zhou Tingyun suppressed his emotions. Not wanting this dispute to lead to another disastrous outcome, Ming Zhao, he spoke with more patience. If you wish to date, that is fine, but you should at least let me vet the person. You and Gui are not compatible. He's poor and has no qualifications to even think of marrying into your family. What? Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao was incredulous. At that very moment, she finally connected with Zhou Tingyun's wavelength. What on earth? He actually thought she was secretly chatting with Gui and even referred to him as darling. Feeling insulted, she retorted, I absolutely do not. Meeting Zhou Tingyun's gaze, her words faltered. Not what? He asked. Ming Zhao bit her lip, her delicate brows knitted in distress, unsure how to explain. Should she confess that she simply didn't like him, but felt anxious that Zhou Tingyun was about to leave her for the Zhou family? Leaving her all alone, that would only make him more intolerant. Moreover, the crux of the matter was, she was still angry. Why did he have the right to question her? What business was it of his? With this thought, Ming Zhao resolutely turned to leave, only to be caught by his grip on her wrist once more. His hands were significantly larger than hers, with long knuckles that could effortlessly encircle her wrist. Gripping her tightly, rendering her unable to escape. A rebellious spirit ignited within Ming Zhao as she furrowed her brows and huffed in irritation, attempting to pry his fingers loose. Let go of me. She insisted. The accidental scratch of her nails left faint red marks. Her feeble efforts were neither painful nor bothersome. Zhou Tingyun gazed coldly at the struggling girl, his beautiful, curled lashes fluttering like a bird desperately trying to escape his grasp. Taking with it a piece of his heart. An unnamed restlessness surged within him, craving the solace of nicotine. He never smoked in her presence. Exerting a slight pressure to draw her closer, he raised his hand. Gently grasping her chin to hold her in place, the force was not heavy, yet sufficient to render her immobile, unable to break free. Ming Zhao, his eyes were dark and obscure, deeper than the night. Yet his tone remained nonchalant. Whatever you wish to do, whatever you desire, you may. His fingertips caressed her lightly, a blend of command and warning, a subtle sense of control. Do not engage with him any longer. The distance was alarmingly close, his deep cold voice resonated, the warmth of his fingertips searing against her cheek. Ming Zhao's chin was forcibly lifted, her gaze tilted upwards, her pupils dilating slightly, his towering figure enveloped her entirely. The air thick with a bittersweet fragrance that entwined around her, suffocatingly oppressive. Ming Zhao had never witnessed such a sight of Zhou Tingyun, her fingers, dangling by her sides, curled inward, her palms became clammy. An inexplicable tension rendering her throat dry and the back of her head numb, her thoughts swirled chaotically, a hot mess of confusion leaving her dizzy and unable to think clearly. Brother. She instinctively called out. Seeking solace in the familiarity of the term, the air fell silent for a moment. The man remained silent for a few seconds before releasing his grip, his fingertips brushed against the faint imprints left on her skin. Creating some distance between them, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, blood once again flowed freely, and Ming Zhao's racing heart gradually returned to normal, only then realizing that a thin sheen of sweat had formed at the nape of her neck. Not having stood there long, a gust of wind swept through, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Zhou Tingyun frowned, cold, his large hand pressed against her cheek to check her temperature. Ming Zhao discreetly stole a glance at him. His expression remained indifferent, just as it always was. He was still the person she trusted the most. Ming Zhao shook her head, insisting she was not cold, dismissing the earlier incident as a mere illusion. She had a short memory and a big heart, quickly returning to her previous demeanor, pressing her cheek against his hand and tentatively asking, "So it's as you said, I can do whatever I want?" Like a kitten that only remembers the treats and forgets the scoldings, Zhou Tingyun lowered his gaze to her, signaling her to continue. She promptly poked at his jacket pocket, tilting her face up with blinking eyes. Her intentions unmistakably clear. Zhou Tingyun retrieved his phone from within, opened WeChat, and presented it to her. The contact name had already been changed back. A bright smile illuminated Ming Zhao's eyes, and she chimed. "That's more like it." Sweetly linking her arm with his, she added, "I don't even have his WeChat. It was just a popular meme." She jangled his arm playfully. "You can ask Lin Jiwei if you don't believe me." His gaze lingered on her face, confirming there were no signs of deceit before his expression softened. He reached up to ruffle her hair. "All right, time to sleep." Just like that, Ming Zhao stared at him incredulously. "You misunderstood me and now you think it's over. I haven't forgiven you." It was indeed his fault. Zhou Tingyun inquired. "What do you want? I was almost asleep and you called me over." Ming Zhao stated with conviction, "Now you have to take me back." She dramatically emphasized the short distance they needed to cover. Zhou Tingyun indulged her childishness. "Let us go then." However, barely a few steps away, she flopped onto the sofa, theatrically feigning exhaustion. "Oh, I'm so tired, I can't walk anymore." Zhou Tingyun found it somewhat amusing. "So, you carry me?" Ming Zhao, "How old are you?" Ming Zhao huffed, pulling out her phone to play a video. The female voice in the video was melodious and heartfelt. "I, in the eyes of your parents, you will always be their child." She had presumably saved it for a long time, waiting for the right moment to use it. Zhou Tingyun replied calmly, "That seems irrelevant to me." Ming Zhao earnestly countered, "As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father." Seeing that he remained unmoved, she sighed dramatically, employing her old tricks. "Men are so fickle. You used to let me ride on your back when we were kids, and now you won't even carry me a little. It's so hurtful. Do you have another little sister outside?" Once again, she got her wish, grinning widely as she climbed onto Zhou Tingyun's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, not forgetting to remind him, "Don't forget my slippers." Zhou Tingyun held her fluffy slippers in one hand and supported her as they made their way outside. They soon encountered Aunt Lin in the hallway. "Oh, seeing you two reconciled, I'm both relieved and amused," she remarked to Zhao Zhao. "Why are you bothering your brother again?" Ming Zhao gleefully swung her legs, her smile radiant. "Good night, Aunt Lin." "All right, good night, Zhao Zhao. You both should rest early." Aunt Lin responded cheerfully, casting Zhou Tingyun an appreciative glance, acknowledging that this was beneficial for family harmony. Zhou Tingyun remained silent upon bringing her to her bed. Zhou Tingyun bent down to arrange her slippers properly, advising, "Don't play on your phone too late." Ming Zhao elongated her voice in response, "Got it, brother, good night." Once the door was closed, Ming Zhao retrieved her phone. Noticing a flurry of messages from Lin Jiwei inquiring about her sudden disappearance, she quickly sent a screenshot in reply. "I was going to send this to you, cat lying flat. JPG, Lin Jiwei, laughing so hard." "What happened next? How did your brother react?" Ming Zhao, "What else could he do? He thought I was sending it to Guhi and scolded me, crying. Honestly, if he hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't even remember him." Lin Jiwei, "You really don't feel anything? He is currently one of the most promising tech tycoons, you know. I heard he is attending tomorrow too." Ming Zhao felt no emotional stir. Initially she had been attracted to his looks, and he needed her money. Though it had been a mutually beneficial arrangement, she had taken it somewhat seriously. Who would have thought that in his eyes it had become an insult and a charity? How could anyone use her money to support his childhood friend's education and then turn around to blame her? The mere thought of it made Ming Zhao furious, and she began to pound her pillow in frustration. Chapter 11. Ming family's youngest daughter. Zhou family's old residence. The antiquated grayish tones cast a somber atmosphere, with withered leaves spiraling down to the ground. and the thick walls imparting a heavy feeling. After a quiet and subdued breakfast, old Zhou glanced at his most cherished eldest grandson. What about that young girl from the Ming family? You didn't bring her along? At a certain age, one automatically gets bound to a matchmaking system, he said slowly. Today, there are numerous talented youths visiting me, and you should keep an eye on that girl. Zhou Tingyun's voice was deep and calm. She is still young, and what about you? Old Zhou fiddled with his beads, his tone neutral yet pointed. You're of marriageable age. What are you doing spending all your time with a little girl? Are you planning to wait until you're married to bring her over to live with you? Such words were rather unpalatable. Zhou Qianan, sitting nearby, felt a tremor of discomfort, wishing he could vanish from the scene. Who didn't he know that the eldest brother cherished the delicate young lady from the Ming family as if she were his own eye? It was a subject that could not be broached. Grandfather seemed intent on stepping into a minefield. While it was understandable, considering Ming Zhao's notorious reputation for being headstrong, it was hard to believe that grandfather would have a favorable impression of her. However, Zhou Qianan felt as if he might freeze from the chill in the air. He hunched his shoulders, trying to minimize his presence. At your age, you should be considering retirement and enjoying life. Zhou Tingyun did not lift his gaze, his indifference masked any discernible emotion. Her marriage is a matter for my parents to concern themselves with. It is not for you, an outsider, to meddle. You. Those words were even more cutting. The old man's face flushed with rage, his hand pressed tightly against his chest, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhou Qianan feared he would collapse. Chen Lanfang hurriedly patted old Zhou's back, trying to soothe him while feigning earnestness. Tingyun, how can you speak to your grandfather like that? He is concerned for you. Chen Lanfang had always viewed Zhou Tingyun unfavorably. Since he took charge, the power had consolidated in his hands, leaving her with dwindling benefits. Isn't it sufficient to have our Zhou family overseeing things? Does the Ming family's young lady hold any particular significance that she looks down on our family? Zhou Qianan grew anxious. Mom, what is going on here? Zhou Tingyun merely regarded her with indifference, though calm. Chen Lanfang felt a cold sweat run down her back. Today was grandfather's birthday, and the mess caused by the third uncle at the company was unnecessary to mention. Upon hearing this, Chen Lanfang's face drained of color, instinctively glancing at old Zhou before quickly averting her gaze in panic. What did you say, Tingyun? You can't speak carelessly. Old Zhou glared at her, his eyes blazing with fury. What does that scoundrel do now? The woman naturally denied any wrongdoing, and the room descended into chaos. Zhou Tingyun had no time to engage in their squabble, rising to leave. The autumn wind howled, the grey tiles appeared particularly desolate and solemn, and the barren branches grew haphazardly. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, breaking the silence. He opened WeChat. Two images from the cute cartoon avatar labeled Little Darling popped up. Help me choose, which lipstick shade looks better? The photos were freshly taken, showcasing a fair face with a delicate, slightly upturned nose and glossy cherry pink lips. Ming Zhao had always adored beauty, thus he had begrudgingly taken on the role of her stylist. From coordinating dresses with hair accessories in kindergarten to matching makeup with lipstick and jewelry as she grew older, he has become well acquainted with shades such as nude, classic red, fuchsia, and the earthy tones of autumn and winter. However, Zhou Tingyun glanced at the time in the upper left corner of the screen. It was indeed 8 o'clock. He replied, all are beautiful, but the second one complements your style the best. After making his selection, he inquired, why are you up so early today? Typically, he would sleep until midnight, and waking up early would often provoke his irritability. Xiao Guai responded, guess, employing a tactic to avoid revealing the truth. Zhou Tingyun sent a message advising her to be safe while out, then tucked his phone away. Atlanti Mansion, an atmosphere of elegance and lively chatter prevailed. Those attending the birthday banquet were not only there to pay respects to the Zhou elder and curry favor with the Zhou family, but also to seize the opportunity to expand their networks. Ming Zhao had her long hair elegantly styled and wore a pure white satin gown that draped gracefully around her neck. Layers of lustrous pearls adorned her, and a ruby bracelet wrapped around her wrist. A large pigeon blood ring made her hands appear even more delicate and fair, giving her the appearance of a noblewoman stepped straight out of an oil painting. Yet, there was an unmistakable sense of stealth about her. She pulled Lin Jiwei through the crowd, evading attention, and found a secluded corner, claiming she wanted to surprise Zhou Tingyun. Lin Jiwei was speechless. Who among those present did not recognize her? The gazes of those around her were fixated on her, their hushed discussions drowned out by the clinking of glasses. Occasionally, a newcomer would express astonishment at which wealthy heiress this was, her beauty and elegance seemingly from another realm. Isn't that the young lady? How did she come here? The question was rhetorical. Why wouldn't Zhou Xiao's sister attend? The speaker, dismissive, suddenly thought of something and jested. Perhaps she truly is a beloved sister. WOC, are you crazy? Another chimed in, lowering his voice. Can you keep it down? Isn't it so? He has been rejected by Ming Zhao before. The tone was laden with bitterness. Who knows what they have been up to together every day? The man standing nearby listened intently, his expression growing colder. The clear golden liquid in his glass swirled, releasing a rich aroma. Ming Zhao took a slight sip, listening as Lin Jiwei regaled her with tales of the high society gossip from recent years. Stories of elderly magnates passing away, leaving their fortunes to young wives newly married into wealth, and the enchanting love affairs between wealthy matrons and dashing bodyguards, as well as the trials and tribulations between genuine heiresses and their illegitimate counterparts. Ming Zhao was engrossed in the narrative when a familiar yet foreign voice called out, "Zhao Zhao." She looked up to see a strikingly handsome face, cool and composed, although she was aware that Gu He would be attending. Encountering him so soon in such a vast setting still dampened her spirits. To be fair, Gu He was indeed handsome, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his features sharply defined. In short, he was not someone whose appearance could be easily criticized. However, Shang Man had repeatedly derided her taste, cruelly commenting on Gu He's ambition as a relentless drive to ascend, likening him to a man who would rise to great heights only to commit heinous acts. How should one interpret this? To some extent, it served as a prophecy. Ming Zhao held her glass, expressionless, and offered a perfunctory greeting. Long time no see. Meanwhile, Lin Jiwei's eyes widened in surprise. She was not familiar with Gu He and had never paid much attention to his looks before. But upon seeing him up close today, she suddenly realized, how did his eyes resemble Zhou Tingyun's at first glance? Chapter 12, The Literature of Substitutes. Lin Jiwei was momentarily lost in thought. This fool, Ming Zhao. How audacious, engaging in substitute literature right under everyone's noses. Her lips stiffened as she took a sip from her glass, unable to fathom the implications if Zhou Tingyun were to discover this. Unable to resist, she stole glances at Gu He again and again, observing him struggle to maintain a dry conversation with Ming Zhao. Feeling increasingly restless, why was he still here? Ming Zhao too began to show signs of impatience. Interrupting his meaningless pleasantries, "What exactly do you want to say?" The man fell silent for a few seconds before finally speaking in a low voice. "I'm sorry." He had long owed her an apology. His youthful arrogance and insecurity had made him defensive, mistaking his pride for self-protection, unaware that it was the most hurtful weapon of all. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao nodded nonchalantly. "Oh, it's nothing," now that he had apologized. What more could she say? She hoped he would not later accuse her of being unreasonable. With that thought, she casually inquired, "By the way, how's your little childhood friend?" Gu He felt his heart clench. "Zhao Zhao, I have no relationship with her. Initially, I was just entrusted by my parents to look after her." Lin Jiwei smirked, recognizing the typical narrative of a scoundrel. "I'm sorry, I have no connection with her." "I love you," eliciting a chuckle. "Zhao Zhao, I've already transferred that money back to you." His throat felt dry as he spoke. "Can we start over?" "You don't need to return it." Ming Zhao did not believe his words. Casually interrupting, "It was merely a transaction for mutual benefit. In the past, she had been attracted to his looks, his personality was decent too, but what kind of person was she, if she had known he had feelings for his childhood friend? How could she have ever invested her money, to have feelings for someone without expressing them, while accepting her assistance with a facade of restraint, was a profound humiliation for her. She had spent money only to be criticized for using her influence to intervene in their romance. What a stroke of bad luck. On the other side, on the second floor of the mansion, Zhou Xiao was casually clinking his glass against that of Chen Zhou, who remarked, "Miss Fong from Tongsun Group has arrived. Aren't you going to meet her?" Chen Zhou was the CEO of Yuanfeng Technology, collaborating with Huayu Group and focusing on emerging industries such as renewable energy and artificial intelligence. He had become acquainted with Zhou Tingyun through business dealings, and they had grown somewhat familiar in the process. No need. Zhou Tingyun replied calmly. The man clicked his tongue. "Are you planning to become a monk? The benefits of a marriage between Huayu and Tongsun are obvious. Everyone in the world seeks profit. Why have you become so indifferent to your own ambitions?" Zhou Tingyun shot him a composed glance. "If you wish to pursue a union with Tongsun, you may do so on your own." Chen Zhou shrugged and fell silent. He was merely speaking offhandedly. After all, the two could converse well, and sacrificing marriage for profit was not his style. He merely thought that since Zhou Tingyun had no one he cared for, meeting someone new would not hurt. Who knows, perhaps they would find mutual attraction. The next moment, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Tingyun's phone screen. In the chat with the contact labeled Xiao Guai. Zhou Tingyun asked what the other person was doing, whether they had eaten. He turned away in silence, only to be startled by the sight not far away. "Well, isn't that Gu, the CEO of Lianfeng Technology?" Lianfeng Technology had been flourishing in recent years, its stock price and market value soaring. They were currently competing with Yuanfeng for the same artificial intelligence project. After observing for a while, Chen Zhou couldn't resist letting out a whistle, exclaiming, "I never expected that hard-nosed Gu would exhibit such humility." He nudged Zhou Tingyun, who was engrossed in his thoughts. "Hey, who is that heiress? I don't think I've seen her before. She's really impressive. Look at Gu He like that. I can hardly bear to watch." Zhou Tingyun was initially uninterested until he heard Gu He's name. He looked up. Ming Zhao, who had been unresponsive to his messages, suddenly appeared at the mansion, engaged in lively conversation with others. Was it because of Zhou Tingyun? Upon hearing the mention of Zhou Tingyun from the person before her, Ming Zhao paused briefly. Zhou Tingyun had indeed expressed his disdain for Gu He, even sternly pressuring her to break up with him. Yet wasn't it Zhou Tingyun who was fundamentally in the wrong in this matter? How could he be so audaciously self-righteous? Ming Zhao was at a loss. What did it have to do with him? It was clearly his initial actions that Gu, consumed by the earlier discussions, wore an increasingly grim expression. It must be that old man who deceived her. He stepped closer, coldly interrupting her, and questioned, "You think it doesn't concern you? What about him? Does he think so too?" The sudden aggression startled Ming Zhao, causing her to tense her lips. Why was he being so confrontational? Yet she refused to back down. She yanked Lin Jiwei, who was ready to defend her back and shot Gu He a fierce glare. "What nonsense, step aside." This was a clear sign of her rising temper. Gu He hesitated, quickly opting to soften his tone. "Zhao Zhao, I mean no offense," he reassured her. "I merely wanted to say, you two are at best neighbors. Don't you think your relationship is becoming too intimate? Are you out of your mind? What does it matter to you how I interact with Zhou Tingyun?" Ming Zhao had always felt that Zhou Tingyun was deliberately keeping his distance from her. Gu's words only served to strike a nerve. "What business is it of yours?" she retorted, her cheeks flushing in anger. Seeing her like this, Gu He was incredulous, his voice rising unintentionally. "Zhao Zhao, do you have any idea what they are saying about you now?" Her annoyance was interrupted, leaving her bewildered. "What are they saying?" "They say you and Zhou Tingyun." Just then, his words abruptly ceased. Ming Zhao, who relished gossip, never missed an opportunity to inquire about herself, furrowing her brow as she pressed, "What is it?" Gui's complexion darkened. What was he doing? Was he merely a tool to shatter the glass of their secrets? The man's voice regained its calmness. "Nothing. I detest people who leave conversations half finished." Ming Zhao was about to curse him for his credit card limit when a low, melodious voice interjected. "Zhao Zhao, calm and steady." It was impossible to discern his emotions. Ming Zhao felt a flutter of anxiety. Instinctively looking over, not far away stood a tall and imposing figure, exuding an air of composure cultivated by long-standing authority. The veins on the hand holding the glass were subtly visible, hinting at a sense of control. Meeting his dark gaze, Ming Zhao bit her lip, feeling diminished. Just last night, he had advised her against associating with Gu He, and now she had already engaged in several exchanges with him. The cold, indifferent gaze caused her fingertips to involuntarily curl, fine goosebumps rising on her skin. The faint imprints left on her cheeks from being pressed down seemed to burn with a subtle heat, as if they were a brand. It felt as if she were being gently but firmly pinched, a soft voice questioning her disobedience. Chapter 13. What a brilliant idea. Ming Zhao was adept at reading the situation, capable of both yielding and persevering. Suppressing her inexplicable, chaotic heartbeat, she quickly and skillfully linked her arm with his, softly defending herself. "It's not my fault. He approached me first." Zhou Tingyun cast a glance at her, saying nothing. "Come, let us greet grandfather." He then subtly nodded to Lin Ji, leading the group away. Throughout, he offered not a single glance at Gu He, as if he were utterly non-existent, yet the condescension in his demeanor was palpable. Observers exchanged glances, wondering what had provoked Mr. Zhou. "I have no idea. I just arrived. What's going on?" In their memories, Zhou Tingyun was usually composed and gentle, courteous to everyone, never displaying such disdain. Amidst their whispers, someone hesitantly spoke up. "Could it be that he simply disapproves of the brother-in-law?" With that, comprehension dawned upon the others. A few who remained puzzled were thoroughly enlightened. The tale of various young ladies wreaking havoc in Beicheng before going abroad? While Mr. Zhou cleaned up after them, unfolded. To ascend to the position of Mingyue Group's esteemed son-in-law was no simple feat. The atmosphere was harmonious, yet Gu He's complexion was ashen. Meanwhile, old Master Zhou observed Ming Zhao approaching from afar, his face contorting in disapproval. He held a deep disdain for young ladies who appeared delicate and unaccustomed to hardship, unable to shoulder any responsibility. When she greeted him sweetly, her dark, sparkling eyes reminiscent of sticky malt candy, old Master Zhou's brows furrowed so tightly that they could crush a fly. Unable to contain himself, he felt compelled to admonish her, indirectly criticizing her lack of independence and her clinginess, suggesting such behavior was a moral failing. Ming Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. So it was he who had incited Zhou Tingyun to suddenly ignore her. How could he be as detestable as Gu He? She tightened her grip on his arm, her expression clearly stating, "I won't heed a single word you say," while secretly cursing the old man. Seeing her defiance only fueled old Master Zhou's ire. At her age, how could she behave like this? Tingyun was meant to engage in a union, and with a sister like her, what noble family would accept him? Zhou Tingyun's expression darkened, yet before he could speak, Ming Zhao exploded in indignation. "How outdated! Our family has never forced him into marriage. You are being unreasonable." Old Master Zhou glared, exasperated at her audacity. The cold smile he wore suggested that their family was indeed traditional and that alliances were expected. "Zhou family, people." She tightened her grip on Zhou Tingyun's arm. He squeezed her hand gently, a calming gesture before she could fully unleash her frustration. "All right, Zhao Zhao, would you like to try the chestnut cake?" Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao's anger flared anew, glaring fiercely at Zhou Tingyun. He appeared entirely unfazed by her wrath. She pulled her arm away, creating distance between them. Old Master Zhou noted her defiance with a smirk, thinking, "This young lady has quite the temper. Perhaps her mind is not quite right." He muttered, "If you were so unwilling, why not simply marry into our Zhou family? You know Zhou Qianan, the son of your Tingyun's third uncle." Grandfather Zhou Tingyun interjected calmly, please rest well. Hey, old Master Zhou called after him, consider it, dear girl, that lad is quite good, just a year older than you. The chestnut cake was soft, dense, and rich in flavor. Ming Zhao held a silver fork, distractedly bringing bites to her mouth, her expression vacant. Noticing her inattentiveness, Zhou Tingyun spoke, you needn't take his words to heart. With a sudden jerk, Ming Zhao's fork slipped, clattering against the porcelain plate. The man furrowed his brow. Zhao, Ming Zhao blinked, her gaze evasive. What is it? Zhou Tingyun scrutinized her for a moment before asking, what are you thinking about? Nothing, she replied hastily. Zhou Tingyun's tone was calm as he urged, speak honestly. She pressed her lips together, realizing she could not deceive him. In a hushed tone, she inquired, so how does Zhou Qianan look? Zhou Tingyun rarely displayed emotional fluctuations, except on the rare occasions when it involved Ming Zhao. He struggled to articulate his feelings at that moment. If only Ming Zhao were still the mischievous 5 or 6-year-old who could easily be restrained. He forced himself to remain composed, reprimanding himself for the whimsical thoughts in his head. Almost blurting out a teasing remark about her harboring feelings for him, he managed to stifle it due to the serious atmosphere, yet she felt old Master Zhou's reasoning wasn't entirely without merit. Zhou Tingyun would surely reside in the Zhou family home after marriage, and if Zhou Qianan met her aesthetic standards, it would be quite perfect. Wouldn't it? Old Master Zhou truly had a brilliant idea. She mentally apologized for previously calling him an old man. Years of entangled emotions left Ming Zhao unable to discern whether her feelings were rooted in dependency or something else entirely. All she knew was that, like in her childhood, she sought to grasp tightly onto her favorite toy, pursuing her desires without regard for consequences. Zhou Tingyun's breath hitched, sensing he was not far from an early demise. It was his fault, he had failed to guide her properly. When Ming Zhao was born, she was a wrinkled little bundle. 7-year-old Zhou Tingyun would lean over the cradle, fixated on her, she is so ugly. He muttered, unaware of the nuances of emotional intelligence. Ming Zhao, who had been smiling at him, seemed to grasp his disdain and erupted into tears, causing chaos among the family. Overwhelmed with guilt, Zhou Tingyun kept his distance for several days, only daring to sneak a peek at night. To his surprise, the little girl remembered him, associating his face with her earlier distress, and would pout and cry upon seeing him. Zhou Tingyun panicked, hurriedly rocking the cradle, whispering soothingly, don't cry, my dear. You're beautiful, please don't cry. The baby stared at him blankly, a bubble of mucus forming. From that moment on, he dreaded her tears, feeling a pang in his heart whenever she cried. He cherished her laughter, finding it endearingly charming, and would vigorously shake the cradle each day. As Ming Zhao grew, she transformed into a soft, plump bundle, with long fluttery eyelashes and cherubic cheeks resembling a sweet dessert, far from ugly. Her tiny hand could barely encircle one of Zhou Tingyun's fingers, her eyes crescent-shaped as she giggled, brother, big brother. The spacious villa felt empty, yet his heart was completely filled. The sense of responsibility as an elder brother led him to vow silently that he would never allow her to shed tears again, leading to 18 years of indulgence, boundless concessions, and the fulfillment of every whim. This had shaped her into the person she was now. Zhou Tingyun cast his gaze downward, his brow furrowed as he observed Ming Zhao, who wore an expression of entitlement. Chapter 14. I want to twist Zhou Tingyun's head off and use it as a ball. A lively banquet filled with toasts. Zhou Tingyun initiated an emotional tutorial specifically tailored for Ming Zhao. Marriage is not a trivial matter, Zhao, he patiently explained. The primary criterion for choosing your future partner should be whether you like them. Ming Zhao blinked, puzzled, but isn't it true that in your arranged marriages there is no love? Zhou Tingyun, the Ming family is different. My parents would never force you into an arranged marriage. You have the right to choose freely. She pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Then what if I like Gui? The man's expression darkened. See, Ming Zhao pouted. You're so annoying. It's double standards. Why can you have an arranged marriage and I cannot? She grumbled indignantly. What's the meaning of this? Do you think I'm not worthy of your brother? What sort of talk is that? Zhou Tingyun's expression grew colder. He absently touched his cigarette case, suppressing his rising emotions. Debtors are always most obedient when their faces are pinched. Noticing her reaction, Ming Zhao shrank back, silently finishing the last bite of her chestnut cake. As the sweetness accumulated in her mouth, causing her to grimace, a calm voice suddenly broke through the silence. I have no intention of getting married, he stated. His voice was deep and soothing, as natural as discussing the weather. Ming Zhao was taken aback and turned to him, stunned. What do you mean, you have no intention of getting married? As someone approached Zhou Tingyun with a toast, he lightly clinked his glass in response. Ming Zhao, oblivious to everyone else, stood there dumbfounded, stuttering, but how can you do this without old Master Zhou's approval? He can't interfere. Zhou Tingyun replied, and Ming Zhao stared blankly, gripping her fork tightly. Zhou Tingyun glanced at her, his tone gentle yet firm. Stop overthinking things. But her thoughts became a tangled mess as she suddenly realized a rather alarming truth. She was somewhat pleased. How could this be? Was she truly such a selfish person, to feel glad that Zhou Tingyun wouldn't marry? Staring at the shimmering liquid in her glass, still reeling from the shock, her chaotic thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Big brother. From a distance Zhou Qian'an approached briskly, his countenance relaxed. There you are. Zhou Qian'an was a homebody, but due to his decent looks, he could hardly be labeled a typical nerd. He was fond of watching sweet romance anime and reading certain novels. Well-versed in various pairings and had been quietly shipping his big brother's pairing all along. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Tingyun, he turned his gaze towards Ming Zhao, marveling at the opportunity to behold the true visage of the esteemed young lady up close. It was challenging to articulate the girl's aura. She was beautiful yet not strikingly flamboyant, exuding an air of elegance that transcended conventional modesty. Furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, his gaze fell upon the lustrous pearl necklace adorning her collarbone. And Zhou Qian'an suddenly understood her. Zhao Zhao, as radiant as the sun and moon, the pearls of the Ming moon, like the shimmering stones of the river. Zhou Qian'an was unaware that he had lingered on her a tad too long. As his elder brother's expression had soured, still engaging in casual conversation with Ming Zhao. Hello, I am Zhou Qian'an and he is Zhou Qian'an. Ming Zhao observed him with curiosity. Hello, I know, Ming Zhao's younger sister. The young man, with his handsome features and youthful countenance, was strikingly attractive. Before she could scrutinize him further, a warm sensation suddenly enveloped her. Puzzled, Zhou Tingyun gently reminded her, your false eyelashes have come off. What? Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao, with no time to spare on Zhou Qian'an, tugged at his sleeve anxiously. Then please help me fix it quickly. Her tone unconsciously took on a charmingly spoiled quality. He responded with an affirmative sound and glanced at his bewildered cousin beside him, coolly asking, do you have business here? No. The boy, entirely oblivious to any issue with the false eyelashes, opened his mouth. Nothing. Oh right, I almost forgot my purpose for coming here. He quickly added, grandfather asked me to keep you at the old residence for dinner. Having said that, he awaited a response with bated breath. Understood, the man replied, retracting his gaze. I'll be over shortly. Alright, good. Noticing that Zhou Tingyun seemed disinclined to engage with him, Zhou Qian'an awkwardly nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Seeing that the man offered no further reply, he silently turned to depart, scratching the back of his head, wondering why his elder brother seemed in a sour mood today. As his footsteps faded, Ming Zhao grasped Zhou Tingyun's hand, looking up at him, urging him to assist her in tidying up. He lowered his gaze, the scattered light danced around the girl's features, her eyelashes fluttered gently, accompanied by the delicate shimmer of glitter at the corners of her eyes. As if the wind had penetrated the paper windows of her heart, causing the candle flame to flicker. It hasn't fallen, he remarked. I simply misread the situation. The banquet Zhou, adorned in an intricately embroidered floral gown, tightened her grip around her wineglass. Today was meant to be her stage, and after meticulous preparation, she had expected to shine. However, the moment Ming Zhao made her entrance, all eyes gravitated towards her. She radiated brilliance akin to the sun, effortlessly overshadowing the other guests. Moreover, grandfather, who had initially intended to introduce her to General Gu, turned out to be yet another subject under the young lady's sway. Bowing his head before her, Xiang Man was entirely oblivious to the sour expressions around her. Her mind was solely focused on seeking out Ming Zhao, eager to tease the easily riled young lady. However, with Zhou Tingyun constantly in tow, she had no choice but to restrain herself. Unable to contain her frustration in Zhou Tingyun's presence, Xiang Man couldn't help but mutter, he really is overly controlling. Zhou Siyu, upon hearing this, smiled gently, her voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Their relationship is truly admirable. Oh, before you continue your expressions of envy, Xiang Man waved her hand dismissively, it's always been like this. She had no intention of comforting her friend and even added an example. Do you not recall Ming Zhao's 18th birthday? She prepared for over 5 months, and that day felt as if we were celebrating New Year's in Beijing a bit early. Zhou Siyu, that yet he treats you fairly well, Xiang Man remarked casually, taking a bite of dessert. Though admittedly he pales in comparison to Ming Zhao. Zhou Siyu began to question whether Xiang Man had ever attended an emotional intelligence course. She could no longer endure the atmosphere and excused herself. I need to use the restroom. Okay, Xiang Man replied, not looking up at the cool water flowing from the tap. Calmed Zhou Siyu considerably upon emerging from the restroom on the second floor. She unexpectedly encountered Ming Zhao, who was preparing to change for dinner. Zhou Siyu noticed that Ming Zhao seemed not to recognize her, their eyes merely brushed past each other without leaving a trace. Miss Ming. Zhou Siyu suddenly called out. The young lady halted, pausing in her tracks, her bright and clear eyes clouded with a hint of confusion until Zhou Siyu introduced herself. Hello, I am Zhou Siyu. She added, Mr. Zhou's sister. Upon hearing the name Zhou Siyu, Ming Zhao's lips curved downward. She had been consciously avoiding any information related to Zhou Siyu. This was entirely out of character for her, yet Zhou Siyu's presence felt like a film whose conclusion she already knew. And she had to remain prepared for Zhou Tingyun's potential change of heart. As they say, blood is thicker than water. Hello, she replied, her gaze involuntarily scanning the girl before her, with her delicate features. She possessed a quality that inspired a protective instinct. Her voice was soft, as if raising it even slightly would be a transgression. At that moment, she was apologizing. I am sorry, Miss Ming, I did not intend to take the bag you liked. Brother Tingyun merely gave me a card to purchase a few things I liked. It was Manager Chen who misunderstood. Ming Zhao's fingers tightened. She merely wished to twist Zhou Tingyun's head off and use it as a ball to kick. Chapter 15. He harbored secrets within himself. Zhou Tingyun, noticing that Ming Zhao had not come down for quite some time and was unresponsive to his messages, ascended to the second floor to knock on the door. Zhao Zhao, there was no response. Calmly preparing to summon the servant for a key, the door suddenly swung open. Ming Zhao, dressed in casual attire for dinner, wore a camel-colored wool coat over a short skirt. Complemented by matching suede boots, her long hair, slightly curled beneath a beret, and metallic earrings swayed, exuding a millennial charm. She gazed at Zhou Tingyun with a blank expression. Zhou Tingyun's eyes fell upon her bare knees, and he couldn't help but frown, questioning why she had not donned the leg-enhancing artifact. Hearing the phrase leg-enhancing artifact escape his lips nearly caused Ming Zhao to falter, but she managed to suppress her reaction. It doesn't look good. Meeting his cool gaze, she scrunched her nose. Aren't there heaters? I only need to walk outside for a little while. Zhou Tingyun chose not to argue with her and inquired, why haven't you responded to my messages? I was changing clothes. How could I see them? Did you not hear me knocking? Ming Zhao feigned ignorance. I didn't hear anything. Exiting the mansion, she bent to sit inside the car. With the driver being the Zhou family's butler, Ming Zhao now felt allergic to the surname Zhou, remaining silent in the back seat. In truth, she had no desire to dine. However, in the past, she could do as she pleased without concern for Zhou Tingyun's thoughts on her perceived capriciousness. Now, however, she found herself comparing herself to Zhou Siyu, listening, obedient. Ming Zhao was infuriated, cursing Zhou Tingyun in her mind. Ultimately, all the blame lay with him. About that moment, the butler suddenly spoke. Sir, shall we wait for Miss Siyu? No need. Zhou Tingyun lacked the patience to concern himself with others at the moment. Having spent over a decade together, he could detect even the slightest fluctuations in Ming Zhao's emotions, just as he was about to press the partition button to inquire further. A couple of knocks came from the front. The butler lowered the car window, politely greeting Miss Siyu. Outside, a clean-featured girl smiled at the butler before turning to Zhou Tingyun. Brother Tingyun, could you give me a ride? Ming Zhao withdrew her gaze, her expression impassive. Send her off, send her off. She felt increasingly irritated, preparing to signal the butler to open the door and exit herself, when she heard the calm voice beside her. The Zhou family has already arranged a driver for you. Zhou Tingyun recalled that his cousin was typically not so audacious, let alone attempting to stop his car. Connecting this with the 10 or so minutes Ming Zhao took to change, his expression turned cold. In an instant his Zhou Siyu's smile faltered. Ting Zhou Siyu, he gently reminded, do not attempt any tricks in my presence. The weight of his words caused the girl's face to turn pale. Ming Zhao, too, was slightly startled. While she enjoyed teasing Zhou Tingyun, she understood he was never genuinely angry with her. The one time he had been stern, he merely had a serious expression, instructing her to exit the vehicle. The pampered young lady, who typically feared confrontation, now nervously fidgeted with her fingers. The butler, feeling a chill run down his spine, quickly interjected, I apologize, Miss Siyu. I shall return the sir to his residence. Saying so, he promptly closed the car window and started the vehicle. After driving a short distance, the butler dared to glance at Zhou Tingyun's expression, only to find the transparent partition fogged over. In the back seat, Zhou Tingyun released her tightly clasped hands and asked, what did she say to you? Ming Zhao hesitated. Oh, nothing, yet you appear upset. Ming Zhao, with her stubborn disposition, retorted, I am not. If you were not angry, why were you preparing to slam the car door and leave? What were you planning to do if you were angry? How do you know this? And Ming Zhao looked at him in shock. After all, he had raised her, and he could discern her intentions with a mere flicker of her eyelids. Even when she was sulking like a pufferfish, she believed others could not see through her facade. He fixed his gaze upon her, signaling her not to lie. What more could she say? Ming Zhao averted her eyes. Our esteemed young master Zhou is handsome and wealthy, giving me an unlimited card to spend. I am so envious. She lied to you. Zhou Tingyun sighed in exasperation. How can you be so naive? Ming Zhao replied dryly. Oh, but is there anything else? He inquired. Do not bottle it up. After a long silence, when no response came, Zhou Tingyun sighed. He placed his palm on her cheek, gently lifting her gaze. Her soft cheek sank into his hand, her downcast eyes resolutely refusing to meet his, her tightly pressed lips betraying her displeasure. We are family. Zhou Tingyun's voice was steady. Why do you always choose to believe outsiders? Or did Zhao Zhao do this on purpose, wanting to make me angry? What a peculiar situation it is. Just moments ago, a certain family member had their feathers ruffled, and subsequently another remark seemed to tread upon her tail. Why did she deliberately seek to provoke him? This is nothing short of slander. It feels as though she is being unjustly accused. Ming Zhao, in a fit of anger, felt the urge to bite him, only to have her cheeks gently pinched on either side, with her mouth sealed shut. All she could manage were indistinct mutterings of indignation. Zhou Tingyun, I still wish to see people. Thus, the imprint of her teeth ultimately settled on the back of his hand. Zhou Tingyun did not resist Ming Zhao's biting. In fact, during their childhood, she had taken pleasure in nipping at him. Back then, he would fondly touch her teeth, admiring their neatness and health. Her current biting signified that she remained the same domineering young lady. Contemplating this, Zhou Tingyun furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of regret for allowing her to associate with the Zhou family. Just a few days back from abroad, she had already learned to bottle up her frustrations. He gently squeezed her hand. How about we skip the meal? I shall escort you home. How could that be? No. Ming Zhao rejected his offer and questioned him, suggesting that his reluctance stemmed from some personal issue. After voicing her thoughts, she frowned, exclaiming, "Why do I feel like a wealthy lady who constantly suspects her husband of infidelity?" Before Zhou Tingyun could caution her to mind her words, she took the moral high ground to accuse him. Employing some internet platitude she must have acquired from who knows where. It's all your fault. You haven't provided enough security. I shall inform mother that you have been bullying me. Zhou Tingyun silently observed her theatrical display for a moment before retrieving his phone. Would you like me to assist you in calling your mother? The pretense of tears came to an abrupt halt. Ming Zhao obediently returned his phone to his pocket, stating, "There is no need for that, sir." Amid their playful banter, the vehicle gradually entered a narrow alley and came to a halt before a grand gate adorned with golden rings. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Ming Zhao attempted to make a swift exit but was pulled back by Zhou Tingyun. "Stand still." Reluctantly, Ming Zhao complied. A long cashmere blanket was wrapped around her waist. Cascading down to her boots, the man lowered his head to tie the blanket securely, nearly enveloping her entirely in his embrace. The delicate scent of wormwood wafted from his presence, imparting a sense of safety. Feeling rather languid, Ming Zhao leaned against him, soon complaining that it was tied too tightly to breathe, only to later say that if it were too loose, it might slip off as Zhou Tingyun patted her waist. Admonishing her to cease her antics, with his knuckles preserving a distance, he secured the blanket. His fingers, long and robust, inevitably brushed against her waist during the process. When he withdrew his hand, the thin fabric of her top was inadvertently lifted, and his fingertips unexpectedly grazed her tender skin. Zhou Tingyun momentarily hesitated. He had certainly held Ming Zhao before, a soft and pliable ball of rice dumpling, whose head, when resting on his shoulder, pressed out her rosy cheeks, compelling one to pinch her. Much like a soft pudding, however, the memories that should have been warm and beautiful were now overshadowed by that humid and oppressive night. The sweet fragrance lingered at his nostrils, while the lace's sensation pricked at his fingertips, embedding itself in his heart. Yet he would not push Ming Zhao away as he had done last time. As Aunt Lin had said, her feelings were sensitive, and a few more encounters might lead her to tears. Naturally, Zhou Tingyun tucked the clothing neatly back into the blanket and released his grip. All done, he, harboring his own guilt, failed to notice the girl's flushed ears. Chapter 16. In a turbulent world surrounded by towering walls, the grey-tiled roofs melded into the dim twilight of the evening, while the intricately carved wooden lamp exuded a warm, yellow glow. The two walked one after the other along the stone-paved path. Ming Zhao sensed something was amiss. Why did the places he had touched continue to feel aflame? Her waist, and her cheek from their last encounter, were both warm to the touch. She discreetly pressed her waist, attempting to dispel the tingling heat, but her gaze inadvertently fell to his side. This was the hand she had held since childhood, cold, fair, long, and clean, with faint blue veins that suddenly protruded when he exerted pressure. A faint mark from her bite still lingered on the back of his hand. Suddenly, Ming Zhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lost in her thoughts, that very hand extended toward her, palm facing upwards. "Watch your step," he instructed. Ming Zhao momentarily froze, yet her years of ingrained habits prevailed over her thoughts. While her mind was still untangling the confusion, her hand instinctively found its place atop his. Warmth seeped from her fingertips, and she inexplicably felt her face flush as if it might evaporate from the heat. No need for Lin Jiwei to remind her to check her reflection. She was well aware of how unflattering her appearance had become. Fortunately, night had fallen, and the autumn breeze of North City was sufficient to disperse the heat during their walk. Upon traversing the courtyard, they arrived at the living room. Zhou Tingyun introduced her to the guests, and Ming Zhao greeted those around her. The Zhou family was well acquainted with Ming Zhao, even if their cordiality was superficial. They all wore amiable smiles, showering her with red envelopes and gifts, affectionately calling her Zhao Zhao as if it were a warm reunion. They inadvertently turned the elder Zhou's birthday celebration into a gathering for the esteemed young lady Ming. The elder Zhou was practically fuming, coughing heavily, and only then did the various branches of the family realize they needed to temper their enthusiasm. "What on earth is wrong with you? You return home and don't even send your sister off," he scolded Zhou Tingyun with a sharp tone. Ming Zhao, displeased, puffed up her cheeks as Zhou Tingyun maintained a stoic expression, merely glancing toward the second branch at his uncle Li Zhou. Yuan stiffened and hastily interjected, "It's nothing, Siyu is with Qian and will be back shortly." The elder Zhou felt a tightness in his chest, utterly helpless. In the past, when Huayu Group was faltering, the internal strife within the Zhou family was severe. At his advanced age, he was overwhelmed when he accidentally learned that the formidable President Zhou of Mingwei Group was actually his long-lost grandson. He quickly negotiated with Madame Ming. Both were seasoned players in the business world. Madame Ming had evidently spoken with Zhou Tingyun beforehand and secured his agreement, subsequently leveraging this to extract a substantial sum from the Zhou family before allowing him to return. Of course, Zhou Tingyun did not disappoint his expectations, managing to bring the unruly figures to heel within a few short years. However, the thought of the profits he had relinquished made the elder Zhou feel a pang of pain. And seeing Ming Zhao only exacerbated his displeasure. The cunning nature of mothers often hinted that daughters would only surpass their mothers in guile. Observing Zhou Tingyun's defense of her, the elder Zhou felt the urge to procure himself an oxygen mask. Not long after, the sound of a car door closing echoed outside as Zhou Siyub Zhou Qian and others stepped in, accompanied by a graceful woman. She possessed a serene demeanor, exuding both cleanliness and decisiveness. The elder Zhou finally wore a smile the moment he laid eyes on her. Miss Fong from Tongsun Group. Fong Yuanshuang. Ming Zhao recognized her. Miss Fong had once praised her for her competence and capabilities as grandfather. Fong Yuanshuang approached with a smile, linking her arm through his. How have you been lately? Oh, much the same, the elder Zhou grunted. If only certain individuals would refrain from vexing me. As they made their way to the dining room, the two individuals he had referred to trailed behind. Engrossed in their own world, completely oblivious to the elder Zhou's sarcasm, Ming Zhao remarked, I feel this place is rather bare. Adding a few ginkgo trees would enhance its beauty. Zhou Tingyun merely acknowledged her with a sound. And perhaps persimmons and pomegranates to prevent it from appearing too dreary. Zhou Tingyun nodded, inquiring if they should consider transplanting some for her family. The elder Zhou. Upon reaching the dining room, the elder Zhou sat at the head of the table. Everyone was waiting for Zhou Tingyun to take the seat to his left, but to their astonishment, he pulled out a chair and gestured for Ming Zhao to sit. The atmosphere turned peculiar. The elder Zhou's expression darkened further. However, Ming Zhao, undeterred by the thoughts of others, did not hesitate to honor Zhou Tingyun's wishes and stepped forward. Hence, she found herself seated beside the elder Zhou on her right and Zhou Tingyun on her left. A dilemma arose. The seat to the right of the head table remained vacant, and no one dared to occupy it. The elder Zhou took a deep breath, unable to suppress a glare at Ming Zhao. Urging everyone to feel at ease, observing this, Zhou Qian swiftly seized the opportunity to sit beside Zhou Tingyun. Determined to protect his ship Fong Yuanshuang, the elder Zhou was on the verge of apoplexy. Wishing to kick Zhou Qian for his lack of situational awareness, Chen Lanfang gritted her teeth, discreetly pinching Zhou Qian's thigh beneath the table. Zhou Qian howled, Mother, why are you pinching me? Chen Lanfang had not anticipated such a ruckus. Feeling embarrassed, she worried her face might be completely ruined. You enough. The elder Zhou, heart aching from anger, commanded, Let us eat. In a world filled with chaos, the two of them savored a moment of tranquility. As the dishes were served, it became apparent that the servants had placed several rare delicacies before Ming Zhao, which had seldom graced the old residence. The elder Zhou felt his temples throb. What is the meaning of this? He inquired, striving to maintain his composure. The servant paused, glancing nervously at Zhou Tingyun. It's what the sir instructed me to specially prepare for Miss Ming. Just a few dishes. The elder Zhou attempted to reassure himself, reasoning that it was unnecessary to be petty and quarrel with the younger generation over such trifles. Not so. After the meal, when the servant timidly presented Ming Zhao with a plate of desserts, the elder Zhou could no longer contain himself. He scolded, If you're picky, that is one thing, but you. Ming Zhao blinked, pushing the cake toward the elder Zhou. Grandfather, happy birthday, before she could finish her sentence. The elder Zhou felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or expel the words. Where on earth had this saccharine confection come from? It was both cloying and sticky. Was this how she typically sweet-talked her not-so-valuable grandson? At this juncture, attempting to matchmake him with Miss Fong would be rather impolite. After dinner, the elder Zhou apologized to Fong Yuanshuang. The woman shook her head, explaining, Mr. Zhou has long informed me that he would not consider a marriage alliance. I merely wish to pursue a potential collaboration. The elder Zhou sighed repeatedly, observing her ambition. After all, a business marriage is merely a different form of partnership and obtaining greater benefits. Surely that was worthwhile? Chapter 17. A sweet lotus-pink nightgown. The rain poured heavily. Moisture seeped through the window, which had not been properly closed, intensifying the chill of this autumn night, as if one could smell the scent of rainwater. Due to the intensifying influence of thunderstorm clouds, it is anticipated that our city will experience heavy rainfall in the coming 1 to 3 hours. I urge all citizens to take necessary precautions. Meanwhile, the news in the living room continues to report that Ming Zhao has gifted an exquisite red sandalwood scroll box to old Master Zhou, containing an authentic Song Dynasty flower and bird painting. The meticulous craftsmanship brings the artwork to life, as if one could sense the fragrance of the flowers and hear the melodious chirping of birds. The more old Master Zhou gazes, the more his excitement grows. Though he maintains a facade of calm indifference, he feigns a cough, acknowledging, I must admit, you have some taste, my dear. He then suppresses a smile and gestures for the servant to take it away. Ming Zhao's eyes curve slightly, and she playfully nudges Zhou Tingyun's shoulder. He lowers his gaze and sees the sparkling glimmer in her eyes that seems to say, Aren't I impressive? Praise me. He pinches her cheek but refrains from saying that she need not put in such effort to impress him. Not wanting to dampen her spirits, old Master Zhou, completely oblivious to his grandson's thoughts, calls out as he sees the two heading outside, Hey! Ming Zhao turns back in confusion. What are you doing running around in such heavy rain? Old Master Zhou's expression remains stern as he coldly huffs. The Zhou family is not so destitute as to lack a room. At that moment, a resounding clap of thunder echoes through the air. causing her to instinctively retract her neck. Zhou Tingyun gently pats her back in reassurance, directing his gaze towards the cascading water outside. The slick roads on rainy days indeed make it unfit for driving. Old Master Zhou observes this with a furrowed brow and mutters, "You have less courage than an ant." Upon hearing this, the girl becomes spirited, as she relishes the opportunity to challenge others, playfully inching closer to Zhou Tingyun. "I'm so scared," she feigns, her mischievous expression betraying her intentions. Of the man, however, does not shun her proximity, remaining calm and indulgent. Frustrated, Old Master Zhou turns a blind eye and instructs the servant to swiftly take this troublesome girl upstairs. On the second-floor corridor, recalling Aunt Lin's words, Ming Zhao curiously asks Zhou Tingyun, "Do you have a room here?" "Yes, but I rarely stay," he replies. "I used to stay more often a few years back." Just as Ming Zhao is about to inquire about his room's appearance, they arrive at the guest room door, and the lights illuminate. The interior is decorated in a modern Chinese style, primarily in deep hues, with much of the space left white, showcasing beautifully shaped porcelain adorned with vibrant peacock wood. Zhou Tingyun opens a drawer at the entrance and hands her a knitted fabric bag. This is a set of toiletries prepared for temporary guests, containing high-quality silk undergarments. Most of Ming Zhao's clothes are made from this material, ensuring comfort. She accepts the bag and asks, "Which floor is your room on?" "It's the third room on your left," Zhou Tingyun replies, stepping into the bathroom to adjust the water temperature to her preferences. The girl follows closely behind like a clingy little shadow, instinctively seeking the comfort of someone familiar in an unfamiliar environment. As her gaze sweeps past the hooks beside the bathroom, she suddenly remembers something and tugs at his shirt hem. "What about my pajamas?" Zhou Tingyun pauses momentarily. After a brief silence, he replies calmly, "I'll get it for you later." Ming Zhao is puzzled. "Whose pajamas will you be getting? Surely there are none of hers here." She certainly does not wish to wear his clothes. The man falls into rare silence. Ming Zhao is the princess and the pea, yet he is not overly particular about fabric, knowing she would feel uncomfortable in his things. However, the matter of him having her nightgown, Zhou Tingyun ponders for a moment on how to explain. It was likely that Aunt Lin, while tidying up, inadvertently mixed Ming Zhao's nightgown in with his shirts and placed them together in the closet. He, being preoccupied with the complexities of the Zhou family affairs, happened to stay here for a while and discovered the unfamiliar fabric while unpacking his suitcase. He could have easily returned it or neatly folded it away, which would have been more reasonable. However, at that time, Ming Zhao was abroad, away from his side. The man quietly gazes at the nightgown in his hands, his fingertips imbued with a faint fragrance. Ultimately, he decides to hang it in the wardrobe. Aunt Lin must have made a mistake, Zhou Tingyun says, omitting his own overstepping behavior. Ming Zhao thinks little of it, her mood instantly brightening as she feels fortunate upon arriving at the room's entrance. She peeks through the door crack, adopting a polite demeanor, as if she were not the one who barged into his room unannounced earlier. "Come in," Zhou Tingyun says, bringing her act to an end. The decor of the guest room bears little difference from the rest of the house, emphasizing cleanliness and simplicity. However, as this is Zhou Tingyun's second home, she curiously examines every corner, touching this and that, until the wardrobe door creaks open. She approaches him, pressing close by his side. The next moment, she notices an incongruous sight amidst a row of dark formal attire, a delicate, sweet lotus-pink silk nightgown hanging prominently. It is soft and youthful, a stark contrast against the otherwise muted palette of the wardrobe, subtly hinting at an ambiguous undertone. Ming Zhao feels inexplicably flustered, her voice trembling as she stammers, "Why haven't you folded it?" In her impression, Zhou Tingyun has always been composed and restrained. He conducts himself with utmost diligence and adheres to decorum in his interactions, never overstepping boundaries. The presence of her nightgown in his wardrobe must be due to her insistence on placing it there. The man's long fingers gently tap on the wardrobe door. "It can easily crease," he explains, yet he struggles to find a valid reason. Nevertheless, Ming Zhao still feels her heart race, especially when she bites her lip. Watching him retrieve the hanger, his slender fingers teasing the delicate shoulder straps, the nightgown slips from his grasp, softly falling into his palm. As he extends it towards her, the area where he held it bears slight creases. His long, prominent fingers naturally handle this intimate garment, and under the soft pink fabric, an unintended allure emerges. On someone as composed and calm as Zhou Tingyun, it surprisingly conveys a sense of frivolity and impropriety. Chapter 18. Damn the old stickler. After finishing her shower and putting on her clothes, Ming Zhao suddenly recalls the image of the man casually unhooking the shoulder strap. She glances at her reflection in the mirror. Just as one strap slides down moments later, her face flushes crimson. The reflection staring back at her resembles a cooked shrimp, steam rising like the heat from her forehead. Ming Zhao quickly splashes her face with cold water. She realizes she is not being rational. It must be because she hasn't seen Zhou Tingyun for too long. Yes, that must be it. After finding a compelling justification, her flushed cheeks gradually cool down. It seems she should indeed foster more communication, she thinks. As Zhou Tingyun steps out of the bathroom, he finds a pink bundle sprawled on his bed, engrossed in her phone. It is not surprising. Ming Zhao has a personality that craves companionship, especially in a place unfamiliar to her. Glancing at her damp hair, still dripping, Zhou Tingyun says, "Dry your hair before playing." Ming Zhao, feeling lazy, sprawls out like a pancake. "You blow dry it for me," she commands him effortlessly as Zhou Tingyun takes the hairdryer and sits at the edge of the bed. He gently removes the dry cap from her head, carefully winding it around her hair to avoid tangling. Then presses it against the ends to absorb the moisture. Ming Zhao cooperates, leaning over to rest her head on his lap, believing this position makes it easier for him to dry her hair. With her upper body draped across his legs, she is warm and soft, catching him off guard. Ming Zhao's loungewear incorporates built-in padding as she finds it cumbersome to wear a bra at home. However, even with the layer of fabric, human imagination can run wild and uncontrollable, and even with eyes closed, sensations, scents, and fleeting images can paint vivid pictures, particularly for men, who tend to think with their lower halves. Zhou Tingyun speaks softly. "Ming Zhao, what?" She doesn't lift her head, or Zhou Tingyun feels it necessary to have a word with her, giving her back a gentle pat. "Sit up properly." His tone is somewhat indifferent, prompting Ming Zhao to reluctantly set down her phone and sit up. In the process, her shoulder strap slides down again. Ming Zhao frowns in annoyance. These straps are so slippery. The psychological cues from the bathroom have done their job. Her cheeks remain unflushed, and she naturally pulls it back up, even pondering whether she has lost weight due to unfamiliar surroundings. Completely unaware, the slight rise and fall of her collarbone captivates Zhou Tingyun's attention. How could there be lychees in the deep autumn of North City? Yet, the partially peeled lychee reveals a glistening, translucent flesh, sweet and juicy. Upon biting, the mattress sinks slightly under her weight as she watches Zhou Tingyun rise to leave. Still processing the moment, before suddenly a dark shadow looms over her. A coat is draped over her head. The man states coolly, "Put it on." Ming Zhao, taken aback, is unsure of his intentions but perceiving his rather indifferent demeanor, obediently complies. Unfortunately, the situation does not improve. With her damp hair framing her face, a few strands cling to her skin, rendering her complexion even more pale, her lively eyes slightly uplifted, gazing at him innocently. The oversized black shirt covers her pink nightgown entirely, yet highlights her shapely legs even more strikingly. She seems like a mystical creature descended from the mountains. He diverts his gaze, focusing instead on the droplets clinging to her hair tips, soaking into the dark fabric beneath. "I should have told you that there are differences between men and women," he remarks. "Here we go again." Ming Zhao finds his line of reasoning utterly irritating. Are all men this way? Why did he not mention the differences when he called her baby and sweetheart before? Now that she is 18, suddenly it is all about gender distinctions. It is utterly perplexing. Ming Zhao thinks to herself, feeling he is the type of parent who, after being warm and caring, suddenly cuts off financial support the moment the child turns 18, the one who strictly forbids dating in high school but urges marriage right after college. Her face, still glistening with droplets, contorts in annoyance. "If you don't want to talk to me anymore, just say so. There's no need for all this beating around the bush." Zhou Tingyun is at a loss for how she has gone off on a tangent again. Zhao Ming, unwilling to listen, decisively got out of bed, refusing to blow dry her hair any longer. Still feeling disgruntled, she muttered under her breath, "With numerous matters at hand, he would certainly be eager to assist me in blowing my hair dry." The atmosphere fell into silence. She knew precisely how to provoke Zhou Tingyun's anger. Meeting the man's calm gaze, Zhao Ming felt a surge of guilt and was about to make her escape. In the next moment, her waist was seized, and she stumbled back onto the bed. The man's grip was gentle, and the mattress was sufficiently soft, sparing Zhao Ming any pain. Yet, as he looked down at her, an alarm bell of danger blared in her mind. Feeling flustered, she attempted to struggle free. "Weren't we supposed to blow dry my hair?" Zhou Tingyun's voice was cool and indifferent. The girl froze momentarily, bewildered. Is the crisis averted just like that, still in a daze? She watched him sit down and pat his thigh, motioning for her to come over. No, Zhou Tingyun could not possibly be this easy to talk to. She hesitated, forcing a smile. "Brother. Don't dawdle." Zhao Ming swallowed her pride and silently lay back down. Zhou Tingyun glanced at her and gently lifted her. Her abdomen pressed against his thigh, and the oddly familiar position filled her with an ominous premonition. She was about to rise when Zhao Ming's pupils dilated. "Zhou Tingyun, was he out of his mind?" She struggled violently, but Zhou Tingyun easily pinned her wrists behind her back. Desperate, unable to move her hands, she bit down on his thigh. The man showed no sign of discomfort. While Zhao Ming could only hold on for so long before her mouth began to ache, he patiently waited for her to calm down before releasing her. Still not obedient, his tone remained calm. Zhao Ming bit her lip, feeling a deep sense of humiliation like never before. From her ears to the nape of her neck, she blushed crimson, a mix of urgency, shame, and anger bubbling within her. This man was utterly insane. Heartless, devoid of humanity, an absolute pervert. She was already 21. Did he finally realize she was 21? Seeing the girl finally being compliant, Zhou Tingyun picked up the hairdryer and began to dry her damp hair. "Zhao Ming, what did I just tell you?" She gritted her teeth, her voice muffled as Zhou Tingyun. "You're dead. I'm going to tell mommy that you actually..." She couldn't even finish her sentence. "Yes, tell mom, let her know her precious daughter is preparing to show compassion and help the underprivileged." While being held by someone whose company is worth less than 4 billion and then gets spanked, I am lying down, is there a difference? At that moment, both were in a fit of anger. The girl has shoulders, neck, and arms flushed with a faint pink hue, her collar button undone, revealing her delicate shoulders. The straps of her top had long slipped down, yet her slender wrists remained trapped in his grasp. Unable to break free, Zhou Tingyun, maintaining a serious expression, was determined to teach her a lesson but did not forget to help her adjust her shirt and pull the light blanket over her legs. He then placed his phone in front of her and released one of her hands. Call now. How could she possibly make the call? First of all, being 21 and still getting spanked was humiliating enough. And that insufferable old-fashioned man had complete control over her education. Mommy would merely respond with a perfunctory, "Remember to listen to your brother Tingyun," before hanging up, however, before she could explode with anger. The phone screen lit up. Incoming video call from Mommy. Chapter 19. How could it smell so good? Zhou Tingyun released his grip, while Zhao Ming hurriedly sat up. Once the video connected, a strange background filled the screen. And Ms. Ming asked curiously, "Darling, aren't you at home? It's raining too heavily." "Mommy," Zhao Ming explained, "I'm temporarily staying at the Zhou's for the night." Ms. Ming then recalled that today was indeed Zhou's grandfather's birthday banquet. And where is Tingyun? At the mention of him, the girl let out a soft huff. "Over there." She carelessly angled the camera toward Zhou Tingyun, her movements exceedingly perfunctory, revealing her dissatisfaction through the screen. Ms. Ming laughed. "What happened, darling? Did you get scolded? Did you upset your brother Tingyun?" "How could she have upset him, Mommy? It was clearly him." Her words halted as she glared at Zhou Tingyun, her delicate brows furrowed. Zhou Tingyun not only did not intervene but calmly awaited her to complain. Zhao Ming ground her teeth. "He hit me." The girl's sweet voice was filled with grievance. Ms. Ming was used to their playful bickering, especially since Zhao Ming was often the one taking advantage of Zhou Tingyun, only to hide behind him when she made mistakes. Yet, Ms. Ming still adopted a serious tone to inquire, "What? How dare he hit our darling? Where did he hit you? Let Mommy see." As her words fell, an eerie silence ensued. Ms. Ming noticed her daughter's suddenly flushed face and the man's fleetingly silent expression on the screen, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming had already mentally cursed Zhou Tingyun 1,000 times. Feeling aggrieved as she reached out to pinch him, only to have her wrist caught, she pulled back with all her might, but to no avail. She then attempted to kick him, stamping on his calf in a chaotic manner. Her slender ankles showed a hint of pink, her movements resembling a playful scratch. Lacking any real force, Zhou Tingyun shifted his gaze away, maintaining his composure as he changed the subject. "Mom, how is the Shangzhou project coming along?" Once work was mentioned, Ms. Ming quickly forgot this little episode, unabashedly cursing Zhou Tingyun's uncle for being useless and daring to send business spies to muddy the waters. She also recalled the purpose of the call, to assure Zhao Ming that despite her busy schedule, she would definitely return home for the new year. Zhao Ming was indifferent to her mother's promises, which often fell flat. In fact, the festive atmosphere abroad felt more vibrant to her, as an international student. She often yearned for home, gathering with friends to celebrate. They would rise early to buy lanterns and red envelopes, hiding coins within dumplings, showcasing their culinary skills in succession. In the evening, they would watch the Spring Festival Gala while critiquing it, then head to the rooftop to set off fireworks, experiencing the most lively New Year celebrations of their 4 years. It would certainly not be quieter than being at home. After the video call ended, Zhou Tingyun caught her kicking at him under the blanket, pushing her back down. He wrapped her up snugly, holding her close as he dried her hair. Zhao Ming was reluctant to cooperate, but she had been bundled up like an unwieldy spring roll, making it difficult to move. The warm air blew, yet her small face felt like a block of ice. A poke would likely send icicles flying. Once her hair was half dry, he paused, having calmed down and reflecting on his actions. No matter how angry he was, he should not have resorted to violence. Though he had controlled his strength, she was not a child anymore. Such methods of discipline were unacceptable. He often acted too impulsively regarding her matters. Upon hearing the man apologize, Zhao Ming straightened her back immediately. "Zhou Tingyun, do you realize how unreasonable you are being? Do I not have any dignity?" Her tone grew bold. "It's clearly your fault, yet you demand so much for just drying my hair." "Indeed, I have been unreasonable." He acknowledged his mistake, relieved that she was no longer angry, and gently combed her hair. Her fine hair required delicate handling. The spring roll wobbled like a clumsy toy, bumping into him. "You're so annoying. Don't think that just because you say a few nice words, it's all forgiven." "What should I do then?" Zhou Tingyun inquired earnestly. "Don't rush, I have my own rhythm," she replied, shaking her head. "Let me think carefully about how to enslave you in the future." The word enslave was quite precise, and Zhou Tingyun found it fitting, encapsulating his past 18 years and likely his forthcoming decades. Zhao Ming paused for a moment, then finally reacted to Zhou Tingyun. "Are you implying something?" "Not at all," he replied evenly. Zhao Ming glared at him in anger, swiftly declaring her punishment. "Your room is nice, but now it's mine. I'm sleeping here." "You go sleep in the guest room." With that, she ignored his potential objections and flopped onto the bed, determined not to move. The master bedroom was naturally superior to the guest room, and Zhou Tingyun had initially intended for her to stay there. He patted the thinly stuffed spring roll and reminded her, "Take off your shirt, or else the princess and the pea won't sleep well tonight." As his words fell, the spring roll on the bed rustled. And moments later, a slender white arm emerged, the slightly pink, rounded fingertips tugged at the black shirt, pulling it off and tossing it onto Zhou Tingyun. This was a rather normal action, yet, perhaps due to the shirt being worn by her for too long or because she had been wrapped in the blanket, it had absorbed her scent. It was simply not intoxicating. In that instant, Zhou Tingyun felt a sharp pang at his temples. How could it smell so good? It was said that if a person did not wear perfume yet still emitted a natural fragrance, it indicated a genetic selection. He had once believed that this choice was a gift from the heavens, allowing him to possess the most cherished, one-of-a-kind treasure in the world. The sweet aroma of her presence was originally soft and adorable, reminiscent of warm winter sunlight and morning dew in the mist, a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, vivid and exuberant, yet he had unknowingly let it transform into a delicate, intertwining sweetness that made his heart flutter. Zhou Tingyun narrowed his eyes slightly, suppressing his wandering thoughts as he stood up to leave. "Don't play on your phone too late," he still said, his voice tinged with an unnoticeable hoarseness. Chapter 20, Compassionate Gaze. In the study, rain poured relentlessly outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the heavy downpour drumming against the glass and creating a thick curtain of water that blurred everything beyond. Yuan Shuang asked, "Is it true that you have no intention of getting married in your lifetime?" Zhou Lao's face was taut and stern, as if enveloped in a layer of frost. Zhou Tingyun had initially planned to head downstairs for a glass of ice water but was called into the study while passing through the hallway. Upon hearing this question, he calmly admitted, "Yes." Old Master Zhou stared wide-eyed and incredulous. "Do you know what you were saying?" he exclaimed. "He is the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, the heir to the Zhou lineage. And yet he wishes to remain unmarried for life. You have more than one grandson." The man, unfazed by the elder's agitation, remained calm. The old man furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such a decision. He could not fathom why the grandson he had high hopes for would entertain such a rebellious notion. If you refuse to accept an arranged marriage, that is one thing, but to forego marriage altogether, what does that mean? Are you intending to remain a bachelor for life? How can you bear to let down the ancestors of the Zhou family? Zhou Tingyun retorted, "If you truly have nothing better to do, I could assist you in starting a matchmaking agency." His flippant words sent old Master Zhou into a fit of rage, nearly causing him a heart attack. He simply could not understand why his grandson, who excelled in every way, was so utterly barren in matters of the heart, unable to find a wife at his age, and yet, he clung to some absurd notion of remaining unmarried, while he had already kissed a girl at the tender age of 18. This supposed blue surpassing blue was nothing but nonsense, truly disgraceful. As his thoughts raced, old Master Zhou suddenly grasped something, his expression shifting dramatically. Though he held disdain for Zhou Tingyun, he begrudgingly acknowledged that the boy possessed a charm reminiscent of his own youth. Undoubtedly the type to attract many young ladies. Speak honestly, do you? Old Master Zhou felt a need for a quick remedy for his heart. Do you prefer men? Being a traditionalist, he found it utterly unacceptable for his grandson to have such inclinations. Zhou Tingyun raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "You are rather fashionable," he remarked. "If that thought helps you to accept this better." Upon hearing this, old Master Zhou immediately exhaled in relief. "If that is the case, that it can be dealt with. As someone who has been through it all, let me advise you. Before I met your grandmother, I shared your sentiments. You simply have yet to meet someone you truly like. Marriage is best entered into sooner rather than later." Zhou Tingyun, unwilling to engage in further debate, replied coolly, "There will be no one I like." "What kind of talk is that?" The old man was about to erupt in anger, prepared to bang the table, when his hand inadvertently brushed against something cold and hard. Looking down, he saw a Zeaton-wood scroll box quietly resting there. It was a birthday gift from Ming Zhao, a girl whose ancient paintings he delighted in collecting. Her youthful visage flashed through his mind, and old Master Zhou suddenly understood, exclaiming helplessly, "Even if you do settle down, it won't hinder your care for that girl. Besides, wouldn't it be better for her to have an additional sister-in-law? The bond between them would be more fitting than yours." "It has nothing to do with her," Zhou Tingyun interjected coldly, his voice firm. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere thickened to silence enveloping them. Old Master Zhou, a seasoned veteran in the business world, keenly sensed the chill in his tone, an instinctive form of protection. Observing their interactions, he had already sensed something amiss, and now that feeling was escalating. The old man's expression truly darkened, a mix of solemnity, authority, and inquiry washing over him. "You better know what you are doing, Zhou Tingyun." "I do," Zhou Tingyun replied, his gaze unwavering. He had not consciously distanced himself from Ming Zhao, so it was no surprise he would be guessed. The next moment, a dull thud echoed, "You wretched thing." A porcelain cup struck his forehead before shattering on the floor. "She is only 21, and you are already 29. Old Master Zhou, having thrown a cup in frustration, could hardly contain his ire, wishing he could use a rattan stick to beat some sense into him. "Do you realize you are leading her astray?" How proud he had once been of this grandson, and now he felt an equal measure of disappointment. He never imagined that beneath this seemingly respectable facade lay such treachery. Zhou Tingyun stood silently, offering no defense, fully aware of his transgressions. The thoughts swirling in his mind were unspeakable. A gentleman observes actions, not intentions, yet he had failed on both counts, even if he planned to remain unmarried for life. Merely ensuring she wedded someone worthy would suffice, yet he could never bring himself to sever ties with her. Old Master Zhou gazed at the blood trickling down Zhou Tingyun's forehead, a mix of urgency and anger washing over him. How could the Zhou family have produced such a scoundrel? It was far too easy for an elder to deceive a naive girl armed with sufficient life experience, a mature demeanor, and the inherent trust afforded by the brotherly title. It was more than enough to ensnare an innocent heart. How could he betray Ming Zhang's kindness in taking him in? Old Master Zhou struggled to calm the tempest within, taking a deep breath. Speak plainly, what are your true feelings for Ming Zhao? It was both a warning and a reminder. Outside rain lashed against the windows, enveloping the city in a torrential downpour. Zhou Siyu intercepted Ming Zhao in the corridor, urgently tugging her toward the study. Grandpa and Tingyun seemed to be arguing. I heard the servants say something was broken. What? Ming Zhao responded, puzzled. Breaking things? That doesn't sound like Zhou Tingyun at all. It was hard to imagine him angry enough to throw things. Curiosity piqued, she followed Zhou Siyu to the study door. The door was ajar, the wind nudging it open with a creak, producing an eerie sound in the quiet atmosphere. She peered inside and her pupils constricted. Just as she was about to push the door open, Zhou Siyu grabbed her, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Ming Zhao, agitated, struggled, insisting, "Let me go. Grandpa cannot throw cups at him. Mom has never resorted to violence." The shattered porcelain scattered across the floor, blood trickling from the corner of his brow. Zhou Siyu merely wished to make Ming Zhao aware that her presence was obstructing Zhou Tingyun's marriage prospects, never anticipating the situation would escalate to such severity. With Grandpa resorting to throwing a cup in anger, she could not allow Ming Zhao to enter and bear the brunt of the old man's wrath. Holding her tightly, Ming Zhao was bewildered by Zhou Siyu's seemingly frail appearance. Yet her grip was surprisingly strong. Speak plainly, what are your true feelings for Ming Zhao? Their tug-of-war came to a halt. Why was this argument involving her? Ming Zhao strained to listen, confusion evident. Time passed. The second hand taking away, the sound of rain gradually fading, leaving only the quiet rhythm of their breathing. I merely see her as a sister, he stated. As his words fell, a thunderous roar seemed to threaten to split the heavens. Lightning illuminated the dark night, casting a glow on Ming Zhao's worried expression. On the other side of the door, Zhou Siyu's gaze was filled with sympathy as she looked at Ming Zhao. Realizing the coldness of his tone, Chapter 21, a combination of receiving and taking, Zhou Siyu gently remarked, "Don't be too heartbroken. I never expected that Tingyun would treat you so well, only to regard you as a sister." What else would it be? Ming Zhao questioned. Perplexed, Zhou Siyu found herself momentarily speechless. How could she be so oblivious to everything? Perhaps it was her own inability to express herself. Wasn't she supposed to like Zhou Tingyun? Why was there no reaction to this? As Ming Zhao processed Zhou Siyu's words, she suddenly paused. It felt like the plot of a drama. What was that typical storyline? The male lead comes to realize his true feelings, pursuing the female lead through fire and brimstone. Wait, wife, something felt off. Ming Zhao's mind began to swirl with confusion, until a flash of eye-catching red caught her attention, stark against her pale skin, scattering her thoughts. Coming to her senses, she broke free from Zhou Siyu's grasp and rushed inside. Zhao Zhao. Old Master Zhou looked at the pink projectile that had just burst through the doorway in surprise. Before he could utter a word, the projectile landed squarely in the arms of a certain debonair rogue. Zhou Tingyun instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Seeing her distressed demeanor, he frowned and promptly readjusted the shirt draped over his arm to cover her. Yudani intended to ask her what was wrong but suddenly halted. The girl before him was pouting, staring at him, her eyes reddening visibly, her nose turning pink, looking exceedingly pitiful. Ming Zhao had never taken care of anyone before and didn't know how to proceed. She could only recall how when she fell Zhou Tingyun would cup her face and gently blow on her forehead's bruise, hence she tiptoed to wipe the blood from his face, imitating his earlier actions. "Does it still hurt?" she asked softly. A feather-like touch settled over his heart. Zhou Tingyun's eyes flickered, and he restrained the impulse to kiss her eyes as he had in their childhood, brushing his fingertip against the reddening corner of her eyes. "It's fine," he said softly, "it doesn't hurt." Nearby, Old Master Zhou observed their affectionate exchange, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The blatant display of impropriety was utterly shocking. How could he face Ming Zhang? "I'm sorry, though you showed great kindness in rescuing my wayward grandson. He not only lacks gratitude but also intends to take your daughter away." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, slamming his hand on the table. "You all get out of here." The old man's fiery outburst startled Ming Zhao, causing her to shrink closer to Zhou Tingyun, who tightened his comforting embrace. Meeting Old Master Zhou's gaze cautiously, she immediately raised her hands in surrender. "Grandpa, if you scold him, you can't scold me. Can you?" Old Master Zhou was momentarily speechless. That wretched girl. Meanwhile, a faint smile surfaced in the depths of Zhou Tingyun's eyes. "Let's go back and get some rest." "Wait," Old Master Zhou called out warily. "Which guest room is Zhao Zhao staying in?" "She is in my main bedroom," Zhou Tingyun replied. "I am in the guest room on the second floor." "Both on the second floor?" Absolutely not. You go to the third floor. Old Master Zhou issued his command to I in the living room. Ming Zhao sat anxiously to the side, her gaze fixed on the family doctor as he tended to Zhou Tingyun's injuries. The family doctor was specifically assigned to care for the elderly Mr. Zhou. Given his deteriorating health at such an advanced age, a mere misstep could necessitate prompt treatment for the next few days. Avoid water and spicy foods, the doctor advised. Once the doctor departed, Ming Zhao clung to the man's arm, occasionally glancing at the freshly bandaged area on his forehead. Does it truly not hurt? You must heed the doctor's instructions and absolutely avoid water. You should eat something light. Zhou Tingyun's heart softened at her concern, but before he could respond, she uttered something vexatious. Otherwise, it will scar and ruin your looks, and that would be unfortunate. The man cast her a sidelong glance. She quickly added, it's alright, even if you do scar, I would never hold it against you. Stop joking, Zhou Tingyun retorted, pinching her cheek. Before she could protest, his fingers slipped down to her chin, gently grasping it. When did you come to the study? What did you overhear? He suddenly inquired, taken aback. She shook her head truthfully. I just arrived. Though Ming Zhao was well protected and spoiled, she was not entirely oblivious during her time abroad. She had encountered many experiences that widened her horizons. There were blonde-haired, blue-eyed suitors professing their love, tall athletes harassing her to ask if they could be her pet, and others inviting her to peculiar parties. She prided herself on not being emotionally obtuse, yet Zhou Tingyun occupied a unique position in her life, distinct from those other men. He embodied a mixture of emotions, blending characteristics of a mother, father, and elder brother all into one, causing her subconscious to resist those vague, yet unformed thoughts. Thus she overlooked the slight heaviness in her heart upon hearing that remark. The corridor lights emitted a soft glow, and the silence was punctuated only by the muted sound of footsteps muffled by the carpet. Zhou Tingyun lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her expression before withdrawing his gaze. Do you truly need to go to the third floor? The girl appeared somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? It's too quiet, she murmured, drawing her neck in. If you're scared, just call me on video later, Zhou Tingyun suggested. Just place your phone aside and don't hang up. Such feelings of fear about sleeping alone were not unfamiliar to her. In the past, Ming Zhao would sneak under Zhou Tingyun's covers, only to be caught and unceremoniously tossed out by him. Followed by a stern reprimand, she had fought many battles, and on one occasion she discovered he had locked the door against her. This led to a ruckus, with chaos ensuing. The outcome was that Zhou Tingyun was softened by her tears. Helplessly cradling her while soothing her and apologizing, using a soft towel to dry her face, promising never to lock the door again, Ming Zhao pondered. Perhaps she should try again. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. If it escalated and she faced reprimand at the Zhou residence, where would she hide her face? Did she not care about her dignity? Ming Zhao nestled into her blankets, her nose filled with the familiar scent of sandalwood. He only sees me as a sister. That phrase echoed in her ears, prompting her to touch her chest in confusion. Why did she often feel a sense of heaviness discomforting her? Shaking her head, she opened her phone and began scrolling through videos to distract herself. In this fragmented era, short dramas had become a trend, and with their emotionally charged content and broader themes, she often found herself captivated. As she swiped up, the screen suddenly displayed slender, pale fingers pressing against a man's chest. The strikingly beautiful female protagonist, resembling an innocent little rabbit, advanced step by step, cornering the tall man against the bed. With a gentle push, she pinned him down. The atmosphere was perfect, the soundtrack impeccable, and the visuals stunning. Ming Zhao found herself blushing, quickly dismissing any thoughts of sisterly affection. Her red lips brushed teasingly against the man's prominent nose, his tightly pressed lips, and the tantalizing movement of his Adam's apple. Her soft hands trailed slowly down his chiseled abdomen. Ming Zhao's face reddened further, her eyes sparkling. She recalled being dragged by a foreign friend to watch films where they claimed that good things must be shared. Air clearly favored local flavors, choosing films that were vibrant and passionate. Muscles glistened with sweat, golden hair flowing freely, punctuated by high-pitched screams. You don't like it? Air asked, surprised at Ming Zhao's stunned silence. You're not blushing or racing heart. You can't be that indifferent, right? Ming Zhao silently took a sip of water, explaining, well, perhaps back home, most prefer a more subtle style. One that teases and provokes. Just like this. A fair, delicate hand teasingly tugged at the waistband, pulling it free. A hand much larger than the female lead suddenly grasped her slender wrist, yet did not apply any real pressure, merely holding it loosely. The camera cut to the protagonists' faces. The man frowned deeply, the darkness in his eyes growing more oppressive until a muffled groan escaped him. The little rabbit raised an eyebrow in surprise, smiling as she spoke. Didn't you say you only see me as a sister? Then why did you? My dear brother, what? Ming Zhao's eyes widened in shock. The screen faded to black, marking the end of the episode. She stared blankly at her phone, the last line of tags glaring at her. Pseudo-sibling forced love post-transformation. Who was forcing whom? Just then, the ringtone abruptly sounded. She jolted, nearly dropping her phone. Ming Zhao could not bear to confront Zhou Tingyun, her ears seemingly echoing the explosive lines from the video, though the key phrases were muted, making it easy to guess their meaning. Yet, rejecting the video call would raise suspicion. She bit her lip, torn, and eventually positioned the camera towards the ceiling. Zhao Zhao, a voice came through. Ming Zhao, buried under her covers, replied with a soft hum. The other end fell silent, only the sound of gentle breathing filled the space. Serving as a form of companionship, however, in the stillness of the night, the sound of his breathing seemed amplified, gradually merging with the gasps from the video. Help! Ming Zhao's ears burned with embarrassment. Zhou Tingyun, please tell me a bedtime story, she hastily interjected, attempting to break the tension. He did not seem to mind her brusque demeanor. After a few seconds of searching, he began to read a story. It seemed to worsen. For some reason, his voice sounded oddly pleasant, carrying a slight rasp through the phone, his pace neither hurried nor slow, and the subtle sound of his Adam's apple rolling during pauses was distinctly audible. Ming Zhao felt dazed for a moment before realizing Zhou Tingyun was reading Walden, lulling her into a state of relaxation, yet, she had to admit, it was quite effective. This was the book she could never muster the courage to open beyond the first page. And even Zhou Tingyun's voice could not save her from its grasp. Her eyelids grew heavy, her head gradually tilting to the side. Soon Zhou Tingyun heard the faint sound of Ming Zhao's gentle snores. Reminiscent of a little pig, and a smile flickered in his eyes. The room was warm, with the heating turned up high, and Ming Zhao, cocooned in Zhou Tingyun's blankets, slept soundly, the faint, bittersweet aroma of sandalwood lingering in the air. Her rosy cheeks pressed against the pillow, a bead of crystalline sweat forming on her nose. As she felt the warmth becoming stifling, she furrowed her delicate brows, and at that moment, a corner of the blanket was lifted, letting a cool breeze in, providing her with relief. In the next instant, her ankle was gently grasped. A warm hand traced along her ankle, moving up to her calf. The rough pads of his fingers felt too coarse against her delicate skin. Quickly rousing her from her slumber, the familiar scent enveloped her, and his lips brushed against her earlobe. Why are you sweating so much, baby? His steady, gentle voice inquired. Ming Zhao's pupils dilated, and the fine prickling sensation that spread through her spine made her weak at the knees. Just as she was about to turn her head, he held her neck firmly in place, his fingers caressed her delicate skin, gradually trailing downward. Were you up to no good behind my back? Zhao 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 Zhao. In that moment of descending from the clouds, Ming Zhao jolted awake, her eyes snapping open, her consciousness slowly returned from the alluring chaos of her dreams, her gaze vacant as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Her ears buzzing. I've truly lost my mind. How could she have dreamt such a thing? The subject was morning light streamed in, and the video call from the previous night remained active, unbroken. Zhao Zhao? Ming Zhao's mind went blank, instinctively responding. Did you have a nightmare? He asked. What nightmare? Wait, her heart raced violently, and Ming Zhao's eyes widened in panic. He couldn't have heard anything, right? Anxious and tense, she nervously bit her lip and cautiously probed. How do you know? I just woke up this morning and heard someone crying and calling my name. His voice was deep and raspy from sleep. What kind of nightmare is so terrifying? Crying and calling his name, images of deeply embarrassing scenarios flooded her mind, and Ming Zhao felt her entire face ignite in flames, her ears burning with heat, almost as if they could boil an egg. It's all that video's fault. Zhou Tingyun merely wished to inquire about her sleep condition, yet the flushed cheeks before him appeared rather unusual, with the corners of her eyes tinged red and her gaze evasively darting away. With a barely perceptible frown, he asked her what nightmare had caused her to weep so uncontrollably. It seemed that his previous casualness had been ineffective. Ming Zhao nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothing. When she finally opened her eyes to fabricate an excuse, she stammered, I just dreamed that you were ignoring me. A cliché subject indeed. The man paused, his gaze shifting from the delicate, trembling tips of her fingers to her face. And he sighed softly. You shouldn't always cry into your pillow. It only makes things worse. He reached out, intending to touch her cheek, but was met with her instinctive retreat. The movement faltered, and Zhou Tingyun's dark eyes dimmed slightly as he simply watched her in silence. Ming Zhao's heart trembled. How mortifying, she realized, feeling a whirlwind of anxiety within her. Zhou Tingyun was most formidable when he had her under his thumb. Any hint of discomfort would be swiftly detected. She had been caught stealing lollipops countless times in her childhood. How could she possibly evade him now? But his hand, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward his hand, which grasped the pen so elegantly while signing the contract. Long and graceful, with slightly protruding knuckles, yet glimmering with a faint sheen, Ming Zhao wished she could bury herself in the ground just as she racked her brain for an explanation for her strange behavior. Zhou Tingyun preemptively apologized to her. When enveloped in his embrace, Ming Zhao momentarily froze, his once chaotic hand now gently patted her back, and he comforted her that dreams were the opposite of reality. Sternly reprimanding the Zhou Tingyun in her dream for ignoring her, that was a fabrication, he said, his voice deep and resonant. Why take it out on me? For a fleeting moment, Ming Zhao felt as if her heart were about to shatter. On one side stood a ruthless villain, and on the other, the calm and gentle Zhou Tingyun. Her racing heart desperately sought to conceal its turmoil, and Ming Zhao quietly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face into his chest, revealing only the tips of her crimson ears. At least she had not been discovered, she sighed in relief, behaving as she always had, inching closer, thinking, I don't care. It's all your fault anyway. My fault, he chuckled, his chest vibrating slightly. The sinner Zhou requests the young lady to join him for breakfast. In that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of the droplets of water glistening on her neck and the damp ends of her hair. Why are you suddenly taking a shower this morning? Ming Zhao nearly choked. With great difficulty, she explained the heating was too strong, and I sweated a lot. Zhou Tingyun thought little of it. He knew Ming Zhao was fastidious about cleanliness and would feel uncomfortable with even the slightest perspiration. Let us go, he said. Downstairs Zhou Lao observed the two descending together and couldn't help but scowl. The weather had cleared, and just after breakfast Zhou Lao solemnly announced, starting today, Zhou Tingyun, you will move out of the Ming family home and return to the Zhou residence. He absolutely could not allow these two to be alone together. Ming Zhao suddenly looked up, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Move back to the Zhou residence? Why? She anxiously cast a glance at Zhou Tingyun. Awaiting his refusal, Ming Zhao had never anticipated that he would agree. Thus, when she heard him calmly respond that he understood, a buzzing sensation filled her mind, and her pupils constricted. How could he do this? In an instant, a sense of betrayal surged within her. Was this what he meant by dreams and reality being opposite? Struggling to suppress her anger, Ming Zhao pinched her palm, unable to hold back. She abruptly stood up. I'm going home first. It wasn't as if she had never lived alone before. She thought coolly, whatever, I absolutely will not engage with Zhou Tingyun again. Zhao, before Zhou Tingyun could explain. He noticed her anger and immediately seized her arm. Two voices echoed simultaneously. Do whatever you want. I'll just have mommy find someone else to keep me company. The villa is empty. Why don't you move in with me for a while? The girl was momentarily stunned. I asked that what you meant. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ming Zhao awkwardly chuckled. I was joking. It's not easy to find a brother as brilliant, valiant, handsome, and wealthy as you. Noticing the deepening frown on his face, Ming Zhao quickly confessed, I'm sorry, yet she couldn't help but murmur under her breath, if only you had said something sooner. Zhou Tingyun shot her a cool glance. And she immediately resumed her previous demeanor, sitting down and sweetly smiling at him. Just remember to have Aunt Lin bring my toys as well. The man could hardly contain his laughter. Meanwhile, Zhou Lao's face darkened to a charcoal hue. When did I ever agree to this girl? No way, please don't leave this poor, lonely girl all alone in an empty house. Ming Zhao complained pitifully. She sighed dramatically. It's just like this, father doesn't care. Mother doesn't love, brother ignores, and grandfather doesn't manage. It's alright, I'm just an outsider. You all are family, so you don't need to worry about my feelings. Zhou Lao. Zhou Tingyun felt a surge of frustration. I am not ignoring you, outsider. Knowing she was deliberately playing the victim only made every word cut deeper. Truly here to collect debts. Before leaving, he coldly instructed Ming Zhao, if you need anything, just call. And don't run around recklessly like last time. Got it? The girl elongated her tone, her eyes sparkling. See you tonight. His gaze lingered on her charming dimples. He sighed silently and gently pinched her face. See you tonight. Zhou Lao felt as if his head were being drilled. Living together under his watch was certainly better than a lonely man and woman residing in the Ming family home. He reassured himself with this thought. Chapter 24. Zhou Tingyun. After Zhou Tingyun left, Ming Zhao wandered aimlessly in the old residence, occasionally teasing the parrot in the birdcage beneath the eaves or feeding a stray cat that had inexplicably wandered in. The wind chimes on the eaves swayed, producing a pleasant sound. Stepping outside for a stroll, she watched an elderly man play chess at the alley entrance and bought a sweet, crispy sugar oil cake from a small eatery. Taking a bite, she found it sweet yet not cloying, with a delightful crunch. Delicious, truly a perfect blend of sugar and oil, she thought, snapping a photo to send to Zhou Tingyun. However, after indulging in these activities, she glanced at the time and was astonished to find it was barely 11 o'clock. How could time pass so slowly? After having lunch with the family, Ming Zhao flopped onto the lazy swing in the yard. Rocking back and forth. So boring. She idly tapped into WeChat, opening the chat window with Wang Badan, her fingers poking at the screen absent-mindedly. What could this busy person possibly be doing? The next second, as if he had heard her thoughts, a flurry of replies suddenly appeared. The parrot is raised by Grandpa. If you tease it a bit, it might talk. You can try. Stray cats do occasionally come into the old residence. Be careful not to get scratched. The wind chimes are from a handicraft workshop in the old town. Do you like them? We can visit next time. Would you like to play chess this weekend? This sugar oil cake is indeed quite good. Don't lie down immediately after eating. Get up and walk around a bit. The last message left Ming Zhao dumbfounded. Was he monitoring her? She glanced at the scratch on her hand from the stray cat, awkwardly hiding it away, feeling as if he could see her. Standing up as if to fulfill a task, she walked a few steps. Soon satisfied, and returned to her previous position. After chatting a little longer, Zhou Tingyun had to attend to his work. He asked if there was anything she wanted to eat, promising to bring it back in the evening. Sugar oil cake, I want to eat it again. Heart, alright. After sending the message and setting her phone down, Ming Zhao languidly slumped in the swing, feeling inexplicably hollow inside. She used to spend time alone at home or go shopping with friends. But why did everything now feel so uninspiring? The game she once loved seemed dull, scrolling through videos lost its charm, and she dared not continue watching the short drama from yesterday, fearing it would lead to more bizarre dreams. Yet how could dreams be controlled? The weather was splendid today, the sky was a clear, vibrant blue, and the warm sun enveloped her, lulling her into drowsiness, with the little cat in the corner comfortably exposing its belly. Ming Zhao squinted her eyes, drifting into a nap. It should have been a delightful afternoon slumber had it not been for the dream where she kissed Zhou Tingyun in the dimly lit room. The quiet, viscous sound of water filled her ears, initially gentle, patient, and teasing. He coaxed her to part her lips, nibbling softly at her lip. Later, the hand around her waist tightened, his tall and robust figure pressing her against the door. His fingers weaving through her hair, gripping the back of her head, the kisses growing heavier, greedy in their pursuit. Ming Zhao was forced to tilt her head back, feeling as if she were being consumed entirely. Oxygen was stripped away, her lungs compressed, her nostrils, tongue, and every part of her saturated with a bittersweet, rich fragrance, enveloping her as she spiraled deeper, unable to break free, unable to awaken. She thought it might be sleep paralysis. Wondering why the kiss was so intense, would her lips swell? Just as she felt on the brink of fainting, Ming Zhao finally struggled to awaken from the dream. She clutched the armrest of the swing. Gasping for air, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears, what on earth was happening? Ming Zhao bit her lip fiercely, her cheeks aflame, her ears burning as if they might bleed. The image of his dark eyes filled with suppressed desire and the veins protruding on the back of his hand lingered in her mind. Such emotions were absolutely impossible for Zhou Tingyun. He was a workaholic, a stoic, a man who steered clear of women. He could probably become a monk if he shaved his head, and yet she had repeatedly dreamed of Zhou Tingyun in such a manner, simply outrageous. Oh no, she suddenly thought, her eyes widening in shock. Could it be that she was the type who derived pleasure from seeing a stoic, high and mighty figure dragged down into the mire? So, what you're saying is... On the other end of the call, Lin Jiwei's lazy voice chimed in. You have developed a crush on Zhou Tingyun. Ming Zhao's pupils trembled. What absurdity was she spouting? That's not what I meant. Besides, I already said it was about a friend. Lin Jiwei responded with a couple of dismissive sounds, affirming, good, yes, your friend had a springtime dream related to Zhu Magu, hadn't she? With the words maybe coarse. They shouldn't be excessively so. Ming Zhao's hand rested against her perpetually warm face, murmuring, well, that's roughly the gist of it. She was troubled by her reluctance to be seen as abnormal, pondering why things had come to this. Lin Jiwei sighed, remarking, the fool has finally wised up. I thought young Master Zhou would remain a lifelong bachelor. It indicates your fondness for him. No, it suggests your friend is fond of him. Ming Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively raising her voice in denial, impossible. Why is it impossible? Why? Her mind was in disarray akin to a tangled ball of yarn, and she anxiously rocked in her chair, thinking of him. He is Zhou Tingyun. After all, how could she harbor such thoughts about him? Could you bear to see him marry someone else? Ming Zhao froze momentarily, instinctively replying, he said he is against marriage. At that moment, she had completely forgotten the premise of a friend of hers. Lin Jiwei remarked, don't love him too much. Lin Jiwei continued to imagine, could you accept him doing the things in your dreams with someone else? He is doing the things in your dreams with someone else? Ming Zhao paused, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. As the images in her mind began to take shape, her fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Oh no, Ming Zhao appeared dazed. It seemed she understood. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the wind chimes hanging from the eaves to clink together, producing a melodious sound. She was lost in thought, realizing how nostalgia could arise so swiftly after parting, the subconscious desire for kisses and embraces. Alongside a heart that had learned to feel jealousy and unease. At 2:39 p.m. on October 27, 2024, in her 21st year, Ming Zhao finally discovered a profoundly significant truth. She had fallen for Zhou Tingyun. Her heart felt as though it had transformed into a wind chime hanging beneath the eaves, ringing melodiously, gently tapping out a name. Zhou Tingyun, Chapter 25, Sugar Oil Cake. In an instant, Ming Zhao's mind finally cleared. And she realized that Zhou Siyu's words were utterly reprehensible. She pursed her lips and began to stare blankly at the floor, her fingertips lightly resting on her chin. The cobblestone path was neatly arranged, its surface slightly mottled, with intertwining patterns, and a few withered yellow leaves gently falling upon it. Ming Zhao appeared contemplative. The alley was bustling with activity in the evening, filled with the vibrant essence of life. The air infused with the aromas of various street foods, fried sauce noodles, braised dishes, mingled with the sense of home-cooked meals wafting from nearby houses. Zhou Tingyun was queuing outside a popular eatery. The Zhou family's businesses were widespread, and he often attended various events and meetings. His face had been seen countless times online, and soon someone snapped a candid shot. Turns out, even the Heavenly Dragon loves our sugar oil cakes. Sugar Gate. Heavenly Dragons know to line up. Those who cut in line have no conscience. But don't mind throwing me a handful of cash to get to the back. How come Daddy has a bandage on his head? Will the scar from the medicine remain? You don't understand, battle scars are more appealing. PR. Having just left a meeting, he paid little mind to the gazes around him. Tapping away on his phone, clad in a black coat, his pale complexion stood out even more. His tall and upright figure, coupled with the bandage on his forehead, only added a layer of depth to his composed demeanor. Noticing something, he slightly lifted the corners of his lips. Little cutie, why aren't you back yet, rolling around? Just as he was about to reply, a message popped up. Little cutie, I miss you so much. Zhou Tingyun's fingers paused. Little cutie, bring me the sugar oil cake. He couldn't quite comprehend why he halted for that brief moment. If she had a dictionary, it would be filled with entries like tiramisu, cream puffs, molten mochi, and Oreo mil-fi.as for his name. It would be tucked away in some obscure corner. He was well aware of the troublemaker's sweet tooth, particularly her fondness for desserts. The little bean bun dared to sneakily stuff chocolate into her mouth at night. Fearing detection, she wouldn't even brush her teeth. Consequently, she ended up with a cavity, sitting on his lap, covering her face and sobbing, hiccuping while calling for her brother. It hurt so much. Fuming, he contemplated reprimanding her, but her tears were too pitiful. In the end, he ended up coaxing and comforting her into getting her tooth extracted, and afterward, her eyes were brimming with tears. Looking utterly forlorn following this incident, Zhou Tingyun began to monitor her sugar intake and dental hygiene meticulously. Thus, he replied to her, "No cake for 3 days. Little cutie, woo 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 woo." He was unyielding, pouting, "One tea help." As dusk descended, Zhou Tingyun stepped inside and immediately spotted Ming Zhao on the lounge chair in the yard. Covered with a small blanket, her delicate face was nestled within her scarf, soft curls with a hint of auburn cascading down, resembling a doll that seemed out of place in the antiquated old house. Beside her, a stone table held steaming tea, wisps of white vapor curling upward. It appeared quite cozy. He initially thought she might find it dull at this hour, perhaps hearing his footsteps, or more likely, the little dog catching a whiff of food. The troublemaker sat up abruptly. Her round, bright eyes glimmered as she threw off the blanket and hurried over. Zhou Tingyun instinctively moved the bag further away to avoid any grease smudging on her. In the next moment, she tightly hugged his waist, a soft and fragrant bundle nudging into him. Zhou Tingyun furrowed his brows, lifting his hand to grasp her collar, pulling her away. "Enough, you just came back from outside and are covered in dust," he stated. Ming Zhao puffed up her cheeks, but seeing the situation, she smiled sweetly and reached for the sugar oil cake. However, her wrist was suddenly seized. Looking up, she found the man's expression somewhat cold. His calm gaze focused on the scratch on her hand. "Ming Zhao, how did I tell you?" A prominent red scratch was clearly visible on her delicate skin. Ming Zhao's eyes flickered momentarily before she quickly spoke in a pitiful tone. "I already applied medicine." Seeing him frown, she immediately adopted a cute demeanor. It hurts. The reprimanding words hung on Zhou Tingyun's lips but were swallowed back. "Who told you to be disobedient?" His expression was not particularly pleasant. Just as he finished speaking, her hand that he held suddenly broke free and, in a clumsy motion, brushed past his lips. Zhou Tingyun paused, cool and delicate. Her fingertips were soft and fragrant, exuding a healthy glow. "Then blow on it for me," came her assertive request. As if nothing had happened moments prior, Zhou Tingyun glanced at her, noticing her stance that suggested she would cry out in pain if denied. He raised his hand and grasped her wrist again. Ming Zhao had a petite frame but was not particularly thin. Her slender wrist was covered in soft flesh akin to milk mochi, yielding easily under pressure. A tingling sensation spread from her hand, causing her lashes to flutter. The man before her was composed and steady, even as he slightly leaned down to blow on her wound. He appeared as if he were signing a contract, utterly focused and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Ming Zhao gazed at her beautifully manicured nails, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. He truly lacked appreciation. During dinner, Zhou Lao could not help but bring up Fang Yuanshuang again, praising the promising prospects of Tongsun Group's recent projects, subtly lauding her as an ideal match. As he spoke at the dining table, Ming Zhao sat beside Zhou Tingyun, her head bowed as she wrestled with her chopsticks and the fish. She murmured softly, "So many bones." At this, her bowl was taken away, and another bowl of carefully deboned fish was placed before her. "Stop playing around," Zhou Tingyun said. "Eat properly." Usually, it was he who picked out the bones. He couldn't fathom what had prompted this sudden change today, suspecting it was merely her excuse to avoid eating. Ming Zhao, however, smiled and sweetly placed a piece of fish into Zhou Tingyun's bowl as a gesture of gratitude. Zhou Tingyun chuckled. "Miss Ming, are you offering me food to thank me?" Ming Zhao blinked her eyes. "Oh come on, we're family, why bother with formalities?" Zhou Tingyun remained unfazed. "Who was it this morning that called everyone else outsiders?" "How petty." Ming Zhao huffed inwardly, but her lips spoke sweetly. "I'm the outsider, and you're my insider. Keep it up, and you 1 tea of cake for 5 days. The girl immediately fell silent, but after a short while, she mumbled about his stinginess and authoritarian nature, unable to resist kicking his suit pants under the table. Leaving a dusty footprint, the man remained unfazed, serving her a bowl of small pear soup, beneficial for moistening and nourishing in autumn and winter, urging her to finish it. Meanwhile, Zhou Lao, completely ignored, wore a grim expression. Zhou Qianan was chuckling heartily, while Zhou Siyu silently ate her meal, puzzled as to why Ming Zhao had suddenly become distant. The others harbored their own thoughts, contemplating how advantageous it would be if someone from their side could connect with Ming Zhao. All the while meticulously selecting suitable marriage candidates. Chapter 26, The Quiet Child. In the evening, after dinner, the lively Ming Zhao had vanished without a trace. It was well known that when a child was silent, they were most likely up to mischief. Upon opening the study door, Zhou Tingyun found her curled up on the sofa with a tablet in hand. She wore a dark green silk nightgown, similar in style to her previous attire, with delicate straps resting on her rounded shoulders. Seated with her knees hugged close, the hem of her gown had risen slightly, revealing a glimpse of her calves. With her slender ankles hinting at a soft blush upon noticing his entrance, she looked up, her eyes bright and smiling. Zhou Tingyun averted his gaze, asking in a calm tone, "Why aren't you wearing a jacket again?" "I don't want to," she replied, rejecting the offer as he reached for the clothing. "It's too hot, I don't want to wear it." "Don't take it." Zhou Tingyun regarded her once more. There was no one else around. Ming Zhao had a reasonable argument. What was the harm? Sweating can be troublesome, stubborn as a mule. Ming Zhao wouldn't budge. Zhou Tingyun was well aware of her temperament and ceased his insistence. In the study, he perused documents while Ming Zhao sat nearby, sketching architectural concept designs. From a young age, she exhibited remarkable talent in this domain, with numerous iconic structures under the group's banner deriving inspiration from her imagination. This particular project is relatively straightforward, focused on the FAAD design for a high-end brand's establishment. The aesthetic calls for simplicity, monochromatic tones, and elegant lines. Essentially, it must exude sophistication. As she swiftly concluded her sketches, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhou Tingyun. Her light-colored irises were clear and bright, brimming with vivacity while concealing a hint of mischief. Just then, as the man was engrossed in reviewing the submitted proposals, he felt an unexpected weight on his lap. Looking down, he saw a pair of delicate, pale calves before him. The slender ankles led to well-proportioned legs that evidently lacked much physical activity, appearing soft and plump. Following his line of sight to the girl beside him, she lazily leaned against the sofa, blinking her eyes innocently as she plaintively remarked, "I walked so much today, my legs are so sore." The underlying implication was a subtle request for him to massage them. Zhou Tingyun inquired, "Is this your way of enslaving me?" "What's wrong?" Ming Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Is that not permissible? Do you intend to back out?" "How brazen!" He grasped her leg, replying nonchalantly that as fine. The moment their skin made contact, Ming Zhao instinctively flinched, appearing bold yet timid when it came to actual confrontation, his broad palm calloused at the fingertips, pressed against her, sending waves of unbearable ticklish sensations coursing through her. Though his movements were casual, his focus remained steadfastly on his work, seemingly unaffected by the distraction. Meanwhile, Ming Zhao bit her lip, her ears aflame. What was happening? It was she who was supposed to be dominating him, yet it felt as if she were merely a toy in his hands, being molded at will, fearing that her blush might be discovered. She attempted to withdraw, only to find her leg ensnared. A wave of panic surged through her. The next moment, his calm voice broke the silence. "Didn't you say your legs were sore?" Ming Zhao inexplicably sighed in relief. "It feels much better now," her tone striving for composure and obedience. Zhou Tingyun said nothing more and released her. Yet, with the crisis averted, the carefree Ming Zhao lost all urgency to leave, languidly draping herself over him. Her formerly fair skin flushed with a delicate hue as she pressed against his toned thigh, occasionally giving it a playful nudge. The lingering softness of her touch seemed to provoke no reaction from Zhou Tingyun, who continued to take a phone call, his low, melodious voice articulating dry English jargon while his long fingers casually held a pen, jotting down key points. A true workaholic. Ming Zhao, displeased by his indifference, lightly pressed her foot against his side. He did not look her way but set down his pen, leisurely returning his hand to her ankle. The slightly rough texture of his touch, combined with its warmth, traveled upward as he continued to converse on the phone, intermittently massaging her leg. Ming Zhao covertly shielded her face with her tablet, feigning an intense focus on the screen, though her ears were undoubtedly crimson. This was not the first time such a situation had occurred. The shift in her mindset and status transformed what she once deemed normal interactions into something laden with different implications. For a fleeting moment, her conscience flickered. "Oh, so this is what it feels like to lack boundaries." When the workday concluded, Zhou Tingyun glanced at the time, intending to suggest that Ming Zhao retire for the night. However, upon looking toward the sofa, he discovered her head tilted to one side, peacefully asleep, her alabaster skin rising and falling with her breaths just below her collarbone. Zhou Tingyun bent down to lift her. In the next instant, her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. It seemed this slight movement stirred her from slumber, and as her sleepy eyes fluttered open, a trace of confusion lingered in her gaze. Upon recognizing the man cradling her, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she nestled her face into the crook of his neck, affectionately rubbing against him, her soft, tender cheek pressed against his neck. Her warm, sweet breath gradually enveloping him, akin to a spider's web silently ensnaring its prey. Zhou Tingyun, she murmured, as if in a dream imbued with both reliance and trust. Zhou Tingyun responded softly. The girl offered no further reply. Seemingly drifting back to sleep, he carried her to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed and lightly patting her arm to signal her to release her hold. Ming Zhao feigned ignorance, curiously tilting her head upward. In the process, her soft lips inadvertently brushed against the pronounced Adam's apple of the man. Zhou Tingyun's body tensed momentarily, noticing his prolonged silence. Ming Zhao's brow furrowed slightly, akin to a tranquil pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Zhou Tingyun, she called. Her slightly parted lips resembled those of a mythical siren, capable of luring him into the depths with a mere whisper. Under the dim light, his pupils, seemingly dulled, remained fixated on her lips, a tumult of emotions surging within him before gradually settling into calmness. "You ought to sleep now," he said, gently pressing her delicate wrist down. His tone steady and devoid of fluctuation, Ming Zhao unexpectedly complied, her demeanor almost too obedient. Oh, she murmured sleepily, nodding, "Good night." Her voice was as soft as a dream, heavy with drowsiness. Then, as if recalling something, she sleepily tilted her face and planted a kiss on his forehead. Echoing the comforting words he once offered her in childhood, the pain has flown away. In that instant, she felt the strength around her waist tighten momentarily before quickly relaxing as she was gently laid back onto the bed. Ming Zhao kept her eyes tightly shut, pretending to be asleep, as if the previous exchange had merely been a playful figment of her half-consciousness. Zhou Tingyun, meanwhile, leaned down to adjust her dress, ensuring it was neatly arranged, and tucked the covers securely around her. His gaze lingered on her cheek for a moment before he brushed aside a stray lock of hair. His fingertips grazed her side, yet he failed to notice her slightly trembling eyelashes. "Good night," he whispered. The door closed softly behind him. Chapter 27. Day after day, just as Zhou Tingyun understood Ming Zhao, she likewise comprehended him. His current indulgence was merely a compromise following her earlier tantrums. Should she recklessly charge at him, she would only be met with a firm reprimand, reminding her that she was still too young to discern the complexities of emotions. She could almost envision his tone, calm and collected, tinged with a hint of exasperation, yet it was only natural, she mused, considering her tendency to casually seek a boyfriend for amusement, coupled with her previous intentions of an alliance with Zhou Qian. "So what do you plan to do?" Lin Jiwei inquired, resting her chin on her hand. The newly opened dessert shop was beautifully decorated, with cheerful music playing in the background. A small dish of fiery red maple leaves dusted with powdered sugar rested atop a mound of velvety cream, exuding the rich aroma of pine nuts intertwined with the refreshing scent of bergamot. Ming Zhao, however, remained silent, simply smiling with a bright gleam in her eyes. Lin Jiwei shook her head in mild disbelief, perceiving her seemingly foolish demeanor as a clever facade. Meanwhile, at Huayu Group, the man donned a sharply tailored dark suit, his posture poised yet relaxed, rubbing his brow with a hand, noticing the faint shadows beneath his eyes. The secretary inquired softly whether the meeting should be postponed. No need, he replied tersely. The secretary hesitated briefly, ultimately nodding and departing. Qinzhou lounged casually on the sofa. "I'm familiar with your current state, unfulfilled desires," he remarked, taking a sip of tea. "I feel the same when my wife is away." Zhou Tingyun appeared unfazed by Qinzhou's jest, his brow furrowed as he continued to sift through the towering stack of documents beside him. Qinzhou admired his relentless work ethic. "You won't overwork yourself to the point of a heart attack, will you?" he joked. "If you do, your precious Ming Zhao will belong to someone else." The man raised his gaze, his expression impassive. Qinzhou felt a chill run down his spine, immediately retracting his words. Just kidding, just kidding." This man, indifferent to his own well-being, became agitated at the mere mention of Ming Zhao. "But to be honest," he continued, "there are many who have their eyes on your little Zhao." Those older gentlemen exerted considerable effort in selecting suitors, hoping to entwine themselves with a wealthy family, expecting that one person's fortune would elevate their status. Qinzhou found their naivety appalling, as if they believed such tactics could yield benefits from the Ming and Zhou families, failing to recognize that most elders detest young men with flashy appearances. Especially when faced with someone like Zhou Tingyun, they would likely be met with a swift and harsh rejection before even crossing the threshold. Zhou Tingyun remained silent. Ming Zhao was still a child at heart. If she were to develop genuine feelings for someone, he would meticulously evaluate that person's family background. Suddenly, Qinzhou had a thought, his mouth running ahead of his mind. "What if you end up marrying her?" "Anyway," Zhou Tingyun's voice turned grave, "why would that be unacceptable?" Qinzhou persisted, but upon meeting his gaze, he silently swallowed his words, opting for a different approach. "What if she ends up back with Gui? I heard that kid has learned a few tricks and knows how to charm people now. Girls need to be wooed," he warned. "Just a reminder, don't be surprised if she elopes and you're left panicking." Zhou Tingyun remained reticent, despite Ming Zhao's assurance that she would no longer be in contact with Gu He and her apparent indifference toward him. He could not shake the memory of her fierce arguments with him over that very boy. Her eyes had sparkled with intensity, akin to an enraged lion cub, wielding sharp words to defend something precious to her. But what was it truly? She had given him a gift that he had resold on a second-hand platform, transferring the proceeds to the childhood friend by her side. That sort of person. Zhou Tingyun's deep-set eyes hardened further. At the time, he had been preoccupied with dismantling the Zhou family's influence, unaware that she had been entangled with such a boy. With sparks flickering, he pinched a cigar between his fingers, the thin smoke obscuring his features. Zhou Tingyun had never been a smoker until the day Ming Zhao left without a word that evening. He returned home with her favorite dessert, intending to apologize and express that he should not have scolded her. He had long regretted his actions, having raised her with the utmost care as if she were a precious gem, never once raising his voice. She must have found it unbearable. If she wanted to be with Gu He, then so be it, he would always be there to support her. Yet when he knocked on her door, all that awaited him was an empty, echoing silence. Day after day, the cheerful girl who once greeted him with laughter would no longer be there, clinging to his arm and playfully demanding he set aside work to watch movies with her. Nor would she be hiding in her room, crying after a failed exam, wiping her tears on him. In the span of 4 years, Zhou Tingyun found herself compelled to visit countless psychological counseling sessions. Ming Zhao had just reached adulthood, yet on that damp and sultry night, seated in that office chair, her heart raced erratically even as she was being commanded to sever ties with Gu He. A thought had crossed his mind to bind her to him forever, a notion that had not faded with the passage of time or the distance between them. He was gravely unwell. At times, he would think to himself that perhaps it was for the best if she didn't return, yet, the ashes of his cigarette burned against his fingertips, creating a hole in his heart. Chapter 28. The joints turned pink. The autumn rain fell steadily, transforming yesterday's clear skies into a drizzly haze. The black Maybach came to a halt outside Huayu Group. The car door opened, revealing a pair of delicate lambskin shoes. Stepping out, Ming Zhao donned a white cloak-style wool coat, her petite chin nestled within a scarf of the same hue. As she entered the building, the employees of Huayu greeted her warmly, their smiles brightening the atmosphere. "Miss Zhao, you're back." Even the seasoned employees from Mingyue Group, who had seen her grow up, approached her with a bag of snacks in hand. Her absence in Beicheng had evidently left a void in their hearts. While the chairman was known for his warm demeanor and courtesy, refraining from letting personal emotions intrude upon work, an undercurrent of tension had lingered, amplifying the pressure felt by all. Ming Zhao greeted everyone with a radiant smile before finally inquiring whether Zhou Tingyun was in his office. Yes, an employee promptly checked the schedule. The chairman has just postponed the meeting by 30 minutes. You may go right up. Ming Zhao expressed mild surprise. A workaholic can actually postpone a meeting. Just as she was about to step into the elevator, she collided with Chen Zhou, who was descending. Dressed in a light-colored suit, a hint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Little Zhao, Chen Zhou mused, observing the exquisite girl before him, understanding now why Zhou Tingyun wore a perpetual frown. It was only natural for him to worry about the young lady being swept away by unscrupulous men. With a heavy sigh, he advised earnestly, "You should listen more to your brother Tingyun." Ming Zhao looked at him in confusion. "Please. How disobedient do you think I am? Steer clear of those bad men outside." "Your brother Tingyun is the one who truly cares for you," Chen Zhou continued, "and do not, under any circumstances, elope. Do you understand?" Ming Zhao shot him a quizzical glance, suspecting his concern stemmed from personal experiences. After exchanging pleasantries with this peculiar individual out of courtesy, she entered the elevator, pulling out a small mirror to check her lipstick while humming a tune. She delicately corrected a slight smudge at the corner of her lips with her fingertip, wiping it clean with a wet tissue before tossing it into the trash bin. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a faint scent of smoke wafted towards her, causing her to frown slightly in displeasure. How could Chen Zhou be smoking here? Upon stepping into the office, the smell of smoke grew stronger, and Ming Zhao felt a wave of discomfort and resistance. Her lovely brows knitted together. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the rain cast a gray pallor, and the dim indoor lighting remained unlit. The sound of her shoes on the floor was muffled by the carpet, and as she caught sight of the man resting with his eyes closed, her steps faltered momentarily. His pale fingers held a scarlet cigar, now burned down to its end, filling the purple clay ashtray to the brim. As she gazed at his weary features, it suddenly dawned on her how truly busy he was, so much so that he had no time for even a brief respite. Recalling how she had once insisted on his company for various frivolities, guilt began to gnaw at her. Carefully, the girl settled onto the sofa, making an effort not to disturb him. When had he taken up smoking? Ming Zhao's gaze fell upon his elegant hands. Hands are a man's second visage, and their significance is paramount. What she despised in others appeared alluringly sensual when associated with Zhou Tingyun. Wait a moment, he was exhausted and asleep. Yet here she was, lost in infatuation. As such thoughts swirled in her mind, her gaze innocently wandered to his waist and abdomen. Ming Zhao pondered deeply. He looked so fatigued at his age. Surely, when it came to more intimate matters, he must feel overwhelmed as well. It made sense. No wonder he showed no reaction to her beauty. Ming Zhao frowned. She rose and tiptoed towards Zhou Tingyun. A well-defined nose, she mused, and that stubble, he must tend to it every morning. His prominent Adam's apple, broad shoulders, and substantial frame drew her attention again. Suddenly, a certain phrase echoed in her mind. The joints turned pink. This shouldn't be the case, Ming Zhao thought, casting a dubious glance at him. However, looking further down felt inappropriate, so she abandoned the thought. Unbeknownst to Zhou Tingyun, he was already wearing the label of a certain character in Ming Zhao's mind, for he had hardly slept the previous night. Upon waking that morning, he found himself questioning the integrity of the elite education he had received over the past 29 years, contemplating yet another visit to a therapist, or perhaps he was merely wearing a human disguise. With unfulfilled desire swirling within him, Zhou Tingyun found it increasingly difficult to dismiss Chen Zhou's earlier remark. Fortunately, nicotine could soothe longing and suppress desires. He could never allow himself to feel anything for Ming Zhao, or so he believed. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar sweet fragrance, an essence woven into his very genes, belonging to the girl he cherished. Zhou Tingyun opened his eyes. Chapter 29. The angry little bird and the plump pufferfish. Zhou Tingyun extinguished the cigar at once and activated the fresh air system. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" he inquired. "When did you start smoking?" Ming Zhao interrogated simultaneously. Though his actions retained a certain elegance, she still disapproved of his current state. After a moment of silence, Before he could respond, she firmly commanded, "You need to quit smoking right now." She glared at him in anger. Where's the angry little bird, the plump pufferfish, and the irate little pig? After a pause, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Alright, the girl immediately extended her hand, her soft palm open. Now, hand over the rest of it. Quickly, Zhou Tingyun opened his drawer, placing an entire box into her hands. Yes, the satisfactory little teacher. Ming Zhao felt heat creep to her ears at the moniker. Clearing her throat, "This is more like it, Ozhota. Don't you dare buy any more on the sly. I will check your purchase records." Such strict oversight. What if I ask my secretary to buy for me? Zhou Tingyun, he merely smoothed his hair, dismissing her hypothetical scenario. Ming Zhao was unconvinced. "What if I catch you lying to me?" "You can do as you wish. In that case, I'll go to a bar for drinks." Meeting his indifferent gaze, Ming Zhao felt a mix of intimidation and defiance. "You can't be so double-standard, Zhou Tingyun," the man simply replied. "It's fine to be a little rebellious, just don't let me find out." A threat, a blatant one, causing Ming Zhao to feel exasperated. Her light brown Mary Janes angrily stomped on his polished leather shoes. "If you're tired, sit down and take a break." Zhou Tingyun raised a hand to tidy her scarf. Smoothing her slightly disheveled hair, Ming Zhao's lips pressed tightly together as she glared at him. "You can't just disregard my feelings and then get annoyed when I express them." "I don't want to dredge up old grievances," Ming Zhao retorted, clearly displeased. "You should rest. There's a meeting later." She felt like a considerate little cotton-padded jacket, caring for him even while upset, however. "But we can revisit old grievances." He countered, "I'm all ears." "Well then, I shan't hold back. Aunt Lin said you used to hold on to me as a child and refused to let go, when she told you to put me down. You claimed you could hold me forever." Ming Zhao deliberately twisted the narrative, making it clear that he had failed to uphold that promise. Zhou Tingyun remained calm, retorting, "Promises must be made in accordance with circumstances. Should I still be holding you while half my body is buried in the ground?" Ming Zhao found his words unpalatable, her face crumpling in displeasure. "You're not even 30 yet. Close enough," he stated evenly. She felt superfluous adhering to his rules and manners, and with a gentle push, she plopped down onto his lap. "Then take the opportunity to hold me more now, Zhou Tingyun." The girl wrapped her arms tightly around him, her body radiating an unmistakable signal. She nestled against his thigh, creating a slight curve, and even shifted restlessly upward. He sighed in resignation. "If you're going to sit, do so properly and don't fidget." Ming Zhao contentedly settled into his embrace, finding a comfortable position. "Alright, you can sleep for another 15 minutes. It's truly a steal to have such a lovely and beautiful pillow." As she spoke, she grasped his hand and placed it around her waist, urging him to close his eyes. Ming Zhao's flurry of actions left her fingers slightly trembling, her cascading hair covering her flushed ears. Yet in Zhou Tingyun's eyes, she would always be the clingy girl who depended on him. Her fear of separation drove her to seek the same intimate sense of security she had felt in her childhood. Zhou Tingyun had always understood her behavior in this light. However, the man lowered his gaze to her lips, uncertain whether to say something. This age group of girls possessed their own sense of fashion, and he was unsure whether a smudge of lipstick qualified as such. What is it?" The girl raised her hand to dab at her lips, misjudging her aim and smudging even more red. Zhou Tingyun grasped her wrist, halting her attempt to paint her face. "Where's your mirror? I forgot to bring it." She leaned in closer. "Can you help me fix it?" Her fair, delicate cheeks displayed fine fuzz, her chestnut brown pupils sparkling, and her long lashes curling gracefully. The lipstick blurred at the edges of her full lips, creating an impression as though someone had just kissed her passionately. "Quickly, hurry," she urged, her soft, moist breath mingled with the gentle patter of rain outside. Zhou Tingyun retrieved a wet tissue, meticulously wiping her lips clean. Then, he raised his hand to cradle her face. The tip of her finger gently grazed the soft pink, tracing along her lip line, methodically wiping it clean. Ming Zhao had anticipated he would use a wet wipe to assist her, yet she was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as she blinked and inquired, "Do you think this shade is lovely?" The man's fingertips lingered for a moment, then he released his hold. "It is indeed beautiful." Chapter 30. Do not judge a man by his appearance with elongated fingers. He pressed the snooze button on the alarm clock, silencing it before it could sound. 10 minutes had passed. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the slothful creature whose speed of falling asleep could rival a Guinness World Record. Contemplating whether she ought to reduce her carbohydrate intake, feeling the soft warmth nestled against him, he concluded that it was time to incorporate exercise tailored to her needs into their routine. A myriad of plans flitted through his mind, each one leading to failure. Never mind. After ensuring the little rice bug was settled, Zhou Tingyun strode into the conference room. In an instant, the atmosphere within the room seemed to freeze momentarily, as if time itself had paused, only to resume its course shortly thereafter. The employees of Huayu displayed an unparalleled professionalism, their expressions stoic, as if they had not noticed the lipstick mark adorning the man's neck. Zhou Yuan, his uncle, and a senior executive exchanged glances that seemed accidental, yet they discreetly averted their gazes, as though nothing had transpired. The junior staff pretended to focus on the PowerPoint presentation, their fingers dancing across keyboards at a speed reminiscent of competitive gamers. Breaking news: a second woman has emerged who can approach our director. Oh no, wasn't he today supposed to be just the young lady? You don't understand, our novelist domineering CEO always has secret passages. How scandalous, it's my first time seeing this, feels like the boss is the type to be romantic and BED. Is anyone else catching this vibe? Bold rascal, slap me. It was only after the meeting concluded that the secretary mustered the courage to speak. Your neck. Seeing her hesitance, he casually wiped his hand across his neck, his fingertips brushing against the lingering softness, now tinged with a hint of RED. It was likely from Ming Zhao, yet Zhou Tingyun remained unfazed. His expression unchanged as he continued to delegate work matters. Naturally, the secretary dared not pry into her boss's private affairs, but she was secretly astonished to discover that such a reserved and serious man could engage in such indiscretions at the office. Indeed, one should not judge a man by appearances, especially a wealthy man of significant stature. Surely, the young lady had not stumbled into such an awkward scene, the secretary mused. On the other side, Ming Zhao awoke with a yawn. Sitting up in bed and momentarily lost in thought, it had been ages since she had slept so soundly. In recent days, it felt as though she were trying to compensate for all the sleep she had missed over the years. Zhou Tingyun opened the door to find her in a daze, her head hanging low. Why are you always so sleepy? He asked, sitting at the edge of her bed and bending down to help her put on her shoes. Your sleep schedule is rather irregular. Ming Zhao suddenly thought that if she were to mention her nightly insomnia and the nightmares that had caused her to lose clumps of hair, it would surely yield results, yet she remained silent. After all, he was so heartless, never once glancing her way or even calling her. She held a grudge and was determined not to let him off easily. Tilting her head, she leaned against his shoulder and sighed. Perhaps I sleep more soundly only in the presence of my dashing and affluent brother. Is that so? Zhou Tingyun replied, adjusting her rumpled skirt. Haven't you been up all night playing on your phone? Ming Zhao immediately lifted her head, glaring at him. Careful, Zhou Tingyun, or I might accuse you of slander. Very well, I welcome you to contact the legal department of the group. Ming Zhao resolved to treat him to a lavish meal. After dining at Song Rongji, the two returned to the ancestral home, where they encountered the elderly patriarch standing at the entrance. He spoke with a sardonic tone. Oh, our chef from the Zhou family seems to have outgrown the two of you. Are you planning to dine out again? Ming Zhao replied honestly, though the flowers at home are fragrant. One can still pick a wildflower by the roadside. Her words provoked both men and Zhou Lao glared. You. Zhou Tingyun's face darkened. I don't recall teaching you that. In an instant, Ming Zhao darted away faster than a rabbit. As she meandered along the stone path, she slowed her pace, instinctively beginning to observe the architectural structure of the ancestral home. The intricate bracket mortise and tenon construction allowed for increased light exposure and moisture control. While the eave tiles served to protect the roof overhang, the overall gradient sloped from north to south, with a meticulously designed drainage system reminiscent of the dragon heads at the Forbidden City spouting water. Even if the heavy rains from the previous days persisted for a few more, there would be no impact. As she focused on the ridge beast adorning the eaves, Ming Zhao vaguely heard a dispute nearby. Dad, can you please stop doing this? A girl's voice was laced with palpable anger. Siu, not to mention that this project is at a critical phase, as long as we collaborate with XIN Yuan Real Estate. Dad, the mention of a familiar name momentarily stunned Ming Zhao. Zhou Siu. Calling Zhou Tingyun's uncle Dad? Wait a minute, she stood frozen for a moment, her mind racing to piece together the information. What was happening? It turned out Zhou Siyu was merely Zhou Tingyun's cousin. She had always believed her to be his sister. Regarding the circumstances surrounding Zhou Tingyun's parents' untimely deaths, Ming Zhao only had a vague understanding that it had been an accident. He never brought it up, and she would not dare to peer white. As for Zhou Siyu, it became clear to her that perhaps Zhou grandfather wished to elevate her status, hence the public declaration. Ming Zhao recognized her own character flaws. Under normal circumstances, caring for one's biological sister was a given, yet she found it hard to accept that Zhou Tingyun had occupied every facet of her life. And she felt like a selfish child incapable of tolerating the division of love from her parents, wanting to possess something wholly her own. This is why Ming Zhao was reluctant to return home. However, Zhou Tingyun had come to pick her up. She thought to herself, perhaps it was worth trying again. If it truly didn't work out, she could always sever ties later. Yet, a colossal misunderstanding ensued. Ming Zhao felt mortified by her own awkwardness, realizing she had been performing a solo act all along. You are already well provided for, why do you still covet that bit of power? Zhou Siyu was visibly distressed. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't our family doing well? As she spoke, the man's tone softened again. Siyu, you need not do anything, just invite her to the banquet. As long as the second son of the XIN Yuan project succeeds. We are the second son of XIN Yuan, isn't that the fool who claimed he would make her his subordinate? Ming Zhao frowned, suddenly recalling that this individual had invited her to his singles party a few days prior. Although it was labeled a singles party, it was more of a celebration following a breakup while he sought a new partner. The thought repulsed her, and she promptly replied with a curt dismissal. Chapter 31, The Atmosphere of First Love. For several consecutive days, Ming Zhao noticed Zhou Siyu's slightly swollen eyes and the hesitance in her gaze whenever it fell upon her. When would she choose to extend an invitation? She pondered absently. What are you daydreaming about? The man's deep voice interrupted her train of thought. Snapping back to reality, she hesitated for a few seconds before feigning a complaint. Isn't it because you are just too handsome? Zhou Tingyun remained unfazed, immune to her insincere flattery. What an impenetrable fortress. Why didn't you tell me sooner that Zhou Siyu is merely your cousin? Ming Zhao questioned, recalling how foolish she had felt. Nearly, Zhou Tingyun's gaze swept over her. What do you think it is? Ming Zhao suddenly paused for a moment, realizing her blunder. How could she let him know about such an embarrassing incident? She quickly replied, it's nothing. The man turned on the faucet, the sound of flowing water cascading through the air. Zhao Zhao, your speech quickens when you lie. The ancestral home boasted a hawthorn grove. And in recent days, many ginkgo and other fruit trees had been transplanted. According to the patriarch's words, their Zhou family would never fall behind the Ming family. By next autumn, they would witness a golden expanse. With plump orange-red persimmons swaying from the branches, she had gathered a bounty of hawthorn and was currently studying the 360 ways to prepare it, enlisting Zhou Tingyun to assist her, whatever lies or truths. I am not listening, Ming Zhao pretended not to hear, focusing intently on the tutorial. Hawthorn jam, hawthorn cake, stir-fried red fruits, hawthorn wine, hawthorn basque, that looked promising. At the tablet rested on the countertop. Playing the tutorial, Zhou Tingyun meticulously washed the bowl of hawthorn. Placing it beside her, his shirt rolled up to reveal a sturdy forearm, the veins pronounced with each movement. Ming Zhao was captivated, her gaze following, her fingers itching to poke. She pressed down on the vein, watching it shift, then releasing it to return to its original position. Thoroughly entertained by the simple act, Zhou Tingyun grasped her hand. Are we not making a cake? What are you playing at? Just having fun. She replied playfully. Oh no, how had she inadvertently revealed her true feelings? Ming Zhao quickly withdrew her hand, pushing Zhou Tingyun away to shift the topic. Quick, help me get the cream, without pressing the matter further. Zhou Tingyun opened the cabinet, retrieving the whipping cream along with eggs, sugar, and cornstarch. Whipping the cream in a glass bowl until it thickened, she found herself growing weary. Her wrist involuntarily relaxed for a moment, causing the whisk to tilt slightly. In that instant, cream erupted from the bowl, splattering the man with a fountain-like spray. Ming Zhao gasped, flustered, and hurriedly turned off the mixer. Zhou Tingyun had anticipated such an outcome and was not surprised. Whether it was paint splattered on him during a drawing session or melted ice cream dripping onto his shoulder, he had seen it all. As for the incident with her wetting the bed, he had never mentioned it, being considerate of her dignity. It would be strange if nothing went awry. So he simply glanced at the mess on his clothes and asked, shall I take over? Feeling guilty, Ming Zhao reluctantly stepped back. Just as he reached for the whisk, she suddenly interjected, wait a moment. Her voice rang out, clear and urgent, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Ming Zhao reached out to press her hand against his arm. Rising on her toes to gently turn his face towards her, she drew in close, a delicate fragrance wafting from her hair, her breath caressing his skin like the gentle ebb and flow of ocean waves. You've gotten some on you too. The soft sensation against his face was her hand brushing away a smudge of cream. Then, he noticed her pale pink lips parting slightly, her moist tongue curling around the white of his fingertip. Alright, she stepped back, her eyes sparkling with mirth, her innocent expression tilted upwards, radiating just the right amount of sweetness. Zhou Tingyun gazed at her with calm intensity. Ming Zhao, upon hearing her name, the instigator, blinked innocently. What's wrong? What's wrong? She seemed utterly oblivious to the boundaries of propriety, displaying no wariness towards him. However, Zhou Tingyun refrained from further comment, merely withdrawing his gaze to set the whipped cream aside. Ming Zhao, in high spirits, wielded a spatula, diligently turning the hawthorn infused with sugar into a jam. Once all the ingredients were assembled and placed in the oven, he set it to 220 degrees for 20 minutes. During the waiting period, Ming Zhao curiously asked, why haven't you changed your clothes? The process is complete, and there won't be any more mess. The man glanced at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I am afraid you might not resist stealing a taste and smearing it on me. You insult me, she retorted indignantly. I'm not 3 years old. After all, it was just a moment of carelessness when she had gotten cream all over his shirt. And he had held onto that grudge for far too long. She wouldn't be so weak as to sneak a taste. Just as she was about to continue her argument, the timer chimed. Ming Zhao's eyes lit up, and she turned to open the oven, but he stopped her. I'll get it. Be careful, it's hot. Zhou Tingyun donned heat-resistant gloves and retrieved the tray, the surface of the pastry golden and crisp, emanating a rich aroma. Once the temperature in the room dropped, he placed it in the refrigerator to chill overnight. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, the young lady who loved to linger in bed could hardly contain her excitement. Scampering downstairs in her slippers, she opened the refrigerator and pulled out the cake. I am truly a genius, she exclaimed, shaking her head in admiration. Genius, you've spilled your icing. Her hand, poised to create decorative patterns with the icing, froze, and she casually tore off a piece of kitchen paper to wipe it away. Shortly thereafter, the entire Zhou household was forcefully recruited by the young lady to taste and evaluate her exquisite creation. Everyone was extremely supportive, nodding and giving thumbs up. My goodness, young lady, you truly possess remarkable talent. This is so delicious, far better than anything I bought outside. You could definitely open a shop, young lady. Their praises sent her spirits soaring. Zhou Qianan took a bite, his eyes wide with surprise as he quickly swallowed. You're incredible, this hawthorn jam is sweet without being cloying, and the acidity is just right. It pairs perfectly with the cream. His tone was genuinely sincere. Hearing such a detailed and professional assessment, Ming Zhao was overjoyed, proudly patting his shoulder. Brother, you truly have taste. Look at that. Not far away, old Master Zhou sighed. What a match! Die in the courtyard. The white walls and green tiles cast dappled shadows from the ancient carved windows, where young men and women sat together, their youthful faces slightly flushed and innocent. Their clear eyes bright and transparent. A golden glow enveloped them, and as a gentle breeze passed, laughter rang out, creating ripples of joy. It felt less like the bleakness of deep autumn and more akin to the warmth of a bright spring day. Zhou Tingyun stood in the shadows, a cigarette unlit between his fingers, silently observing this scene before him. The atmosphere was invigorating, stirring the heart like the tender gums of a teething infant, eliciting a sense of vitality and yearning. As Chen Shu wrote in Fortress Besieged, a marriage of equal social standing and a suitable age. Old Master Zhou chuckled. Wouldn't you agree, MHM? He replied, his eyes gentle, a slight smile gracing his lips. As if in accord with old Master Zhou's words, his gaze fell upon the two in the distance, warm and refreshing, enveloped in the atmosphere of first love, a sweetness akin to that of ripe plums. Both delightful and tart. Chapter 32. A true woman's direct confrontation. Ming Zhao was in high spirits discussing life philosophies with Zhou Qianan, transitioning from culinary tutorials to deeper topics, when suddenly she felt a gaze fixated upon her. It was as if a chilling, biting wind had unexpectedly blown through, for although she basked in the warm sunlight, goosebumps prickled her neck. Her heart raced for a moment, and with a hint of confusion, she turned to see the man with deep-set eyes standing not far beneath the eaves, his gaze pale and his cold, jade-like face revealing no emotion. Old Master Zhou had already departed, and Ming Zhao keenly noticed the cigarette in his hand. Instantly scattering her thoughts and banishing her confusion, she stood up in a huff. Zhou Tingyun, her voice rang out clear and bright, akin to a balloon suddenly deflating, as she rushed towards him, snatching the cigarette from his grasp. You can't just say one thing and do another. Again, a trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. I haven't even lit it. Ignoring him, she lunged at his suit pocket, trying to retrieve the cigarette pack. Zhou Tingyun was forced to step back, yet his hand remained protectively on her back. It's gone. That was the last one. His voice was steady and calm, tinged with a barely noticeable gentleness. Ming Zhao's face was stern, frustration building in her chest, and she refused to speak. After a moment she coldly remarked, go ahead and smoke, might as well kill yourself. I could use it. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Tingyun grasped her face. Cursing me? Who is cursing you? It's just the truth. Is that so? Who would you rather have replaced me? Whoever lives longer, Ming Zhao retorted defiantly, hearing the sting of her concern. Zhou Tingyun chuckled. I really haven't smoked. When have I ever lied to you? You better not. In a huff, Ming Zhao grasped his hand, pulling it down with force. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind, her eyes glinting with mischief as her lips involuntarily turned upwards. Oh, I heard that. Kissing can effectively relieve nicotine cravings, achieving the perfect cessation of smoking. She said it with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun shot her a look. Stop reading nonsensical things. That nonsensical. If he knew I watched movies, wouldn't he be furious? There is scientific basis for it, you know, Ming Zhao insisted earnestly. From a psychological perspective, smoking is often a means of stress relief, possibly linked to the unfulfilled sucking urge during the oral fixation stage. Kissing can to some extent satisfy this craving, Zhou Tingyun replied. So, Ming Zhao cleared her throat. So you could try this method to quit smoking. Zhou Tingyun was baffled by the thoughts that filled her head. Do you think this is an appropriate topic for us to discuss? Why not? I'm only looking out for your well-being. Ming Zhao expertly employed the I'm doing this for your own good moral coercion. As she spoke, she leaned in, feigning curiosity. Have you kissed anyone else? The words suck, kiss, and peck tumbled from her lips without reservation. The youthful contours of her lips resembled ripe pomegranate seeds, vibrant and delicate, quivering slightly as she spoke, enticingly inviting a taste. He watched her intently. Ming Zhao, that is also not a question you should pose to an adult male, she smiled, her dimples deepening. I'm not asking anyone else, Zhou Tingyun replied coolly. Neither have I. Why not? She pressed, unwilling to relent until she had an answer. Who have you kissed? Wow, Zhou Tingyun, how could you betray me? A sharp pain struck her forehead, forcing her into silence. Annoying, Ming Zhao returned to the living room with a stern expression. At that moment, Zhou Siyu, who had been hesitating for days, finally approached. She fidgeted with her fingers, stammering. Ming Zhao observed her quietly, patiently waiting. Finally, gathering her courage, she spoke haltingly. Tomorrow. When I ask if you can accompany me to the banquet, would you be able to refuse me? The next day, in front of Zhou Yuan, Ming Zhao readily agreed. Knowing she could not escape her fate, she had long harbored disdain for Xiao Xiaoxuan and, coupled with her displeasure, was determined to teach him a lesson. The Bugatti Chiron arrived at the club's entrance, where she alighted with grace, exuding an eye-catching charm as she confidently led Zhou Siyu out of the car. Whoa, isn't that young lady Ming? She is actually here. Xiao Gu is impressive. How did he manage to invite her? He must have worked hard to win her over. Someone teased. Wait, could it be that young lady Ming has secretly harbored feelings for Xiao Gu for years? As the conversation reached this point, laughter erupted, the jesters reveling in their amusement. Time, indeed, is a potent remedy. Merely 4 short years were enough for the wealthy young men to forget Ming Zhao's previous arrogance. The lavish pool party, filled with champagne and indulgence, was a scene of wild revelry. Ming Zhao coldly observed the flamboyant peacocks flitting around her. Xiao Shaoxuan certainly had an appealing visage with charming features. Yet the dark blemishes against his pale skin made him appear like a decaying flower, exuding a foul stench. A young lady, he smirked, his hand just having released a bikini-clad beauty from his grasp. What brings you here today? Ming Zhao had no time to engage with him. What novelty could such a man possess aside from getting people drunk or drugging them? Filthy and repulsive, how dare he approach her? With a sharp crack, Ming Zhao raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. In an instant, Zhou Siyu felt her mind blank, her eyes wide with shock. Was this what a true woman confronting her adversary looked like? The bikini-clad beauties by the pool were equally astonished. What just happened? Some small-time celebrities who did not recognize Ming Zhao assumed she was merely a pawn in Xiao Shaoxuan's game, relishing the unfolding drama with malicious delight. Xiao Ergongzi is famously known for traversing through the myriad of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. This woman possesses a semblance of beauty, yet she dares to meddle in Xiao Xiao's affairs. Truly a testament to how spoiled she has become, utterly oblivious to her own worth. Meanwhile, Xiao Shaoxun is pressing his face against his hands, unable to believe the situation unfolding before him. His words remain unspoken. Slap, another swift and decisive strike lands, the surrounding crowd gasps in unison. Xiao Shaoxun is on the brink of madness, his face flushed, yet he dares not confront Ming Zhao directly. Initially, he presumed that Zhou Yuan's willingness to use Ming Zhao as a bargaining chip implied that Zhou Tingyun had ceased to regard her as a mere counterfeit. Now, he yearns to align himself with Zhou Siyu. But the vision of Ming Zhao's alluring visage flashes in his mind, igniting a desire to indulge. To his astonishment, she remains so audacious. Xiao Shaoxun, adept at gauging the circumstances and discerning people's vulnerabilities, recognizes that Ming Zhao is evidently emboldened by her perceived invulnerability. He swallows his anger, a malicious glint flickering in his eyes. With gritted teeth, he feigns a smile, bending low in a mock apology. Before pouring a glass of wine and presenting it to her, Miss, what have I done to offend you? Please temper your fury. Does your hand still ache? He excels at placating women. May I propose a toast to you? Chapter 33, Texas Hold'em. Ming Zhao, disinterested, dismisses him. A sharp pang of humiliation strikes Xiao Shaoxun, yet his gaze inadvertently drifts to Ming Zhao's delicate hand, tender and flushed, clearly bearing the marks of exertion. Does it not hurt? Quite spicy indeed. He adjusts his jaw, softening his tone. Are you truly this incensed? Shall I invite another slap? Witnessing Xiao Shaoxun's demeanor, the onlookers are momentarily stunned before they suddenly come to their senses. Some quick-witted individuals hastily arrange chairs behind Ming Zhao. Miss, you must be fatigued, please have a seat. They shower her with sycophantic praise. Ming Zhao lazily settles into the chair, disregarding Xiao Shaoxun's offered toast. Lifting her chin in silent command, the person receiving her cue scurries to place another chair behind Zhou Siyu. Miss Siyu, you two should sit. Zhou Siyu hesitates, feeling somewhat awkward, but seeing Ming Zhao's nonchalant demeanor, she has no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Xiao Shaoxun, still reeling from the slap, finally acknowledges the presence of another person beside him. Sister Siyu, his eyebrows raise in surprise, a smile gracing his lips as if nothing had transpired. Long time no see. Zhou Siyu finds the charming facade of this man utterly terrifying, wishing to cling tightly to Ming Zhao's arm. A subtle glance from him prompts others to approach with more toasts. Ming Zhao is taken aback. She initially aimed to settle matters with just a few slaps, yet he remains unyielding. The deep red liquid in the glass swirls, releasing a rich yet oddly peculiar aroma. Miss Ming's business interests primarily lie overseas, and she possesses an intimate knowledge of a vineyard abroad, well-versed in the nuances of various wines. If one were to tamper with the drink, at least they should procure something of quality. The scent alone suggests it has gone awry. How has he managed to thrive in Beicheng for so long? Noticing the Texas Hold'em cards on the nearby table, Ming Zhao suddenly smiles. How about this? She proposes sweetly. Let us play a hand. If you lose, you must drink all this wine. Conversely, I shall drink if I lose. Xiao Shaoxun is momentarily taken aback by her beautiful face, questioning whether he heard her correctly. What are we playing? Texas, just you. The man chuckles heartily. Miss, you might as well drink directly. The crowd falls silent for a brief moment before erupting in cheers. Let us play. Xiaogu cannot back down. A few jest that a single drink would suffice for the young lady. No need to go overboard. Why not? Is it that you underestimate women? Someone shouts, emphasizing the word woman with palpable disdain. Zhou Siyu looks on with concern, her expression fraught with anxiety. Everyone knows that the second son of Xin Yuan Real Estate only knows how to indulge in pleasure, lacking the acumen to inherit the family business. Yet he is thoroughly versed in the art of debauchery. How could she possibly prevail against him? Ming Zhao meets his gaze unwaveringly. If you're afraid, just say so. Upon hearing this, the man fixates on her for a long moment. Very well, let us do it. Xiao Shaoxun saunters to the table, casually picking up a card. But let me remind you, if you lose, don't shed any tears. He lightly nudges Ming Zhao's chin with the card. And you cannot rely on your gallant brother for assistance. Best keep your filthy hands to yourself unless you wish for me to stuff those cards down your throat. He withdraws, a smirk playing on his lips. My, what a temper, the cards are dealt. Xiao Shaosun lazily glances at his hand, doubling his stakes without bothering to scrutinize Ming Zhao's expression, leaning back in his chair. What could a woman possibly know about Texas Hold'em? Seeing Ming Zhao hesitate for a moment before matching his bet, a knowing smile tugs at his lips. 3 community cards are revealed, Ace of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts, Jack of Spades. Xiao Shaosun leisurely places 3 times the bet on the table. Zhou Siyue's fingers tighten anxiously. Although she is not well versed in the rules, the nonchalant demeanor of this man suggests he holds a strong hand. What will she do? She discreetly reaches for her phone. Wishing to alert Zhou Tingyun, hey, sister. A slender woman grips her arm playfully, a bright smile on her face, forcibly taking her phone and placing it on the table. Pay attention to the match. Zhou Siyu's face pales. Ming Zhao casts a cold glance at the woman, still following suit with her bet. Xiao Shaosun strokes his chin, captivated by her slightly parted, beautiful lips, his heart racing with desire. Observing her anxious and fearful demeanor, he feels a pang of sympathy. Miss, admitting defeat now wouldn't be too disheartening. Ming Zhao regards him. You are quite transparent with your bluffs. Xiao Shaosun bursts into laughter. Don't overthink it. With your level, I have no need to employ any tricks. Since you doubt my hand, are you brave enough to go all in? The 4th community card is revealed, 10 of Spades. Xiao Shaosun's grin widens as he cheerfully instructs, I understand you're new to this. Upon receiving an ace, you tend to push your chips forward only to suffer severe losses on the side. Lighting a cigarette, he exhales a puff of smoke. I want to take advantage of you. It's still not too late to fold. You certainly talk too much. Ming Zhao thinks silently, noting that he, despite being several years younger than Zhou Tingyun, carries himself with an air of paternalism. The final community card is revealed, Queen of Spades. Xiao Shaosun pushes all his chips forward. It is so evident, yet you still refuse to fold. Seeing Ming Zhao match his bet by pushing all her chips forward, Xiao Shaosun raises an eyebrow, thinking she is a fool who won't realize her folly until it's too late. However, he relishes the prospect of seeing a woman weep. The thought of what might transpire tonight fills him with exhilaration. He unveils one of his cards, 8 of Spades. If the remaining card is the 9 of Spades, he will have a straight flush. 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. The crowd, witnessing his confident demeanor, surmises that he must possess the 9. Wow, Xiao Guo's luck is extraordinary. With so many bottles of wine, the young lady won't lose her marbles. Will she? Come on, come on. The man chuckles, pushing aside those who were merely spectating, turning to Ming Zhao. Miss, shall I feed you a drink? He loosens 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing a well-toned chest. Ming Zhao's eyes flash with disdain. Even after being reduced to a swollen face, he thinks himself dashing. She flips over her first card, Ace of Spades. Xiao Shaosun exhales a plume of smoke, his thin lips curling into a smile. An ace won't help you, he beams, a predatory gleam in his eyes. I warned you, don't crash headlong against an ace. Zhou Siyu watches their jubilant celebration, her anxiety escalating as she reaches for the phone on the table, only to be firmly restrained by the woman. What is wagered must be paid, dear sister. Her tone carries an implication of certainty, as if victory were already assured. Seated across from her, Ming Zhao suddenly bursts into laughter. Her smile enchanting, her bright gaze drawing all attention. 2 fingers hover over her final card, her wine-red manicure shimmering, accentuating her delicate fingers. Xiao Shaosun, have you perhaps celebrated too soon? Meeting the man's progressively shifting expression, she leisurely reveals her card, King of Spades, forming a royal flush. 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace of Spades. Meanwhile, Xiao Shaosun has merely a straight flush. 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen of Spades. P.S. In reality, the probability of 2 royal flushes occurring simultaneously is exceedingly low. The narrative exaggerates for dramatic effect. Chapter 34, The Innocent Cruelty. The crowd erupts in fervor. No way, she actually pulled a King of Spades in the final hand? Am I seeing things? This is practically impossible, right? Is she cheating? Man, wake up. The young lady couldn't possibly be cheating. Xiao Shaosun abruptly stands, his chair crashing to the ground with a loud clatter. Ming Zhao watches with delight as the color drains from his face. His expression darkens, resembling a winter frost. Ming Zhao, are you toying with me? Wagering means accepting the stakes. Ming Zhao replies coolly, propping her chin in her hand, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes glinting with mischief. You wouldn't be a sore loser, would you? She urges him further. Drink up then. Her tone brims with impatience. Xiao Shaosun glares daggers at her. In truth, he holds Ming Zhao in contempt, regarding her as nothing more than a pretty face, haughty, lazy, and foolishly chasing after Guhi. To be outsmarted by her is an affront to his pride. The most important aspect for a scion of a prestigious family is reputation, especially with so many witnesses present. Xiao Shaosun cannot allow anyone to think he cannot take a loss. Having immersed himself in the world of pleasure for years, he would not be caught completely off guard. Those around him had already discreetly replaced the questionable wine. Very well, Xiao Shaosun sneers coldly, it's merely a few bottles of wine. To be outwitted by a lazy young lady fills him with intense humiliation, igniting a furious blaze within him. His countenance darkened as he kicked a chair beside him, the innocent piece of furniture crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The man uncorked a bottle of wine, tilting his head back to gulp it down. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Ming Zhao watched him finish the wine, her beautiful eyes curving slightly. No matter how well Xiao Shaoxuan could hold his liquor, he could not withstand several bottles of red wine consumed all at once. His abdomen burned with discomfort, yet he stubbornly maintained an impassive expression as he casually tossed the last empty bottle into the swimming pool. He glanced at her. "Cousin, are you satisfied?" The words made it seem as if she were the one culpable of heinous deeds. Ming Zhao gracefully rose and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. As her hand brushed against his pocket, she added, "After drinking so much, you should stop playing around and return to your room to rest properly." In that instant, the fragrant scent emanating from her enveloped him, leaving Xiao Shaoxuan momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he raised an eyebrow. "Are you genuinely concerned for me?" The expression of the man beside them was indescribable. Had he lost his mind? Did he still wish to be slapped? Truly, men were only obedient when hanging on the wall. Observing Ming Zhao's movement, Xiao Shaoxuan showed no intention of evading but rather lazily raised his voice. "Did you hear that? The young lady has told me to return to my room. Everyone should disperse." Ming Zhao merely shot him an ambiguous glance before leaving with Zhou Siyu. Xiao Shaoxuan felt a chill run down his spine from her peculiar look. Yet the effects of the alcohol took precedence, and he stumbled back to his room with assistance. Once outside the club, Zhou Siyu finally exhaled in relief, gazing at Ming Zhao with admiration, her tone a mix of gratitude and excitement. "You are incredible. They say the odds are slim. How could you remain so composed?" She felt as if she might faint from fear, while the young lady appeared utterly unfazed, which was so impressive. Indeed, it was virtually impossible. Ming Zhao casually flicked her hair, allowing the cool night air to disperse the heat from the poolside. Zhou Siyu paused. "Then you." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the slight upward curve of Ming Zhao's lips as she nonchalantly tossed a deck of cards into the trash bin. Plop. Stunned for a few seconds, Zhou Siyu's eyes widened in realization. "You." The words "cheated at cards" were silenced by Ming Zhao's hand. Hey, don't say such things. He played first." The deadpan peacock was indeed vexed. Yet Ming Zhao had played in Las Vegas with far more chips at stake. Having witnessed countless strategies, she warned Zhou Siyu never to speak of it, saying it was fine to share with others but absolutely crucial that Zhou Tingyun remained unaware. In the opulent and vibrant capital city, the air was thick with extravagance. Ming Zhao felt elated after her victory, linking arms with Zhou Siyu as they headed out, claiming she would take her for a spin and to indulge in some late-night snacks. However, this joyous mood evaporated upon sighting the man standing beside the sports car. Upon seeing her emerge, his eyes brightened slightly as he stepped forward eagerly. "Zhao, are you alright?" Recognizing the man before her as her ex-boyfriend Guhi, Zhou Siyu silently stood to the side, observing with keen interest. Ming Zhao frowned. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Can you stop cursing me every day?" Her tone was neither warm nor cold. Yet it relieved him, prompting an explanation. "I heard about Xiao Shaoxuan. You're blocking my car. Could you please move?" Gui paused momentarily, unfazed by her resistance, and lowered his tone. Zhao, may I take you home?" His long eyelashes cast shadows over his striking features, which appeared somewhat vulnerable in the moonlight. Ming Zhao noticed the watch on his wrist, a Richard Mille worth $3 million. A glance at the black Cayenne parked by the roadside confirmed that he was indeed the much-praised tech mogul. Having achieved such status in just a few years, she recalled how he used to disdain her for her wealthy upbringing, finding her bothersome and troublesome, believing she was worthless beyond her money. When she invited him to dinner, he had coldly declined, dismissing her with a sour face, claiming he needed to work to make money. Unlike her leisurely lifestyle, after settling his mother's medical bills, she was berated for disturbing his family at the hospital. Under normal circumstances, she would have exploded with anger, but at that time, she was enduring the abandonment by Zhou Tingyun. In a circle where wealthy women adored pampering young men, she was advised. Zhao. You could seek out a diamond in the rough, someone from a modest background who can't afford college tuition. You provide the funds, and he offers emotional value. What a splendid arrangement. Moreover, she might even snag a potential gem. The wealthy woman cited an example. Look at Lu Jia's partner. He was capable enough to have his company listed just a few years post-graduation and eventually married into her family. Their relationship thriving, with him utterly devoted to her. Ming Zhao, upon hearing this, felt her heart flutter. Who wouldn't desire a handsome, obedient companion who relied on her, especially when she had plenty of money to spare? Thus she meticulously sifted through options and immediately set her sights on Guhi, who emerged from a difficult background. A sick mother, a deceased father, and a fractured past. In the upper echelons of society. It truly felt akin to adopting a pet, yet Ming Zhao was inherently empathetic. She understood his pride and resilience and admired his unique arrogance, hence striving to support him. Ultimately, the more she tried, the more unfortunate she became. Shattered indeed, all the blame lay with Zhou Tingyun. If it weren't for him, would she have endured such humiliation? Frowning at this thought, Ming Zhao felt a surge of displeasure, instantly wanting to return and unleash her anger on her brother. Her gaze returned to Gui and she bluntly stated, "Why would I choose to drive a globally limited edition sports car and instead ride in your 2 million yuan vehicle?" Her question, while maintaining her vibrant beauty, carried a naively cruel tone, piercing Gui's pride, rendering his face ashen. Chapter 35. Dining lavishly. Huayu Group of the building was nearly vacant, with only the chairman's office still aglow. "Sir, the young lady has safely exited." A bodyguard in a black suit stood by, reporting the situation. Moreover, she even slipped a drug into Xiao Er Gongzi's pocket. The bodyguard recounted everything he had witnessed in a torrent of words. As he listened to the account, Zhou Tingyun's pen did not pause in signing documents. He calmly inquired, "Have the journalists been arranged?" The bodyguard nodded. "The young lady has already contacted reporters from Xinhua Entertainment, Huanrui Entertainment, and Xinyu Media." Hearing this, a faint smile flickered in the man's eyes. "Contact Beijing News," he instructed. The bodyguard took a moment to react before hastily agreeing, just as he was about to leave. He hesitated and turned back. "Sir, what is it?" Zhou Tingyun asked, flipping to the next page of the document. Lianfeng Technology's CEO is blocking the young lady at the club entrance. Zhou Tingyun raised his gaze to him. Of course, the young lady drove away without acknowledging him. The bodyguard quickly added. The man withdrew his gaze, softly acknowledging that he was aware. The moonlight cast a thin veil over the courtyard, the bluestone slabs radiating a serene glow, the pond shimmering with ripples, occasionally accompanied by the sound of fish swimming. Upon returning home from the company, it was already deep in the night, enveloped in silence, so quiet that it weighed heavily on the heart. As he stepped inside, he noticed the living room still illuminated. The warm, bright light spilled forth, dispelling the darkness of the night, revealing his highborn lady standing at the entrance, arms crossed, glaring at him. "You're back so late. Where have you been fooling around?" she demanded, her unadorned face appearing luminous in the light. Her displeasure suggested he was some irresponsible rogue. Zhou Tingyun unfastened his suit buttons, loosened his tie, and calmly replied, "I've been working hard to earn money to buy bags and jewelry for the young lady." Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao chuckled. With unabashed boldness she exclaimed, "Wow, you're so fortunate. I truly envy you for having such a stunning beauty willing to spend on you." "Indeed," he nodded, "so I even purchased the diamond-encrusted high heels she admired a few days ago." "High heels? Is that true?" Ming Zhao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "How did you know I wanted them?" Her gaze sparkled with joy. "They're already in your dressing room." The moment he finished speaking, Ming Zhao leapt onto him, cheerfully elongating her voice. "Zhou Tingyun." The man instinctively supported her, his hands sinking into the softness of her form. Before he could utter a word, the exuberant girl suddenly leaned in and planted a forceful kiss on his cheek. Her soft lips, slightly cool, caught him off guard. "How can you be so wonderful?" she cooed sweetly. "You truly are my most beloved brother." Zhou Tingyun frowned. "You got." In the next instant, she planted another kiss on his right cheek. "I really adore and want those shoes." Ming Zhao's tone brimmed with delight. Zhou Tingyun intended to lecture her, but seeing her so elated, he could only say, Zhao, please come down." Ming Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck, feigning deafness. "Quick, take me to see my precious high heels." Her legs, entwined around his waist, fidgeted restlessly, and her hands tugged at his hair, urging him on. With no other choice, he steadily carried the girl, who clung to him like a koala, up the stairs. The dressing room had been newly renovated at Zhou Tingyun's behest after Ming Zhao moved in. Filled with luxury items. On the shelves, beautifully cut diamonds were meticulously arranged, reflecting a dazzling starlight under the illumination, shining even brighter than the Milky Way. Finally, Ming Zhao released her grasp on Zhou Tingyun and cradled the diamond-encrusted high heels, pressing them to her chest, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Her emotions surged as she spoke in a melodramatic tone. "Dear guest, how can I repay your kindness? In the next life, I would willingly become." Zhou Tingyun pinched her face, cutting off her last few words. "Enough of these nonsensical remarks." Ming Zhao, stubborn yet struggling, replied, "I was just joking. I could offer myself in return." "Offer yourself?" Zhou Tingyun released her grip, remarking with a hint of sarcasm that it seemed she wished for him to toil for her throughout his life. "Is that not the case?" she added, her demeanor pitiable. "Am I not your dearest darling?" Zhou Tingyun found it amusing, questioning how one could have a darling of her stature. Regardless of the context, the term darling spoken from his lips possessed a remarkable potency. Ming Zhao felt her ears flush slightly as she sat on the chair, playfully nudging his knee, a clear indication of her intent. Zhou Tingyun, being well acquainted with her subtle gestures, understood precisely what she aimed to achieve. He bent down, kneeling before her, gently grasping her slender ankle, allowing her to rest her foot upon his knee. He then picked up a nearby pair of high heels and assisted her in putting them on. Ming Zhao gazed at his poised and handsome face, with a straight nose and deep-set eyes, the shadows of his lashes casting delicate patterns. His long fair fingers meticulously fastened the straps. He was the eldest son of the Zhou family, the sole heir, and the esteemed chairman of the prestigious Huayu Group, steady, courteous, and modest, a paragon of virtue in the eyes of others. Yet here he was, helping her with her shoes. Ming Zhao had encountered countless suitors eager to please her. While they were undoubtedly handsome, they paled in comparison to Zhou Tingyun. An involuntary thought crossed her mind, lamenting how she had awakened to such realizations far too late. Feeling rather foolish, he released her foot, Yet Ming Zhao continued to rest it upon his tailored trousers, the beautiful diamond glinting. She shifted slightly, inquiring, "Do I look pretty?" "Indeed," he replied. Zhou Tingyun always affirmed her beauty. Perhaps he had been startled by her first cries in the cradle, showering her with compliments even when she was messy from eating or when she appeared with a swollen face from allergies, cradling her and kissing her forehead while assuring her of her beauty. As Ming Zhao reminisced, she recalled a particular night when she was 18, questioning what had stirred his anger then. She had believed her inquiries had annoyed him, that he resented her for clinging to him despite the situation having resolved. Yet in retrospect, it seemed more complex than that. Resting her chin on her hand, she spoke with a hint of melancholy. "I feel a bit scared sleeping alone on the second floor. I keep having nightmares." Recalling how she had cried pitifully last time, Zhou Tingyun frowned slightly. "I can sleep with you." She abruptly corrected herself. "I mean, can I stay there?" Chapter 36. Dual Master Suite. Zhou Tingyun's current residence on the third floor featured a dual master suite consisting of 2 adjacent rooms. The girl looked at him with a hint of hesitation. "How about you let me have one of the rooms?" The light illuminated her clear eyes, making them twinkle with an irresistible anticipation. "I could move back next door," he stated casually, his tone neutral. Ming Zhao immediately shook her head like a rattle, resolutely declining. No, my grandfather won't agree." Zhou Tingyun remained unfazed, questioning, "Would he agree if you simply moved in with me?" "But I could sneak in only at night." Ming Zhao's lips curled into a playful smile, her tone bright and lively. "That way Grandpa wouldn't find out." Zhou Tingyun found himself momentarily impressed by her ingenious reasoning and wondered who had nurtured such thoughts in her. "I will discuss it with Grandpa," he assured her. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao panicked, gripping his arm tightly with a pleading expression. "Please no, Grandpa already doesn't think highly of me. Wouldn't he that ruin what little reputation I have?" "That's nonsense." Zhou Tingyun frowned. "Grandpa likes you very much." Before he could elaborate, she interjected, "No matter, my image cannot afford any further damage." Ming Zhao, who had initially feigned meekness, quickly revealed her true colors, angrily kicking at him in a petulant display. "Zhou Tingyun, you clearly do not care for me at all. Why is it such a big deal to share one of the 2 rooms? You're being so stingy. I want tea sleep. I'll just lose all my hair and have dark circles down to the floor, then you'll be satisfied. One to you." Truly she was a living ancestor. He gently patted her leg, speaking softly. "Stop kicking, you might lose a diamond." Ming Zhao bit her lip, her movements ceasing immediately. Thus, in the dead of night, Zhou Tingyun personally attended to her request, changing the bedding in the other room to her preferred colors and fetching her 2-meter-long body pillow from the second floor. Satisfied, Ming Zhao beamed at him with a sweet smile, bidding him good night. Zhou Tingyun pinched her cheek, returning the sentiment. "Good night, little ancestor." Ming Zhao lay in bed, faintly hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom. This classic design of the dual master suite featured 2 adjacent bedrooms sharing a bathroom, with access through the dry area of the wash basin. This arrangement was typical among affluent families, who often engaged in loveless marriages and required their own private spaces, an emblem of separated lives under one roof. Zhou Tingyun emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, pausing upon seeing her at the wash basin. Her cheeks puffed as she diligently brushed her teeth. The eye in the gentle light, her hair shimmered, resembling a fluffy toy. Noticing him, she glanced at the mirror, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "When did you sneak in more snacks?" Zhou Tingyun inquired. "I did not," Ming Zhao retorted, spitting out mouthwash and glaring at him. "I just suddenly remembered I forgot to brush." She secretly lamented his overly rigid nature, lacking the habit of dressing after showering. Zhou Tingyun stood beside her, removing the wall-mounted hairdryer, and soon the buzzing sound filled the air. Ming Zhao barely reached his shoulder, making her appear even smaller in comparison. Their reflections met in the mirror, yet upon locking gazes, they instinctively looked away. Only the sound of the hairdryer echoed in the connecting corridor, rendering the atmosphere awkward. After drying his hair, Zhou Tingyun unplugged the device. Ming Zhao was busy patting her face dry, the sound crisp and clear. Zhou Tingyun glanced over. "Did you forget your skincare routine?" Ming Zhao huffed. "I waited for you in the living room for so long that I gathered dust. Of course, I needed to wash my face again." Her tone carried a hint of reproach. As she organized the scattered bottles on the counter, Zhou Tingyun casually asked, "What time did you get back?" After a brief pause, Ming Zhao quickly regained her composure. "I didn't go out today." She relied on Zhou Tingyun being preoccupied with work all day to fabricate her excuse, unable to suppress her guilt. She stole a glance at him, only to be met with those penetrating black eyes that seemed to see through her facade, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Her disguise was utterly transparent. Yet Zhou Tingyun chose not to expose her, merely handing her the lotion for her next step. The following day, headlines exploded across major news outlets if photos of Xiao Xiaoxuan in an intimate embrace with a man flooded the internet. Their poses suggestive and leaving much to the imagination. Shocking. The second young master of Xin Yuan spotted with a hunk. As Ming Zhao chuckled uncontrollably, the club descended into chaos, the sound of camera shutters echoing throughout the room. Reporters swarmed around Xiao Xiaoxuan, demanding, "Young Master Xiao, is this your male companion? Are you planning to come out to the public?" The microphone felt as if it were being shoved down his throat. Does your father know about this? What does he think? Xiao Shaoxuan's face darkened, and in a fit of rage, he ordered the security to expel the reporters. The thought of Ming Zhao's last glance filled him with resentment. He never anticipated that this young girl could be so cunning. Awakening to find a man beside him was one thing, but as soon as he opened the door, that horde of reporters charged in. Snapping photos as if they were at a festival, Xiao Shaoxuan cursed under his breath. Such news had repercussions, sending shockwaves through Xinyuan's stock prices and directly impacting his uncle Joey Yuan, who was currently struggling to maintain his composure in a conversation. Mr. Wang, please listen to me. After the phone was abruptly hung up, he seethed with rage, smashing his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Zhou Siyu flinched slightly, appearing like a startled fawn. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured to speak. Actually, things started off well yesterday. It was young Master Zhao's words that upset the young lady. Joey Yuan's anger intensified. He had known it. Ming Zhao, being someone who could not endure even the slightest grievance, was akin to a ticking time bomb. Xiao Shaoxuan was utterly useless, unable to hold back. Dad, Zhou Siyu pleaded, let's not argue about this any further, okay? Her voice carried a note of desperation. However, Joey Yuan, in a foul mood, impatiently interrupted her. Enough, you can leave now. Seeing her father like this, Zhou Siyu clenched her palms slightly. Chapter 37. Will it really not happen? Ming Zhao understood the meaning of joy turning to sorrow. She stood before the desk, bracing herself for a reprimand. The table was cluttered with photographs, one of her slapping Xiao Shaoxuan, which she personally deemed rather dashing, another capturing Xiao Shaoxuan playfully lifting her chin with a card, and even one of that fragrant item slipping into her pocket. What a remarkably high-definition camera this was. This is what you call not going out. The man rapped his fingers on the table. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Ming Zhao widened her eyes in shock. Zhou Tingyun, you actually followed me, and even took covert photos? How perverse. I am merely fulfilling my duty as your guardian. The man remained unfazed, showing no signs of disturbance at her blustery accusations. What a guardian, she silently scoffed. Why the silence? He inquired softly. Ming Zhao, wanting to snuggle up to him and play coy, was met with Zhou Tingyun's cold command to stand straight. Pouting, she sulkily stepped aside. Fine, I'll stand out. No need to be so fierce. Observing her flustered demeanor, cheeks flushed and lips tightly pressed into a stubborn line, he found her both adorable and amusing. He turned to coax her. You may do as you wish, Zhao Zhao, but you ought to inform me in advance, rather than deceiving me when I inquire after the fact. Detecting the noticeable softening in his tone, she readily seized the opportunity. Got it. You're so busy with work. I didn't want to trouble you. Saying this, she nuzzled into his embrace, her movements on his lap becoming increasingly familiar. Zhou Tingyun replied nonchalantly, is it possible for you not to drive me mad? My wealth is yours as well. What do you mean by that? She retorted, looking up at him with displeasure. If you don't want to bother me, who do you intend to trouble? Zhou Tingyun asked calmly. Kuhi, I certainly did not. Ming Zhao immediately raised 3 fingers to declare her innocence. I drove back on my own. If you don't believe me, go check Little Black. It might still be warm. That's not right. If you were followed, how could you not have noticed? Zhou Tingyun corrected. It was a bodyguard, not a stalker. Is there a difference? Just admit you sent someone to shadow me, surreptitiously monitoring my every move and even taking clandestine photographs. Zhou Tingyun glanced at her, remarking, you should consider a career as a marketing expert. Don't let your talent go to waste. Before she could retort, a message notification pinged on her phone. Ming Zhao picked it up to see an invitation from the North City Grand Theater. This was for the inaugural performance of the Grand Theater she had been designing, featuring a dance drama, Eternal, from the premier classical dance troupe of North City. Are you free, busy man? She waved her phone. Without waiting for Zhou Tingyun's response, she decisively declared, you must say you're available. Just be secretly pleased that I'm inviting you to the show. Zhou Tingyun chuckled, you needn't strip me of my right to openly enjoy it. Is your manner of speaking this charming now? You're quite perceptive, she huffed, leaning her head against him. Ming Zhao leisurely swung her legs. After replying to the message, she noticed an invitation from Lin Jiwei to go shopping. With a regretful sigh, she shook her head. I'm sorry, your exclusive pillow must depart temporarily. The man shifted his attention from the documents in his hand, asking in a calm tone, where to? Shopping with Lin Jiwei. Ming Zhao answered brightly, her tone light. Stealing a glance at Zhou Tingyun's expression, she exaggerated her surprise. No way, I didn't realize you couldn't bear to be apart from me. The very next moment, her waist was unexpectedly tightened. Correct, so don't go. His cool, detached voice echoed in her ear. Ming Zhao found herself ensnared in his embrace, his arms tightening around her waist. The sudden assertiveness from him made her heart flutter. Her skin flushing even through her clothing, she instinctively protested, no, I've already made plans, her tone betraying a rare hint of panic. With a faint smile in his eyes, Zhou Tingyun ceased his teasing, giving her waist a gentle pat. Get up, be cautious, and don't stay out too late. Ming Zhao promptly stood up, quickly saying goodbye before escaping the office, only to press her hand to her cheek for cooling relief once inside the elevator. She stared at her reflection in the mirrored walls. That evening, bags upon bags continued to stream into the wardrobe, filling the closet to capacity. Zhou Tingyun returned home, making his way to the 3rd floor. He hung up his coat, preparing to freshen up. Upon opening the door, he found the girl clad only in a bath towel, standing before the mirror at the wash basin. She must have just finished bathing. Steam still rising from her skin, her shoulders, neck, and collarbone, along with her arms, revealed large swaths of fair skin tinted with a soft pink. Humming a tune while applying skincare, she turned to greet him upon hearing the commotion. Yuri back. This scene inexplicably evoked a sense of a newlywed couple, his brows furrowed slightly, who designed this dual master bedroom layout. Next time, put on some clothes before coming out. Zhou Tingyun pressed the bathroom door handle. It is not cold, she retorted, the heating is sufficient. He paused, his gaze returning to her. It's not about whether it's cold or not, Zhao Zhao, you should learn to take care of yourself. But I only do this in front of you. Ming Zhao tilted her head, bewildered. For a moment Zhou Tingyun even doubted if she was being deliberately provocative, intentionally drawing close to him and uttering these ambiguous, suggestive remarks, yet he did not wish to harbor impure thoughts about her. She was still quite young, having just returned from abroad, brimming with vivacity and cheerfulness. However, she persisted, you wouldn't do anything to me. Ming Zhao held a beauty device, gently pushing it against her cheek, a few strands of hair cascading by her ear. Her words not veed out. Of course not, he responded, cherishing her, protecting her, nurturing her from her first words to her graceful stature. The bath towel barely wrapped around her, her flawless skin glistened beautifully under the soft lighting, a youthful body exuding the vigor of life. But really, would you not? Zhou Tingyun's expression turned inscrutable, the bright lights failing to penetrate the darkness of his eyes. She likely had no idea how delicate she appeared in his dreams each night, her dreamy eyes glistening with tears, her breaths quickening with a hint of moisture. Her wrist was slender, easily encircling his head. Unbeknownst to Ming Zhao, she feigned vulnerability. Zhou Tingyun, you have so many rules. I even thought of you while shopping, wanting to buy you something. His voice remained steady. What did you buy? Ming Zhao immediately brightened, revealing a razor with excitement. Wait, shall I help you? I see you wish to play with foam yourself. Incorrect. This is called practicing in advance. She lifted her chin defiantly. Zhou Tingyun regarded her. Practicing how to shave my future boyfriend's beard. If I'm unskilled, wouldn't that risk marring his handsome face? Chapter 38. Are you finding me bothersome now? Ming Zhao gazed at him naturally, her freshly applied serum glistening slightly, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Zhou Tingyun stood before her, his expression indifferent. Shaving a boyfriend's beard. If possible, I wouldn't even want to walk the distance, after watching a video of a wealthy girl in a wheelchair being pushed by her butler at the East District villa. I even asked him to prepare one for me. He feared that if she continued this way her leg muscles would atrophy, and thus he declined. Girls shouldn't linger after foraging for wild vegetables. Don't come crying to me, Zhou Tingyun said with a distant expression. What is the connection between shaving a beard and foraging for wild vegetables? Ming Zhao retorted, clearly displeased. Men typically shave before leaving in the morning. Are you sure you want to wake up at 7 every day to shave him? 7. She hesitated suddenly, yet she persisted. If I like him, I'm sure I would be willing. Zhou Tingyun's gaze deepened, a hint of coldness in his tone. If he can agree to such a thing, it would be better to end it sooner. The bathroom door closed. Ming Zhao, just as I said, Lin Jiwei is unreliable. They say the most terrifying men are those who get jealous. They also mention the ones who choke you and kiss you forcefully. Ever since learning that she fled from Zhou Tingyun's lap, Lin Jiwei has unleashed a series of mockeries upon her, mocking her for being all talk and no action, wondering where such a coward came from. And if she would still be in this predicament when others already had children. Lin Jiwei proposed a series of strategies, ultimately suggesting, if all else fails, you should drug him and directly consummate the relationship. He is such a responsible person, surely he would take responsibility for you. What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of nonsense is that? I'm such a stunning and charming beauty, do I really need to resort to drugs to attract someone? She was infuriated, swiping Zhou Tingyun's card. When Zhou Tingyun emerged from the shower, he found Ming Zhao glaring at him with a sulky expression. Sit properly, she said, each word dripping with irritation. This was clearly anger, and quite severe. Glancing at the razor in her hand, adhering to the notion of letting the child play, he pulled out a chair and sat down steadily, legs casually apart. Ming Zhao squeezed into the middle. Visibly fuming, noting her furious expression, Zhou Tingyun asked, are you planning to shave my beard or to commit murder? Ming Zhao ignored him, gripping his chin in frustration and lifting it. Ouch, the stubble is a bit prickly. She frowned, glaring at him anew. You really have no taste. If you had taste, you wouldn't seek out a boyfriend who asks you to shave his beard first thing in the morning. He replied calmly, I haven't even found one yet. He shot her a glance but didn't argue further. Her soft fingertips grazed his face, cool foam emerging. Soon a subtle buzzing sound filled the air. Why are you closing your eyes? Don't you trust me? I think you should allow the first test subject to maintain a degree of skepticism about your skills, he replied. Speaking like that can affect the mood of the subject, indirectly impacting performance, and then this face might bear scratches that compromise your composed demeanor. Zhou Tingyun's voice remained calm. It's fine. I won't mind the little imperfections you leave on me. Ming Zhao nearly fumbled, realizing she was becoming a bit too mischievous. Refocusing her attention, she hadn't been shaving for long when she began to play, smearing foam on his face in a playful manner. Zhou Tingyun didn't rush her. On one hand, he was accustomed to indulging her, and on the other, he genuinely missed her. He missed her voice, missed the daily bustle she brought into his life. Not only did Zhou Tingyun occupy a significant part of Ming Zhao's life, but since her birth, she too had never been apart from him for such an extended period. He resembled a parent watching a little frog traverse the world. Reluctant to interfere with her exploration of wonders, yet lamenting the absence of a postcard from her, little did he know, the frog had long since evolved from the innocent, adorable fool he once remembered. "Ah!" Ming Zhao suddenly exclaimed as Zhou Tingyun opened his eyes, asking, "What is wrong?" He immediately averted his gaze, preparing to rise, only to be halted. "Where are you going? Come help me wipe this off." Ming Zhao blocked his path. One hand gripping a razor, the other covered in foam, her expression urgent, the towel wrapped around her chest accentuated a delightful curve, yet a substantial amount of shaving foam had inadvertently smeared across her delicate collarbone. The man's gaze darkened slightly. "Step aside," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of chill. "I'll get a towel to assist you." Ming Zhao blinked, obediently shifting to the side, removing the towel. Zhou Tingyun approached her, slightly bowing his head as he meticulously cleaned the foam from her collarbone. Out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't ignore the expanse of white, reminiscent of milk spilled everywhere, capturing all his attention. His throat tightened, the hand holding the towel instinctively tightening its grip. Ming Zhao's ears flushed with warmth. Despite the distance he maintained, his warm breath gradually seeped into her skin, akin to a feather brushing against her. She nearly succumbed to the urge to retreat, only to be firmly held by the shoulder. "Stay still. So hot," she thought silently. The man soon released his grip, coolly remarking, "Did you take my advice to put on some clothes as mere background noise? Aren't you worried about getting dirty now?" Ming Zhao replied, "What is dirty about foam?" He washed the towel thoroughly and wiped her down once more. Only after ensuring his own cleanliness did he glance at her. "Just foam." Ming Zhao smiled with her eyes crinkling, her voice melodious. "I don't mind your stubble. First of all, thank you for not minding me," Zhou Tingyun replied. "Secondly, have you forgotten about your tendency to be allergic? This allergy issue arose when she was 8, during a haircut experience. As tiny strands of hair fell into her clothing and weren't promptly cleaned, little Ming Zhao felt itchy and instinctively scratched, leaving large, alarming red marks on her skin. When Zhou Tingyun returned home and spotted the marks on her neck and arms, he was instantly furious. He quickly lifted Ming Zhao to inspect, discovering the pile of stray hairs and hastily cleaning her up. Rummaging through drawers to find ointment to apply meticulously, ultimately unable to resist delivering a few light taps on her palms, though he exerted no real force, Ming Fragile Zhao burst into tears. Wailing as if the world were ending. For several days she ignored Zhou Tingyun, even confronting him after school, hands on her hips, glaring at him, accusing him of being cruel and vowing to sever ties. Zhou Tingyun was so infuriated he nearly laughed. Where had she learned such nonsensical phrases? Now, observing the life-sized version of Ming Zhao before him, her collarbone already beginning to redden, the man's brows furrowed deeper. Noticing her instinctively reaching to scratch, he seized her wrist. "When will you allow me to worry less?" he scolded, his tone cold, pressing his finger against the irritated skin. "You're forever remembering to indulge yourself but forgetting the consequences." Ming Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhou Tingyun, are you complaining about me being bothersome?" Chapter 39. Classic lines. Having handled projects worth countless billions, Zhou Tingyun had never faced defeat, yet he found himself unable to outmaneuver Ming Zhao a few times. "Make sure to apply the ointment properly," he instructed, only to find her languidly sitting down. "Go ahead," she commanded, the young lady issuing orders. Zhou Tingyun cast her a glance, maintaining his composure as he tended to her. However, fate had other plans. Ming Zhao, caught off guard, felt the towel around her suddenly give way. Upon standing after applying the ointment, she felt a sudden loosening at her chest, her eyes widening in panic, before she was swiftly pulled into an embrace. The man shielded her, his large hand pressing against the towel on her back. The towel teetered on the brink of slipping off, leaving her frozen in place. He gazed down at the top of her fluffy head, one hand securing the towel while the other encircled her beneath her arms. "Lift your arms." Ming Zhao timidly raised them, trembling slightly as Zhou Tingyun gathered the fallen edge, wrapping it securely once more, tucking it in. It seemed he was oblivious to the soft, buttery sensation beneath his fingertips. Once assured that it would stay put, he finally released her. His gaze fell upon her flushed cheeks and flustered eyes. "Now you understand fear," he remarked, his voice low and cold. Seeing her so flustered, it was evident that even if he were angry, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh, only asking, "Will you dare to do this again next time?" Ming Zhao bit her lip, silent, her ears burning as if on the verge of igniting. She certainly wasn't scared, she merely forgot to wear matching lingerie. Oh dear, this incident led to Lin Jiwei's unabashed laughter. "Haha, why did you spend so much time getting ready only to end up with mismatched children's sets?" Ming Zhao lay beneath the covers, feeling utterly mortified. Lin Jiwei consoled her. "It's alright, at least you managed to keep things in check. Which is better than revealing your childish color coordination." Ming Zhao replied, "Thank you." Just as she was drowning in embarrassment on her pillow, a message arrived. "However, you really don't need to deliberately pursue what you perceive as maturity. Those who like you will appreciate you no matter your appearance. Ming Zhao was taken aback, deeply touched. Baby TT, Lin Jiwei responded. Perhaps he even likes you for being such a silly 3-year-old. Her emotions were premature. In the following days, Ming Zhao diligently wore pajamas. Zhou Tingyun observed silently, wanting to laugh, yet knowing it would provoke her embarrassment, so he pretended as though nothing had happened. On Saturday, at the Beicheng Grand Theater for a dance performance, the car halted outside the venue. With several hours until the show, Zhou Tingyun rearranged and compressed his work schedule, deliberately freeing up the afternoon and evening to accompany Ming Zhao shopping. Ming Zhao tried on jewelry as the sales attendant lavished praise upon her, her spirits soaring. Although the salesgirl was enthusiastic and dedicated, she had never exhibited such exaggerated excitement, primarily due to the presence of Zhou Tingyun. A fixture in major financial reports, seated on the sofa awaiting her, the man's commanding aura was complemented by his handsome features, long legs casually crossed, exuding calm and elegance. Even the watch on his wrist was beyond her estimation. As he accepted a cup of tea from another attendant, he nodded slightly, offering polite thanks. 4 years were enough for Beicheng to undergo transformation. Thus, when Zhou Tingyun proceeded to pay, the salesgirl excitedly turned to Ming Zhao. Beaming with a classic line of admiration. Mr. Zhou is exceptionally kind to you. I've never heard of him personally accompanying anyone shopping. You're the first woman he has brought along. Zhou Tingyun, who had not walked far. Overheard. Ming Zhao. She struggled to suppress her laughter, expressing her gratitude. Then, adhering to her persona, she gracefully walked in high heels towards the man, intimately linking her arm with his. Her eyes sparkled as she asked. Tingyun, is what she said true? She adopted a demeanor akin to a girlfriend, playfully seeking affirmation. The man, noticing the mischief in her gaze, responded with a nonchalant unable to contain herself. Ming Zhao rested her forehead against his arm, stifling her laughter. The salesgirl trailing behind, it appeared as though Mr. Zhou generously professed his affection, and his girlfriend embraced him in gratitude. After dinner, they prepared to enter the theater, perhaps due to the theme of love. The audience was predominantly couples, either holding hands or intimately embracing. Ming Zhao slightly slid her hand down his arm, gently placing it in his palm, when the man turned to look at her. She leaned in closer, tilting her face upward, her voice soft. My hands are cold. Zhou Tingyun said nothing but grasped her slightly chilly fingertips. As they settled into their seats and the night enveloped them. The stage lights ignited, the tale unfolded within a tumultuous dynasty. Amidst the struggles for royal power, a third prince born of a concubine led a life of misery in the cold palace. Often bullied, bearing scars all over his body, during the dark hours of his life, only the cherished princess, favored by many, provided him with warmth, sharing food, and tending to his wounds, clinging to this shred of happiness. He sometimes thought that living such a life was not too bad until external enemies began to invade frequently. Yet he saw through the decaying core of the dynasty and, for the sake of the common people and the sheltered princess, began to gather strength, revealing glimpses of his talent. Yet time waits for no one. The enemies were formidable, the land ravaged, and chaos reigned. News of the princess's marriage reached the battlefield, from the capital to the borders. Messages took at least half a month to arrive, rendering it too late to remedy the situation. At this moment, the resonant drumbeat sounded, and the tragic music heightened the atmosphere to a climax. Ultimately, the scene calmed, the dimming lights gradually brightened. The story concluded with the third prince bravely guarding the city gates, dying in battle, while the princess, tasked with a mission, successfully assassinated the leader, only to meet her own demise. The dynasty finally ushered in a century of peace. As the actors took their bows, Zhou Tingyun heard the faint sound of someone sniffling. He turned to see Ming Zhao with red-rimmed eyes. Resembling a rabbit, gently cradling her face, he offered her a tissue to wipe her tears. Ming Zhao looked at his calm demeanor, scrunching her nose. Zhou Tingyun, don't you find it touching at all? Very moving, he replied, especially the princess. She is wise and brave. Ming Zhao's nose also flushed. What about the third prince? Tidying her hair, Zhou Tingyun explained, it's a pity he became ensnared in fleeting pleasures, leading to such an outcome. Ming Zhao, puzzled, asked, why do you say that? With the warmth from the indoor heating causing the buttons of her coat to come undone, Zhou Tingyun rebuttoned them for her and wrapped her scarf around her. Explaining, the third prince, born into royalty, should have early on understood the harshness of human emotions. He should have known that the princess, enjoying her privileges, would inevitably bear the burden of marriage had he mustered his resolve earlier. Cultivating his own power and ascending to the throne before that juncture, the outcome may have been markedly different. Chapter 40. Are you jealous? As the lights gradually brightened, the audience began to disperse. Once outside, Ming Zhao stealthily slipped her hand into the man's palm. His hand was large, with long fingers that enveloped hers completely, instilling a profound sense of security. In the corridor, spectators, still immersed in the performance, fervently discussed the drama. The princess's assassination scene was truly spectacular. Every movement was executed with pinpoint precision. The sense of power gave me goosebumps, a girl exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Indeed, the battlefield on the left was intense, while the assassination on the right was utterly thrilling. The design integration was superb, and the music complemented it perfectly. It's just a pity for my little couple. Boo-hoo. Huh, couple? A man expressed, astonished. Yes, a breathtaking romance. Boo-hoo, the princess is a former dynasty royal, she only appears to dote on them to appease the old ministers. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively tightening her grip. Zhou Tingyun, perceptive as ever, lowered his gaze to her and asked, "What's wrong? Still cold?" She shook her head. After a moment, she lifted her face, seemingly curious, and inquired, "What do you think? Is it love?" Upon uttering this question, Ming Zhao scrutinized Zhou Tingyun's expression, missing no subtle changes. As she sought the answer she desired, her heart, suspended like a fragile thread in the wind, swayed precariously on the verge of falling. Yet, the man's expression remained unchanged, as indifferent as ever. No, with that, the thread snapped and Ming Zhao felt as though her fragile heart shattered into 1,000 pieces, the sound echoing mockingly in her ears. She shot him a glare and swiftly withdrew her hand, coolly stating, "I'm going to the restroom." Before the sink, the sound of running water echoed. The cold water coursed over her fingers, gliding past the beautiful ring he had gifted her. She stared at it for a while, lost in thought. It was a present from Zhou Tingyun. When he placed it on her finger, he had smiled and said that in the future, her fiancé's engagement ring must not be less expensive than his gift. She found herself growing to despise him. How irritating. Why did he understand nothing? For several consecutive days, Ming Zhao's mood remained low, the weather mirroring her gloominess with a shroud of mist. To alleviate her frustration, she decided to visit the club to practice archery as a form of release, fiercely aiming at the target as if it were Zhou Tingyun. She was about to release the arrow when suddenly a grating voice interrupted her. "Miss, your archery stance has some issues. Who are you? The grip should not be directed here, let me tell you." The arrow whizzed through the air, striking the bullseye. The man stood embarrassed for a moment before regaining his composure. "I've seen many beginners with your stance. While it may yield temporary improvement, it is detrimental to your energy and physique." Ming Zhao was left speechless. At that moment, she regretted coming out to play. She might as well have stayed at Huayu to engage in a battle of wits with Zhou Tingyun. The man continued to chatter incessantly. "How about this? Add me on WeChat. I can teach you. Given your beauty, I won't even charge you." What was he talking about? Ming Zhao finally turned to look at him, scrutinizing him for a moment. A smug smile spread across his face as he reached for his phone to display his QR code. "To be honest, my family has a long lineage in traditional Chinese medicine. I can see that you have puffiness around your eyes, severe dark circles, and pale lips. You might be experiencing kidney deficiency. I advise you to rest at home to avoid worsening your condition." Ming Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief at his absurdity. The man fell silent, his face paling, torn between wanting to ask for health advice and his pride. Just then, a light chuckle sounded nearby. "You need not trouble yourself to teach her. My national-level coach certification and trophies are displayed in the cabinet." Ming Zhao turned in surprise to see a man at the bar, his features striking and poised. He looked somewhat familiar. He approached her, assessing her with a gentle demeanor. "You don't recognize me?" Seeing her blank expression, he kindly prompted, "Lin Muqing." "Lin Mu, wait." Ming Zhao's eyes brightened as she rummaged through her distant memories. "Muqing Gu," she exclaimed in delight. "When did you return?" Lin Muqing, a childhood neighbor who lived in the villa next to hers, had moved abroad with his family, severing their contact after a brief friendship that lasted 3 months. "Just last week," he replied with a smile. "Oh," she responded, her curiosity piqued. "By the way, how did you know I had that certification?" "Just a guess." Ming Zhao smiled, her eyes sparkling, after exchanging pleasantries and contact information. The joy of reuniting with her childhood neighbor temporarily dispelled her gloom. In the car, Ming Zhao forgot her earlier displeasure and animatedly recounted the encounter to Zhou Tingyun, asking if he remembered that tall and handsome neighbor. As she repeatedly referred to him as Muqing Gu, Zhou Tingyun's expression grew increasingly frosty. He certainly remembered Dai and their childhood. Ming Zhao was oblivious to everything. Whoever offered her a candy would be met with her undivided affection. He had been burdened with schoolwork and the worry that she might develop an infatuation with someone else. He would rush home after school, only to discover Lin Muqing had taken advantage of his absence. Seeing her nestled in Lin Muqing's lap, calling him brother, he had felt a surge of irritation. Wishing to discipline her seatbelt, Zhou Tingyun interrupted her sentimental musings. Ming Zhao hastily secured her seatbelt and resumed her nostalgic conversation with Lin Muqing via text. Throughout the journey back home, her fingers danced across the screen, her lips curving into smiles. In her youthful innocence, she had forgotten many of the events Lin Muqing recounted, such as Zhou Tingyun's stern inquiries about who her true brother was, and how she had turned to Lin Muqing, seeking comfort after Zhou refused to give her snacks, only to have Zhou drag her away, mercilessly dismissing Lin Muqing. Ming Zhao chuckled, her shoulders shaking lightly. Zhou Tingyun was so adorable back then. "Hey, Muqing said we should all go out for a meal sometime." She spun around in Zhou Tingyun's office chair, glancing at her phone with excitement. "No time," he replied curtly, and Ming Zhao frowned. "Are you suggesting I go alone?" Zhou Tingyun lowered his gaze to her. "Where you could choose to come to the office and keep me company. Every day is work. Why are you being like this?" Ming Zhao pouted, frustrated. "It's Muqing Gu. We were just..." She intended to say they were having a good time, but her words were abruptly cut off. Ming Zhao, the depth of his dark eyes bore into her After a pause, he coldly asked, "Do you call everyone brother?" At his words, Ming Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Her thoughts shifted, and she burst into laughter. She stood, leaning closer. "Zhou Tingyun," she tilted her head, her eyes twinkling. "Are you not feeling jealous right now?" Chapter 41, quite generous. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling delicate crescent moons, while her dimples formed gentle curves upon her rosy, alabaster skin. The small, soft whirl of hair atop her head added an endearing touch. He gazed at her for a long moment before replying, "Should I not, Ming Zhao? I raised you for 18 years, you've only spent 3 months with him." He moved away without a word and didn't even inform you. "Yet you still cling to my leg, crying and demanding to trade me for your mooching goo." She widened her eyes in disbelief. "What? I actually said that," before she could revel in his admission of jealousy. She felt a twinge of guilt realizing how she appeared smaller than him, yet she quickly regained her composure, lifting her chin defiantly. "That was merely childish innocence. Why are you quibbling with a child?" He nodded. "Fine, I shall not engage with a child." Zhou Tingyun snatched her phone, casually placing it on the table with a light thud. Ming Zhao felt an inexplicable tension, instinctively gripping the armrest. "Now please tell me. Do you choose to dine with him or accompany me to the office?" His voice remained steady and calm, his gaze returning to her, the depths of his dark eyes betraying no emotion, yet sending her heart racing, a thin sheen of sweat forming at the nape of her neck. Ming Zhao knew she could feign affection, saying she would certainly accompany him to the office. However, she craved to see Zhou Tingyun lose control. That he was always composed, so adept at managing everything. She wanted to draw out more of his emotions. "What if I choose to go eat?" Ming Zhao's eyes glimmered, her gaze shimmering like an innocent little fox. "Mooching goo is really nice, and he fits my aesthetic quite well, plus, he won TB like gooey. Brother, do you think I could like him?" Zhou Tingyun listened quietly, allowing the darker aspects of his heart to expand, consuming every corner of his being. Like a dense fog, it enveloped her, threatening to silence her words. He remained silent for what felt like an eternity, just as Ming Zhao believed she might succeed, before finally replying, "Fine." His tone was devoid of any emotion. "I will not interfere." Ming Zhao was so incensed she felt like throwing a pillow at him. After showering and lying on her bed, she stewed in frustration. What a person, a stubborn blockhead. She pummeled a 2-meter-long cushion as if it were Zhou Tingyun, tossing and turning for what felt like ages. Unable to sleep, staring at the ceiling, her mind wandered, her irritation simmering. With a decisive gesture, she unlocked her phone and navigated to the message titled "Good Stuff" sent by Lin Jiwei, intending to indulge herself in a moment of joy. Unlike the antiquated Zhou Tingyun, she was far from dull. Her collection of novels was kept hidden from prying eyes, as were her online archives and audio files. Ming Zhao turned off the lights, donned her headphones, and settled into a comfortable position, ready to embrace happiness. After a prolonged wait, however, she was met with an unsettling silence. What is going on? Why is there no sound? Increasing the volume yielded no results, prompting a slight furrow of her brow as confusion set in. Could the headphones be malfunctioning? After fiddling with them for an eternity, she cranked the volume up to the maximum, yet remained met with silence. It was only then that an unmistakably suggestive noise emanated from the opposite side. In an instant, Ming Zhao's pupils dilated in shock, her hands fumbling as she hastily adjusted the Bluetooth settings on her screen. Indeed, darkness clouded her vision. She had made a mistake. Even as she promptly hit the pause button, the screen still displayed the lines that indicated the playback had completed. Gazing at the inappropriate phrases that had been blocked, she quietly shut off her phone. Pulling the covers over herself, she resolved to feign unconsciousness. Meanwhile, as the first peculiar sounds erupted from the speakers, Zhou Tingyun swiftly muted the microphone for the video conference. His expression remained impassive as he listened to the deep, surround sound voice of a male speaker, punctuated by labored breaths on the treadmill and an array of suggestive lines. After the meeting concluded, Zhou Tingyun stared silently at the speaker for a moment, his eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. Leaning back in his chair, he slowly rubbed his temples. He certainly did not believe that Ming Zhao should be shielded from such content. Nor did he feel ashamed of his own desires. However, the concerns regarding health and safety in this regard left him uncertain about whom to consult for a proper conversation with her. From what he knew, various elite venues in Beicheng catered specifically to wealthy young ladies, offering a plethora of male models. Fang Yuanshuang had once candidly admitted to him during discussions about arranged marriages that she had been supporting several male models. This thought deepened his frown. While advocating for professional equality, the thought of Ming Zhao getting entangled in such matters made Zhou Tingyun unable to view male models favorably. At present, however, his priority was to protect his sister's dignity. Opting to act as if he had heard nothing, concerned about her embarrassment, he chose to be away on a business trip for a week, providing her ample space and time to regain her composure. Yet, he had not anticipated how swiftly the situation involving the male models would escalate. 1 week later, as Zhou Tingyun touched down in Beicheng, he received a phone call. With each passing moment, his expression grew colder, his dark eyes more profound than the night itself. The driver had never witnessed such a grim demeanor from the boss, instinctively tightening his grip on the steering wheel. The Shangyan Club. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded, vibrant with the allure of nightlife and indulgence. Xiang Man had not anticipated that by merely encountering a solitary Ming Zhao intending to deliver a casual jibe, she would be seized and brought into a tearful embrace. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in shock. "Stop crying. I haven't said anything. What if your brother sees this? You'll be the death of me. Don't mention him." Ming Zhao raised her voice, tears streaming down her face. "Alright, I won't mention him, but can you let go? I still want to play with the male models, and your grip is hindering my performance." After a moment of hesitation, Ming Zhao choked out, "Then I want to play too." Xiang Man chuckled lightly. "What kind of nonsense is this? Is your new tactic to have your brother sell me off to Africa for mining? How ruthless!" Ming Zhao shot her a discontented glare. Her eyes red and teary. 10 minutes later, the male models gathered around, all engaged in a game of werewolf with Ming Zhao. They were indeed skilled, regardless of their roles, and she quickly found herself in high spirits. On the sofa, her phone screen flickered incessantly, yet no one paid it any mind. The night deepened, and a black Maybach sped down the road. Inside, Zhou Tingyun stared at the incessantly popping payment notifications, his expression darkening ominously. "Very well, it seems generous to tip from his card." Chapter 42. Good child. As the young lady indulged in revelry, chaos erupted outside. The manager nervously trailed behind the man. "Mr. Zhou, we weren't aware of your esteemed presence. What brings you here?" Everyone knew that Zhou Tingyun was a paragon of virtue, avoiding establishments of ill repute in the past, when a project party had attempted to curry favor by sending women to please him. They had been met with a permanent rejection from Huayu. So why was he here today? The manager couldn't help but sneak a glance at the man's expression, inwardly murmuring, "What does he look like he's here to catch a cheater?" Upon reaching the top floor, he stepped forward, pulling open the glass door. Instantly, a chorus of cheerful laughter greeted him, bright, effervescent, akin to spring birds chirping merrily. Zhou Tingyun's gaze fell upon a beautiful face, glowing with a rosy hue reminiscent of the evening sky, exuding an air of opulence. It was evident that she was enjoying herself immensely. Ming Zhao, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, was enthusiastically chatting with the male model. "Your voice is far more pleasant to hear than that jerk Zhou Tingyun, the manager. Who was this ancestor?" His vision darkened as he wished to bury himself in the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Tingyun remained unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by the insults directed at him. Such a scoundrel, such a rogue, such malice. He had grown accustomed to his sister's unpredictable behavior, especially when she had just sweetly called him brother a moment prior. Furthermore, it was merely a game of werewolf, he thought. He could overlook his sister's minor transgressions. Zhou Tingyun cast a sidelong glance at the manager. The manager felt a pang of anxiety and quickly raised his voice, ushering everyone out. "Alright, disperse, all of you, leave." Xiang Man, immersed in the game, frowned, her temper flaring. Who dared to be so arrogant? Furious, she prepared to retaliate. Who doesn't have their eyes open? Her eyes widened in shock. Trembling, she slowly reached out to tug on Ming Zhao's sleeve. "Zhao Zhao Zhao." Ming Zhao was engrossed in the game, her focus unwavering. "What is it? Don't disrupt my train of thought, Xiang Man. I see you're trying to send me to my doom." Then, with genuine sincerity, she offered, "Here is a piece of advice, Ming Zhao. Pretend to be drunk now, and when you wake up tomorrow, claim you don't remember anything. You'll thank me later." "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Ming Zhao hadn't yet grasped the situation when she noticed the male model suddenly attempting to leave. She quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Hey, it's your turn to speak. Where are you going?" Male model. Zhou Tingyun watched her delicate fingers crease the fabric of the man's sleeve. Finally, the man's voice, tinged with the chill of late autumn, drifted through the night. "Are you done playing?" In that instant, it felt as if a cold wind swept across the desolate plains, the atmosphere turning deathly silent. The chill sent a shiver down Ming Zhao's spine, freezing her from head to toe. Question: what to do if caught by her brother at a club with male models? Although it was merely a game of werewolf. Response: so what? He is avoiding me on a business trip without a word. Let me play. Meanwhile, Xiang Man hastily led the male model away, stumbling to the door. The diligent male model even reached out to support her, receiving a mixture of appreciation and gratitude in her eyes. Within minutes, the vast space was left with only the two of them. The air around them seemed to freeze, silence enveloping them, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Zhou Tingyun extended his hand, saying, "Let us go." How could he always remain so composed? Ming Zhao felt an inexplicable surge of anger. With a sharp motion, she pushed him away. The man studied her for a long moment, then ceased to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he bent down, his arm sliding beneath her knees, disregarding her struggles, and forcibly lifted her to carry her out. Before Ming Zhao could even react with a gasp, the sudden sensation of weightlessness startled her, prompting her to cling tightly to Zhou Tingyun. Realizing she wanted to squirm free, in the next instant, his large hand secured her legs around his waist, lifting her as if she were a koala. Immobilizing her, "Zhou Tingyun, let me go," she protested, striking his shoulder with all her might. Throughout their journey, Zhou Tingyun remained indifferent to her furious outbursts, his shoulders and neck soon adorned with several bite marks. His pace unyielding, the driver was left astounded as he witnessed the boss's forceful display of affection, his heart racing with turmoil. Suddenly meeting the man's emotionless gaze jolted him back to reality. He hurriedly opened the door and fogged the partition. Ming Zhao was unceremoniously tossed into the car. She bristled with indignation and prepared to rise. The man entered, expressionless, and swiftly yanked off his tie. Binding her hands tightly, Zhou Tingyun, if my hands are tied, I'll use my mouth, she declared, lunging to bite him. The man raised his hand, gripping her face, his palm pressing against her lips. Suddenly, he caught sight of her reddened eyes. He frowned. You still have the audacity to cry? His voice was as cold as a blade. Ming Zhao froze momentarily, her body stiffening as she stared at him in shock. This was it. The floodgates opened. Spilling tears, her once shallow eye sockets brimmed rapidly with tears, cascading down in torrents, all landing on his hand. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of remorse for being harsh with her. The standoff lasted less than 3 seconds before Zhou Tingyun, exasperated, lifted her onto his lap and began to unfasten his tie. Ming Zhao, already sensitive, found her skin marked with red impressions after just a short while. Zhou Tingyun gently massaged her wrists, offering an apology. He then cradled her face in his hands, using his fingertips to wipe away the tears that continued to spill, soothing her with soft words and occasionally planting gentle kisses on her eyes. The cool touch against her swollen eyelids alleviated her discomfort. Ming Zhao's mind buzzed momentarily, her thoughts seeming to pause, leaving her in a void. She stared at him, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. But soon realization dawned on her. He thought she was drunk. He was aware of her tendencies to lose control when intoxicated, and he had comforted her in this manner before, regardless of whether she had stumbled or encountered some sorrowful event. Zhou Tingyun would always lift her onto his lap, incessantly kissing her forehead, eyes, and cheeks, soothing her not to cry. Her heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest, as Ming Zhao tightened her grip on his sleeve. Gradually she complied and quieted down, making no fuss. Soon, a low voice tinged with amusement reached her ears, praising her. A good child. His warm breath was gentle, yet the subtle sense of control sent a shiver down her spine. As if waiting for her to regain her composure, the man wiped his hands with a disinfectant wipe, then pressed his cool fingertips against her eyelids, lightly brushing her lashes as if caressing an incredibly precious doll. After a prolonged pause, long enough for Ming Zhao to feel herself drifting towards sleep, he slowly moved downward, arriving at her lips. His gaze felt almost tangible, tracing over her mouth. Ming Zhao's long lashes fluttered. A wave of tingling sensation coursing from her heels to her spine, the warmth of his hand cradling her sent her cheeks ablaze, a burning heat. The gentle pressure began as a tender caress, but gradually intensified. Even if she were unaware of the inappropriateness of such an action, she should understand this was definitely not something Zhou Tingyun ought to do to her. Thump, 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 her heart raced, adrenaline surging. Deafeningly loud. Chapter 43, Who should I turn to? Ming Zhao was a daring individual, somewhat impulsive and mischievous in her childhood. She became increasingly unruly as she grew older. 99% of this could be attributed to Zhou Tingyun. When she got called to the office for fighting with a male classmate who bullied her in elementary school, Zhou Tingyun laid cash before the boy's parents and encouraged Ming Zhao to slap him a few more times. In middle school, after she had a heated exchange with a male teacher who preached gender discrimination from the podium, the next day, Zhou Tingyun contacted the principal to have the teacher dismissed. When she damaged a wealthy young man's luxury car parked by the roadside, Zhou Tingyun was ready to settle it with money, but upon learning that the young man had insulted her first, he retaliated against the family's project. Instead, he seemed to always stand by her side. Aside from the time they shared a large box of ice cream, Ming Zhao suddenly recalled what Zhou's grandfather had said to her during his birthday banquet. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the cacophony of voices, she could only hear his warm voice. You can do whatever you want whatever you desire. Really, is it truly possible? Ming Zhao pondered, her lashes lowered. Would he consent to any of her requests, regardless of morality or ethics, without any bottom line? With this thought, she tentatively extended the tip of her tongue. For a moment, it felt as though the entire world had plunged into silence. All her senses numbed, she opened her mouth again, gently biting his finger, grinding against it. As Zhou Tingyun paused, his body stiffening. A delicate tingling sensation surged from her skin into her heart, splitting it open, as a deep-seated hunger within her began to grow like wild vines. Swiftly entangling, his gaze remained calm as water, his dark pupils fixated on her, as if a hidden current flowed beneath. His full lips resembled vibrant petals, harboring an alluring fragrance that beckoned her to press in deeply. The restrained force slipped from his control in that instant. A soft sigh reached her ears. He noticed her dazed eyes drooping into a pitiful arc, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Pain. I'm sorry. It felt as if everything that had just transpired was an illusion. He lowered his gaze, his voice deep and rich, laden with remorse as he apologized to her. Then, as if to soothe her, he lightly rubbed against her, asking if she had been hurt. Her ears flushed suddenly, the unexpected term causing her heart to race inexplicably. Seeking comfort, she leaned her face against his palm. Zhou Tingyun caressed the shallow dimple on her cheek, his touch extraordinarily gentle. It was merely a small punishment. Zhao, he said, you made me very angry today. His voice remained calm and steady, like a tranquil deep pool, untouched by even the slightest ripple, yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure that could not be ignored. Each word struck her heart heavily. Ming Zhao felt a twinge of fear, yet found it somewhat exhilarating, her breath involuntarily quickening. She tightly squeezed her fingertips, feigning a dazed expression as she tilted her head. Why, her glistening cheeks resembled a red lantern against the snow, stunningly beautiful, her hair cascading down, partially concealing her face. The silky strands fell like satin wrapping around her wrist, curling around her fingertips, like a tightly coiled ring. He grasped her hand, his long fingers lightly tracing her palm, the webbing, and the knuckles, as if seeking to cleanse something. Because you never learned to protect yourself. Zhou Tingyun gently traced the bluish veins on her wrist. The connected blood vessels had severed, yet it felt as though something else, delicate and intertwining, remained. They did not solely serve women, they also catered to men, their bodies marked with the traces of others. Sweat, saliva, and the man's tone was composed, devoid of emotional fluctuations. You are the cleanest, Zhao Zhao, can you accept this? As he spoke, his expression was exceedingly calm, as if casually discussing specialized terminology during a high-level meeting. Devoid of any emotional coloring. If you wish to address your physiological needs, you should not seek out these individuals. Ming Zhao could hardly fathom that such unvarnished and blunt words would escape Zhou Tingyun's lips. He had always been steady and gentlemanly, his words carrying just the right amount of nuance even when criticizing subordinates, never once uttering a single curse word throughout her life. A chill ran down Ming Zhao's spine. Were it any other day, Zhou Tingyun would never behave this way, taking advantage of her drunken stupor to reveal an unreserved side of himself. Ming Zhao endeavored to steady her racing heart. Still mindful of maintaining her faade, nodding in a daze, her face felt too hot, she thought, fortunately bolstered by her drunken persona, preventing her blush from appearing strange. She earnestly inquired, her eyes feigning a deliberately muddled drunkenness. Then who should I turn to? Zhou Tingyun gently toyed with her hair, asking, who does my little darling wish to find? Of course it's you, Ming Zhao silently shouted in her heart. Isn't it only right for an elder brother to help his younger sister solve her problems? Externally she appeared innocent, blinking her eyes, her curled lashes forming a fox-like arc. Can you? She questioned. Under Zhou Tingyun's steady gaze, Ming Zhao felt her palms sweating profusely, her heart rising to her throat, fearful of revealing any hint of vulnerability. After all, he was far too intelligent, and she was all too easily read. Ming Zhao steadied her breath, yet persisted in speaking. You have not kissed anyone else, have you? The man stared at her, his dark eyes inscrutable, making it difficult to decipher his true thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. No, he raised his hand, pinching her nose. She knew he would respond this way. Ming Zhao frowned in displeasure. But you said you would agree to anything I asked. Why do you not keep your word? Except for this, he replied. Ming Zhao pressed her lips together tightly, once again facing the except for this dilemma. What else could he possibly agree to? It felt as though he was merely spinning dreams. The final say rested with him, didn't he it? She feigned distress. Fine, then I will reluctantly change my request. As she spoke, she preemptively confirmed, you won't say except for this again, will you? I won't. He assured, suppressing the urge to smile. His long lashes concealed a fleeting glimmer of mischief in his eyes. That hurts. Ming Zhao lifted her chin, pointing to her lips, speaking softly. It's all your fault. I need a kiss to feel better. Chapter 44. Taking advantage of the situation, Ming Zhao was fully prepared to throw a tantrum, employing her usual tactics of crying, causing a scene, and making a fuss. So when Zhou Tingyun remarked, "You re drunk," it was as if a switch had been flipped, and tears began to well. A feeling profoundly aggrieved, she coldly declared, "Then I'll go find Brother Mu Qing. I don't want you anymore." With that, she huffed indignantly, attempting to slide off his lap. Zhou Tingyun pressed down on her knees. Ming Zhao, he was 8 years her senior, no longer the impulsive youth of 16, and ought to be tolerant of her unfiltered words. Even with this thought in mind, his gaze darkened. He was not a saint with a clear conscience, his overwhelming possessiveness and the jealousy he could not quell surged within him at that moment. Consuming all his rationality, everything had changed since that night when she turned 18. Not seeing her turn her head, still struggling, Zhou Tingyun confined her, gently lifting her face. The action was soft yet bore an air of unyielding authority. The girl wore a defiant expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, on the verge of spilling over. He sighed. After all, she wouldn't remember it, Zhou Tingyun thought to himself, lowering his head helplessly. The kiss was light and precious, like a breeze brushing across the surface of a lake, fleetingly touching the corner of his lips. Ming Zhao's pupils widened. Even after he had pulled back, she remained dazed. Did he not kiss her? Was it truly that simple? It seemed all it took to provoke him was a mere mention of Lin Muqing. Ming Zhao felt a bit giddy. She admitted to being rather kitsch. But the notion of the esteemed Zhou family heir retreating time and again for her sake was truly easily appeased. Ming Zhao watched him wipe her tears, tentatively leaning closer to peck his lips. The man neither flinched nor reciprocated, merely looking down at her with a faintly dismissive gaze, as if indulging a child's playful antics. Seeing this, she slowly blinked, straightened her body, and leaned in again, close yet distant. The scent enveloping them, her glistening eyes curved as they brushed lightly against his brown nose, and finally lips. Only to be held back by his hand on her cheek, creating distance. Where did you learn this? He inquired from you, Ming Zhao replied, her dimpled smile blooming. The man fixed his gaze on her, his eyes darkening imperceptibly, meeting his stare. She removed his hand and leaned up to kiss him. Ming Zhao possesses a wealth of theoretical knowledge, and her practical abilities are commendable as well. However, what sets her apart is her diligence and eagerness to learn. She gazes into Zhou Tingyun's eyes, tentatively extending her tongue to give a gentle lick, then playfully nibbles on his lower lip, followed by a soft suck. Noticing that the man remains unresponsive, his downcast eyes calm and seemingly devoid of emotion, Ming Zhao hesitates to be too audacious. Just as she intends to withdraw, Zhou Tingyun firmly grips the back of her head, pulling her back into an embrace. The breaking point is but a fleeting thought. Outside the car window, the shimmering neon lights flow like water, leaving behind long trails of gold and pale blue, akin to falling meteors. Reason urges him to halt, yet he continues to seize every breath from her. The vehicle has arrived at the old residence, yet their lips and tongues remain entwined. It is unclear how long they have been kissing until the sound of the driver closing the door breaks the moment. He gradually slows down, becoming delicate and tender. He arranges her tousled hair and carries her out of the car. Ming Zhao feels somewhat dazed from the kisses, her chin resting on his shoulder as she takes a moment to collect herself. She bites her lip, still sensing a tingling sensation, her ears flushed with warmth. How is he so proficient at kissing? Upon entering the living room, they fortuitously encounter the still-awake elder Zhou, whose expression is one of irritation. What are you two doing? Zhao Zhao is drunk, Ming Zhao's companion replies, his face betraying no emotion, his voice steady. I am escorting her back to her room. Elder Zhou's expression softens momentarily before he glares at him. Is this how you act as an older brother, allowing her to drink out in public? Zhou Tingyun does not retort but simply states, I will discipline her properly. Ming Zhao remains silent, pretending to be oblivious. Elder Zhou senses something amiss about him but cannot articulate it, his gaze lingering as he attempts to comprehend the situation. He watches as Zhou Tingyun escorts Ming Zhao to the second-floor room, only to turn away when he finally departs. Back in his room, Zhou Tingyun remains calm for a moment before lifting a finger to brush his lip corner. The soft sensation lingers, the sweet aroma refusing to dissipate. Why did he not push her away? Was it truly only to soothe her, to prevent her from crying? The cold water cascades down. An hour later, having just emerged from the bathroom enveloped in a chill, he notices a mound under the covers on the bed. He pauses, sits at the edge, and reaches in, attempting to pull her out. Surprise, Ming Zhao suddenly pops up, offering him a radiant smile, before knitting her delicate brows. Why did you take so long in the shower? She is clad in a creamy white long-sleeved pajama set, her previous actions having been quite excessive. Now, she aims to lower Zhou Tingyun's guard. As anticipated, the man merely pinches her cheek. Aren't you going to sleep? Ming Zhao produces a tablet, displaying a new version of a puzzle room game. Her architectural accomplishments had flourished during her years abroad. Since sleep eludes her, she resolves to stay awake instead. Lady Ming has set her sights on taking over the family business by the age of 35, so for the next 14 years. She plans to enjoy a leisurely life as a wealthy woman, nurturing her flowers and grass, while occasionally engaging in projects that pique her interest. Zhou Tingyun peruses documents while Ming Zhao uses him as a cushion. Seated in his lap as she plays, he raises no objections. On one hand, a drunken Ming Zhao will remain quiet if allowed to follow her whims, and on the other, they have already kissed, making further confrontation unnecessary. Yet, Ming Zhao is far from docile. As she plays, she suddenly tilts her face upward, planting a kiss on his chin. Zhou Tingyun's hand momentarily pauses as he looks down at her. She moves higher, pressing her lips to the corner of his mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazes at him. According to the broken window theory, once the first act of rule-breaking or boundary pushing goes unchecked, it becomes easier to provoke further similar behaviors. Thus Zhou Tingyun grips her chin, leaning down to engage in a prolonged kiss, erasing every thought from his mind, lost in the sensation. Once the kiss concludes, Ming Zhao resumes her game. Not long after, she leans in again, the back of her head is swiftly captured, and the room fills with subtle, intimate sounds. After a few rounds, Zhou Tingyun closes the documents, setting them aside. Even aware that this is taking advantage of the situation, he cannot halt his spiraling descent. Ultimately, Ming Zhao finds herself being kissed and embraced back to her own room, and as he rises to leave, she reaches up to hook her arms around his neck. The man's dark, turbulent gaze meets hers for a moment before he leans down to kiss her once more. Chapter 45. The distinction is apparent to all the following midday. Jubilant golden sunlight pours in, casting a halo over her satin-like, soft hair. As light threads through her eyelashes, it awakens her from slumber. Ming Zhao rubs her eyes, waking with a dazed expression. Gradually, her thoughts drift back to the previous night, her cheeks warming with embarrassment. Ming Zhao sits on the bed, vexed. How could his kissing skills be so impressive? After washing up, she finds Zhou Tingyun waiting to summon her for lunch. She is not surprised by his demeanor of pretending that nothing occurred. She expected nothing less, which is precisely why she felt unrestrained in her kisses. Ming Zhao leans closer to Zhou Tingyun, slightly tilting her head and infusing her eyes with a hint of confusion and distress. saying, "Could you take a look at my mouth? It feels a bit numb. Did something bite me?" The man's gaze falls on her slightly swollen lips, his expression darkening. The moment she drew near, he nearly instinctively leaned down to kiss her. "Perhaps," he replies. Ming Zhao internally scoffs. As they descend the stairs side by side, Zhou Qianan gazes at Ming Zhao in astonishment. "What happened to your lips?" She innocently shakes her head. "I don't know. They were like this when I woke up. Maybe a pesky mosquito bit me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun casts a sidelong glance at her. She feigns ignorance, smiling brightly at Elder Zhou. "Grandpa, can I invite a friend over for dinner this weekend?" Elder Zhou pays little mind to such trivial matters, only inquiring, "Is it a boy or a girl?" "A boy." Elder Zhou's face lights up with joy, asking her for his name, where he lives, and his background. When she mentions that Mu Qing is an old neighbor from her childhood who has recently returned to develop his career, Elder Zhou is thoroughly pleased, eager to have him over for dinner. Zhou Tingyun maintains a neutral expression, yet when the meal concludes and everyone disperses, he seizes Ming Zhao's wrist, pulling her back. The girl suppresses a smile. "What is it?" He looks at her, his voice calm. "Mu Qing, what about it?" Ming Zhao feigns ignorance. "Haven't I always called him that? Previously, you called him Mu Qing." Good. He corrects her. "Did I?" Ming Zhao ponders for a moment, explaining, "It might be because I felt a bit unfamiliar when we first met. But now that we've talked more, it feels more familiar." Zhou Tingyun's gaze darkens as he releases her hand, speaking evilly. "Very well." For several consecutive days, Ming Zhao continues to act as close to Zhou Tingyun as usual, deliberately teasing him while engaging Elder Zhou in enthusiastic discussions about Lin Mu Qing. As she observes Zhou Tingyun's increasingly cold demeanor, her smile grows ever sweeter. After all, he is the one pretending as if nothing had happened. Thus, they might as well treat it as if nothing had occurred. Time swiftly passes, and soon the day arrives for Lin Mu Qing to join them for dinner. He arrives with ample courtesy, bearing many valuable gifts for his first visit. Elder Zhou is delighted, showering him with compliments and seating him next to Ming Zhao. Once settled, Lin Mu Qing turns to Zhou Tingyun, greeting him with a smile. The man responds calmly, his voice steady and gentle, as if he were merely a kind older brother, devoid of any unusual emotions. Lin Mu Qing raises an eyebrow slightly. Time and experience are truly remarkable. If Zhou Tingyun were still the 16 or 17-year-old boy he once was, he would never have been able to exhibit such grace. While responding to Elder Zhou's inquiries, he serves Ming Zhao food, their interactions intimate and familiar. Meanwhile, Zhou Siyu and Zhou Qianan exchange glances, panicking at the sudden emergence of a rival. Lin Mu Qing's appearance is equally striking, not to mention his considerate and gentle demeanor, making him all the more appealing to girls. This was not good, this was dire. Would their older brother suffer a crushing defeat? The old residence is not far from Hohai. After the meal, Elder Zhou encourages Ming Zhao to take Lin Mu Qing out for a stroll, suggesting that since he has just returned to the country, she should help him familiarize himself with the surroundings. Lin Mu Qing's smile widens, exuding warmth as he proposes, "Since Zhao Zhao and I are in similar situations, why don't..." He glances at Zhou Tingyun. "Tingyun Gu can join us too." Elder Zhou frowns, unwilling to let Zhou Tingyun intrude. He is busy with work. "You young people should explore freely." "Young people?" Ming Zhao stifles a laugh, asking, "Do you have time?" The man gazes at her, his dark eyes inscrutable. Just days ago, she had been clinging to him, kissing him, yet now she seems to be creating distance. "I do," he replies succinctly. The three of them stroll down the street. Two handsome men of differing styles flanking a radiant beauty, drawing considerable attention. On the sidewalk, a flower seller, head bowed as she fiddles with her phone, catches sight of them and instinctively raises a flower, reciting her sales pitch. "Handsome, would you like to buy a bouquet for your girlfriend?" Her voice falters. "Right, no, who is with whom?" The flower is lifted in front of Zhou Tingyun, leaving him in a dilemma. He pauses for a moment, about to act, but Lin Mu Qing steps in first, taking the flower and presenting it to Ming Zhao, then scanning the QR code to make payment. Ming Zhao steals a glance at Zhou Tingyun's expression before smiling brightly at Lin Mu Qing. "Thank you, Mu Qing Gu." Ming Zhao senses Zhou Tingyun's profound gaze resting quietly upon her, and she beams at him, her eyes crinkling with delight. The autumn weather is pleasant, perfect for a leisurely stroll. Ming Zhao and Lin Mu Qing engage in cheerful conversation, the atmosphere seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, while Zhou Tingyun trails a step behind, listening to her recount amusing anecdotes from abroad. Frankly speaking, Lin Mu Qing would make an excellent husband. He hails from a good family, has a gentle disposition, and most importantly, treats Ming Zhao with utmost kindness. He should have no cause for concern. The previous incident was merely a mistake of his own making, one that no one would uncover or remember. Yet, the more he contemplated with a cool mind, meticulously unraveling the layers of his thoughts, the more he found himself tormented by jealousy. It gnawed at his insides like a venomous serpent. His initial relief at her absence transformed into an overwhelming sense of unwillingness upon witnessing her dazzling smile. Why did he not confide in her? As he observed her profile, the sunlight danced upon her curled lashes and the fine fuzz on her skin. He knew everything about her, even the places she cherished being kissed. The varying pressures that could elicit soft coos from her. His gaze traversed her lightly blushed cheeks, landing on her delicate earlobes that glimmered in the light. Zhou Tingyun allowed those dark thoughts to gradually invade his mind. He imagined how she would react, entangled in a passionate kiss that traversed from the car to the bed, their lips swollen from fervor. Would she regret not adhering to the boundaries they should have maintained? Chapter 46. Crying over such trivial matters. The dying rays of the sun cast a shimmering glow upon the lake's surface. Before parting ways, Lin Muqing invited Ming Zhao to camp at the mountain top next week to witness the meteor shower. Suggesting they could invite a few friends along, she readily agreed. Turning to Zhou Tingyun, she blinked expectantly, noticing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Zhou Tingyun remained unmoved. How could he be oblivious to her intentions? She was both delicate and lazy. During their previous ascent of the shortest mountain in Beicheng, it had ultimately been he who carried her up. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "You all go ahead, I have work." As soon as Zhou Tingyun spoke, he noticed her mouth pouting slightly. She clearly yearned to lean closer and act coy, yet after casting a furtive glance at Lin Muqing, she remained rooted to the spot. The man's gaze turned slightly icy, that he was not unaware of Ming Zhao's peculiar behavior. At home, she would cling to him, yet now she maintained her distance, smiling sweetly at others. In front of Lin Muqing, she acted demure and compliant, never overstepping her boundaries, almost as if she feared being misunderstood. Zhou Tingyun furrowed his brow slightly as a chill autumn wind swept through. For a long time, he had been shrouded in a dense fog of rationality concerning Ming Zhao. But at this moment, it seemed to dissipate entirely. He withdrew his gaze, his dark eyes clouded, lost in thought. Upon returning home, Ming Zhao gazed at the photographs Lin Muqing had taken of her on her phone, feeling immensely satisfied as she posted them on social media. "Mom, my darling is so beautiful. Did you go out with Tingyun? Your photography skills have improved." "Likes," Ming Zhao replied. "It was taken by brother Muqing." Of course, Zhou Tingyun had taken pictures as well, yet she cunningly refrained from posting any. The next moment, Ming Zhang initiated a video call. "Have you two connected so swiftly?" On the other end of the screen, Miss Ming teased, recalling the time he moved when Ming Zhao had cried and asked her to find him a new brother. Ming Zhao leaned against the armrest of the sofa, her legs draped over Zhou Tingyun's, and nearly dropped her phone upon hearing this. At that moment, she felt a tinge of guilt, unable to meet the man's gaze. "Darling, how do you feel about spending time with him?" Ms. Ming inquired. "Quite good," she answered. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhang's expression brightened with satisfaction as she nodded slightly. "Muqing is a good person, and our families are well matched. If you like him, perhaps you should spend more time together." "Yet he doesn't even have a girlfriend," she frowned, expressing her discontent, playfully kicking Zhou Tingyun's leg. Subsequently, she straightened up, leaning closer to him, raising her phone to include him in the frame. "Right." The man's expression remained stoic, yet his hand casually found its way to her waist, a gentle yet undeniable force pulling her closer. The sudden strength nearly made Ming Zhao gasp, her phone raised higher, inadvertently pressing against him. As if merely to appear complete on screen, Zhou Tingyun greeted Ming Zhang with an air of calm. Ming Zhang, oblivious to the underlying tension, cheerfully reminded Ming Zhao to keep an eye on Zhou Tingyun, lest he end up lonely for life. Ming Zhao feigned a response to her mother's words while enduring the subtle caresses at her waist. His fingertips glided softly, seemingly absent-mindedly, in circles, knowing well it was her sensitive spot. Before long, Ming Zhao melted against him, gripping his hand tightly. Her face flushed, while Ms. Ming inquired whether she felt too warm. At the mention of warmth, the man's gaze shifted down to her. "Is it hot?" She mumbled a few perfunctory words, hanging up the call, and in an instant, she angrily mounted him, demanding, "Why did you suddenly touch me?" Zhou Tingyun, however, remained unfazed, slowly responding, "When did I touch you?" Ming Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You were clearly touching my waist just now." He glanced at his hand, then returned his gaze to her face. "I apologize. I tend to have subconscious movements when I'm deep in thought." Ming Zhao, before she could fully process his words, he added, "You can sit on my lap, but am I not allowed to touch your waist?" At that moment, she was momentarily speechless. How dare he? The man scrutinized her expression, filled with confusion, anxiety, and an air of concealment. Thus, she was not entirely oblivious. She had thought that all her closeness, rooted in dependency, was innocent, yet it had taken on other hues. Zhou Tingyun, being older and more experienced in various schemes, had chosen to overlook all the inconsistencies and transgressions, unwilling to ascribe malicious intentions to her. He regarded her with eyes darker than before. He remained uncertain of what she sought from him. Perhaps it was the thrill and novelty that young women often craved, or perhaps, out of boredom during a dry spell, she merely wished to toy with him. But to entice him with such effort only to waltz away for someone she preferred, such a thing seemed improbable. After a moment of waiting for her to regain her composure, he decided to let it go. Coolly remarking, "How much longer will you sit on me?" Ming Zhao, initially flustered, felt a wave of grievance swell within her as she pressed her lips together. "If you accompany me to watch the meteor shower, I'll get off." As Zhou Tingyun remained unmoved. "What's the reason?" Ming Zhao widened her eyes. "Do I need a reason to accompany my dearest darling to have fun? Are you certain it's not because you're too lazy to climb the mountain yourself?" She feared the cable car and sought to ascend, but aside from relying on him, what other options did she have? Struck at the heart of her thoughts, Ming Zhao stubbornly settled deeper into his embrace. Declaring, "Then I shall not leave." The man cast her a sidelong glance. "Suit yourself, Zhou Tingyun," she exclaimed in indignation. Raising her head, the man paid no heed to her fury, since she refused to get down. He held her firmly as he attended a meeting. Zhou Tingyun turned off the camera, casually listening to the work report. Occasionally, while pondering, his fingertips would absent-mindedly graze her soft waist. She grasped his hand, whispering for her to remain quiet as he was in a meeting, urging her not to fidget. It was as if he was earnestly cautioning her against mischief, until she leaned against his shoulder. Trembling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, he felt the tumultuous emotions swirling within him gradually subside. Zhou Tingyun raised his hand to gently touch her cheek. "You're crying over such trivial matters." "I'll accompany you." "Who is crying?" Ming Zhao protested, her ears burning crimson. Clutching his sleeve, suspecting he was being deliberately provocative, yet lacking evidence, Ming Zhao inquired on her phone whether Lin Jiwei wanted to join her for the meteor shower. Lin Jiwei scolded her for being lovesick, climbing a mountain at midnight, claiming she was insane. Then she replied, "I'll go." Ming Zhao sent a question mark. She then asked Zhou Siyu and Zhou Qianan. Zhou Qianan expressed his intention to binge-watch dramas and play games all night, reminding Zhou Siyu to safeguard their ship. Zhou Siyu felt a strong sense of responsibility surge within her, self-assigning this significant mission. Chapter 47, Your relationship seems wonderful. On Saturday, they prepared all the necessary items for camping and climbing and settled into the hotel. Ming Zhao shared a car with Zhou Tingyun, while Zhou Siyu picked up Lin Jiwei along the way. Outside the car window, the forest of steel gradually vanished, replaced by low-rise buildings and wildly growing branches. Ming Zhao was engrossed in browsing, easy climbing techniques, and scientific rest methods, diligently studying, leaning back against the man's chest. She suddenly realized that Zhou Tingyun had become quite peculiar lately. This was particularly evident in his increasing tolerance towards her. For instance, when she leaned in, he would not push her away. Instead, he would wrap his arm around her waist and lower his head to listen to her. Even when she wore a tank top, he no longer scolded her but merely cast a vague glance. Previously, even when she sat on him, he seldom initiated contact. Now her gaze dropped to his long fingers, which were firmly wrapped around her. Ming Zhao felt puzzled but was nonetheless pleased with this change in him, subconsciously dismissing the fluttering sensations within her. The car halted at the hotel, and the attendant assisted them with their luggage to their room. Lin Muqing had already arrived. After changing into their gear, the group prepared to set off. Dressed in a puffy coat, Ming Zhao felt slightly cumbersome as she raised 3 fingers, declaring, "This time, I will definitely reach the summit on my own." Zhou Tingyun wrapped a scarf around her, feigning ignorance of the hotel's location on the mountainside. As they began their ascent, Ming Zhao leaned on her trekking pole, resembling a penguin. 2 tall men clad in black jackets flanked her as if they were great guardians. Following behind, Lin Jiwei remarked, "Actually, being the filling isn't too bad." The pure-hearted Zhou Siyu widened her eyes. No way. Starting from the mountainside, the climb was indeed much easier for Ming Zhao, although her breathing was rapid and uneven. She managed to reach the summit, albeit barely. The golden ginkgo trees and fiery red maple leaves blazed like a burning cloud all the way to the horizon, painting the landscape in vibrant hues. As they ascended further, the biting cold wind became more pronounced, pelting her face with icy droplets. Ming Zhao shrank her neck instinctively, edging closer to Zhou Tingyun. The man lifted his hand to wrap around her, enveloping her hands in warmth. Lin Muqing observed this and couldn't help but exclaim, "You two have a wonderful relationship." There seemed to be a hint of envy in her tone, accompanied by an indescribable sense of regret. Ming Zhao, upon noticing this, was about to retract her hand but found it firmly ensnared. Zhou Tingyun's dark eyes fixated on her, his long fingers gradually and gently slipping between her own, their fingers interlocking. At that moment, she felt no chill, rather, her cheeks began to flush. She attempted to discreetly disentangle herself, yet her arm could not outmaneuver his strong grasp. It was not until they reached the campsite that Ming Zhao regained her freedom. Zhou Tingyun produced a folding chair, unfolded it, and gestured for Ming Zhao to take a seat, before proceeding to set up the tent. The man's broad shoulders and narrow waist formed a striking silhouette. As he secured the ropes, the veins on the back of his hand bulged slightly, creating an alluring shape. Watching him, her heart fluttered. She silently turned her gaze away, observing Lin Jiwei and Zhou Siyu, who were flustered and struggling to comprehend the situation, and felt a sense of amusement. She quickly directed Zhou Tingyun to assist them. Meanwhile, Lin Jiwei and Zhou Siyu stood to the side, silently watching Zhou Tingyun humbly erect the tent. Their expressions unspoken, their gazes drifted towards the delicate young lady lazily seated nearby, casually enjoying her fruit, a complex mixture of emotions stirring within. As night fell, a bonfire flickered to life in the campsite. After dinner, Ming Zhao indulged in a brief nap before waiting at the tent entrance for the meteor shower. Zhou Tingyun sat to her right, while Lin Muqing settled into the folding chair on her left. Ming Zhao tilted her head, engaged in lively conversation with Lin Muqing, yet her body unconsciously leaned towards Zhou Tingyun. He listened to their banter without interjecting, instead slowly drawing her hand into his. Gently kneading her fingertips with his thumb, Ming Zhao instinctively sought to break free but dared not make any sudden movements. After struggling fruitlessly, she resigned herself to his playful grasp. The man's gaze lingered on her gradually reddening earlobes, Slowly trailing his touch along her finger to her palm, then to her wrist, and even attempting to probe further. Suddenly, Ming Zhao sprang to her feet. Zhao Zhao, Lin Muqing queried, puzzled. She pinched her tingling fingers, paused momentarily, and sat back down, her cheeks flushed. It's nothing. After successfully fishing, Ming Zhao quietly reduced her communication with Lin Muqing. In the thickening darkness, the air was shrouded in a fine mist, dampening her hair. As the time for the meteor shower drew near, her focus sharpened on the night sky, resembling dark velvet. Abruptly, a brilliant light streaked across the heavens. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she tapped Zhou Tingyun, exclaiming, "Look quickly!" More lights followed, cascading down like droplets from a flowing galaxy, sparkling with brilliance. "Make a wish, Zhao Zhao," Zhou Tingyun reminded her. Immersed in the moment, Ming Zhao finally reacted, hurriedly clasping her hands together and closing her eyes tightly. She quickly mumbled a long string of wishes, suddenly recalling something important. She opened her eyes to look at Zhou Tingyun, urging, "You should make a wish too. Hurry before they're gone." Her urgency reflected a genuine concern for his loss. Zhou Tingyun's gaze fell upon her furrowed brows, a hint of gentle amusement flickering in his eyes. Understood. Ming Zhao watched over him as he made his wish, feeling reassured, and leaned closer to inquire, "What did you wish for?" The man lowered his gaze to her, returning the question. "And you?" Ming Zhao frowned. "If I say it, it won't come true." "Indeed." He nodded in agreement, saying, "It renders it ineffective." Ming Zhao was a person of double standards, allowing officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting a lamp. "Just tell me, it won't ruin anything," she insisted earnestly. "Perhaps the smartest version of me could even help you realize it?" In a certain sense, this was indeed true. Zhou Tingyun stared at her for a long moment, remaining silent, before gradually diverting his gaze. Ming Zhao, feeling dissatisfied, stood to tease him, only to be pulled back into his embrace. Startled, she hadn't anticipated that Lin Muqing was nearby and scolded him in a hushed voice to let her go. Her timid nature was akin to that of a sparrow, yet she engaged in such antics. Zhou Tingyun released her, allowing her to return to her seat. "Be careful not to twist your ankle." Chapter 48. Equality of status. Lin Muqing observed the exchange, finding nothing inappropriate in their behavior. Though their acquaintance had spanned merely 3 months, he had sensed Zhou Tingyun's extraordinary possessiveness and protective instincts towards Ming Zhao deeply ingrained in his mind. Therefore, he found Zhou Tingyun's reaction during their family dinner to be surprisingly indifferent and puzzling. Now, however, it seemed more natural. Having noticed Ming Zhao's earlier awkwardness, he vaguely guessed that they had quarreled, which prompted him to invite her out for comfort. Now, seeing them reconciled, he felt his own spirits lift. He had always held a fondness for Ming Zhao, the neighbor girl, secretly envying Zhou Tingyun, often regretting his abrupt departure. Had he stayed, would he have been able to witness Ming Zhao's growth and share such closeness with her? Therefore, upon discovering that Zhou Tingyun was not her biological brother, Lin Muqing felt an inexplicable joy at this newfound equality in their status. He gently raised his hand, tenderly patting Ming Zhao's down jacket, meticulously brushing off the fallen leaves from it. Just then, he inadvertently met the cold gaze of the man nearby. Lin Muqing paused, instinctively smiling at him in a friendly manner. In front of the adjacent tent, Lin Jiwei and Zhou Siyu were also making wishes, hoping that the old wretch and his illegitimate child would meet an untimely end. Lin Jiwei's eyes snapped open in shock, believing she had inadvertently uttered her innermost thoughts, only to realize that it was Lin Jiwei making a wish akin to a public declaration of her identity. In the eerie silence, the two exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared plight. Lin Jiwei exclaimed, "Let me tell you how to deal with that little brat." She passionately shared effective methods for dealing with illegitimate children with Zhou Siyu. As Ming Zhao entered the tent, she overheard Zhou Siyu praising Lin Jiwei's courageous deeds against Xiao Shaoxuan. Her words filled with admiration. Such straightforward compliments warmed Lin Jiwei's heart, and she squeezed between the two, covering her face with her hands, her eyes sparkling. "Oh my, why are you secretly praising someone behind their back? I'm going to get shy." Observing this, Lin Jiwei rolled her eyes dramatically. "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to seize the opportunity to sleep with him?" Ming Zhao widened her eyes, feigning an attempt to push her away. "Lin Jiwei, can you be a bit more subtle in your words?" "Was that not subtle?" Lin Jiwei exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't say you had to do it right now." Lin Jiwei, Ming Zhao, her face flushed, pounced onto Lin Jiwei, playfully pinching her cheeks, while Lin Jiwei shook with laughter watching the two playfully bicker. Zhou Siyu felt an inexplicable envy. Both Ming Zhao and Lin Jiwei embodied qualities she longed for: boldness and radiance, akin to the vibrant peonies in full bloom. Unlike her own timid nature, always shrinking back, as if she were a mushroom growing in a dark corner, occasionally annoying others with her antics, pressing her lips together, she softly suggested, "Actually, you could sneak over later and say I was snoring too loudly, making it impossible for you to sleep." Both girls turned their attention to her in unison. What's wrong?" Zhou Siyu stammered. Feeling flustered, Lin Jiwei enthusiastically agreed. "You've got a point. I think it could work. Let's kick this spoiled princess out and sleep together," Zhou Siyu proposed. Ming Zhao replied, perplexed. As the night enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, heavy clouds obscured the moonlight, preventing even a sliver of silver glow from seeping through. A bone-chilling wind swept through, raising goosebumps on her skin. Ming Zhao, having been ousted, shrank her neck and struggled to retrieve her phone from her pocket. Switching on the flashlight, she scanned the area until she located Zhou Tingyun's tent. Moving with utmost caution, she treaded lightly, her shoes crunching on the brittle leaves, the sound resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. Stealthily approaching the already darkened tent, she crouched down like a thief, peering in with the curiosity of a hamster. Contemplating how to fabricate an excuse, she prepared to stealthily unzip the tent just as her fingers grasped the metallic tab. She felt a sudden tightening at the back of her collar. Ming Zhao's eyes widened in alarm, a surprised gasp almost escaping her lips as her face was swiftly covered, her body lifted like a doll. Instinctively she struggled desperately, her heart racing with panic as a myriad of horrific scenarios flooded her mind. Just then, a familiar scent wafted through the night air, a blend of cedar and sandalwood. Ming Zhao, nearly frightened to death, felt her heart settle back into her chest. Her body lightened as strong arms lifted her effortlessly, carrying her toward the adjacent tent. The hand covering her mouth finally released, and Ming Zhao, still trembling, was gently set down. Lost in a haze of shock, her heart continued to pound violently within her chest as she observed the man reaching out to carefully brush away the disheveled strands of hair from her face. Gradually regaining her composure, in a hushed tone, she questioned, "What are you doing? Why are you so stealthy?" She had thought she was about to meet her end in the mountains. That question should be directed at you. Zhou Tingyun replied coolly, his voice was calm yet carried an unnoticeable pressure. "What were you doing seeking Lin Muqing at this hour?" "Who was looking for Lin Muqing?" Ming Zhao initially froze, but a fleeting thought crossed her mind. And realization dawned upon her. The tent she had just approached belonged to Lin Muqing. She was about to explain when she met Zhou Tingyun's icy gaze, which held a depth of emotion she could not fathom. Slowly blinking, her words twisted in her throat. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would chat with him." Zhou Tingyun's penetrating gaze bore into her, as if seeking to unveil her very soul. His voice, cool as autumn's frost, questioned, "Do you have so much to discuss with him?" "It's been years since we last met," Ming Zhao replied, her eyes shimmering playfully as she leaned closer, intending to charm him. With a playful smile revealing her dimples, she affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck, cooing, "Of course, my favorite will always be you." Her voice, sweet and endearing, was akin to melting honey. Zhou Tingyun exhibited little emotion on his face. Yet his arm effortlessly encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace with a subtle force. His movements fluid and instinctive, the delicate, soft body exuded a faint fragrance as he casually observed her performance. In Lin Muqing's absence, she pressed closer to him. What exactly did she consider him to be? A clandestine lover, hidden from the world, or merely a diverting plaything for her boredom? Ming Zhao suddenly nudged his shoulder with her head. Fuming Zhou Tingyun, "Why do you show no reaction at all? One little annoyance, and you use my full name," he remarked nonchalantly. Ming Zhao shot him a silent glare. Zhou Tingyun, ever the cooperative one, replied, "Thank you for loving me the most. It is a tremendous honor." Ming Zhao, Chapter 49, Daughter Flower. Ming Zhao found his indifferent and dismissive demeanor quite unsatisfactory. In a huff, she climbed down from him, an act of strong protest. Zhou Tingyun averted his gaze, ignoring her, and proceeded to unzip his sleeping bag, swiftly shedding his outer jacket. His tall and sturdy frame contrasted sharply with the lean boys of her age. Upon removing his coat, he exuded a mature masculinity that felt more assertive. A phrase inexplicably surfaced in Ming Zhao's mind: "Dumplings should be eaten hot, and men should be strong." Zhou Tingyun, sensing her gaze lingering upon him, turned to her, his low voice resonating, "Aren't you going back to sleep?" Ming Zhao snapped back to reality, instantly adopting a pitiful expression. "If I go back now, I'll disturb them," Zhou Tingyun replied, "and please let me stay with you for the night." She raised her hand. The man's expression remained as placid as a still lake, his deep-set eyes inscrutable as they regarded her for a moment. "Fine," he spoke with a calm demeanor. She had prepared herself for a prolonged negotiation, but his immediate acquiescence left her momentarily taken aback. What had come over him lately? Had he suddenly gained insight? As she accepted the sleeping bag he offered, she felt slightly dazed. Inside the tent, warm light flickered, gently enveloping the entire space. Ming Zhao quickly shed her cotton jacket and nestled into the thick sleeping bag before rolling over to huddle closely beside Zhou Tingyun's sleeping bag. Striving to press against him like a wriggling caterpillar, stealthily she cast her gaze upon his profile, his chiseled features accentuated by the interplay of light and shadow, appearing strikingly handsome, lacking the aloofness that usually characterized him. "Zhou Tingyun," Ming Zhao suddenly spoke, her voice soft and laced with a hint of childish innocence. "My hands are cold." As Zhou Tingyun opened his eyes to find her extending her hand toward him, her delicate, pale fingertips resembling a handful of freshly fallen snow, ready to melt with the slightest touch. He grasped her hand, enveloping it within his warmth. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from beside him. But Zhou Tingyun remained still, waiting in silence. With a soft zip, his sleeping bag was unzipped, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet space. In the next moment, a soft bundle burrowed in beside him, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Before he could utter a word, the girl clung to his waist, tilting her small face upward with a pitiful expression. "I'm cold." And now, they were both nestled within the same sleeping bag, their bodies pressed closely together with scarcely a sliver of space between them. Zhou Tingyun paused for a moment before wrapping his arm around her, his warm palm rested against the cool nape of her neck. shielding her from the wind that seeped through the zipper's gap. The rich, steady scent of wood enveloped her senses. His elevated body temperature served as a natural heater, quickly warming her. This was their first shared bed in 9 years. As children, they had always feared the dark, reluctant to sleep alone, often sneaking into his bed, demanding his embrace to close their eyes. Later, when they reached 11 or 12, Zhou Tingyun had insisted they sleep in separate rooms, prompting her to cry and protest for quite some time, yet he remained resolute in his decision. Outside the tent, the wind howled fiercely, its biting chill creating a stark contrast between the two worlds. Ming Zhao nestled into the familiar and warm embrace of his arms, resting her face against his solid arm, rubbing her nose against his neck, inhaling the reassuring scent that enveloped her. Zhou Tingyun encircled her entirely in his embrace, his other hand cradling her back, tightening his hold as his chin rested gently atop her soft hair. In this intimate posture, they seemed like an inseparable whole. In the darkness, she could hear his steady breathing, yet she could not discern whose heartbeat was racing amidst the chaos. After a while, Ming Zhao subtly shifted, gradually entwining her legs around him. Noticing his lack of response, she looked up to find Zhou Tingyun's eyes shut. Seemingly asleep, Ming Zhao frowned, feeling displeased, as if her allure had significantly diminished in his eyes. How could anyone remain asleep while holding such a beautiful and charming girl? Pouting in frustration, she glared at him for a moment. The warmth of his body and the familiar fragrance soon lulled her into a state of drowsiness, like gentle waves washing over her, gradually closing her eyes and sinking into a soft slumber. Hearing her breathing grow shallower, the man slowly opened his eyes. Her long, silky hair cascaded down, exuding a faint fragrance, revealing only a portion of her face, with cherry lips and a delicate nose, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Her soft, moist breath brushing against his neck. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. A drop of water fell into the lake of his heart, sending ripples cascading outward. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as her fingertips almost imperceptibly clenched. The following day, as they descended the mountain, Ming Zhao once again distanced herself from Zhou Tingyun, engrossed in laughter with Lin Muqing. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain and after freshening up at the hotel, she even expressed a desire to ride back with Lin Muqing. With genuine concern, she sweetly addressed Zhou Tingyun. "Brother, you still have to go to the office later. I think I'll ride back with Brother Muqing." Her cheeks, flushed like blossoms, bore shallow dimples that appeared and vanished, radiating excitement and anticipation as if she could hardly wait to dash to Lin Muqing's side. Zhou Tingyun, upon hearing this, fixed her with a cold stare. Commanding, "Come here," his low voice held an undeniable authority. She opened her mouth attempting to protest, but was interrupted. "Ming Zhao, don't make me repeat myself." "How fierce." Ming Zhao blinked, appearing rather regretful as she bid farewell to Lin Muqing before reluctantly making her way to the car. The back seat was quite spacious, and she settled beside Zhou Tingyun, a slight distance still between them. The car had barely pulled away when she tentatively inched closer, gently resting her cheek against his shoulder. As if seeking comfort and closeness. "Are you angry?" Ming Zhao inquired softly, her voice tinged with cautiousness. Zhou Tingyun lowered his gaze towards her, remaining silent. She bit her lip, her expression entirely innocent and fearless as she reached out to entwine her arm around him. Gradually, inch by inch, climbing onto his lap, like a delicate and precious daughter flower, her warm breath carried a misty fragrance. Clinging tightly to him, she absorbed his warmth, yet sought to share her sweet fruits with others. He stared at her for a while before slowly extending his hand, gently grasping her chin. His fingertips brushed against the corner of her lips, tenderly caressing. "Zhao Zhao," he murmured, his dark eyes fixating on her soft, rosy lips. "Do you wish to know how this place looked last time it was swollen?" Ming Zhao's heart raced, yet she feigned innocence, responding with a slight puzzled His grip tightened slightly. The girl's face was exquisite and petite, his hand easily covering most of her face, compelling her to whimper and shed tears within his palm as she arched back, exposing her delicate, pale neck, marked with his exclusive imprint. Her eyes glistened with vulnerability, the corners tinged with a soft red, willingly offering herself up for his desire. Chapter 50. The scoundrel Zhou Tingyun's dark eyes remained tranquil, like a looming storm. The feelings he had long suppressed surged forth, awakened anew in the mingling of their breaths. This was his little shadow, his troublesome companion, his little darling. He could certainly indulge her whims, tolerating her fanciful ideas. However, could she bear the potential consequences? Zhou Tingyun observed with cold detachment as she affectionately rubbed her face against his hand. Resembling a playful kitten, yet beneath that innocent facade lay a cunning fox. Beneath her obedient exterior lurked an unmistakable rebellion. He deemed it necessary to have a serious conversation with this girl, whose heart had been nurtured abroad. The ideological education would be temporarily conducted in Zhou Tingyun's study. He took a call to handle work matters before returning to find Ming Zhao idly perched on his expansive office chair, one hand propping up her chin, the other aimlessly scrolling the mouse. As her gaze inadvertently fell upon the synchronized messages on the computer screen, she initially glanced over casually, but then her hand slowly lowered. It was a message from Ms. Ming, suggesting he dine with the daughters of relatives and friends. The meeting was scheduled for noon the following day, to which he had replied affirmatively, her gaze fixated on the timestamp of that reply. Her expression gradually darkening. By the time Zhou Tingyun returned to the study, Ming Zhao had vanished. He pushed open the door, only to find the room empty. The familiar scene caused a sinking feeling in his heart. As if he were plummeting into icy waters, struggling to breathe. He strode towards the cloakroom and noticed her favorite bag carelessly tossed aside, which somewhat alleviated his unease. The housekeeper approached him as he descended the stairs, saying, "Sir, the young lady mentioned she would be staying at a friend's house for the night." Zhou Tingyun, already dialing her number, frowned upon hearing this. "Which friend?" "It seems to be Miss Lin Jiwei," the housekeeper replied. Zhou Tingyun was unsure whether she had told the housekeeper the truth. Listening to the busy signal on the line, his irritation intensified. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Finally, she answered the call. Hearing her familiar, petulant hello, Zhou Tingyun's heart gradually calmed. "Why didn't you inform me before you left?" "You're busy with work," she replied, her tone almost a huff. He recognized it as an excuse but chose not to pursue the matter further. Redirecting his inquiry to why she had suddenly decided to stay out, Ming Zhao answered candidly, "Because I don't want to see you right now." "Zhao Zhao," he said helplessly, "I have no intention of lecturing you. I just want to talk." "All right." She remained resolute, impervious to reason, and asserted, "My affairs are none of your concern." Upon hearing her words, the man's voice turned icy in an instant. "Ming Zhao, why do you act this way? You are not my brother, so what gives you the right to dictate my life?" Ming Zhao stood her ground, matching his intensity. The aunt, observing Zhou Tingyun's expression, discreetly stepped back a few paces, feeling rather intimidated. Only a lady like her could provoke such a reaction from him. The man closed his eyes momentarily, striving to regain his composure before finally speaking in a measured tone. "Zhao Zhao, I am 8 years your senior, and at times I find it challenging to grasp the thoughts of girls your age. If I have inadvertently angered you, I sincerely apologize." After he spoke, silence enveloped the line, save for the faint sound of her breathing. Noticing her demeanor soften, he continued to compromise. "Why don't you enjoy your evening with friends, relax and unwind? I will pick you up tomorrow, shall I?" After a brief pause, Ming Zhao finally acquiesced with a soft Then, seemingly out of the blue, she inquired, "What time will you come tomorrow?" Hearing her question, Zhou Tingyun's tone instantly softened as he gently suggested, "What time would you like to stay out until? Would you like to come home for lunch?" A while later, she responded with a quiet Zhou Tingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Then I shall come to collect you at noon tomorrow." On the other side, within a lavish room, the sudden chime of a mobile phone shattered the intimate atmosphere. Lin Jiwei pushed aside the man who was pressing his lips against hers and reached for her phone, which lay not far from the sofa. Upon seeing the message, she casually adjusted her bathrobe, her movements unhurried yet imbued with a distinct elegance and languor. "You should head back now," she said nonchalantly. The man's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this, his voice laced with frustration as he ceded, "Why don't you two just get together then?" Lin Jiwei, however, languidly rose, grasped a nearby glass of wine, took a delicate sip, and cast him a sidelong glance. "What's wrong? Are you thinking of breaking up?" "That's fine by me." Her tone was light and indifferent, as if the thought of a breakup were a trivial matter. Moments later, a resounding bang echoed as the front door was slammed shut. Lin Jiwei, unfazed, yawned nonchalantly, as though everything that had just transpired was entirely irrelevant to her. A few minutes later, Ming Zhao entered the room. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "Is your neighborhood safe? I just saw someone who seemed a bit off." Lin Jiwei, mid-sip, nearly choked at this remark and subsequently erupted in laughter, unable to catch her breath. "That was my ex-boyfriend." "Oh," Ming Zhao replied, opening the refrigerator with familiarity to retrieve a drink before plopping down onto the sofa. Her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a hickey on Lin Jiwei's neck, and realization dawned. "Lin Jiwei, are you using me as an excuse to break up again?" Lin Jiwei shrugged. "You were the one who came. It was just convenient." The two sat on the sofa, engrossed in a show, with an array of midnight snacks spread across the table. As the night wore on, they found themselves gossiping about others extensively. Later, as Ming Zhao lay in bed, she noticed a message from Zhou Tingyun asking if she was asleep. Her mind wandered to the time it took him to reply. At that moment, she had just woken up and instinctively moved. Zhou Tingyun gently patted her back, saying it was only 7 o'clock and urging her to sleep a little longer. She did drift off, but what about him? The scoundrel was still responding to blind date messages while holding her. Anger surged within her, and she decided to ignore him. He promptly initiated a video call. Without hesitation, she hung up, only for him to call again. Not long after, Ming Zhao received a text. "What's wrong? Darling, did you have a fight with Tingyun? Why aren't you answering his calls?" Ming Zhao, so devious, invoking mother. "No, mother, I just wasn't looking at my phone." Reluctantly, she accepted Zhou Tingyun's video request. "Why aren't you turning on the camera?" he asked. Ming Zhao replied coldly, "I'm still upset." He sighed. "Can you give me a reason before I am sentenced to my fate?" She replied icily, "No, alright, what can I do to make Zhao Zhao feel better?" Ming Zhao lay back down, tucked herself under the covers, and remained uncooperative. "I'm going to sleep now, goodbye." Zhou Tingyun could only softly wish her good night, listening as she hung up on him without a second thought. Chapter 51. Such overreach Ming Zhao had always relished sleeping in, typically awakening languidly around 11 or 12. However, today was exceptionally unusual. She found herself wide awake by 9 o'clock, and regardless of how hard she tried, she could not return to slumber. The sky outside was a brilliant blue, and sunlight poured onto the floor. Lying in bed with her eyes open, her gaze fell upon the chat window. Zhou Tingyun had mentioned he would come to pick her up at 11, which slightly alleviated her less than pleasant mood. Finally reaching 10:30, she received a message from Lin Muqing, asking if she would like to join him for lunch. Just as she was about to decline, Zhou Tingyun called. "Zhao Zhao, I have a business engagement at noon and won't be able to pick you up. May I send a driver for you?" His voice was laced with regret. Ming Zhao bit her lip, feeling a wave of disappointment and grievance wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions, responding with a detached "oh," before angrily hanging up the phone. He said he would come for her, but it turned out he was going on a blind date. A liar who never keeps his promises. Scoundrel. She resolved never to trust him again, striking her pillow in frustration, noticing the pillow indent under her blow. Lin Jiwei reminded her, "That's my pillow, not Zhou Tingyun's." Ming Zhao pouted unhappily in her direction. "Fine, you'll chew on your handkerchief again. Alright, hit it a few more times, let it all out," Lin Jiwei coaxed. After sulking in silence for a while, the more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Ming Zhao thought her beautiful face might become ugly due to the scoundrel's actions. She decided not to let Zhou Tingyun affect her mood anymore. So what if he was going on a blind date? What's so formidable about that? She perked herself up, dressed exquisitely, and prepared to go out for a meal with Lin Muqing. After stepping outside and getting into the car, she informed the driver of the destination. "Miss, aren't you returning to the old residence?" inquired the driver, who was sent by Zhou Tingyun, cautiously testing the waters. "No," Ming Zhao replied firmly, her tone brimming with stubbornness and resolve. The scenery outside the car window was splendid. The azure sky was devoid of clouds, resembling a clear and pristine sapphire. However, Ming Zhao had no interest in appreciating it, mentally cursing Zhou Tingyun repeatedly. Before long, the car came to a stop at Songfeng Building. The driver observed as the young lady with a radiant smile approached a handsome stranger, and an expression of concern crossed his face. If the gentleman found out, would he deduct his wages? "I remember you used to love the chestnut and pine nut pastry from this place," Lin Muqing said as he placed a small plate of pastries before her, his tone thoughtful. "I wonder if the taste has changed." Ming Zhao was taken aback, blinking slowly in surprise. "You still remember that after all this time? After all, it was your favorite," Lin Muqing replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Tingyun must remember too." Mentioning him dampened Ming Zhao's spirits. She puffed out her cheeks and huffed. "You went abroad, while he was here every day. If he didn't remember, that would be absurd." Lin Muqing's expression dimmed slightly at this. "I am sorry, Zhao Zhao," he suddenly said. Ming Zhao looked at him, puzzled by his sudden apology. My father told me it was just a short trip abroad. I didn't think much of it. But upon arriving overseas, I realized he needed to lay low for a while. He was explaining his sudden departure. Ming Zhao was momentarily stunned. The events from her childhood had long faded into obscurity. Perhaps she had cried inconsolably over the loss of a companion, but as time passed, those intense emotions had gradually been buried like grains of sand. "It's alright," she said, her eyes brightening. "I've long forgotten." Her tone was light, her smile charming, yet her beautiful gaze lacked the childhood affection and reliance it once held. Lin Muqing felt a twinge of disappointment, as if a gentle mist had settled in his heart. But he chose not to press further. After their meal, the two exited the private room. "Zhao Zhao, about the weekend," he began, but suddenly, Ming Zhao halted, her expression puzzled as she followed his gaze. Not far away stood a man clad in a black coat, the somber hues accentuating the chill in his demeanor. He was accompanied by several impeccably dressed executives, along with a strikingly handsome mixed-race man, exuding an air of wealth. Ming Zhao frowned in annoyance. What a coincidence! She had no desire to see a certain someone and turned to leave. "Zhao Zhao," the familiar, steady voice called out. With her name being called, Ming Zhao reluctantly turned back. The mixed-race man perceptibly sensed the tension in the air, his gaze oscillating between the two. Then, with a charming smile, he stepped forward, extending his hand gracefully. "You must be the sister-in-law." "Hello, I'm Wei Yanzi." Ming Zhao was taken aback. Zhou Tingyun remained unfazed. "This is my sister." The man raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Goodness, you two look nothing alike." Such an authentic translation tone. Ming Zhao shook his hand, clarifying, "We're not related by blood." Wei Yanzi's expression shifted as he chuckled knowingly. "Oh, I see." He then turned to Lin Muqing, asking, "And who might this be?" After Ming Zhao introduced him, Wei Yanzi teased Zhou Tingyun in French. "It seems your little partner is about to be stolen away." Zhou Tingyun replied in a calm voice, "She understands French." Wei Yanzi remained silent, casting a rare awkward glance at Ming Zhao. She tactfully averted her gaze. After leaving Songfeng Building, the group parted ways, and under Zhou Tingyun's watchful gaze, Ming Zhao reluctantly climbed into a car. Only two individuals remained. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and thick with silence. At last, the man's voice, cool and textured, broke through the stillness. "Why haven't you gone home?" Zhao lowered her gaze, absent-mindedly toying with her fingers, and replied nonchalantly, "Brother Muqing asked me to come out for dinner. He calls you, and you simply oblige." Zhou Tingyun's eyes, pale as frost, glimmered with a cold sheen. I told you to go back. Why did you not listen? Ming Zhao was at a loss for words. You seem to have an excessive possessiveness towards your neighbor's younger sister, she muttered under her breath. How ridiculous and intrusive! Zhou Tingyun's expression darkened completely, the veins on the back of his hand tightened, and a dull ache pulsed at his temples, like precise needles driving into his nerves. The strands of pain continued to spread. After a pause, he chuckled softly. Younger sister. Zhou Tingyun raised his hand and grasped her chin, his dark eyes swirling with shadows. From the moment he saw her standing with Lin Muqing, he had been unable to rein in his emotions. When fury reached its zenith, his voice became unnervingly calm, akin to the stillness before a storm. Yes, they're a neighbor's younger sister who kisses me and ends up in my bed. Chapter 52. Do you like him? For a moment, Ming Zhao nearly thought she had misheard. At this very moment time and space seemed to distort in their gaze, causing the world to lose its order and gradually blur into other images. The scattered leaves shimmered in golden light, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The 16-year-old Zhou Tingyun gently cradled her face, his gaze soft and tender, blowing gently on her wounds, asking if they still hurt. Then, the scene dimmed slightly, and the youthful features began to mature. The 29-year-old Zhou Tingyun held her chin firmly, his face stern, suppressing the smoldering fire within as he questioned her. The man's brow and eyes had not changed significantly. Rather, time and experience had imbued him with a more mature and composed allure, rendering him even more steady and dignified. Yet in this moment, that composure was being gradually shattered. Ming Zhao was an inherently greedy person. Yet her greed had been nurtured solely by Zhou Tingyun. He lavished her with the finest jewelry, the most exquisite dresses, and all the indulgences. Anything she desired was presented before her. She yearned for a brother who would eternally embrace, protect, and care for her, while simultaneously desiring the Zhou Tingyun who would grow jealous, lose his composure, and be possessive. Thus, she took a slow breath, her eyes widening slightly. "A brother, what are you saying?" Her panic was perfectly timed. Filled with confusion and astonishment, resembling an innocent fawn startled and wide-eyed, her clear pupils shimmering as they ventured into a world that was not hers. In an instant, her chin was gripped tightly. A sharp sensation coursing through her, forcing her to lift her face. The man's ever so composed demeanor underwent a subtle transformation at that moment. Even the gentlemanly scent of wood became suddenly intense. It was dangerous and piercing. As if it sought to invade her in this confined space, she felt as though the air was being drawn away, making each breath increasingly difficult. Though nothing had yet transpired, his heavy gaze bore down on her, rendering every subtle expression and emotional fluctuation seemingly exposed. "What am I saying?" His tone remained calm, yet his hand was far from gentle, pressing firmly at the corners of her lips. Do you not know? Zhao. Ming Zhao clenched her fingers, her heart racing, getting off the car with swollen lips and still pretending to be drunk to seduce me. His blunt words pierced through the air like a sword between them. Ming Zhao's eyes widened, caught off guard by the sudden revelation, momentarily overwhelmed, yet she quickly regained her composure. "I don't know what you're talking about." She attempted to turn her face away, struggling against his hold. "Let me go." But it was all in vain. He held her lower face tightly, his fingers pressing down on her cheeks, rendering her immobile with ease. The mere thought that she might treat Lin Muqing as she treated him gnawed at his already unstable heart. As though it were digging a hollow space within, cold winds rushing in. Zhou Tingyun gazed at her intently and asked, "What is your current relationship with Lin Muqing? What does that matter to you?" She retorted, striving for indifference. However, Zhou Tingyun seemed unfazed by her words, gripping her hand, his fingers slowly weaving between hers, bearing an insinuation of invasion, as if declaring a subtle claim over her. His expression remained calm and unperturbed. Yet he spoke words that were entirely uncharacteristic of him. Do you like him? Does he know you only wear a camisole when you enter my room? Does he know you kiss me, sneak into my bed, and cling to me for affection? Observing Ming Zhao's face flush, his gaze softened. Zhao, why didn't you consider the consequences before playing this game? The sensation of her aching chin and the tingling from his fingertips intertwined, sending shivers down her spine. Ming Zhao felt as though she were being suffocated under such an oppressive atmosphere, his gaze enveloping her like damp cloth, constricting her face, chilling and painful, stifling her breath. Until the car finally halted at the old residence. Finally, he released her. Ming Zhao had never endured hardship, her skin had been nurtured delicately, and now her cheeks bore the marks of his grip. As the car door swung open, she was about to flee, only to be yanked back by her wrist. It seemed he was attempting to negotiate with her. "Zhao, you must be tired today. Let brother carry you inside." "All right." It was a question, yet it bore no room for refusal. Being treated like a child was an immensely humiliating ordeal, especially when seated comfortably in his embrace, facing the friendly smiles of the servants. The fallen leaves were swept aside, the autumn air cool and crisp, sweet like mint, mingling with a faint fruity aroma, perhaps from overripe pomegranates or the tart sweetness of hawthorn. Ming Zhao bit her lip, her heart brimming with indignation as she turned her head away, allowing her cascading hair to shield her face, engaging in a rather futile attempt to mask her embarrassment. Upon returning to the study, the girl was placed behind his wide office chair, revealing the wrists and ankles bound by his tie. The dark tie, finely crafted, glimmered subtly under the light, accentuating her fair skin, now tightly wrapped around her. Carrying an inexplicable undertone of meaning, the man cast a fleeting glance, noticing her sulking expression, yet showed no intention of releasing her. The educational session, abruptly interrupted by Ming Zhao's departure, resumed. If one overlooked the contrast between the dark tie and her luminous skin, they might perceive him as a responsible guardian, thoughtfully educating her on matters of the heart, yet he was demanding that she cease all contact with Lin Muqing. With her movements restrained, Ming Zhao could only glare at him in fury. What right do you have? Why does it concern you if I seek Lin Muqing? Zhou Tingyun replied coolly, people of your own age are more suitable for you. Ming Zhao found him utterly unreasonable. You wish to control this as well? Am I not allowed to like someone older than me? Zhou Tingyun's voice was calm and patient. Zhao, you are still young. It is normal to have a filter for older men, however, in a few years, when you are in your prime and he has entered middle age, you may regret your current choices. A sanctimonious old bore. Ming Zhao was exasperated. Is it because Zhou Qianan that you would approve? Who was that man standing behind her, staring her down while she conversed with her peers? Sparks ignited Ming Zhao in her fury. Added fuel to the already smoldering fire, never considering the possibility of being consumed by it. Mommy has agreed. She also likes Brother Muqing very much. This matter is none of your concern. Chapter 53. Are you threatening me? In the spacious study, the bright lights illuminated every corner, leaving no detail concealed. In this glaringly bright space, upon hearing the words, Zhou Tingyun's gaze darkened profoundly. If you like him so much, why provoke him? He fixed his gaze upon her, his tone dripping with coldness. You flirt with me while drawing close to Lin Muqing. Is it amusing? Beneath the calm surface, a current of tension surged, causing Ming Zhao's heart to tremble. She offered no explanation, her downcast lashes shimmering as her palms grew clammy. Seeing the girl silent, he remained unfazed, speaking slowly. Zhao, the Lingdu project is of utmost importance. Ming Zhao's eyes reflected confusion. Why are you suddenly bringing up the Lingdu project? Lin Muqing's return to the country hinged on whether the company could go public, and the success of that depended heavily on the Lingdu project. If it failed to pass smoothly, the substantial initial investment could lead to cash flow issues. Zhou Tingyun patiently elucidated, his pace measured. Consequently, the company would be unable to withstand the market fluctuations. Ming Zhao blinked in surprise, quickly grasping the situation, staring at him in disbelief. Are you threatening me? I need not threaten you. Zhao, his eyes were gentle as he spoke earnestly. It is quite simple to leave someone in debt abroad. I am merely seeking your opinion. Each word struck Ming Zhao's heart like a hammer. Compelling her to confront the issue directly, she acknowledged her intent to provoke him, yet she had never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. How far was he willing to go? Ming Zhao straightened her back. Raising her chin defiantly. Aren't you afraid I might tell mommy? You may do so. Zhou Tingyun's expression remained unchanged, even bearing a hint of a faint smile, casually adding that he could also inform her how her daughter had been pinned to the bed and kissed. Ming Zhao bit her lip in frustration. Zhou Tingyun, seeing her anxiously pacing, her delicate brows tightly knitted, the man let out a soft sigh and raised his hand to smooth the furrow between her brows. I have long warned you to maintain your distance. Why did you not heed my advice? In an instant, Ming Zhao's cheeks flushed with indignation, her chest rising and falling violently. Then why did you kiss me? You could have easily pushed me away. It is you who has the problem. Hearing her words, Zhou Tingyun did not refute her. Instead, he gradually lowered himself and gently traced her dimples with his fingers. Asking, have you made your decision? He indeed had issues, but prior to her tempting him, he had never contemplated resorting to coercive measures to compel her to yield. Ming Zhao fell silent, worried that her actions might implicate the innocent Lin Muqing. And thus she had to alter her strategy. The girl, adaptable by nature, softened her tone, saying, I was merely having a meal with him. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily continued to explain, her eyes filled with sincerity. That night I was actually looking for you. I just walked into the wrong tent. Truly. Zhou Tingyun. She lowered her gaze, appearing innocent and pitiful. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, she felt a surge of frustration and raised her voice in exasperation. Zhou Tingyun, it was you who first broke your promise. You said you would come to pick me up, yet you turned around and went to dinner with a blind date. Why can't I do the same? With her ankles bound, she could not reach him, which only fueled her anger, swelling like a prickly pufferfish. Upon hearing this, the man's expression finally shifted. He frowned slightly and inquired, when did I go to dinner with a blind date? Her anger abruptly ceased. She stared at him in disbelief. Had she misunderstood? Ming Zhao bit her lip, her voice laced with hesitation as she tentatively replied, this afternoon. The man looked at her, his voice calm. This afternoon was a business meeting with a partner. I told you about it, and you saw it with your own eyes. Wei Yanzi, noticing her lingering skepticism, Zhou Tingyun sighed. Where did you hear that? Do you think I can have 2 meals? Who knows you? She huffed, puffing up her cheeks. And what do you mean, where did I hear it? It was clearly your chat record with mommy. Hearing this, Zhou Tingyun pulled out his phone, opened the chat interface, and after reading a few lines, he recalled the matter. It was because that day Ming Zhao had a video call with Madame Ming, who suddenly became concerned about his lifelong affairs. I had no intention of going, he explained to Ming Zhao, showing her the communication records with the other party. It was merely to avoid disappointing mom. The gist was to avoid meeting while feigning compliance to their families. The evidence was irrefutable, and now it was Ming Zhao's turn to feel guilty as Zhou Tingyun's gaze fell upon her cheeks. Slightly flushed with embarrassment, which gradually spread to her earlobes. So this is why you were angry with me, running away from home, avoiding my calls, and dining with someone else. Upon hearing the clear accusations, Ming Zhao's gaze drifted. And she hurriedly changed the subject. Zhou Tingyun, my hands hurt. Her deliberately soft voice was tinged with a hint of pleading. Casting her a sidelong glance, Zhou Tingyun stepped closer, half squatting in front of her. Meticulously untying the two neckties, once her hands were freed, Ming Zhao immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, blinking her eyes as she implored him to let go of the Lin Muqing project. Zhou Tingyun gently caressed her face, his fingertips warm. If you don't meet him in the future, there will naturally be no issues. She grew anxious, her lively, beautiful eyes glaring at him. I already said just then. The phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, the previously calm atmosphere became tense and rigid once more, and Ming Zhao hesitated, gauging Zhou Tingyun's reaction, and when she saw he showed no signs of disapproval, she reached out to answer, yet the moment she picked up the call, his long fingers snatched her phone, placing it on the table and pressing the speaker button. Zhao Zhao, Lin Muqing's voice came through. Laced with concern, Muqing Gu, the moment the words left her lips, she felt ensnared. The familiar aura enveloped her like an intricate web, and her exposed skin began to heat up. After a brief pause, Ming Zhao's voice came out slightly awkwardly. Is there something you need? Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you were free next Friday. There's an art exhibition I think you would enjoy. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Zhou Tingyun's hand resting on the armchair, pale and long, rhythmically tapping, the faint blue veins visible and deep, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure. She pursed her lips. I'm sorry, Muqing Gu, but I already have plans for Friday. The other party maintained a facade of indifference, yet his tone clearly carried a hint of disappointment, clenching her fingertips. She felt an urge to say something more, but a warm palm gently covered the back of her neck, causing her to shiver. Chapter 54. A sponge. The air was filled with shallow breaths, and a tingling sensation coursed from her nape. She felt like a fox ensnared by a Taoist priest, powerless against his enchantments, when Ming Zhao could still be held and lulled to sleep. Zhou Tingyun would often pat her back, knead her neck, and caress her face. Those times were filled with innocent affection. Unlike now, his fingertips slowly massaged her earlobes, teasing and playing with them. Ming Zhao gripped her phone tightly, instinctively responding to Lin Muqing's words. Her mind having drifted far away, all her senses were tightly focused on his fingertips, her brain unable to process the current situation. Alright, Muqing Gu, goodbye. She barely managed to respond with the last sentence before finally exhaling in relief. She glared at Zhou Tingyun in anger, yet cowered under his dark gaze. The mess she had created was hers to resolve. Ming Zhao was striving to explain herself when Zhou Tingyun quietly fixed his gaze on her slightly parted lips, the soft pink hue of her lips turning crimson with just a touch. The more he listened, the more he seemed to hear only the name Muqing. He gently lifted her face, interrupting her incessant chatter. His dark gaze lingered on her plump, beautiful lips. I do not wish to hear that name now, Zhao Zhao. His voice was warm and rich, slightly lowering his head, their warm breaths intertwined in close proximity. His profound gaze seeming to weave a net meant to ensnare her, the distance between them charged with a palpable tension. Unlike that moment in the car, both parties were acutely aware of what this kiss signified. Once they crossed that boundary, there would be no turning back. As autumn arrived, crabs were in season, and the servants at the old residence were preparing for the evening's full crab banquet. Old Master Zhou strolled leisurely in the courtyard, savoring the rare tranquility, casually asking those nearby, why is it so quiet today? Where's that noisy girl? Sir, the young lady has been taken into the study by the gentleman. They have been talking for over an hour. In an instant, his eyes widened, his voice rising sharply. What did you say? The old man began to pace back and forth, deep in thought. Before finding a maid, you go up to the study and bring them some fruit. See what they are doing, and report back to me. The maid, perplexed, carefully prepared the fruit and took it up. The long hallway was deep and quiet, devoid of any extraneous sounds, utterly serene. The maid approached the study door and gently knocked. Knock, knock. The faint sound reached Ming Zhao's ears, the tense atmosphere shattered. She had been feeling hesitant, and upon hearing the knock, she quickly prepared to respond, but in the next moment, her nape was unexpectedly seized. The sword of Damocles, which had been hanging over her head, finally fell. An aggressive aura surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping her entirely as his lips parted, his tongue thrusting in and devouring hers. The man's long fingers gripped her chin, making her feel utterly at his mercy. The faint sounds of swallowing reached her ears, causing Ming Zhao to feel as though she had become a sponge, and he intended to extract every last drop of her essence. The knocking outside continued, her cheeks flushed with heat, and she pushed against his shoulder with all her might, yet he tightened his hold. There was no tenderness left, only a fierce hunger, as though punishing her for her earlier reluctance. In a moment of desperation, she attempted to bite him, but instead, he seized her face, her lips parted slightly against her will, leaving her defenseless to his relentless kiss. Gasping for air as sweet little moans escaped her lips, time lost all meaning, and only after what felt like an eternity did the man finally relent. Before departing, he gently kissed her lips once more. Ming Zhao nearly gasped for breath, momentarily dazed by the kiss, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing both pitiful and adorable, her previously soft pink lips now a vibrant red. He tenderly caressed the back of her neck, patiently waiting for her to regain her composure, occasionally placing gentle kisses on her dimples. Outside in the hallway, the maid, growing anxious, felt each second drag on. And just as she was about to leave to report to the old master, the door suddenly swung open. "Sir, what is it?" His voice was calm, and his expression unchanged. The maid's gaze quickly darted around the room. But she found no one present. Unable to pry further, she said, "I brought some fruit. It's the young lady's favorite." The man accepted the offering, thanking her politely. The maid cast a few more discreet glances at him. "Very well, sir, I shall take my leave." That he nodded slightly. The maid descended the stairs and approached old Master Zhou. "The gentleman is likely busy at work. I did not see the young lady. She may have stepped out temporarily." Hearing nothing amiss, old Master Zhou waved his hand. "All right, you may go back." Chapter 55. Green grapes. After closing the door, Zhou Tingyun set the plate down steadily on the table and then pulled Ming Zhao, who had been hiding behind the desk, into view. "This is all your fault." Ming Zhao's tone held a hint of annoyance. In her current state, she felt unfit to face anyone. "Not it's my fault," the man replied candidly, patting her waist. "Go wash your hands and eat some fruit." Just as Ming Zhao obediently finished washing her hands and emerged, she found herself lifted and seated on Zhou Tingyun's lap. She felt a twinge of guilt. Knowing her earlier reluctance had been too evident, however, the other party seemed to have no intention of questioning. At that moment, Ming Zhao, who was accustomed to indulging herself alone, suddenly experienced a pang of conscience. With her eyes slightly lowered, she pondered for a moment before delicately pinching a plump green grape with her slender fingers. Meeting Zhou Tingyun's gaze, she smiled sweetly and gently bit into the grape. Bringing it closer, soon, the tart sweetness exploded in her mouth, and the refreshing flavor lingered between her lips and teeth. He lowered his head, gently grasping her chin to kiss her, releasing only when the fruity essence vanished without a trace. Zhou Tingyun, possessing a keen ability to learn and an ample understanding of Ming Zhao's preferences, gazed down at her flushed cheeks. She felt utterly comfortable from the kiss, as if she were melting away. Her heart openly yearning for more, her misty eyes fixed upon him with longing. One by one, the grapes were crushed, their juice sweetly flowing down her throat, instantly igniting her appetite. The porcelain white plate was left with merely a few water stains. The office chair emitted a slight creaking sound as the man's prominent knuckles, with veins slightly bulging, pressed firmly against the girl's delicate back as if attempting to meld her into his embrace. A soft, barely audible hum dissipated between their lips until the servant knocked at the door. Ming Zhao still clutched Zhou Tingyun's hand, playfully attempting to pull him closer, only to be halted by him. After reluctantly parting, they maintained an ambiguous distance, akin to a lingering kiss yet unfulfilled. His voice, slightly hoarse, coaxed, "Be good, baby." She had no intention of being obedient. She desired indulgence. Seeing her uncooperative, Zhou Tingyun could only softly persuade, "Shall we eat first? We can play after the meal." After finishing his words, he planted another kiss on her lips. Only then did Ming Zhao reluctantly agree. At the dinner table that evening, Zhou Tingyun was peeling crabs for Ming Zhao. It was a scene utterly commonplace, yet old Zhou inexplicably grew increasingly displeased with Zhou Tingyun, finding fault everywhere, even though the two were seated across from each other for the first time. He still wished to draw an insurmountable chasm between them. The crab meat was cold. Before Ming Zhao could eat much, Zhou Tingyun insisted she put down her chopsticks. Outwardly obedient, she began to play tricks beneath the table. Rising on her toes, she stealthily grazed Zhou Tingyun's calf, slowly moving along the sleek line of his suit pants, gently brushing against him. It felt like a soft fox's tail caressing. Inching upwards, Zhou Tingyun merely paused slightly, his expression betraying not a hint of turbulence. Thus, she escalated her antics, softly stepping on his knee. She naughtily rubbed against his thigh. Noticing his continued lack of reaction, she grew bored. Just as she was about to relent, her ankle was suddenly grasped tightly. Looking up, she found the man still maintaining his composed demeanor, resembling a gentleman of utmost decorum, yet his fingers were slowly and deliberately caressing her calf, the strange and intolerable sensation causing her to instinctively bite down on her chopsticks, desperately wanting to pull away, yet remaining motionless. As her antics grew bolder, Ming Zhao, having failed to steal a kiss, felt her ears burning and gazed at Zhou Tingyun with a pleading expression. He did not meet her gaze. In that fleeting moment, Ming Zhao's mind raced, and with a spark of ingenuity, she declared, "Zhou Tingyun, I want some water. Go get it for me." Only then did he release her, rising to fetch her a glass. The Zhou family had grown accustomed to the young lady's imperiousness towards Zhou Tingyun, continuing their meal with a natural demeanor. As time passed, the weather gradually turned colder. In this transitional period between autumn and winter, the two began to discuss their clandestine romance. Their daily lives post-relationship bore little difference from before. Zhou Tingyun had already spoiled her enough, while he was merely more accommodating now. His wardrobe was now interspersed with Ming Zhao's clothes. A pink pillow had made its way onto the bed, and her 2-meter-long body pillow was discarded in the original room. Hair ties, earrings, and lipsticks were scattered about, remnants of a girl's belongings. Sometimes her undergarments were carelessly tossed atop his shirts, prompting him to pause momentarily to pick them up and put them away. Zhou Tingyun, have you seen my lipstick? Zhou Tingyun, where did my earring from yesterday go? Zhou Tingyun, I want some water. She even insisted that Zhou Tingyun change their profile picture to one of a cat and a dog as a couple, thus the esteemed Zhou Dong's avatar transformed into a large dog with closed eyes. While a lazy cat lounged atop its head after the change, Lady Ming was the first to send greetings to Ming Zhao. Mommy, she cooed, don't you think it suits his temperament perfectly? He likes it very much. Zhou Tingyun glanced at her, offering no further comment. After all, they were both willing participants. Ming Zhang chuckled helplessly. What are your plans for the new year? How about our family going to an island? Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao's eyes lit up and she immediately responded with exuberance. With less than a month until the new year, she had ample time to prepare for this family trip after the call ended. She rested her head on Zhou Tingyun's shoulder and suddenly whispered, what if mommy finds out? Zhou Tingyun patted her head, his voice tinged with amusement. Are you only just now afraid? Ming Zhao pouted. It is fine, we'll keep it a secret. When I get married, you can still secretly be my lover. Zhou Tingyun raised an eyebrow at her, feeling a bit cheeky. Are we? Upon hearing this, she immediately raised her voice. I am currently your precious girlfriend, you can't treat me like when I was a child. She glared at him with her beautifully large eyes, looking fierce. He chuckled, alright girlfriend. When evening fell, familiar calls echoed from the bathroom. Zhou Tingyun it was as if she had traversed layers of steamy mist, her voice carrying a moist, delicate quality, akin to a butterfly's thin wings drenched by the rain, soft and damp. He turned his head slightly. The door opened a crack, steam billowing forth, followed by a head peeking out. Then came her fair and tender shoulders, as if bathed in milk droplets adorned her face, and her eyes sparkled as she chirped. Come hug me. Zhou Tingyun knew she was always bold and passionate, unreservedly direct in her affections. While her peers awkwardly navigated familial relationships, she unabashedly showered her family with declarations of love daily. Like a sweet melon, he approached the bathroom door, slightly bending down, and gently wrapped his arms around her, lifting her securely into his embrace. The butterfly nestled against his ear, her moist breath brushing against him. I am not wearing a bra. The grip of his hand around her waist tightened for a moment, and she instantly smiled like a little fox, her eyes crescent-shaped. After a pause, she softly inquired. Have you been pretending not to know all along? Zhou Tingyun could no longer educate her in the guise of an older brother, so he pinched her arm playfully, adopting a faux stern expression. So many little thoughts, yet Ming Zhao was unperturbed, leaning closer to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. Why, don't you like it? Zhou Tingyun placed her on the bed, declaring his fondness, and leaned down to kiss her at the nape of her neck. Ming Zhao, adhering to a hedonistic philosophy, longed for exploration whenever she felt pleasure from his kisses, her hands wandering to unbutton his shirt. Grasping her hand, Zhou Tingyun gently nipped at her lower lip. Behave? She was baffled. Why was she supposed to behave now when she was told to before? Pushing him away, she questioned, are you planning to break up with me in the future and remain chaste for someone else? Zhou Tingyun found her reasoning amusing, lightly patting her back as one would calm a ruffled kitten. You're still too young, baby. I'm not young, Ming Zhao pouted. How many years until I'm not considered young? Zhou Tingyun looked at her, suddenly unable to respond to the truth behind her earlier remark rang true. In his eyes, she would eternally remain a child, and no matter how many years passed, that sentiment would seemingly never change. Yet Ming Zhao interpreted his silence as guilt. You never seriously considered being with me, did you? You're just waiting for me to fall for someone else so you can get rid of me? Zhou Tingyun, you don't think that just kissing without going further means nothing, do you? Initially she intended to calmly dissect his thoughts, but as she spoke, her anger began to surface, with a sulky expression. She attempted to rise, only to be pressed back down. Zhou Tingyun stabilized his emotions, gently soothing her. I don't think like that, Zhao Zhao. Then what do you mean? I must admit, my mindset is far more antiquated than yours. He observed her, thus, I hope we can wait until after marriage for this. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao was utterly incredulous, yet it was somehow also within reason. After all, Zhou Tingyun was 8 years her senior. And such differences in mindset were unavoidable. However, the word try, Ming Zhao's eyes sparkled as she nestled into Zhou Tingyun's embrace. Then can I date a more progressive boyfriend my age? He grasped her chin. His tone flat. Don't deliberately provoke me. She proudly lifted her chin, seeing Ming Zhao maintain her audacious demeanor. Zhou Tingyun's gaze darkened slightly. He leaned down to kiss her neck, then her earlobe, trailing down to her collarbone, where droplets of water had yet to dry, gently sucking away the moisture. Ming Zhao could not help but grasp his hand, only to have it firmly pinned beneath the covers. Ming Zhao's face flushed crimson. Zhou Tingyun, He pressed along the rising edge, tracing. He clasped her wrist, seemingly unwilling to rest. She blinked, a hint of provocation flickering in her eyes. In the tranquil embrace of the night, the room was illuminated solely by a floor lamp. Casting a soft glow over a small patch of the bed, the delicate and beautiful girl was held tightly in the man's arms. One hand grasped her chin, compelling her to tilt her head for a kiss, while the other caressed her gently. Eventually, the intensity of desire enveloped them entirely. Ming Zhao felt beads of perspiration forming on her nose, her cheeks flushed a deep red, and her attempts to protest were muffled between their lips. Following the encounter, drenched in sweat, she retreated to the bathtub for a refreshing wash. Upon emerging, she berated Zhou Tingyun as a pervert. The man remained unfazed, replying, "I was merely helping you prove yourself." Ming Zhao lunged at him to strike. But Zhou Tingyun endured her assault momentarily before lifting her effortlessly, pinching the soft flesh at her waist, teasing, "Do you wish to continue?" Ming Zhao immediately chose to surrender. At 7 in the morning, the sky remained dim. Zhou Tingyun prepared to rise for work while Ming Zhao nestled comfortably in his embrace, soundly asleep. As he made a slight movement, her limbs entwined around him, her face buried in his neck. Emitting a series of indistinct murmurs that resembled both affection and mild reproach, Zhou Tingyun chuckled softly, gently patting her back and whispering soothing words. After a while, her breathing gradually became shallow and steady, her cheeks rosy, as she drifted back into a deeper slumber. Only then did he gently extricate her hand, tucking it beneath the covers, ensuring the edges of the blanket were snugly arranged. Upon arriving at the office, the doctor had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the man enter, he immediately rose and handed him a diagnosis report. Zhou Tingyun accepted it, noting with clarity that the blood clot previously present in his brain had vanished. The doctor adjusted his glasses, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. "Have you noticed any additional memories recently?" Zhou Tingyun's tone remained neutral as he replied, "No." After a brief silence, the doctor continued, "Perhaps it will take a few more days for a gradual recovery." He acknowledged with a simple hum. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the sky appeared bleak and desolate, shrouded in a heavy pall of gloom. As Zhou Tingyun reached for his lighter, he suddenly recalled Ming Zhao's indignant expression and withdrew his hand. Chapter 57. A matter of pride. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, mingling with the wisps of steam, creating a subtly tense atmosphere in the room. Old Master Zhou sat in his chair, gazing contemplatively at the doctor before slowly raising his teacup for a sip. "What is the likelihood of the blood clot's disappearance without a restoration of memory?" the doctor responded with precision. "Such a scenario does have a certain probability, however. Do not be overly anxious. It is advisable to wait for a while before reassessing the situation. A while? How long is that?" After a moment of thought, the doctor replied, "Approximately 20 days. Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhou fell silent, remaining seated in quiet contemplation. After a spell, he gently placed his cup on the table and murmured, "Can an 8-year-old truly retain so many memories?" The elderly man's expression remained steady, leaving the doctor uncertain of his thoughts, whether he hoped for Zhou Tingyun's memory to return or preferred otherwise. The doctor merely stated, "By the age of 8. the brain has typically developed sufficiently, and given the severity of the incident he experienced, it is highly probable that he retains those memories." Following the doctor's response, Old Master Zhou chose not to pursue the matter further, simply waving his hand dismissively, signaling the doctor to take his leave. Meanwhile, Ming Zhao awoke after a restful sleep and proceeded directly to lunch. She had an afternoon meeting regarding the exhibition design for a museum, opting for a more streamlined and sharp attire, and her lipstick was replaced with a more understated shade. This museum was unique, housing not ancient artifacts or exquisite artwork, but various types of criminal cases. At that moment, the museum's director, Li Qi, was detailing the general classifications of cases to Ming Zhao, assisting in the determination of the museum's theme, the number of exhibition halls, and the design of the viewing routes. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, a tall man entered with a steady gait. His handsome features exuded a sense of righteousness. Upon seeing him, Li Qi paused the conversation, smilingly introducing him to Ming Zhao. "This is Chen Su, Officer Chen, who possesses a profound understanding of these cases." He then turned to face Chen Su. "This is architectural designer Celia." The man's gaze fell upon Ming Zhao as he politely remarked, "Hello, Celia, should you have any inquiries regarding the cases, please feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you." She nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Officer Chen." He cautioned, "Some criminal cases might evoke strong discomfort. I suggest that you avoid being alone at home after returning. Engaging in conversations with family can help alleviate any negative emotions that may arise." Ming Zhao arched her brows appreciatively. "Thank you." In the studio, there was another assistant, Tan Chengde, and together they organized the categorization of cases. Initially, everyone presumed this delicate young lady would soon abandon her efforts, speculating that her so-called award-winning works were likely the result of financial backing from a powerful benefactor. Until Tan Chengde, upon viewing certain photographs, felt nauseous and rushed to the restroom. Although Ming Zhao's complexion paled slightly, she persisted in her meticulous planning. When Tan Chengde returned from the restroom, sipping water to regain composure, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Ming Zhao, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. I nearly succumbed to those photos, yet you remain so composed." Ming Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing it was all an act to maintain her pride. While organizing the exhibition catalog, Ming Zhao's attention was suddenly captured by a report dated March 1, 2003. It detailed a severe rear-end collision on the Cross River Bridge with harrowing descriptions within the article. A couple perished in the incident, leaving only a pregnant woman and a young boy alive. Noticing her fixation on the newspaper clipping, Chen Su explained, "At the time, the Bureau initially investigated it as a case of intentional homicide. But for reasons unknown, it was ultimately dropped. He sighed, expressing uncertainty about the pregnant woman's current circumstances. Ming Zhao found herself inexplicably taken aback upon returning home. She couldn't shake the report from her mind. She was unsure why it affected her so much, perhaps sharing Chen Su's curiosity about the fates of the pregnant woman and the boy. She scoured the internet for more detailed information, persistently altering her search terms. March 1, 2003, Cross River Bridge traffic accident, 2003 North City Cross River Bridge accident summary, 2003 Cross River Bridge major rear-end collision, yet all yielded nothing. The pages that appeared were either irrelevant or filled with vague, labyrinthine content. After pondering for a moment, she messaged Chen Su, hoping to glean more information. However, given that the incident occurred over 2 decades ago and Chen Su had only been in the field for less than 5 years, he was not well informed. Moreover, due to the significant passage of time, the police records seemed sparse, and most of the senior officers had retired. Ming Zhao, having received no useful information, felt a tinge of frustration as she reclined in her chair, the back creaking softly. As she settled into quietude, she realized the surroundings were eerily silent. In the vast Zhou residence, only she, Zhou Tingyun, and Old Master Zhou inhabited this 5-story house, each level adorned with numerous rooms and long corridors. Yet the sparse population rendered it particularly desolate. Other families lived far away, and Zhou Siyu had even complained about the long journey to visit her. The world seemed to gradually empty of sound, leaving only the echo of her own breath, creating an oddly sinister atmosphere. Her mind began to replay those bloody and horrific images, amplifying in detail. Silently, she retrieved her phone and messaged Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun rolling. Zhou Tingyun, what's wrong? Ming Zhao contemplated that sending such a message would likely prompt him to abandon his work and rush home, so she rephrased her words. It seems you don't miss me at all. Sigh. Noticing the lack of response from him, Ming Zhao was about to reprimand him when the door swung open, startling her so much that she nearly dropped her phone. Zhou Tingyun had just arrived home and received her message. Now, seeing her pale complexion, his brows furrowed, Ming Zhao, recovering from her initial fright, threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, "Are you trying to scare me to death so you can find a new girlfriend?" Zhou Tingyun embraced her, lifting her chin to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, inquiring about what had transpired. He guided her to the sofa, where Ming Zhao recounted her experiences at the criminal museum, and he listened intently. No wonder Chen Su advised me not to be alone at home. She drooped her eyelids, softly leaning against his shoulder, relinquishing her weight to him. He also mentioned that I should communicate with family members to alleviate my emotions. Chen Su, oh, you mean Officer Chen, the one I coordinated with. His explanations regarding the case classifications were particularly thorough and patient, saving me a lot of effort. Zhou Tingyun listened closely to her words, lowering his head slightly, his deep gaze fixed on her as he asked, "Aren't you supposed to communicate?" Ming Zhao was momentarily confused by his words, and before she could comprehend, his cool lips descended upon hers like a gentle autumn rain imbued with a touch of refreshing tenderness. It seemed to indeed have some effect. Chapter 58. A bit fierce. For several consecutive days, Ming Zhao immersed herself entirely in the museum's exhibition design work. Traversing through the arrangements of display positions and lighting effects, Chen Su consistently articulated the case with unadorned clarity and composure, refraining from any deliberate consideration for the girl. In his perspective, such special treatment was, in fact, a reflection of disrespect towards their professional capabilities, a sentiment he extended to Ming Zhao as well. However, upon noticing a slight pallor on Ming Zhao's face in the corridor, he quietly retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and offered it to her. Ming Zhao graciously accepted it, smiled at him, and expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you. When Chen Su extended the candy, he had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of this pampered young lady disdainfully discarding it. To his surprise, she placed it in her pocket and affectionately patted it, as if assuring the candy that it had been properly taken care of. Observing this gesture, Chen Su's gaze softened with a hint of unspoken concern. He inquired, "I mentioned before that if your emotional distress is quite severe, you should find ways to alleviate it promptly. Have you spoken with your family in the past few days? It could significantly improve how you feel." Ming Zhao hesitated, her mind briefly flashing through a series of images, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. "Kissing. That counts as talking, right?" she thought, forcing herself to nod. Chen Su recalled something and said, "By the way, regarding the case you asked me about earlier, I made some inquiries and learned that the driver was a man with the surname Zhou." A sudden tension gripped Ming Zhao's heart. With both parents deceased, it was difficult for her not to draw certain connections. While Chen Su's mention of a potential accident piqued her interest, Ming's mother had never brought up Zhou Tingyun, and Ming Zhao was reluctant to probe further, thus she often found herself lost in thought. She pondered how to extract more information from Chen Su, coming home later and later, increasingly distracted. In the evening, as Zhou Tingyun helped her organize her clothes, his hand once again brushed against something in his pocket. Another white rabbit milk candy. His brows furrowed slightly. This had been the case for several days now. The candy's wrapper glimmered softly under the light, and he had lost count of how many there were. He observed it quietly for a moment before placing it back. Zhou Tingyun, a clear and delicate voice rang in his ears. Ming Zhao suddenly appeared before him, playfully tapping her lips and encouraging. Come on, let us talk. She felt this method of communication was remarkably effective, perhaps due to the comforting scent that always surrounded Zhou Tingyun, allowing one to quickly forget the gruesome horrors. She was not entirely fearless, but she maintained a facade of strength in front of others. Returning to Zhou Tingyun to indulge in her vulnerability, the man looked at her with an inscrutable expression for a while before he wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned down to kiss her. Ming Zhao's eyes widened slightly, sensing that he seemed a bit fierce today. She stumbled backward, momentarily pinned against the door. The door creaked softly, and his hand supported her back. The rhythm slowed as Zhou Tingyun gently pecked at the corners of her lips, his warm lips brushing across her eyelids, trailing down to her ear, and then from her neck to her collarbone. His large hand slipped into the small of her back amidst their entangled breaths. A soft sound of a fastening echoed. Ming Zhao instinctively reached to cover herself but was caught by the wrist and guided to his nape. A potent, woody scent enveloped her, drawing her deeper into a sense of surrender. When they finally went downstairs for dinner, the blush on Ming Zhao's cheeks had yet to fade. She was reluctant to sit beside Zhou Tingyun, attempting to maintain some distance, yet she met his calm gaze. Ultimately she settled for sitting across from him. Zhou Lao noticed the slight awkwardness between the two and felt a surge of joy, even eating a few extra bowls of rice the next day. After completing her work at the museum, Ming Zhao spotted a familiar figure waiting by the car. She was taken aback but quickly replaced the surprise with delight, like a cheerful little bird. Eagerly rushing towards Zhou Tingyun and leaping into his embrace, Zhou Tingyun stood firm, wrapping his arm around her waist with a practiced ease that radiated affection. At the same time, his gaze casually swept over the man trailing behind Ming Zhao. He looked down at the girl, offering a gentle smile, and said in a warm voice, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Ming Zhao, reminded by his words, suddenly remembered and hurriedly turned around, feeling a bit embarrassed. "This is Chen Su, Officer Chen." Then she smiled brightly, linking her arm with Zhou Tingyun's, her body instinctively leaning toward him, the intimacy in her tone unmistakable. Chen Su greeted Zhou Tingyun with a polite smile. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I've long admired your reputation." Zhou Tingyun merely nodded casually, his expression betraying a hint of aloofness as he replied evenly, "Hello." He then turned his attention back to Ming Zhao, his cool demeanor transforming into warmth as he said, "Let us go home for dinner." Seeing this, Chen Su couldn't help but interject, "How about I treat you both? Celia has been working hard at the museum these past few days." This Zhou Tingyun regarded him anew. Chen Su felt a chill under his scrutinizing gaze, only to hear the man leisurely reply, "I'll take care of it. Let us invite everyone along as a gesture of thanks for taking care of my little one." Chen Su couldn't suppress a frown at the term Zhou Tingyun used. Chapter 59. The scent of money. The octagonal wooden lantern cast a soft glow, and the ink plum blossom painting on the Chinese screen exuded an elegant charm. Steeped in antiquity, the kunku performer was serenading them with a melodious tune, like a gentle mountain stream. Tan Chengge and Li Qi sat upright, outwardly striving to maintain a facade of calm and composure, while internally they felt as if countless fawns were prancing wildly, almost bursting into squeals of excitement. This was a restaurant where the average meal cost 10,000. It felt as though the very air was infused with the scent of wealth. They exchanged discreet but exhilarated glances, grateful to the museum, grateful to the young lady. Otherwise, they would never afford such a meal even in a lifetime. Ming Zhao, in an exuberant tone, chirped, "Let us order the most expensive dishes." Don T hold back. She clearly had no intention of being frugal. The man maintained his cool demeanor, yet there was an imperceptible hint of tenderness in his eyes. Tan Chinga's gaze couldn't help but wander over to the two across the table. One was mature and composed, the other charmingly spoiled. The man, with a hair tie around his wrist, was deftly helping the girl gather her loose hair. Meanwhile, Chen Su sat in silence, fixated on the menu. Each dish was nearly equivalent to his monthly salary. Chen Su understood that if it weren't for Ming Zhao, he wouldn't even have the right to share a table with Zhou Tingyun. However, at that moment, the stark, painful reality was the numbers attached to the menu items, as if they were an insurmountable chasm separating him from them. After years of struggle, he quickly grasped Zhou Tingyun's underlying intentions. The man was laying bare the vast disparity between them in the coldest, most arrogant manner, as if exposing his dignity to the merciless sun. Chen Su's complexion darkened slightly. He had merely given the young lady a few pieces of candy. He had not committed any egregious act, so why should he endure such humiliation? He did not display any outward signs of distress but instead maintained a composed demeanor, steering the conversation towards work-related topics with Ming Zhao. The others engaged animatedly, while Zhou Tingyun simply listened, choosing not to interrupt. Occasionally, his gaze would rest on the girl. When he noticed a few stray hairs falling, he naturally reached out to tuck them behind her ear. Chen Su observed this and remarked pointedly, "You two seem to get along quite well." Zhou Tingyun replied evenly, "Little one has always been quite attached to me since she was young." Ming Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, her ears gradually heating up as she couldn't help but kick Zhou Tingyun lightly. The man tilted his head slightly, a look of confusion in his eyes as he asked, "What's wrong?" Stop it, Ming Zhao shot him an annoyed glare. It's nothing. After the meal, Zhou Tingyun's secretary presented gifts to both girls, the latest designer handbags, in gratitude for their care. Tan Chengde and Li Qi's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight. Sparkling with joy, these were limited edition bags. They felt elated, wishing to ask if the young lady needed more attendance, confident they would take exceptional care of her. On the other hand, Chen Su received a beautifully wrapped box from the secretary. Zhou Tingyun, observing him as he accepted it, wore a faint smile. The man's voice was warm as he said, "Thank you for comforting my little one. These are candies from the Sankeyuting family. I hope you will enjoy them." What? Li Qi was immediately struck with astonishment upon hearing the name Sankeyuting. That was a renowned old brand in Beicheng, a place where even wealth could not guarantee a purchase. Chen Su's previously composed expression now bore the faintest crack. As if fine porcelain had suddenly been marred, the mockery from the other party was laid bare. The powerful always struck from the shadows. Beneath a facade of warmth and tolerance lay an unfathomable indifference. At the entrance, watching the two depart, Chen Su's jaw tightened. The man subtly maintained his hold on the girl's waist, appearing natural, yet inadvertently revealing a sense of possessiveness. Ming Zhao remained oblivious to the undercurrents at play. Immediately getting into the car with Zhou Tingyun, after that day, when returning to the museum to finalize matters, Chen Su grew increasingly aloof, engaging in conversation with her only when necessary. She found this odd and mentioned it to Zhou Tingyun, who, well aware of the situation, said nothing, merely diverting her attention with casual remarks. In the courtyard, the path was illuminated by ground lights, and the crisp calls of parrots resonated through the dim evening air. Upon seeing Zhou Lao, Ming Zhao felt a surge of panic and immediately released her tightly interlocked fingers with Zhou Tingyun. Her sudden movement caught Zhou Lao's attention, and he cast her a quizzical glance. Puzzled by her strange behavior, before turning back to tease the parrot in its cage, the parrot, with its vibrant plumage, hopped around in its enclosure, occasionally mimicking human speech. The man standing beside her appeared somewhat subdued, his emotion shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 60. How do you wish to assist? The calendar pages incessantly turned, with a mere fortnight remaining until the new year. Outside the window lay a quintessential winter scene. A delicate layer of snow blanketing the ground, while the sky donned a somber hue of dark gray. When Ming Zheng initiated a video call, Ming Zhao was nestled in Zhou Tingyun's embrace, sharing a kiss reminiscent of a kitten's tail lightly brushing the surface of water, creating ripples. The broad palm of the man rested on her slender waist, gently caressing the charming curve of her back. As their kiss deepened, the fabric began to rise, and suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Ming Zhao's body froze momentarily, and she hastily scrambled away from Zhou Tingyun, who calmly smoothed her clothes, restoring their neatness. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself before answering the video call. Ming Zheng was inquiring about plans for a New Year's getaway, suggesting that she invite Lin Muqing to join them. What? Ming Zhao's eyes widened slightly at her mother's words, stealing a furtive glance at Zhou Tingyun beside her. She thought it best to decline. Ming Zheng, puzzled, asked, "Have you and Muqing had a falling out?" The girl quickly denied it. "No, I thought." She struggled to articulate a reason. Observing her daughter's anxious demeanor, Ming Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. A knowing glint in her eye, playfully, she remarked, "Has my darling found a boyfriend? If so, bring him along, it would be just the same." A tremor coursed through Ming Zhao's heart. Feeling inexplicably vulnerable, she instinctively met Zhou Tingyun's penetrating gaze. It was as if she'd been scalded, her eyes darting away in a flurry. After a brief pause, she murmured in a barely audible voice, "No, mommy." Her whisper was akin to a mosquito's buzz, as if fearful of being overheard by the man beside her. Zhou Tingyun remained composed, though his dark eyes appeared steeped in shadow. Since she claimed not to have a boyfriend, Ming Zheng hoped for them to grow closer and decisively encouraged the idea. Lin Muqing, naturally, was quite eager. He frequently visited the ancestral home to chat and dine with Ming Zhao, to the extent that Zhou Lao suggested he might as well move in. Yet, witnessing Zhou Tingyun, who typically concealed his emotions, exhibiting a rare semblance of gloom, prompted Lin Muqing to silently retract his words. Zhou Tingyun's gaze slowly swept over Ming Zhao, who at that moment resembled a small fox caught in a trap. Her downcast eyes avoiding his, Lin Muqing, blissfully unaware of the undercurrents, continued to smile as he helped Ming Zhao pick out fish bones. As he had always done at school, Ming Zhao felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation along her spine. After their meal, Lin Muqing proposed watching a movie together, seemingly intent on making up for all the experiences he had missed with his sister. In the screening room, Ming Zhao found herself flanked by Zhou Tingyun on her left and Lin Muqing on her right. She worried about Lin Muqing selecting an overly intense film. Fortunately, he did not. However, as the story unfolded, a sense of unease began to creep in. As stirring melodies filled the air, and the female lead kissed the male lead who had been fostered in her home, Ming Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. Who would dare kiss their own? Lin Muqing chuckled, exclaiming how exaggerated the movie was. Ming Zhao remained silent, her lips pursed, his curiosity piqued. Lin Muqing turned to her. "Right?" Ming Zhao hesitated. "Yes, stop talking now." In the very next moment, without warning, a warm hand settled on her thigh and Ming Zhao panicked, attempting to pull away, only to have her hand captured in his, their fingers entwined slowly and tenderly, his thumb brushing against her palm. Imbued with an indescribable intimacy and flirtation, Lin Muqing continued to inquire about Ming Zhao's ideal type. Zhao Zhao, have you started dating? Ming Zhao's struggle momentarily faltered, the sounds of the movie faded into the background, leaving only Zhou Tingyun's steady breathing. No, she replied. No sooner had the words left her lips than a cryptic chuckle escaped from beside her, her hand was released, the room fell into a heavy silence, the dark-hued furniture amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. As if cloaked in a damp fog, the man leaned languidly against the back of his chair, appearing relaxed, yet a faint cloud of irritation lingered in his eyes. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow slit. Akin to a cautious tear in the fabric of night, Ming Zhao swiftly slipped inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Tingyun lifted his gaze, silently observing her. The girl wore an ingratiating smile, resembling a well-behaved kitten. As she approached and settled into his lap, her delicate arms encircling him like vines wrapping around a tree, tilting her face upward, she leaned in for a kiss. However, Zhou Tingyun, seemingly anticipating her move, slightly turned his head, evading her lips. The brush of his mouth against her cool chin sent the atmosphere into a momentary freeze. The young lady stared in disbelief, her large watery eyes wide with incredulity. With an air of exaggerated sorrow, she lamented. Zhou Tingyun, do you not love me anymore? Have you so swiftly found someone else? In response to her theatrics, Zhou Tingyun's expression remained impassive. How much more could he love her? This clandestine romance was her own request. He understood her youth, the fears and insecurities that accompanied it. Such feelings were entirely human, yet it was evident that she harbored no genuine plans for the future. She merely sought the thrill of a romantic dalliance with him. Zhou Tingyun's dark eyes held an icy depth, his voice calm and measured as he spoke. Zhao Zhao, do you truly wish to be with me? Or do you merely find this relationship thrilling and amusing? Ming Zhao was taken aback by his serious tone, blinking slowly as she clung to his arm, her voice soft as she called out to him. The man remained silent. Chapter 61, Incompatibility in the tranquil atmosphere. The only sounds were the faint rustle of fabric brushing against one another. Grasping her hand, Zhou Tingyun's gaze was inscrutable. Did I ever teach you such boldness? Ming Zhao, undeterred by his tone, smiled brightly and leaned in to kiss him. The man did not evade her, allowing her to nuzzle against him like a kitten at a bowl of water. Yet, when she inadvertently brushed against something, she froze. Clarity returned in an instant. Ming Zhao pushed him away, exclaiming, perhaps we should break up. Zhou Tingyun frowned slightly, regarding her intently. Ming Zhao's heart raced, her words faltering. A quick glance around made her recoil in fright. I think we are incompatible. With that, she attempted to flee, only to be caught by his grip around her waist. Little one, your video viewing history seems to suggest otherwise. Taken aback, she nearly leapt up. How dare you snoop on my phone? You were using my iPad that day to watch videos. Zhou Tingyun replied patiently. Ming Zhao's face flushed a deep crimson. You are not allowed to buy the same phone case as me anymore. Zhou Tingyun, accustomed to her playful accusations, accepted her demand without protest, even though the case was one she had insisted on giving him. Observing her bashful demeanor, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. No matter how audacious she appeared, inside, she remained the little girl who hid behind him. It was entirely natural for her to struggle with the idea of dating a man 8 years her senior. This evening marked New Year's Eve, and snow began to fall once more outside. Anticipating their trip to the island for vacation the following day, Ming Zhao awoke early, busying herself with selecting her outfits. The sofa was cluttered with an array of clothing resembling a small mountain. Zhou Tingyun shook his head in exasperation, approaching her with patience as he meticulously picked up each piece and hung them neatly. He then organized her chosen ensembles into bags, placing them into her suitcase. Upon seeing the scant fabric of a bikini in his hand, he couldn't help but frown. Ultimately, he still packed it away. After Zhou Tingyun, the self-proclaimed procrastinator, had finished arranging Ming Zhao's luggage, lunch was ready, and nothing paired better with winter than a hearty lamb hot pot, the fragrant steam wafting through the air, while the open door revealed a picturesque scene of falling snow. Ming Zhao, savoring the seasoning Zhou Tingyun had prepared for her, felt beads of sweat forming on her nose. She quietly asked, if we were to break up one day, would you still make me seasoning? The man's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at her, prompting Ming Zhao to bury her head in her food like an ostrich. After their meal, Zhou Siyu and Zhou Qianan dashed outside for a snowball fight. Ming Zhao felt an insatiable urge to join them, akin to a kitten scratching at her heart, but as she took a step forward, she was pulled back by Zhou Tingyun. The man carefully wrapped her scarf around her, ensuring she was snug and warm, then helped her put on her gloves and earmuffs, leaving no corner exposed to the cold. Only when he was certain she wouldn't be chilled did he release her to play. With permission granted, she shot out like a cannonball, quickly joining the fray. He followed her at a leisurely pace. The two girls quickly formed a team, launching a barrage of snowballs at Zhou Qianan, who was left utterly defenseless against their onslaught, his face contorted in mock agony. Big brother, save me, he cried, his voice echoing in the empty expanse of snow, sounding particularly tragic. Zhou Tingyun paid him no mind. His gaze firmly fixed on Ming Zhao. Amidst the heated battle, he steadied the plump little dumpling, who was struggling to keep her balance due to her heavy attire. She pressed her hands against his arm, Her expression serious as she commanded, "You are my boyfriend, you are not allowed to help him." Snowflakes clung to her eyelashes and her nose was adorably rosy, noticing Zhou Tingyun merely watching her in silence. Mingzhao grew impatient, raising her voice. "Zhou Tingyun," her call rang out sharply against the snowy backdrop. Zhou Qian'an nearly stumbled at the sound. Only Mingzhao, unreserved in her boldness, would dare to address her older brother so directly. Zhou Tingyun found her demeanor amusing. Was this truly how one sought assistance? With no patience and a fiery temper, she insisted, "I don't care, you must stand by my side." Chapter 62, a beautiful scene. The pristine snow blanketed the garden. The sounds of laughter and joy startling the birds perched on the withered branches. The exuberant snowball fight continued unabated. Zhou Qian, alternately pleading for mercy and fleeing, suddenly caught sight of Zhou Tingyun, who was watching from the sidelines. Seeing him was akin to spotting a savior. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Zhou Tingyun. In the instant he approached the man, his body twisted with agility, and he swiftly ducked behind him. Just then, a snowball hurtled through the air, striking Zhou Tingyun squarely in the chest, exploding into a flurry of snowflakes that danced around them. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Ming Zhao, standing a short distance away with remnants of crushed snow clinging to her gloves, innocently retreated, her hands behind her back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qian swiftly slipped away, while Zhou Siyu, initially hesitant, had already caught up, eager to engage him in a spirited battle. Meanwhile, feeling a twinge of guilt, a certain someone approached Zhou Tingyun with a sheepish grin, murmuring, "Oh dear, let me help you." As she spoke, she gingerly reached out to smooth his coat, which had gathered a few drops of water. As Ming Zhao gently patted away the snow, her gaze inadvertently drifted upward, landing on the exposed skin of his neck, her fingers twitching with restlessness. Zhou Tingyun looked down at her, easily discerning her every subtle movement from his elevated vantage point. Thus, before she could extend her gloved hand, he deftly grasped her wrist. Ming Zhao's pupils widened in disbelief. "Have you been secretly training in martial arts at Shaolin without my knowledge?" Upon hearing her words, the man chuckled softly. "Today, I finally understand why you are the only one caught sneaking snacks during class." "Why?" she asked, genuinely puzzled. After all, so many others indulged in such behavior. Why was she the only one summoned by her parents? The memory of Zhou Tingyun standing in the office, hand in hand with her while listening to the teacher's earnest admonishments, filled her with a wave of embarrassment that surged from her toes to the crown of her head. "Because you're foolish." Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant as Zhou Tingyun, Ming Zhao lunged at him in a playful attempt to hit him, but her weight was unwieldy. Resembling a plump little bear, she was easily captured in his grasp. Unwilling to concede, she suddenly recalled the self-defense technique she had learned in high school and began plotting, a sly smile curling her lips. Quietly, she extended her foot forward, cleverly executing a trip while simultaneously pushing with her arm in the same direction. With a soft thud, both tumbled to the ground. Ming Zhao found herself atop Zhou Tingyun, playfully attempting to freeze his neck with her hands as laughter bubbled forth. Yet as she laughed, she gradually sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Her gaze, inadvertently drawn downward, met the depths of his dark eyes. Her own widened slightly as she exclaimed, "Hey, you can't be so." The word stingy never left her lips, for the crisp scent of snow-laden pine mingled with the gentle, rich aroma of sandalwood filled her senses. In the vast expanse of snow, the cascading flakes settled onto every inch of ground, blanketing the serene pine forest and quietly flowing into the gradually freezing river. Ultimately accumulating atop their heads, the crystalline ice that formed sparkled under the sun, reflecting a beautiful spectrum of color, arid yet romantic. Mid-kiss, she realized she resembled a large bun sprawled atop Zhou Tingyun. Unable to suppress her laughter, her eyes, illuminated by the snow's reflection, shone brightly, with wisps of breath escaping her lips, gradually melting, the snowflakes resting on her lashes into glistening droplets. There was no scene more perfect than this. At last Zhou Tingyun lifted her up, brushing the snowflakes from her hair. Ming Zhao blinked. "If we break up, can we still kiss?" The man shot her a sidelong glance. "No, stingy," she huffed, drawing the reluctant figure back into his embrace. Zhou Tingyun chuckled. "We won't break up." Ming Zhao pouted, wrapping her arms around his waist. "What if mommy disagrees?" "If she disagrees, will my little darling break up with me?" His gaze flickered, and she buried her face in his chest, stammering again, "No, of course not." Ming Zhao could distinctly feel Zhou Tingyun's unwavering gaze upon her, as if cold, hard wires were tightly entwined around her, yet he remained silent. This silent scrutiny only heightened her sense of guilt, making her feel like a child caught in wrongdoing, fearful and unsure. Thus, she whispered tentatively, "Even if we break up, we can still be together secretly, right?" Observing the girl's reaction, Zhou Tingyun's expression grew slightly cold, despite his efforts to remind himself that as the elder, he ought to understand and accommodate the insecurities of a younger companion. The emptiness within him could not be filled. As the chill of the wind continued to howl around him, Zhou Tingyun gently shifted the topic. Akin to brushing away a snowflake that had settled on her shoulder, exhausted from the snowball fight, Ming Zhao eagerly began to build a snowman. She gathered small clumps of snow, rolling them into a ball. Utilizing her designer's flair, she quickly fashioned 2 snowmen, smoothing and perfecting their forms. She then bestowed upon them rather casual names, one called Xiao Zhao, the other Xiao Zhou. Ming Zhao plopped down between the 2 snowmen, directing Zhou Tingyun to take their picture. The instant camera captured the girl's radiant smile. she even puckered her lips, playfully pretending to kiss Xiao Zhou's round cheek, her adorable demeanor seemingly capable of melting the surrounding ice and snow. Chapter 63, The Stay-at-Home Husband. At 7 in the morning, the sky was still dim, but the snow outside reflected a soft glow. Ming Zhao was utterly exhausted, dozing off as she was lifted into someone's arms. Her eyes shut tight, however, she could hardly maintain her slumber for more than a few seconds before she began to slump. Zhou Tingyun steadied her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him, once she was snugly cocooned in the blankets. He reached inside to help her out of her nightgown, setting it aside. He then picked up the prepared undergarments, guiding Ming Zhao's arms through the straps. After making slight adjustments for comfort, he secured the clasp at her back. In the process, he inadvertently brushed against the softness of her skin, instinctively pinching his fingers. Once she was dressed, Ming Zhao felt slightly more alert. Squinting, she got out of bed, wobbling as she followed Zhou Tingyun. In the car, Ming Zhao drifted back to sleep. The previous night had been exhausting and late, filled with snowball fights and fireworks. She desperately needed to recharge, her head occasionally tilted toward Zhou Tingyun. Then towards Lin Muqing. Zhou Tingyun wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer, creating distance from others. Lin Muqing felt a subtle discomfort rising within. If it had been in the past, he might have accepted it. But why now? After a brief moment of silence, he could no longer contain himself and spoke up. It's uncomfortable for Xiao Zhao to sleep like this, even though he tried to keep his tone neutral. A hint of discontent slipped through. Uncomfortable, Zhou Tingyun mused calmly, wondering who the delicate one was that clung to him every night. Deciding to embrace her fully, he adjusted the blanket covering her, ensuring it was snug enough to keep her warm. Lin Muqing. But as the car neared the airport, Ming Zhao groggily awoke. The familiar scent enveloped her senses, Zhou Tingyun's unique, subtle fragrance, making her instinctively relax and lean closer. Slowly, she opened her eyes, meeting Lin Muqing's gaze. Instantly alert, she realized she was sitting on Zhou Tingyun's lap. What if he told mommy? In a panic, she attempted to get down, only to be held in place. Don't move, we're almost there. Upon seeing her awake, Lin Muqing's previous discontent was momentarily replaced with concern. Did Xiao Zhao not sleep well last night? Ming Zhao looked at Lin Muqing in confusion. Her hair was slightly disheveled, strands falling across her forehead and cheeks, making her look endearingly cute. Upon waking, Lin Muqing felt his heart soften, his gaze drawn to her slightly chubby cheeks, an impulse to pinch them rising within him. However, the cold pressure of Zhou Tingyun's gaze kept him in check. The private car arrived at the airport, where a spacious tarmac awaited, and a private jet stood quietly. Zhou Tingyun intended to carry her out of the car, but Ming Zhao clung to the door. I can walk myself. Seeing this, Lin Muqing glanced at the distance and encouraged, it's just a few steps, Zhao Zhao. But if you don't want to walk, that's fine too. Ming Zhao. Ultimately, Ming Zhao found herself leaning against Zhou Tingyun's shoulder, with Lin Muqing trailing beside them, reminiscent of their childhood trips to amusement parks. As they ascended the stairs, the flight attendants greeted them with smiles, momentarily taken aback. Over the years, Zhou Tingyun had never been seen with any female companions, let alone holding a girl so intimately. The flight attendant's gaze lingered longer than expected, causing Ming Zhao to feel embarrassed and instinctively hide her face. Once the plane took off, smoothly navigating through the clouds, one of the attendants approached Ming Zhao with a polite smile, inquiring, "Madam, would you like something to drink?" The air became thick with tension as everyone exhibited varying expressions. The flight attendant, unsure if she had misspoken, felt her smile falter slightly, the hint of panic setting in. Was she not the madam? Wasn't Zhou Tingyun the type to engage in frivolous affairs? Zhou Tingyun remained unfazed, lowering his head to ask Ming Zhao what she wanted to drink. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, the flight attendant finally relaxed. Lin Muqing, observing the exchange, assumed Zhou Tingyun was merely helping the attendant save face and offered no further explanation. After the plane landed at their destination, Ming Zhao spotted Ming Zhang standing not far away, her eyes lighting up instantly. She dashed towards Ming Zhang, exclaiming, "Mommy!" Ming Zhang embraced her, smiling as she ruffled her hair, her touch gentle and indulgent. After a moment of affectionate playfulness, Ming Zhao finally released herself from Ming Zhang's embrace and greeted her father. Zhou Huayuan wore a refined smile as he inquired when she would commence her duties at the company. Expressing his intention to retire and assume the role of a house husband for Ms. Ming, Ming Zhao immediately feigned ignorance, turning her head away. At that moment, she suddenly noticed another individual standing nearby, Ming Zhang. Perceiving the situation, introduced, "This is your Aunt Qin's daughter, Qin Tangyue, who also happens to be your brother's high school classmate." Qin Tangyue greeted with a smile. "Hello, Xiao Zhao." She was astonished that the little girl she remembered had grown so much. Ming Zhao politely responded to Sister Tangyue. The two who had lagged behind approached. Mom, Dad. Zhou Tingyun's demeanor was calm and composed. Aunt, Uncle. Lin Muqing presented the gifts he had prepared. Upon witnessing Lin Muqing's gesture, Ms. Ming's face lit up with satisfaction. She held a high regard for this prospective son-in-law and eagerly engaged Lin Muqing in conversation, inquiring about his life and work. Zhou Huayuan stood by chuckling as he playfully patted Zhou Tingyun's shoulder, teasingly asking, "So, which is more demanding, managing the group or taking care of Xiao Zhao?" Ming Zhao, directly addressed, felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning the politeness of such remarks. Chapter 64. Insufficient. The group arrived at the hotel and proceeded to dine. In the private room, the Qin couple awaited their arrival. Qin Yun rushed forward, taking Ming Zhao's hand and showering her with compliments. "Oh my, how you've blossomed. Xiao Zhao has grown so beautifully, like a fairy stepping out of a painting." She animatedly urged everyone, "Come, take a seat." Zhou Tingyun's mother, clearly eager to play matchmaker, began, "You should sit with Tang." Before she could finish, Zhou Tingyun had seamlessly settled beside Ming Zhao, meeting Zhou Tingyun's subtly questioning gaze. Ming Zhang's words faltered, and she refrained from further comment. With everyone seated, it seemed impractical to ask him to change his position. As the elders engaged in conversation, the topics revolved around financial trends and the occasional mutual praise of each other's offspring's accomplishments. Only Ming Zhao remained engrossed in her meal. Lin Muqing, concerned she might be bored, quietly chatted with her while meticulously peeling shrimp for her. The tender, plump shrimp glistened under the light. Zhou Tingyun managed the work-related discussions with calm composure. Skillfully placing the prepared crab meat on a small plate in front of Ming Zhao, Aunt Qin observed the scene with delight, remarking, "It's clear that Tingyun dotes on his wife. Whoever marries into this family will be fortunate indeed." At this, Ming Zhang lifted her gaze to the two. Sensing Ms. Ming's scrutinizing stare, Ming Zhao's grip on her chopsticks tightened imperceptibly. Then Aunt Qin queried, "Has Tingyun started dating?" Qin Yun, aware that Zhou Tingyun grew up in the Ming household, recognized that Ming Zhang held some sway in matters of marriage. Given the evident interest, she was more than willing, especially considering the Zhou family's prestige. Yet, she felt compelled to probe into the young man's emotional status. Zhou Tingyun continued his actions undeterred, responding calmly, "Yes, I am like a stone cast into a still lake." All eyes turned to him, except for Ming Zhao. Ming Zhang, taken aback, inquired, "Which young lady? Why haven't you mentioned her to your mother?" Just a few days prior, he claimed he was single, and now he suddenly had a girlfriend. Qin Yun initially felt deceived but relaxed upon seeing Ming Zhang's equally puzzled expression. Internally, she speculated that Zhou Tingyun might be looking for an excuse to evade the question. With a smile, she pressed, "How long have you been dating? Do you have a photo? Let us see this lovely young lady." Then she turned to Ming Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, have you met her?" Ming Zhao buried her face in her bowl. Akin to an ostrich, Zhou Tingyun glanced at her, calmly stating, "She has." He understood that Ming Zhao sought only fleeting happiness. When faced with serious matters, her instinct was to retreat or hide behind him. He could indulge her in most matters, but this was one thing he could not allow, and nonetheless Zhou Tingyun was willing to grant her the time to contemplate and adjust. She was still young and not ready for public acknowledgement. His voice was deep and steady, revealing little emotional fluctuation. Slowly, Ming Zhang set down her chopsticks, pondering, "Still so young? Just how young?" Zhou Tingyun replied nonchalantly, 21. "What?" Ming Zhang could scarcely believe it. An 8-year age difference, when Zhou Tingyun was in college. That young girl was still in the 6th grade. The expressions of the Qin couple turned notably complex. Was this truly a normal courtship? An older man with a younger girl often invited unwelcome implications. And they couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. They never expected someone like Zhou Tingyun to engage in such behavior, let alone choose a girlfriend of Ming Zhao's age. They regarded him as if he were a beast. Especially Lin Muqing, whose eyes radiated discontent, having experienced his own parents' divorce and remarriage leading to fragmented families. He empathized with Ming Zhao's feelings. If he were to witness Zhou Tingyun treating another girl as he did Ming Zhao, he would find it intolerable, let alone Ming Zhao herself. Initially indifferent to Ming Zhang's matchmaking efforts, Lin Muqing now felt a strong urge to protect Ming Zhao. Meanwhile, Ming Zhao endeavored to diminish her presence, striving to blend into the background. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Zhou Huayuan quickly intervened with humor, saying, "Who dates without the intention of making it public? It must be that you haven't given her enough sense of security. How about this? Next time, bring her home so we can meet her, and Dad will give her a big red envelope." Ming Zhao nearly choked, coughing uncontrollably. As Zhou Tingyun reached out to pat her back, helping her recover, Ming Zhang sighed, "Child, why do you eat so hastily?" Ming Zhao took a sip of water, steadied herself, and gradually regained her composure. This meal felt like sitting on pins and needles. Upon returning to the hotel, before Ms. Ming could engage Zhou Tingyun in conversation, Ming Zhao discreetly slipped into his room. She had his room card and entered without hesitation. Zhou Tingyun was on a call when he heard the door open, and his gaze naturally settled on Ming Zhao. The timid girl was attempting to employ her usual tactic, gently approaching him on tiptoe as Zhou Tingyun wrapped his arm around her waist, lowered his head, and casually ended the call, placing his phone on the nearby table. At times, Ming Zhao found Zhou Tingyun's kissing style overwhelming. His lips and tongue devoured hers, a sultry and lingering embrace that felt as if he were consuming her piece by piece. She felt like a jellyfish washed ashore by gentle waves, melting into softness. After what felt like an eternity as Zhou Tingyun finally drew back, Ming Zhao tilted her face upward, her voice still tinged with the sweetness of their kiss. "Can we not tell Mommy just yet?" Zhou Tingyun gazed at her for a moment, countering with a question, "Do you remember what you said before you came here?" Ming Zhao blinked innocently. It was a bad habit to provoke Zhou Tingyun's irritation? Yet she had no intention of changing. She believed his outbursts were insufficient to compensate for the 4 years of indifference, thus she feigned innocence. "But I don't want Mommy to be upset." Zhou Tingyun replied, I will handle it. Then why can't you tell me how you plan to resolve this? Zhou Tingyun fell silent upon hearing this question, his deep, dark eyes revealing no emotions. Ming Zhao remained quiet as well. As one grows older, one inevitably harbors many secrets. However, Zhou Tingyun had never kept secrets from her. It felt as if an invisible barrier had arisen between them, their relationship seemingly more intimate yet paradoxically distant. Comparing everything to their memories was a subtle, invisible violence. She was gazing through the present Zhou Tingyun, trying to see the boy in the large villa who only cared for her, thus she always felt it was not enough. Chapter 65, Amol. The sea breeze gently caressed, carrying the ocean's characteristic salty scent. The small island in the southern hemisphere was not overly crowded with tourists, the beach was clean and tidy. And the water was clear and bright. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could observe an intense beach volleyball match nearby, with cheers and laughter intertwining, creating an atmosphere so vibrant it seemed capable of breaking through the glass. Inside the room, however, it was tranquil, imbued with a subtle ambience. Ming Zhao had changed into her attire and quietly sat on the edge of the bed. She extended her arm, her voice ringing clear. Quickly, help me apply sunscreen. Her demand was utterly unabashed. Zhou Tingyun retrieved the sunscreen, opened the cap, and grasped her wrist. The cool, icy liquid was squeezed onto her arm, and he meticulously spread it evenly once her arms were done. It was time for her back. He brushed aside her hair, revealing her fair, smooth skin, adorned only by a delicate string accentuating her slender waist. Below were two adorable dimples. As he continued to apply the sunscreen, Ming Zhao kept directing him, indicating, here, and here. Don't miss a spot. Zhou Tingyun took her hand away, teasing, if you're so afraid of tanning, why not wear something more? Ming Zhao was undeterred. After all, she had worked hard to achieve her toned figure. The milky sunscreen was spread across her waist, ensuring every inch of her skin was covered. Though Zhou Tingyun's hands were not rough, the friction against her pale skin left faint pink marks. He moderated his strength and continued to apply sunscreen on her legs. The bow tied at her waist swayed gently with his movements. Ming Zhao had a petite frame, her legs soft as cotton. When he pressed gently with his fingertips, they easily sank in, leaving shallow imprints on her fair skin, reminiscent of cream melting in his palm. No matter how intimate their relationship grew, adulthood inevitably brought an air of strangeness. Zhou Tingyun was unaware that a small mole would later appear on the inner thigh of Ming Zhao. He was in the process of rediscovering and becoming familiar with his little troublemaker. His fingertip brushed lightly over the spot. I don't recall this mole being here before, he remarked. Ming Zhao didn't quite catch what he said. The ticklish sensation compelled her to shy away. But his firm grip on her waist held her tightly against him. The sunlight cascaded upon her form, the delicate downy hair glimmering with a golden hue. Occasionally, a breeze would sweep in, bringing with it a sense of tremor. The laughter from the volleyball court filtered through the gaps, soon followed by the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore. A kiss mark was imprinted upon that mole. Before long, the butterfly at her waist fluttered away. Even beneath her clothing, the faint redness was somewhat evident as Ming Zhao took out her shirt and tied it around her waist. Once she regained her composure, she grasped his hand, leaving a neat bite mark upon it. The man remained stoic, instead gently ruffling her hair. After ensuring everything was in order, they prepared to descend the stairs. Ming Zhao scrutinized him, feeling that something was amiss, though the thought eluded her momentarily. It wasn't until they reached the sandy beach that she spotted a group of handsome men flaunting their abs. Their healthy skin glistened under the sun, the lines of their physiques sharp and fluid. It suddenly dawned on her, how could anyone wear such heavy clothing at the beach? This realization struck her anew. She had yet to see him without a shirt. How utterly unfair! Ming Zhao huffed in indignation as she trailed behind him. Stepping on his shadow, noticing the girl's childish antics, Zhou Tingyun playfully slowed his pace, indulging her whims. The two walked in tandem towards the shade of an umbrella. Ming Zhang, having arrived early, lounged comfortably on a cream-colored beach chair. Adorned with oversized, exquisite sunglasses, a glass filled with orange juice glimmered in her hand, casting tiny reflections of light. Ming Zhao swiftly squeezed past her father, settling beside Lady Ming Zhou Huayuan. He resigned himself to seeking out his son for a casual chat. Ming Zhao linked her arm with Ming Zhang's, feigning a pout. Mommy, I missed you so much. Unable to resist her charm, Ming Zhang chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek, jesting, I thought you were so engrossed with Xia Yun that you had forgotten all about your mother. Not at all, she replied, pouting. In the midst of their banter, Ming Zhang's gaze inadvertently fell upon her somewhat flushed lips, stirring an odd feeling within her, yet, preoccupied with her own thoughts, she quickly dismissed it. She inquired, darling, have you truly met Tingyun's girlfriend? What does she look like, and what is her name? As she posed the question, Ming Zhao deftly shifted the topic. Mommy, you've not seen me in ages, yet you come here only to inquire about him. All right, not to worry about him, Ming Zhang hurriedly reassured, her tone softening. Let's focus on our little princess. How is mooching? Yet she silently mused that perhaps it would be best to express concern for him after all. The glass cup was beaded with condensation, silently moistening her fingertips, a refreshing chill seeping through. Ming Zhao's words held a hint of hesitation. Mooching Ji seems to be 5 years older than me. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Ming Zhang's face. 5 years is not much. That boy is suitable for you. The straw slightly bent between her teeth as Ming Zhao took a sip of watermelon juice. the icy liquid gliding down her throat, invigorating her. But what if he were 8 years older? At this question, Ming Zhang paused for a moment before quickly regaining her composure, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Ah, Zhao Zhao is grown up. She could become a matchmaker now. She held Ming Zhao's hand within her palm. I have no objections, but after all, Ting Yun is the eldest son of the Zhou family. In such a case, we must consider the sentiments of the old residents. Initially, she thought that Qin Tangyue and he were well matched as high school classmates, only to discover that he was already dating a young lady. Not far from the beach, a sudden uproar of laughter erupted, and Ming Zhao, driven by curiosity, peered over, her innate inclination for mischief stirring. Just then, Lin Muqing approached, his hair dripping wet, water cascading down his neck. Ming Zhao was taken aback. Muqing Ji, what happened to you? We were engaged in a water balloon battle, Lin Muqing replied with a wry smile. I accidentally got hit while passing by. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao's interest piqued. She instantly sat upright, her eyes sparkling. I want to play too. Seeing her enthusiasm, Ming Zhang beckoned for them to join her, while she herself prepared to watch from the sidelines. However, as Ming Zhao took a few steps, she sensed a cool gaze upon her back, causing her to pull in her neck slightly. Turning around, she flashed a sweet smile. Ting Yun Ji, would you like to join us? Ming Zhang set down her drink, picked up her phone, and suggested, call Tangyue. The more the merrier. Chapter 66. Good fortune approaches under the blazing sun. The white sand reflected blinding light, a stark contrast to the deep winter of Beicheng. Ming Zhang walked behind, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the shirt Ming Zhao had tied around her waist. She furrowed her brow slightly. Ming Zhao rarely donned a bikini to the beach, often opting for a shirt instead. The luxurious Italian brand was excessively oversized, and clearly a men's cut. This brand typically catered to clients unlike Lin Muqing. Rather, it seemed more akin to a Ming Zhang gaze fell upon Zhou Tingyun. The same brand, the three of them walked side by side, with Ming Zhao and Lin Muqing maintaining a certain distance, yet naturally drawing closer to Zhou Tingyun. As they walked, their skin would occasionally brush against one another. Yet they did not create any distance between themselves. An indescribable atmosphere lingered between them. Just as she found herself unconsciously frowning, Ming Zhao seemingly stumbled upon something, her body swaying involuntarily to the right. Zhou Tingyun swiftly extended his arm, securely wrapping it around her waist to steady her, gently patting her as if to soothe her. Watch where you're going. I know, Ming Zhao replied with a naturally playful tone. Meanwhile, Lin Muqing's hand slightly lifted, hesitating in the air for a moment before retracting it. Everything felt normal, yet at the same time, everything felt awry. Ming Zhang resumed her position on the sun lounger, her emotions hidden behind her sunglasses. The water balloon battle between the two teams quickly captured the crowd's attention. One team featured a strikingly beautiful girl, dressed in bold, vibrant colors, her luminous skin glowing under the sun, evoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. The other team showcased a girl with a cool demeanor, her eyes delicately elongated, exuding classic charm. Upon seeing Lin Muqing join the fray, the blonde man from the opposing team scowled at the sound of girls cheering from the sidelines. What was so appealing about this pretty boy? Hadn't he just been drenched by a water balloon? Meanwhile, Ming Zhao stretched her arms to warm up, declaring, Muqing Ji, who hit you earlier, I'll help you get back at them. Who accidentally hits someone and gets them that soaked? A nearby unfamiliar man from the same team cast a disdainful glance her way, dismissing her as too delicate, though the water balloon battle was merely a game. The presence of prizes ignited a sense of competition among the spectators. As the scoreboard showed a significant deficit, the newly joined members appeared utterly lacking in combat prowess, causing frustration to simmer. Lin Muqing, however, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his voice tinged with amusement. Thank you, Zhao Zhao. The match commenced with fervor. Right from the start, the opposing team launched a fierce onslaught, the water balloons soaring through the air like cannonballs. Caught off guard, several members from their side were hit immediately. The opposing team continued to score, placing them in a precarious position, seemingly targeting Lin Muqing specifically, especially the blonde man, after Lin Muqing shielded Ming Zhao from a balloon. His teammates, already displeased with her presence, grew even more irate. Unable to restrain themselves, one of them snapped, if you can't play, could you kindly stay out of the way? Take your lovey-dovey act somewhere else. Ming Zhao could hardly tolerate the insult. Just as she was about to explode, the man from the opposing team shouted in English, fuck off, toy boy, followed by several phrases laced with racial undertones. Recognizing who he referred to, all eyes turned toward Lin Muqing. After all, among the sun-kissed muscular men on the field, Lin Muqing's fair complexion stood out starkly, his handsome features distinctly eye-catching. In that moment, Ming Zhao seized the opportunity, launching a water balloon directly at the blonde man's face, splashing water everywhere. The air fell silent. The blonde man, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, wiped his face vigorously. His skin turning red, cursing under his breath, he retaliated with a balloon of his own. Suddenly, the atmosphere ignited, and the battle intensified. Ming Zhao was adept at throwing. Her accuracy was unparalleled when she focused, and her angles were cunning. She tracked the blonde man's movements, accurately predicting his actions. Yet another few balloons struck him squarely in the face, rendering him unable to open his eyes. The scoreboard continued to turn slowly. The previously dismissive teammate regarded her with newfound astonishment. As the match progressed, Lin Muqing defended her from water balloons while Qin Tangyue provided backup. The teammates intercepted the opposing team's throws, transferring them directly to Ming Zhao. As the competition unfolded, cheers erupted like crashing waves, a crescendo of sound reverberating throughout the arena. She became the center of attention, the golden sunlight bathed her slightly flushed cheeks, her bright eyes gleamed. And her laughter sparkled like droplets of water splashing from her beautiful gaze, creating charming dimples on her face. Zhou Tingyun could hear her sweet voice piercing through the clamor, reaching his ears. Muqing Ji, am I impressive? I avenged you. Ming Zhao tilted her chin, patting Lin Muqing's arm, brimming with pride. Lin Muqing observed her triumphant demeanor, a smile illuminating his face, and without hesitation, he praised her. Impressive, but he suddenly thought that it might not be so bad for Zhou Tingyun to marry soon. This way, Ming Zhao would belong to him most of the time. How could there be such an adorable sister? Could he possibly carry her away in a sack? Outside the fray, Zhou Tingyun quietly observed the playful exchange between Ming Zhao and Lin Muqing. His eyes dark as night. He had compromised for her, maintaining a respectful distance, but what of her? Was this her way of repaying him? The lingering sweetness in his mouth temporarily suppressed the creeping shadows within his heart. Beside them, Qin Yin was engaged in an animated conversation with Ming Zhang, her tone imbued with a hint of excitement. Oh my, look at it, you're Zhao Zhao and Muqing standing together. They make such a delightful pair. This heralds the approach of good fortune. She was equally swept up in the competitive spirit, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Zhou Tingyun. Tingyun, why not take a moment to relax? The man paused, his gentle features softening as he prepared to speak. He doesn't particularly enjoy such things, Ming Zhang interjected, retracting her gaze from him. Qin Yin reasoned that this was indeed the case. He clearly was not the type to frolic on the beach. She couldn't help but lament the stark contrast in their personalities. As her words hung in the air, she suddenly recalled that the two shared no relationship. Realizing her comment had been somewhat inappropriate, the intricacies of high society rivalries are often convoluted, rife with tales of children raised in secrecy as illegitimate offspring. In short, one must tread carefully. Observing Ming Zhang's nonchalant reaction, Qin Yin felt a bit more at ease. Go. The fervent cheers erupted. On Ming Zhao's side, a group of beautiful girls had congregated, their radiant faces from Hua country waving excitedly as they caught her glance. Meanwhile, the man, the most superficial of creatures, began to strut like a peacock, invigorated by the presence of the lovely onlookers. With renewed energy, he hurled water balloons with precision. In Chapter 67, scalding the shallow male teammates. The ever-accurate Ming Zhao, the optimal support Qin Tangyue, and the human shield Lin Muqing were pulling ahead in points. While Ming Zhao widened the gap, she slyly tripped her obnoxious teammate, causing him to tumble to the ground. Bewildered and disoriented, Qin Tangyue, noticing her subtle mischief, discreetly shielded her, nearly succumbing to laughter. As the scores surged amidst waves of jubilant cheers, the gold-haired boy's face resembled that of a pot's bottom. Just as the referee blew the whistle, the final water balloon arced through the air, striking the gold-haired boy squarely in the face. Fuck, his long-suppressed anger erupted, and he pushed through the crowd, heading straight for Ming Zhao. Just as the surrounding expression shifted, a bodyguard, having materialized from the sidelines, swiftly intervened, restraining the irate young man. His eyes widened in disbelief as he unleashed a torrent of furious accusations. His companions rushed to his aid but were promptly subdued and escorted away. The efficiency of the bodyguards left the onlookers stunned and unresponsive. In this realm, where the law is not strictly upheld, such incidents are best avoided, lest one find themselves embroiled in the fray. Ming Zhao found herself shielded behind Lin Muqing. As she watched the bodyguards retreat, a wave of familiarity washed over her. Though its source eluded her grasp, lost in thought, she trailed behind Lin Muqing. Only to suddenly spot Zhou Tingyun in the distance. The thrill of victory surged within her, and she eagerly prepared to rush toward him, only to halt abruptly before Ming Zhang. Instead, she veered toward her mother. Adopting a look that begged for praise, Ming Zhang pulled her down to sit, dabbing her sweaty face with a tissue, her smile radiant as she offered abundant compliments. Truly, our precious one. During their respite, they continued to discuss the recent match with enthusiasm. Zhou Tingyun sat quietly to the side, opting not to join the conversation. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the table. He glanced at it casually before picking it up and unlocking it. I envy you for having such an amazing girlfriend, hee. His gaze shifted to Ming Zhao, who responded with a playful wink. Fresh from her exertions, her fair skin glowed with a vibrant flush, blending beautifully with the delicate golden fabric she wore, exuding a lively charm. Averting his gaze, Zhou Tingyun picked up a glass, letting the liquid slide down his throat, bringing with it a slight burning sensation. His phone began to buzz incessantly. Without even looking, he could envision her fuming expression. Had the setting allowed, she would likely have stormed over to tug at his collar and scold him. He finally opened the messages. Did you take pictures for me? I kiss? ? Why are you ignoring me? How could you not reply to your dear baby's messages? I was almost assaulted and you didn't care about me crying. Quick, check your phone, Zhou Tingyun. At that moment, a daring young man approached. He was from the opposing team and spoke somewhat clumsily in Chinese, attempting to ask Ming Zhao for her contact information. Ming Zhao glanced over and inadvertently caught Lin Muqing's proud gaze. Filled with admiration, she sighed silently, then turned her attention back to Zhou Tingyun, who remained composed and unflustered, his deep-set eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss shrouded in mist. She could no longer discern his emotions as she once had. Ming Zhao politely declined the young man's advances, who pressed for more information. Losing her patience, she resorted to her usual excuse. My brother doesn't allow me to date. The words slipped out before she could catch herself. In Chapter 68, The Careless One. Amidst the peculiar atmosphere, the eyes of those present gradually shifted toward Zhou Tingyun. He cast a fleeting glance at Ming Zhao, who was sipping juice, seemingly unaware of the weight of her words. Though not entirely untrue, Zhou Tingyun had become accustomed to managing the swarm of admirers surrounding Ming Zhao. She had been popular since kindergarten, and even more so during her high school years, when young hearts began to flutter. Each evening, while tutoring her, love notes would tumble out of her homework. He would caution her against early romances and then contact the suitors' parents one by one. Gradually reducing such occurrences, the boy seeking Ming Zhao's WeChat faltered under Zhou Tingyun's indifferent gaze, his throat tightening and expression stiffening. The subtleties of demeanor are indeed enigmatic. Even in casual repose, an air of subtle dominance enveloped him. He could not speak as freely to Zhou Tingyun as he had with Lin Muqing, the man's sharp features silencing him. After stammering an apology, he hurriedly retreated. Next, it fell to Zhou Tingyun to clean up after his sister. He cast a calm glance at Ming Zhao and offered a composed explanation. This was the previously arranged excuse to decline. Qin Yun praised Ming Zhao for her understanding, lamenting that she was not like Tang Yue's cousin, who squandered his high school years on romance rather than studies. Ming Zhao bit down on her straw. If Aunt Qin were aware of her relationship with Zhou Tingyun, she likely would not have said such things. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Ming Zhao, drenched in sweat, dashed off to shower. Accustomed to being pampered, she took nothing with her, waiting for Zhou Tingyun to hand her items as she did at the Zhou residence. After shutting off the shower, she instinctively called out for Zhou Tingyun but was met with Ming Zhang's voice, "Darling." Ming Zhao's heart sank as realization struck her, her face paling. Help! What was happening? This was not the old residence. Just as she racked her brain for an excuse, Zhou Tingyun arrived at the perfect moment. Mom, he spoke naturally. Du Zhao heard me on the phone outside and asked me to call you. Ming Zhao quickly chimed in, Mommy, you're here. I forgot to grab my clothes. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhang playfully scolded, Careless One. Ming Zhao let out a quiet sigh of relief after her shower as she stepped into the living room. She noticed an unusual silence enveloping the space, devoid of any sound. The setting sun painted the horizon with molten gold, casting reflections of icy blue waves onto the white walls. The sliding door opened, and Zhou Tingyun walked in from the expansive terrace. Curiously, Ming Zhao glanced around the living room, puzzled. Where's Mommy and the others? Zhou Tingyun regarded her, his gaze seemingly concealing an unfathomable current. They went to purchase groceries, he replied. I plan to cook dinner tonight. Ming Zhao asked. Just left. Zhou Tingyun's expression was inscrutable as he slowly replied, just left. As time elapsed, the sun continued its descent, gradually surrendering its light to the ocean, enveloping the world in a tranquil twilight. The only sounds were the waves lapping against the shore, until the sound of a car pulling up broke the stillness. He pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. Baby, why are you being so disobedient? Ming Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed, and her lips a rosy hue, yet she remained defiant, raising her voice. I am not. Zhou Tingyun's gaze was placid. Before he could respond, footsteps echoed in the quiet atmosphere. Ming Zhang entered, opening the door to find the two, one sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, while the other stood by the window, engaged in a business call, seemingly oblivious to one another. In Chapter 69, Too Proper. After dinner, Zhou Tingyun stood alone on the terrace, silently observing the scene below, his expression inscrutable. Such disobedience warranted a higher price. Otherwise, he could not predict how much longer he could endure. Absently toying with a lighter, its cerulean flame flickered erratically. At that moment, soft footsteps approached from behind. Qin Tangyue sauntered over, leisurely leaning against the railing. Care for a smoke? The sound of the lighter ceased. I've quit. Qin Tangyue clicked her tongue lightly. She had once held a fondness for Zhou Tingyun, having shared a classroom during high school. At that impressionable age, who hadn't harbored a crush on the academically gifted and charming class leader? He was gentle and courteous, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years, unlike some boys who indulged in crude jokes at the expense of girls. Back then, the term young dad had yet to be coined, until one spring outing when Zhou Tingyun requested permission from the teacher to take Ming Zhao along. Throughout the trip, the class could only watch as he devoted himself to her care, feeding her milk with a straw, offering her cut fruits with toothpicks, and tending to her needs at nap time, ensuring she was clean and comfortable. When she tugged at his shirt, he would instantly bend down to lift her. During that time, a boy teased him, claiming he would surely make a wonderful father, which Ming Zhao overheard, her beautiful eyes widening in awe at him. Upon witnessing the scene, that person continued to jest. deliberately teasing Ming Zhao. So clingy, once you have your own baby, you won't need me anymore. Let us see how you cope then. And no, I mean you will need me. At that moment, chaos ensued, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a tumultuous mess. The usually composed and gentle class leader finally lost his temper, coldly reprimanding them to silence if they had nothing sensible to say. He then swiftly turned away, soothing the young girl whose face was awash with disbelief and disappointment, her eyes brimming with tears as he offered her a tissue to wipe them away. When reminiscing about Ming Zhao's childhood, Qin Tangyue astutely observed the man's expression soften, a gentle smile gracing his features. Following his gaze, she saw the girl who had once cried like a little kitten had blossomed into a radiant beauty, engaged in delightful conversation with Lin Muqing, her smile dazzling with a teasing tone. She remarked, "Shall I lend you a hand?" Zhou Tingyun diverted his gaze. No need. Qin Tangyue raised an eyebrow, aware of the situation and appreciating Zhou Tingyun's candid refusal. Reflecting on that moment, she found it hard to believe that even those who had known him throughout high school could have their moral compass shaken in such a fleeting instant. The cool sea breeze caressed the shore as the tide gently lapped at the dry sand, the sound of the waves resonating in the distance. Qin Tangyue found it amusing. He even asked how she could help. Yet he declined. In response to her inquiry, Zhou Tingyun merely replied, "It's unnecessary." He would not condemn such behavior, but he did not agree with the notion of inflicting harm on those one cares about to gain emotional leverage. Qin Tangyue understood his disposition and sighed softly. Did he not realize that Ming Zhao was indeed behaving in that manner? "You are too principled. A man who is not a rogue will not be loved by a woman." She assessed. Zhou Tingyun said nothing, bearing numerous labels, appearing as if he were a gem shining brightly, yet beneath the surface lay complexities that few could comprehend, particularly his unusually dark side concerning Ming Zhao. Like thick ink slowly spreading. As the night deepened, only a few stars lingered in the sky, their faint light appearing insignificant against the vast expanse. The room, shrouded in darkness after the lights were turned off, fell into a tranquil slumber. With his eyes closed, Zhou Tingyun faintly heard a soft sound at the door. The door creaked open, the sound strikingly clear in the stillness. Light footsteps approached cautiously, and then the mattress sank slightly. Rustling sounds indicated something soft was crawling up from the end of the bed, inching closer. A delicate fragrance gradually filled the quiet bedroom, as if gentle ribbons were entwining around him. Opening his eyes, he saw a fluffy little head emerging. The girl looked at him with a bright smile, her fair face radiant and adorable, a few disheveled strands of hair falling across her cheek, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. In a soft voice, she said, "I'm here, Zhou Tingyun." They gazed at each other for a moment. Suddenly, Ming Zhao leaned down and pecked his lips. After a brief moment of eye contact, she did it again. Zhou Tingyun wrapped his arms around her, teasing, "Didn't you say you'd sleep with your mom?" "Mommy is asleep. I came secretly," she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of pride, though her lips quickly pouted. "What do you mean? Do you no longer want to see me?" Zhou Tingyun struggled to follow her ever-changing thoughts and lightly swatted her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" In an instant, a mild sting registered in his mind. Ming Zhao froze for a moment, her face flushing crimson. Embarrassed, she grasped his hand. "Zhou Tingyun, I told you not to hit me again." In a fit of irritation, Ming Zhao bit his chin, but he pinched her cheek in response. He leaned in to kiss her. The curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, spilling a silver glow from the moonlight onto the floor. Ming Zhao nestled comfortably in Zhou Tingyun's embrace, utterly serene. She tightly shut her eyes, appearing as if she were asleep, yet in her mind, the scene she had just witnessed replayed repeatedly. On the terrace, the wind tousled a woman's silky hair, and Zhou Tingyun's eyes were relaxed as he smiled gently at Qin Tangyue. Ming Zhao recognized her behavior as childish. She often delighted in provoking Zhou Tingyun's anger, seeking validation of her importance through such antics, akin to a child crying to garner adult attention. The more he lost control, the more secure she felt, as if only then could she prove his care for her. However, she pondered, no one would wish to coddle a child for a lifetime. Perhaps, inadvertently, she had begun to wear on his patience. Lost in her thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, as Ming Zhao stealthily returned to her room, she encountered Ming Zhang, who had just awoken. She stammered, flustered, and explained, I just went to the restroom." A rather transparent excuse. Ming Zhang regarded her silently before saying, "Now that you're awake, go have breakfast." Ming Zhao obediently acknowledged, feeling a slight sense of relief. Chapter 70. Do you want a brother or a sister? In the second floor room, sunlight streamed across the wooden floor, where a small nest had been formed by Ming Zhao lying in bed. Zhou Tingyun received a message from home. It was from old Zhou, stating that he had learned the details of the accident from years ago and required Zhou Tingyun to return immediately. The man's expression turned serious, the shadows cast by his eyelashes obscuring the emotions in his gaze. He calmly instructed his secretary on the phone, his tone as tranquil as a still lake, not betraying a hint of disturbance. He descended the stairs to find Ming Zhao, his eyes reflecting a touch of remorse as he explained the situation to her. "I am sorry, Zhao. Urgent matters have arisen at the company that require my attention. I fear I cannot accompany you." Zhou Tingyun was acutely aware of his broken promise, having initially prepared to indulge her and welcome her minor tantrums. To his surprise, Ming Zhao simply nodded obediently, showing no signs of anger. He furrowed his brow, an inexplicable feeling welling up within him. Gently lifting her chin, he leaned down to place a kiss on the corner of her lips. "Baby, are you not angry?" "Why would I be angry?" Ming Zhao replied, somewhat displeased. "I asked that how easily you think I get upset in your eyes." He chuckled softly, about to respond when footsteps echoed from the staircase. They instinctively separated to maintain a respectful distance. "Once I'm done, I'll come to get you right away, alright?" Zhou Tingyun asked. Just as Ming Zhao was about to nod, she suddenly recalled something and quickly amended. "It is fine, I can return by myself." Even on the flight, Zhou Tingyun remained preoccupied with Ming Zhao's words, rubbing his temples. Her attitude was indeed peculiar. He did not perceive her as easily angered. After all, it was his broken promise that rightfully upset her. Why did she think otherwise? Upon landing in Beicheng, the car halted at the old residence. He ascended the stairs and entered the study, where old Zhou's expression was icy, as if enveloped in a layer of frost. A document was forcefully thrown onto his desk, producing a dull thud. Zhou Tingyun remained composed as he opened it, reading it word by word. Throughout this process, his expression betrayed no change, as if the contents of the document evoked no stir within him. "Did you know all along?" Old Zhou glared at him, his voice suppressing fury. Zhou Tingyun responded evenly, countering with a question. "Who provided you with this document?" His gaze revealed a sliver of calmness and composure. "That is none of your concern," Old Zhou retorted sharply. "You only need to tell me whether this is true or not." The sky loomed dark and heavy, the boundless sea settling into an inky abyss, the clouds pressing low, the cold salty sea breeze howled mercilessly, gradually darkening the edges of the curtains. The ominous depths of the ocean stirred inner fears. Ming Zhao gazed at the endless darkness, a wave of indescribable unease washing over her. She stood and firmly closed the door leading to the terrace. Drawing the curtain shut, returning to her mother's side, she nestled against Ming Zhang's arm. Ming Zhang looked tenderly at her daughter, gently stroking her hair. "Sweetheart," she suddenly began, "do you know why Tingyun was fostered in our home?" The outside world suddenly brightened painfully, followed by a rumble of thunder. Ming Zhao's heart raced, her body instinctively stiffening. She asked quietly, "Why?" Ming Zhang lightly patted her hand, her expression warm. "He has never mentioned his parents to you, has he?" Her tone was calm and unhurried as she recounted the past. "I was a college friend of Xan Mian." Zhou Chenjiang, Tingyun's father, was mentioned next. She chuckled lightly, recalling him as the scion of the Zhou family, expelled for refusing to inherit the family business. At that time, Xan Mian found Zhou Chenjiang to be a ne'er-do-well, while Zhou Chenjiang labeled her as haughty and aloof. Their mutual disdain led to unexpected sparks flying. Though Xan Mian was sharp-tongued, it was evident in her gaze that she harbored feelings for him. Eventually, they secretly became a couple, with Xan Mian too shy to share this with me, fearing I would mock her. Ming Zhang's eyes sparkled with amusement and nostalgia as she recounted how they fell in love and entered into marriage, soon welcoming Zhou Tingyun into their lives. Zhou Chenjiang assumed the responsibilities of husband and father, ultimately making the solemn decision to return to the Zhou family. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The subsequent tale was not overly complex. Ming Zhang was not entirely virtuous, while her peers were settling down and starting families. She harbored ambitions to carve out a career in Beicheng, determined to make her mark. Unfazed by the impending storms, she ruffled feathers and made numerous enemies. After all, this was Beicheng over 20 years ago, where the rule of law was not as stringent and well-defined as it is now. In the shadows of the city, illicit dealings found fertile ground, thriving in the dark. As Ming Zhang spoke, Ming Zhao's palms grew clammy with anxiety, an inexplicable premonition filling her with dread. The tragic car accident was finally revealed through Ming Zhang's lips. In the second year of the millennium, Sun Yan was driving, her favorite music playing in the background. She had pushed the clingy Zhou Chenjiang to the back seat and pulled Ming Zhang to sit beside her in the passenger seat. March in the northern city was a time when the orioles flew and the grass grew lush. The perfect season for outings. Lovers, children, and friends surrounded them as a gentle spring breeze caressed their faces, carrying the faint fragrance of magnolias. In the it felt warm and blissful, akin to a sun-warmed quilt. The soothing music brought a sense of contentment, and Sun Yan's mood was exceptionally light. She hummed softly, her face adorned with a bright smile, glancing at her son in the rearview mirror. "Xiaoyun, would you like a little brother or a sister?" In the back seat, Zhou Tingyun quickly replied, "A sister." Sun Yan chuckled, "Did you hear that, little Zhang? My son's wish now lies with you. You must give him a sister to raise." Laughter erupted, filling the car with a buoyant atmosphere as they envisioned their future, brimming with beautiful aspirations. Yet, like fragile glass in scattered clouds, it all shattered in an instant. A piercing whistle sliced through the air, followed by the deafening sound of a collision, a thunderous roar resonating within their ears. Dust swirling, shattered glass scattering, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Ming Zhang spoke nonchalantly, as if recounting the most ordinary of events. It was a rear-end collision. Zhou Chenjiang protected Zhou Tingyun. Ming Zhang paused momentarily, and Sun Yan, she shielded me. 8 months pregnant. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the rain poured down like a dam bursting, finally cascading down with a resounding crash. A torrent of humid water rushed towards Ming Zhao, as if it sought to drag her into the boundless darkness of the sea. Pulling her down into the abyss, the icy seawater surged in from all directions, flooding her insides. Breathing became increasingly difficult, as her nasal passages and chest filled with a bone-chilling coldness, nearly freezing her. Chapter 71, Annihilation. She did not kill Boren, yet Boren perished because of her. If Xinyan had not tried to save her, Ming Zheng hesitated before continuing, although Ting Yun suffered memory loss due to the accident. He remembered 4 years ago. Zhao Zhao, do you understand? Her body suddenly stiffened, as her mind went blank. How could this be? The words lingered on the tip of her tongue but fell silent. 4 years ago. Coincidentally, it marked the beginning of Zhou Tingyun's distancing from her. No wonder. Ming Zhao's face turned as pale as paper, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Zhou's mother had perished to save her. She could scarcely imagine the turmoil Zhou Tingyun felt each time he saw her. In the face of her relentless pursuit and closeness, he had clearly been avoiding her, yet she, in her ignorance, had always vented her frustrations on him. Observing her daughter in such a disheartened state, Ming Zheng appeared remarkably composed. She spoke calmly. Perhaps you are in the throes of young love, believing that everything is manageable. However, over time, you will carry the burden of guilt. While he suppresses his resentment for you, and the rift will only widen. Ming Zhao abruptly lifted her head, her lips drained of color, as if covered in frost. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. Sweetheart, Ming Zheng gently cupped her daughter's face, gazing at her with warmth. Listen to your mother. I would never harm you. Her mind was in disarray, overwhelmed by the shocking information that rendered her incapable of thinking clearly. Mommy, she stammered, her voice trembling. When she spoke again, her tone revealed a hint of sobbing, but she stumbled over her words, her speech fragmented and incoherent. She mentioned how he was already very upset, that she shouldn't bring up breaking up at this moment. That she would communicate with him properly about this matter, and if he truly could not untangle his feelings, then her voice trailed off, she was willing to part ways, listening patiently to her daughter. Ming Zheng sighed helplessly. Sweetheart, even if he does not care, what about Grandpa Zhou? Tingyun no longer has a mother or father. Zhao Zhao, do you want him to oppose his family for your sake? Ming Zhao froze. The world seemed to suddenly transform into a tooth with cavities. A gust of wind brought a sharp ache. Once she had fervently wished for Zhou Tingyun to leave the Zhou family and return to her side. But now she could no longer allow him to lose his family. Her face felt veiled by a layer of dew, icy and suffocating. Ming Zheng took out a tissue, gently wiping away her tears, saying, It's all right. Sweetheart, during this time you can think things over. The door closed softly. After a night passed, the rain gradually ceased. For several consecutive days, Ming Zhao rarely ventured outside, remaining cocooned in her room, staring blankly at her phone screen. She was at a loss for what to do, with no one to instruct her on how to navigate the current situation. She merely responded to Zhou Tingyun's messages in the same tone as before. Suddenly, a video call came and seeing her swollen eyes, she quickly panicked and switched to voice call. Zhao Zhao, a deep voice came from the other end. Why didn't you answer the video? Ming Zhao clutched her soft pillow. Striving to maintain a natural tone, I just got up, haven't washed my face yet. Zhou Tingyun chuckled. I've seen you in all states. How many times have I helped you wash your face? Her nose inexplicably tinged with bitterness. She blinked hard to regain composure, forcing back her tears, changing the subject. Yes, there's something serious at the company. The man paused for a moment. It's not serious, Zhao Zhao, don't worry about it. I'll come over to keep you company once I'm done. Ming Zhao tightened her grip on the phone, her fingers slightly tensing. After hanging up, she sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought for a long time. It wasn't until the sun dipped in the west that she finally stepped out of her room. Ming Zheng remained seated on the sofa, and upon hearing movement, she turned her head slightly to look at her. Mommy, Ming Zhao said, clearly summoning her courage. I still want to give it a try. She could not bring herself to part with Zhou Tingyun. Since you insist, I won't stand in your way, Ming Zheng replied calmly, as if she had anticipated this. On the other side, in Northern City, Huayu Group, Chairman Zhou, regarding the perpetrator of the car accident, before the words could finish, a loud bang echoed as Zhou Lao stormed in furious. How long do you plan to investigate? It's a done deal. Have you come up with any results yet? Zhou Tingyun glanced at him indifferently, his eyes devoid of emotion, signaling the secretary to continue. The secretary spoke steadily. At the time of the accident, the perpetrator had already plunged into the river along with the vehicle, according to the police. No relevant evidence was recovered. Zhou Lao sat on the sofa, his voice cold. Even if Ming Zheng did not intend to cause it, the incident still stemmed from her. No matter how fond you are of that girl, you should consider how this reflects on your parents' spirits. Zhou Tingyun's eyes lacked warmth upon hearing this. He looked at Zhou Lao, who truly wronged them. Grandpa, you should know best. Zhou Lao tightened his grip on his cane. What nonsense are you spouting? His words faltered, revealing panic and anger. I still have a fourth uncle, Zhou Tingyun replied calmly. Where is he now? You protected him, didn't you? The man closed the document and set it aside. Zhou Lao's face went pale, his body stiffening. He should have anticipated this. With Zhou Tingyun's capability, it was only a matter of time before he found out. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Feeling that everything was slipping from his grasp, Zhou Lao appeared to age a decade in an instant, his back hunched, his eyes were filled with exhaustion and resignation. Tingyun, I've already lost one son. I cannot afford to lose another. He choked on his words, struggling to speak. After a moment, he continued, let it end here. Even if you find out, what difference does it make? There will be no evidence. Zhou Tingyun sat quietly, refraining from speaking. 20 years ago, everything had been erased cleanly, the scant clues he had uncovered were insufficient for anyone's conviction. I can agree to you being with that girl from the Ming family. Zhou Lao looked at him, finally conceding slightly. Zhou Tingyun did not respond. He could not allow Ming Zhao's mother to bear the responsibility that was not hers while the real perpetrator remained unpunished. Yet, days later, upon receiving the most crucial lead, his heart was overwhelmed by intense emotions. Unable to restrain himself, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. He immediately ceased all actions and destroyed all the evidence. Chapter 72, She is all I have left. Ultimately, Zhou Tingyun acquiesced to Zhou Lao's demands. Zhou Lao finally felt relieved, a faint smile gracing his aged features. He patted Zhou Tingyun's shoulder, saying, "Let the past remain in the past." Exiting the old residence, the biting cold wind brushed against his brow. On the way to the airport in a private car, Zhou Tingyun intended to contact Ming Zhao but found that he could no longer reach her. Suppressing his anxiety, he arrived at the seaside villa, which was equally empty. A heavy weight settled in his heart as he gazed with a stern expression, just as he was about to dispatch someone to search for her. His phone rang. He answered the call, his fingers gradually turning white. In Northern City, the front pages were all reporting a singular event: the capture of the perpetrator in the significant rear-end accident from 20 years ago. News cascaded like snowflakes, coalescing into ice that seemed to bend people down. A week later, in the office, Zhou Tingyun's eyes were weary, a feeling of powerlessness washing over him. The secretary beside him hesitated to speak. Zhou Lao had been sent to the hospital in a fit of rage and was still unconscious in the ward, while the chairman had not slept for days in search of answers. A heavy chill surrounded him, causing unease. Only when he finally received news about Mingjing did his expression shift, and he promptly rose to leave. Lanshui Community, the old stairwell was thick with dust, each step leaving a distinct footprint. The walls had slightly yellowed, and tattered cobwebs hung in the corners. Not far away, an iron gate stood ajar, its green paint peeling away to reveal patches of rust in a reddish-brown hue. As a gentle breeze swept through, it emitted a low creaking sound. Zhou Tingyun pushed the door open, and a cascade of golden light spilled forth, flowing into the corridor as he stepped into the illumination. The aged wooden floorboards groaned with decay, while the faded cushions on the worn sofa bore indistinct patterns, their vibrancy long lost. Before an old-fashioned window stood a familiar silhouette. Ming Zhang began to speak slowly, her tone imbued with nostalgia. "Your mother and I once lived here." She lightly touched a flower pot that had long been emptied. Xin Mian was not merely her college classmate but also an inseparable friend from their small town. On the very day the admission letter arrived, her father sold her for a dowry of 20,000 to a local bachelor. It was Xin Mian who stealthily helped her escape in the dead of night. They evaded capture, disheveled, and covered in dust, running beneath the moonlight, their faces marked by the branches that whipped against them, leaving behind angry shouts. They finally reached the main road, one of Xin Mian's shoes lost in the frantic escape. The two looked at each other, their disarray provoking laughter that echoed in the night. Upon arriving in Beicheng, they worked tirelessly to save for tuition, taking on every job they could find, from serving trays to washing dishes. Balancing studies with part-time work, eventually they graduated successfully and rented this small abode together, striving side by side. Now, the windowsill was thick with dust. Zhou Tingyun stood in silence for a moment before asking, "Where is Zhao Zhao?" At this, Ming Zhang slowly turned to face him. Zhou Tingyun's brows were furrowed, his demeanor composed and restrained, with a distinctly defined face that exuded stability. She moved to sit in front of the sofa. "Xiaoyun, you must have seen the news." Briefly scanning the fleeting pallor of his face, she averted her gaze. Years after Xin Mian married Zhou Qinzhang, they began to re-establish contact with the Zhou family. At this juncture, a refined and amiable man suddenly approached Ming Zhang. He was strikingly handsome, exceptionally capable, and subtly revealed vulnerabilities. This seemingly perfect persona raised Ming Zhang's guard, yet Zhou Qinzhang surprisingly found a kindred spirit in him. Perhaps it was her own arrogance. Although she held no affection for him, she chose to utilize this man for her own career. Thus, he grew increasingly close to them, and over time, the four of them began to socialize together frequently, embarking on outings without ever revealing a crack in their facade, until one fateful day, he claimed he had pressing matters to attend to, surviving a car accident. Ming Zhang slowly opened her eyes in the hospital. In the fleeting moment before she fully regained consciousness, she caught sight of his worried expression. The relief and joy that he failed to conceal. Ming Zhang could no longer recall the depths of her despair at that moment. She only remembered pretending to be ignorant, burying her face in his chest as she wept inconsolably. Zhou Huayuan held her tightly, soothing her in gentle tones. Never had she felt such seething hatred. It was a piercing agony, indescribable in its intensity. After her discharge, Ming Zhang remained unaware of the Zhou family's circumstances and dared not recklessly return the amnesiac Zhou Tingyun to the lion's den. She had seldom returned home over the years, employing various excuses to keep Zhou Huayuan abroad, preventing him from drawing near to their two children. It was as if she were traversing a delicate and precarious tightrope, each step fraught with trepidation. Finally, when Zhou Tingyun was sufficiently capable of standing on her own, she sought out old Zhou to divulge the past. However, to her astonishment, old Zhou opted to bury the history to protect his youngest son. sternly instructing her to cease her involvement. Ming, to establish a foothold in Beicheng, you still oppose me. I trust you will make the right decision. I in such a prominent family. Ming Zhang nearly curled her lips in a wry smile. Fortunately, she had grown disinclined to trust anyone easily, so during their conversation, she refrained from revealing the evidence she had collected, nor did she disclose her relationship with Zhou Huayuan, until today. Zhou Huayuan, or rather, Zhou Jingji, had finally been sent to prison by her. Zhou Tingyun remained silent for a considerable time before speaking again, his voice hoarse. Does Zhao Zhao know? Ming Zhang offered no response, merely stating softly. Zhao Zhao is quite obedient. She has agreed to break up with you. Noticing no change in his expression, she smiled. You don't believe me, but I told her that you regained your memory 4 years ago. In that instant, it felt as if something silently shattered her. Zhou Tingyun understood Ming Zhao well. Though she appeared indulged, she was, in fact, meticulous in thought, always considering others first. Thus, he was acutely aware of the misunderstandings that could arise. Pain welled in his chest, gradually spreading to his limbs, yet on the surface, he remained calm, his voice devoid of fluctuation. Mom, he said, she is all I have left. The winter sun was cold, unable to dispel the biting chill. Although the surroundings were eerily silent, still as if sealed in a frozen wasteland, she felt as though the moon in the pond had shattered into a myriad of shards. Zhou Tingyun resembled a frozen malfunctioning machine, his tone flat as he mechanically stated, Mother, she saved you. Can you consider her as my sister? For a long time, Ming Zhang remained mute, until the secretary burst in hurriedly. We found he met Ming Zhang's gaze. Momentarily flinching, then steeled himself to continue. We found the young lady. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun immediately turned to leave but was abruptly halted. Xiao Yun. Ming Zhang's voice was soft yet imbued with a steady strength. She rose leisurely, producing a document to hand to him. Zhou Tingyun paused, his movements stiff for a moment, but ultimately reached out to accept it. The stark black and white print seemed to pierce him like needles, stinging his eyes. Chapter 73. Why didn't you answer the phone? The white sand outside the terrace turned pink, reflecting a beautiful sheen under the sunlight, composed of tiny ice crystals. This was another island. 2 weeks prior, Ming Zhang had brought her here, instructing her to wait patiently for Zhou Tingyun to come pick her up while she returned with Zhou Huayuan to handle business matters. She recalled that morning when Zhou Huayuan playfully patted her head, teasing, Zhao Zhao, eat less, you look just like a little pig. Ming Zhang, exasperated, had retorted, is that any way to talk about your daughter? Hurry up. Hey, Zhou Huayuan had hurried after her with a smile, grabbing her bag. Watching them depart, the father had even kissed Ming Zhang on the cheek, prompting Ming Zhao to discreetly avert her gaze. As the days passed, however, Zhou Tingyun never arrived. The instances of him calling her dwindled, only coaxing her to wait a little longer when she expressed her desire to return. Ming Zhao speculated that matters must be quite complicated and did not wish to trouble him further. Choosing instead to relax and enjoy her vacation, however, the island's signal tower inexplicably encountered issues, and repair personnel were urgently addressing the problem. Ming Zhao grew increasingly anxious, while Lin Muqing consoled her, saying, Don't worry, Zhao Zhao, if he can't reach you, he'll come directly. With his reassurance, Ming Zhao felt a slight easing of her tension. Without the inclination to engage in other activities, she often sat on the steps, propping her chin on her hands as she watched the workers. She also enthusiastically provided drinks and snacks to cheer them on. Yet today, after over a week of repairs, there was still no progress. The gentle waves lapped at the shore, and hermit crabs ambled about with their beautiful shells. During these days, Ming Zhao had come to a clear realization, regardless of what the future held. At that moment, she would not choose to separate from Zhou Tingyun. She secretly resolved that when Zhou Tingyun arrived, she would surprise him by telling him that mommy had agreed to their relationship. Lin Muqing sat beside her, listening as she recounted their story. Initially incredulous, he gradually connected certain moments in his mind, coming to a sudden understanding. No wonder every time she locked eyes with Zhou Tingyun, there was an inexplicable sense of unease. The 21-year-old girlfriend he had mentioned was, in fact, Ming Zhao. It was somewhat unexpected yet felt fitting. After all, he had always found it hard to imagine Zhou Tingyun being wholly invested in charming someone else. Lin Muqing, who typically supported Ming Zhao's choices without question, smiled and praised her. I always knew Zhao Zhao was very brave. Hearing this, Ming Zhao felt a twinge of guilt for utilizing him to provoke Zhou Tingyun and sincerely apologized. Lin Muqing, however, was taken aback. Zhao Zhao, you're so clever to think of that. His tone was genuinely sincere. Even with her thick skin, Ming Zhao couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush, turning red to the roots of her ears. Just as she was about to say something, an inexplicable chill crawled up her spine, causing her body to involuntarily shudder. She suddenly turned around to look but found only the vast emptiness. Seagulls soaring above. Was it just a figment of her imagination? That evening, Ming Zhao struggled to carry 3 large coconuts back to the villa. She entered, placing them on the table and calling for Lin Muqing and Auntie to come enjoy the coconuts. But there was no response. Muqing, Ming Zhao called out, her voice slightly elevated. Auntie. Silence enveloped the house. The lights remained on, yet no one was home. Had they gone out to buy something? Ming Zhao found it peculiar but thought little of it. Deciding to shower first, she soon discovered that Auntie had thoughtfully prepared her pajamas in the bathroom. The sound of running water cascaded down as foam flowed toward the drain. After turning off the shower, Ming Zhao emerged. Upon raising her gaze, she nearly froze in shock. A tall man sat at the edge of her bed, his deep-set eyes blending into the shadows, quietly watching her. Ming Zhao pinched her own face. Ouch, that hurt. This was not a dream. Realizing this, delight surged in her eyes as Zhou Tingyun. She leaped forward, joy radiating from her bright eyes. You're finally done. Her words brimmed with exuberance. Zhou Tingyun instinctively wrapped her in his arms, settling her comfortably on his lap, allowing her to plant a kiss on his cheek. Though his expression remained aloof. Why didn't you answer the phone? He inquired. Ming Zhao quickly explained. It's not that I ignored your calls. The signal tower here is broken. He gazed at her intently for a prolonged moment, as if scrutinizing whether she was being deceitful. Then he inquired, why did you not inform me before leaving the villa? His calm demeanor belied the tumultuous undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Sensing something amiss, Ming Zhao felt a pang of panic and stammered, Mummy said you wanted me to wait here for you. And I even sent you photos. She hurriedly reached for her phone, desperately scrolling through the chat history from before the signal was lost. I have arrived. This place is so beautiful. Zhou Tingyun furrowed his brow slightly, as the seaside was largely indistinguishable, and at that moment, he had just received crucial leads related to Zhou Huayuan. His mind in disarray, failing to notice anything amiss. As clarity slowly returned, he realized that Ming Zheng intended to expose Zhou Huayuan and naturally could not allow Ming Zhao to return home with her. Concerned for Ming Zhao's safety and believing he might harbor resentment towards her due to past grievances, she had placed Ming Zhao on a private island, shutting down the signal tower after resolving everything to prevent him from finding her. It seemed Ming Zheng planned to wait until all matters were settled before departing with Ming Zhao. This thought crossed Zhou Tingyun's mind. His heart tightened. I'm sorry. He paused for a moment, then spoke softly. I must have forgotten due to my busy schedule. Lowering his head, he buried it in the crook of her neck, feeling the weight of his breath. The humid air mingled with the scent of shower gel, momentarily allowing him to forget the sight of Ming Zhao blushing in front of Lin Muqing. His mood gradually calming, Ming Zhao did not notice the peculiarity in his words. She was eager to express something she had contemplated for a long time. The girl, who was typically straightforward, now chose her words with utmost care. After stuttering through a lengthy statement, she finally said, I don't know what you think, but Mummy said she agrees for us to be together. After a brief pause, she mustered her courage to continue. If you are willing, we can be your family from now on. Her tone was earnest and solemn, utterly endearing. Zhou Tingyun felt his heart sink. Chapter 74. Just the two of us here in the bedroom. The floor lamp cast a warm glow. Zhou Tingyun gently kissed her forehead. Ming Zhao leaned in, pressing her lips against the corner of his mouth. The man paused for a few seconds, ultimately cradling the back of her neck, his fingers weaving into her hair to support her head. The intimate sound of water echoed in the tranquil space, secretive yet fervent. As the kiss concluded, Ming Zhao lazily leaned against his shoulder, resembling a docile kitten. She toyed with his fingers, fidgeting playfully, her voice slightly sticky. Had I known you were returning today, I would have brought 4 coconuts. Recalling the size of the coconuts, Zhou Tingyun chuckled. You might have squashed yourself with those. I have immense strength, Ming Zhao retorted defiantly. Wait a moment. As the mention of coconuts sparked a thought, she attempted to rise. However, a strong hand pressed her back down. Where do you think you're going? His voice was low and carried a hint of chill. I'm not going anywhere, Ming Zhao replied, puzzled, nudging his arm. I just want to check if Muqing Gu and Anshan have returned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun replied coolly, no need to check. What do you mean? Ming Zhao looked at him in confusion. I sent them away, he stated. Huh? Ming Zhao's mind scrambled to process the information. What? His calm gaze met hers for a moment before he slowly spoke with an enigmatic tone. Zhao Zhao, isn't it nice for just the two of us to be here? His dark, profound eyes seemed to harbor an undercurrent, as if they could engulf her at any moment. Her heart raced for an instant, an all too familiar sensation creeping up her spine, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. Ming Zhao suddenly recalled that she had been sitting with Lin Muqing earlier that morning, and her eyes brightened as she couldn't help but smile. That sounds wonderful, but don't you have to manage the company? Noticing the girl still nestled against him, Zhou Tingyun's expression softened as he gently squeezed her hand. I took a long break. You can play as long as you wish. Ming Zhao was naturally delighted, seated upon him, her legs swung idly as she tilted her face upwards. I just wonder when the signal tower will be repaired. Zhou Tingyun's expression grew serious, his emotions unreadable. He remained silent, merely caressing the back of her hand with his fingers. In the latter half of the night, as Ming Zhao dozed off, she felt as though she were ensconced in a furnace, being turned and roasted. The heat caused her to awaken in a daze. Initially confused, she shifted slightly, realizing the warmth emanated from behind her. Zhou Tingyun was burning with fever. Ming Zhao instantly became alert. She turned around and quickly felt his forehead, then anxiously touched his face. His elevated temperature alarmed her, and she immediately attempted to get up, but found herself unable to shift the weight in front of her. Zhou Tingyun, she called out in distress. Zhou Tingyun had gone several days without sleep in search of her. Coupled with the temperature fluctuations from North City to the island, he succumbed to fatigue upon seeing Ming Zhao. He felt as though he had fallen ill. With a dull ache in his head and a groggy mind, he vaguely registered her frantic voice. Slowly opening his eyes, he met her anxious gaze. Ming Zhao sighed in relief. You have a fever. I will get you some medicine now. As she spoke, she hurriedly jumped out of bed. I'm fine, he instinctively reassured her, his voice hoarse from illness. Take it slow. Zhao Zhao, remember to wear shoes. Ming Zhao dashed to the living room, rummaging through the medicine cabinet for fever-reducing medication in patches, filling a glass with water. A fever is neither trivial nor significant. But in the middle of the night on an island, it could become troublesome if it worsened. She hurried back upstairs, pushing open the door. The man had already propped himself up against the headboard. Ming Zhao poured the medicine into his palm and handed him the water. After supervising him as he swallowed the pills, she carefully applied a fever patch to his forehead, watching her flit around. Her lips pressed tightly together in displeasure. Zhou Tingyun was about to speak when she interrupted. Don't talk, just rest. Quickly shooting him a glare, she added. If you keep working like this, you'll eventually be overwhelmed. Zhou Tingyun's steady gaze fell upon her, its meaning unclear. A sense of urgency quickened Ming Zhao's heartbeat, causing her eyes to dart elsewhere. Not wishing to engage in a dispute, he gently patted the space beside him. That's enough, come here and sleep. His voice was tender yet low. The girl instantly smiled brightly, climbing onto the bed and skillfully snuggling into his embrace. He lifted his hand to hold her tightly. After taking the fever medication, drowsiness soon washed over her, a wave of fatigue crashing over her. In the dreamlike haze, soft light flickered through the gaps in the leaves, exuding warmth and tranquility, adding a touch of dreamy color to the scene. In the garden, a boy cautiously pressed his ear against a woman's rounded belly, his expression earnest. Time sped by before them, akin to a slideshow being fast-forwarded. He watched as Ming Zhao gradually grew taller. Her features developing with each passing moment, every instant was crystal clear, every detail vivid, from a swaddled infant to a small child crawling haphazardly on the ground, from a little one trailing behind him. Calling him brother, to a girl in a school uniform sitting on his lap. He supported her waist, his hand inadvertently brushing against her soft, warm skin, yet this time, he did not withdraw. Soon, delicate sounds of protest emerged as her body trembled slightly. Her sweet and soft cries sounding pitiful, her chin resting limply on his shoulder, until, it seemed, he heard her calm voice beside him. This is quite disgusting. His foggy mind began to clear, and his vision gradually sharpened. The girl beneath him had flushed cheeks, disheveled hair, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her skirt was crumpled and wrinkled. Zhou Tingyun quickly realized what had transpired, suppressing the dull ache in his head as he apologized. I'm sorry, Zhao Zhao, I thought I was dreaming. Ming Zhao's cheeks burned, and she suddenly felt a chill, instinctively trying to shield herself, but he grasped her wrist and pulled it away as Zhou Tingyun adjusted the straps of her dress. Meticulously tidying her outfit. Chapter 75, Scher Dinger's cat lying in bed, her waist still felt a bit weak, and she couldn't comprehend why Zhou Tingyun was apologizing. She blinked slowly, surprised that he had secretly entertained such dreams. What were you trying to do? He gazed at her for a moment, lost in thought, then he gently caressed her cheek, as if handling the most precious treasure. In the future, my little darling will probably find this disgusting too. He murmured softly. Ming Zhao was taken aback by his unexpected words, her face a mask of confusion. What? Before she could finish, he pulled her tightly back into his embrace, his warm, soothing voice mingled with heated breaths as he spoke near her neck. Just 1 month, all right. It seemed he was still in a semi-conscious state, lowering his head to tenderly kiss her earlobe. Stay with me for a month, and then I'll let you go. What was he saying? A month? Hadn't he only taken a month off? Ming Zhao's thoughts were still tangled when she suddenly froze. The man was already burning with fever, and now his body felt even hotter, her ears flushed with warmth. Hesitating for a moment, she saw he remained unresponsive and couldn't help but whisper, Would you like me to help you? He chuckled softly, his voice low and hoarse, Just let me hold you for a while. By dawn, his temperature had gradually decreased. When Ming Zhao awoke again, she found the space beside her empty. Just as she sat up, about to speak, the door swung open, and Zhou Tingyun stepped inside. You're awake? He approached the bed, bending down to lift her up. Ming Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck and reached to touch his forehead, finding it back to a normal temperature. You recovered quite quickly. Not at all like a 29-year-old. As if sensing her thoughts, Zhou Tingyun glanced at her. Are you relieved? His palm pressed gently against her soft abdomen, applying a slight pressure as he spoke softly. I'm in good health. I won't be overwhelmed and let my little darling go hungry. Hungry? Her face flushed instantly as Ming Zhao pinched his hand firmly. Upon reaching the washroom, she took the toothbrush from him. After brushing her teeth, she reached for a towel, only to have her shoulder pressed down. The man took over her task, meticulously washing her face and applying skincare products. He lifted her once more. Seating her at the dining table. As she gazed at the array of dishes before her, Ming Zhao was struck by the realization that she should have been the one caring for the patient. Yet here she was, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the reversal of roles. Zhao Yang, however, seemed oblivious to her thoughts, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek and inquiring what she wished to eat first. Ming Zhao paused, momentarily taken aback. Sitting sideways on his lap, she found herself momentarily flustered by his eagerness to feed her. I can manage myself, she protested, attempting to rise. Come now, my dear, he said, his arm encircling her slender waist. The warmth of his palm seeping through the thin fabric to envelop her skin in a comforting heat. With a calm voice, he asked, Haven't I always held you like this? Ming Zhao hesitated. It was true, but you often accuse me of being distant, of not being like before, he continued, his gaze darkening slightly. Why then do you wish to pull away now? Her heart inexplicably fluttered. Ming Zhao frowned in confusion. Yet he reached out, smoothing her furrowed brow. There is no one else here, my darling, he soothed, his voice rich and gentle. Let us interact just as we did in the past, shall we, she pondered. Unable to pinpoint what felt amiss, yes, was it not precisely what she desired? Ultimately she complied, remaining seated as he lovingly fed her until the meal was finished. After carefully wiping her mouth, Zhao Yang's gaze lingered on her slightly flushed cheeks. And he playfully pinched them, reminiscent of how he used to coax his reluctant younger sister to eat. Such a good girl, he praised. Though the signal remained weak, the villa was equipped with ample entertainment facilities, offering a plethora of video games and movies. After dining, Ming Zhao nestled against a cushion, reclining on the sofa to watch a film. The protagonist's lines drifted from the speakers. Schrodinger's cat, you do not know whether the cat is alive or dead until you open the box. Then do not open the box. Zhao Yang's movements faltered momentarily, the blade gliding across his skin, crimson droplets emerging at his fingertips. He remained unfazed as he rinsed it under the water, the faint red hue gradually transforming into a murky black, accumulating at the basin's bottom, as if dragging him into decay and ruin. In that moment, reality seemed to blur. Ming Zhao, why aren't you here to watch the movie with me? Her sweet, playful voice broke through. And the murky water became clear again as Zhao Yang snapped back to attention. He turned off the faucet and set the knife aside before stepping out of the kitchen, presenting her with a freshly opened coconut. He then enveloped her in his embrace, warm and sweet, akin to a sun-drenched quilt, a perfect circle of comfort. Ming Zhao took a sip of the coconut water and planted a kiss on his lips. A smile brightening her face, Zhao Yang gently ruffled her hair. For several consecutive days, Ming Zhao felt as though she had transformed into a pampered creature, entirely reliant on Zhao Yang's attentive care, while she had experienced a similar lifestyle before. It was different when it came from him. Zhao Yang busied himself in the kitchen, and Ming Zhao nibbled on a peach, peeking out from behind him. Bored, he glanced her way. She shook her head, tilting her face up to plant a kiss on him. He leaned down, kissing her back, the sweet flavor of the peach lingering between them. After the kiss, an idea struck her, and she looked at him with a frown. Zhao Yang patiently awaited her to voice her thoughts. Why is it always me who initiates the kisses? Zhao Yang, do you no longer love me? He diverted his gaze, washing his hands and drying them off. Noticing his indifference, Ming Zhao huffed dramatically and turned to leave. Yet before she could take more than a few steps, he tugged her back, cradling the back of her head as he kissed her deeply, thoroughly invading her senses. Zhao Yang knew precisely how to elicit a response from her. Before long, Ming Zhao found herself breathless, feeling as if she were submerged in warm water, dazed and pliant against him, like soft noodles sliding down. Their mingled laughter spilled between their lips, as he supported her waist, drawing closer to her mouth, softly asking, shall we continue? Embarrassment flared within her, but she stubbornly rose on her toes to kiss him again, mimicking his earlier actions by playfully nibbling his lower lip, teasing his tongue, and brushing against his sensitive palate. The flames of passion ignited further. Before she realized it, they had tumbled onto the sofa. Had her stomach not emitted a loud growl, she might have thought her lips would swell once more. Zhao Yang gently swept aside her tousled hair and placed a tender kiss on her lower lip before helping her to sit up. Chapter 76. The bite marked the signal tower remained unresponsive, seemingly forgotten by time in a corner. Yet Ming Zhao felt no tedium. Rather, it was as if she had returned to the carefree days of her childhood. Back then, Zhao Yang was not yet a member of the Zhou family, and he would play house and hide-and-seek with her daily. As she fiddled with the buttons on his shirt, she sighed inwardly. Yet now, he was her boyfriend. What a splendid environment, and yet she couldn't sleep. In this lifetime, she found herself at a disadvantage compared to Lin Jiwei, who had already shared her bed with countless handsome men. How devoted she was, wishing to be with just one, and yet she could not attain that. Zhao Yang simply did not know how to cherish her. She huffed silently. Suddenly, a memory struck her. Sitting up straight, she found Zhao Yang adjusting the game controller, glancing down at her. What's the matter? Ming Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go swimming. How could she have forgotten that she had yet to see him shirtless? Zhao Yang set the controller aside and glanced at the temperature gauge on the control panel. Quick, she was already a bundle of energy, urging him on by climbing onto his back. He carried her to the changing room, setting her down. Ming Zhao pretended to change clothes, but midway, she made a sneaky detour. Quietly returning, she tiptoed to the door, where Zhao Yang had just lifted his shirt slightly, maintaining his fitness routine. The lines of his physique were smooth, and his abs were firm. The mermaid line of his muscles bulged slightly, leading to depths unseen. In his usual tailored suits, he appeared composed and refined. She had not expected him to be so. Ming Zhao, her gaze slowly rose to meet his, caught in the act of peeking. She felt no shame. Raising her chin defiantly, she boldly declared, "What's wrong with looking?" In the next moment, she accidentally noticed something. Her brows furrowed as she rushed forward, her round eyes wide with feigned indignation. "Zhao Yang, how dare you cheat on me? I'm breaking up with you." "Zhao Yang, what scene is this?" Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Ming Zhao's eyes turning red, her expression serious and devoid of jest. His heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his voice, soothing her and asking what was wrong. Ming Zhao glared at him, her finger poking at the area just below his collarbone. What is this? Feeling the warmth of her gentle touch. Zhao Yang paused briefly, bemused. What are you laughing at? Don't tell me I bit you here. Her anger mounted as she retorted. I haven't bitten you here at all lately. She emphasized the word lately. Her tone serious as Zhao Yang, suppressing the urge to laugh, pulled her back as she attempted to storm off, explaining, it's not what you think. It's a tattoo. A tattoo? Ming Zhao blinked, momentarily bewildered. How could Zhao Yang possibly do such a thing? Her gaze returned to the mark, frowning. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Why did you get this? She asked. It's a memento of the first time you bit me. Zhao Yang said nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her mind exploded in a flurry of heat, and Ming Zhao's face flushed crimson. She stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Finally, she managed to utter, I'm going to change. With that, she fled in a hurry to another changing room, her hand pressed to her burning cheeks, taking a moment to compose herself. Who in the world gets someone else's bite mark tattooed on their body? The water shimmered under the sunlight, rippling gently to eye in the pool. Ming Zhao found herself unable to swim properly, instead clinging to Zhao Yang. She couldn't resist glancing at the bite mark, a small red circle like a brand upon him. The thought filled her with delight. When did you get this? She poked at it again. Zhao Yang supported her legs, replying, you just bit me. In truth, at his age, he wasn't supposed to get a tattoo, but a few years ago. Regulations were less stringent, and with Ming Zhang not imposing restrictions, it had gone smoothly. Although Ming Zhao couldn't quite recall when she had bitten him for the first time, it was likely around 7 or 8 years old. Her ears grew even warmer. A secret joy began to blossom within her. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she softly asked, brother, can we get another one? Zhao Yang would never refuse her request. He looked at her, asking, where do you want it? Anywhere is fine, he agreed. As you like. Ming Zhao playfully nudged his side with her knee, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Then I want it here. Without hesitation, Zhao Yang acquiesced. She beamed with happiness and wrapped her arms around his neck, sweetly asking, why are you so good to me? He squeezed her leg teasingly. Are we swimming or not? Let us swim, swim, swim. She elongated her words playfully. However, after only a few laps, Ming Zhao began to lazily drape herself over Zhao Yang, whining about exhaustion and playfully requesting a leg massage. On the lounge chair beside the pool, he kneaded her soft thighs, but she mischievously pressed her foot against his inner thigh. In an instant, he seized her ankle. Ming Zhao pouted, resigning herself to behave. As evening fell, the island's air grew cooler, a subtle chill enveloping the atmosphere, accompanied by the gentle sound of the tide. Inside the room, Zhao Yang sat alone in an office chair, the documents on the desk lying quietly, creased as if they had been opened multiple times. His gaze fell upon them, his expression inscrutable. He rarely feared anything, yet so lost in thought was he that he did not hear Ming Zhao's footsteps until the door creaked open. Breaking the silence. In a fleeting moment, he swiftly tucked the documents away into the cabinet. Ming Zhao's gaze swept across the room, her movements pausing almost imperceptibly. Chapter 77. Chilling and scalding. The bedroom was softly illuminated by a small lamp that cast a gentle glow, enveloping the entire space like a delicate veil, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. On the bed, Zhou Tingyun held the girl who was sleeping on him, recounting a bedtime story. The girl, with her sweet visage, had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows under the lamp's light. Though she appeared to be listening intently, her mind wandered back to the scene she had just witnessed. According to Zhou Tingyun, he feared that she would be upset to see him working while on vacation, yet an unease lingered within her heart. In the next moment, the familiar strains of Walden echoed in her ears. Gradually, his words began to jumble together nonsensically, his deep voice fading away. Just before losing consciousness, she resolved to remove Walden from her bedtime story list. In the inky darkness, a few faint stars hung on the horizon. Around midnight, Ming Zhao was awakened by an overwhelming thirst, her consciousness lingering in a hazy state between dreams and reality. Groggily, she instinctively lifted her foot to nudge Zhou Tingyun beside her, urging him to fetch her a glass of water. Yet, she kicked at emptiness. Where was he? Ming Zhao mumbled, her voice laced with the languor of just waking and a hint of confusion. Squinting, she slowly sat up, allowing her eyes to adjust to the darkness. Soon, she spotted a cup on the bedside table, reached for it, removed the lid, and took a sip. The cool water slid down her throat, instantly quenching her thirst and bringing her comfort, just as she was about to call out. The image of the documents being taken from her mind resurfaced, dissipating her drowsiness. Ming Zhao slipped on her slippers, treading softly as she ventured outside. The moonlight spilled into the corridor like water, casting a gentle glow that illuminated her path towards the living room. As she approached, the familiar timbre of a man's voice grew clearer. In the living room, he had his back turned to her. Ming Zhao observed him holding his phone, engaged in a conversation. The following day, on the steps of Reef Road, pretty shells of varying shapes adorned the side, alongside several smooth pink crystals polished by time. The wind chimes beneath the eaves of the old house jingled softly in the breeze, something Ming Zhao had long yearned for. Everything was beautiful until a boundaryless seagull swooped down, snatching the ice cream from her hand. Ming Zhao stared in disbelief at its retreating figure, which finally settled atop a signal tower, where it proudly shook its head and tail. The open space was eerily quiet, the sun reflecting blinding light off the ground. With heat rising gently from the surface, it suddenly struck her that the maintenance crew had not come by for quite some time. Zhao Zhao immersed in her thoughts, Ming Zhao turned to find Zhou Tingyun approaching her. He bent down to carefully gather the shells into a bag, lifting it up, with his other clean hand extended towards her. He said, "Let us go home for dinner." Ming Zhao took his hand. As she had on countless occasions before, trusting and relying on him. "Have you seen my phone?" On the dining table, a steaming bowl of winter melon soup sat beside golden squid cakes piled on a porcelain plate. She had forgotten when it had shifted from checking her phone countless times a day to once every 2 days, and now to once every 3 days. It had been ages since she last touched it. Zhou Tingyun, with a steady gaze, asked softly, "Have you already grown bored of being with me in less than a month?" "Of course not," Ming Zhao immediately denied, her voice bright and clear. "I just wanted to see how the signal was." Her eyes blinked innocently, an irresistible look that made it hard to refuse. The man handed her the phone. As she took it, she glanced at the upper right corner. The signal was empty, a glaring red cross evident. "Then how did you make the call?" She bit her lip slightly, tugging at his shirt. I still have games on my phone that I haven't finished." Zhou Tingyun's expression remained unchanged as he lifted her up, carrying her upstairs to their room and opening a drawer. "Why was it left here?" Ming Zhao asked curiously. "You're always misplacing it." "I put your phone aside so you wouldn't lose it later," he replied, a perfectly reasonable excuse. Her gaze drifted to the upper right corner, where the familiar empty signal cross lay. Had she truly been too tired yesterday to distinguish between dreams and reality? Zhou Tingyun looked at her. "Can we eat properly now?" Ming Zhao obediently rested her head on his shoulder. The rich, fragrant soup slid down her throat, and the squid cakes were soft and chewy. After dinner, her eyes wandered to the kitchen, where she playfully nudged his arm, coaxing him to make her a watermelon smoothie. Her menstrual cycle hadn't arrived yet, and after contemplating for a moment, Zhou Tingyun agreed to let her have a little. "I knew you would be the best." Her voice was sweet and bright as she playfully kissed his cheek. After a few more words, she slipped away upstairs, opening door after door to search for hidden outlets. 5 minutes, then 10. Ming Zhao returned to the kitchen empty-handed. On the counter sat a small bowl. Zhou Tingyun had anticipated her desire and had cut a few pieces of watermelon, placing them inside with toothpicks. The ice shaver was already whirring to life, and as she bit into the watermelon, the sweetness flooded her senses, reminding her of the signal jammers used during monthly exams in high school, impenetrable as a fortress. The smoothie was piled into a small mound, and as she took a bite, the chill spread through her throat. Ming Zhao shivered in delight, suddenly hearing laughter beside her. She looked up to see him, a clear discontent evident in his gaze, with a smile still lingering in his eyes. Zhou Tingyun gently pinched her chin, leaning down slightly. He kissed her lips delicately, gradually warming them with his own. Their lips parted, the coolness intertwining with warmth. Chapter 78, Promises. Later that evening, while Zhou Tingyun was in the bathroom, Ming Zhao rose quietly from the bed. She meticulously checked every room in the walk-in closet. She sifted through the clothes, searching for hidden outlets. In the living room, she squatted to inspect under the sofa, even reaching into the crevices. As time passed, she began to doubt whether she had truly blurred the lines between dreams and reality. Furrowing her brow slightly, she pondered what other places she seldom visited. Her gaze flitted over the terrace, the liquor cabinet, the dining room, and finally, the kitchen. Her eyes brightened. She immediately flung open all the cabinets, inspecting each one. Overhead cupboards, lower cabinets. Finally, at the very end, in the cluttered cabinet, the signal jammer's light flickered continuously, its weak glow starkly visible in the dim surroundings. Ming Zhao's eyes locked onto the signal jammer, her heartbeat quickening. After unplugging it, she unlocked her phone. Almost instantaneously, messages flooded in like a tidal wave. In a news photo, a man's hands were shackled behind him, his dark eyes staring directly at the camera. His previously refined and gentle demeanor now replaced by an air of cold detachment. Ming Zhao's pupils trembled as her mind went blank. In the next moment, a buzzing filled her ears akin to a muffled drum beating through cotton. A dull ache forming in her head. In her memory, the word father had always been a vague symbol, leaving behind traces so faint they were nearly imperceptible. Occasionally, in phone calls with her mother, he would utter a phrase or two. Or perhaps he would express a casual concern during his rare visits. Most of her impressions of him lingered only in the realm of being her mother's husband. At least during the few times she had seen him, she could sense his care and affection for Ming's mother, but now it was suddenly revealed that her father was the source of it all. She stared at her phone for what felt like an eternity, the clock on the wall seemingly frozen, until the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Zhao Zhao, her hand trembled as she snapped back to reality, quickly plugging the jammer back in, ensuring the cabinet door was closed properly, restoring everything to its original state. She composed herself as she walked out of the kitchen. Upon seeing the girl, Zhou Tingyun's mood lightened, the darkness in his eyes dissipating in an instant. He approached her, bending down to lift her up. "What brings you here?" He leaned in to kiss her cheek. "Didn't you eat enough for dinner?" Logically, it was improbable. He had fed her during the meal, even gently pressing against her abdomen to check, feeling it slightly rounded, just the right amount. Perhaps she was just craving something, he thought. Ming Zhao pressed her lips together, burying her face in his neck to hide her expression. Confronted with the cascading shocks of recent events, her thoughts were muddled, filled with confusion and helplessness. Her arms instinctively tightened around him, seeking comfort as she had in her childhood whenever faced with unsolvable dilemmas. Zhou Tingyun stroked her hair. Baby, she remained silent. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's easy to have indigestion at night. How about we eat well tomorrow? His soothing voice carried a familiar warmth. Ming Zhao felt a strange tightness in her nose. Not wanting to be discovered, she feigned a small hum of acknowledgement as Zhou Tingyun placed her gently on the bed, wrapping her in his embrace. Leaning down slightly, he kissed her nose, her cheek, her lips. This had become Ming Zhao's stipulation. After that time when she had chastised Zhou Tingyun for never taking the initiative, she had insisted that he must kiss her first every day. Yet at this moment, she felt somewhat stiff. The recent revelations had struck her hard, causing her to suddenly realize that Zhou Tingyun had been aware of everything all along. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Her fingers curled involuntarily, her palms growing damper. The more rigid her body became, the clearer the sensation of his kiss on her lips felt, the warmth of his fingers at the back of her neck intensifying. It seemed the man had noticed her unease, pulling back slightly to softly kiss her lips. Are you tired? He murmured, his voice low and tender, his gaze steady and focused. Ming Zhao felt breathless, her cheeks flushed crimson. And she swallowed hard. No, not at all. Did he truly understand what he was doing? Ming Zhao began to question whether the person before her was indeed Zhou Tingyun. Or perhaps everything seen just now on the phone is merely an illusion. Otherwise, why, after comprehending everything, do I still interact with her in such a manner? Sleep now. The man kissed the crown of her head once more, gently patting her back. Every inch of their skin that came into contact felt as if it were subtly ablaze. Ming Zhao quietly burrowed into the quilt, striving to suppress the heartbeats that threatened to leap from her chest. The pervasive scent of wood enveloped her, akin to an invisible net, leaving her with no escape. Covering her mouth and nose, the fragrance still seeped through her fingers. The next day, the sun rose as usual, casting a shimmering light upon the vast sea. Ming Zhao stood before the mirror, observing the dark circles beneath her eyes. Mechanically brushing her teeth. What did he mean by a month back then? To pretend to be oblivious and maintain a relationship for a month, only to bring up a breakup with her, subsequently severing all ties. How could she be so unfortunate? It was a hard-won success from the start, and now it felt like all was in vain. Yet, Ming Zhao understood that this was already Zhou Tingyun's utmost concession. Having breached his bottom line, no matter how self-centered she might be, she could not continue to be willful. As Zhou Tingyun raised his hand, pressing gently against the faint shadows under her eyes. Did you sneak out last night? Ming Zhao pondered for a moment, her eyes curving into a smile. After we break up, will you be with someone else? Zhou Tingyun's gaze sharpened slightly, his voice calm. No, you didn't seem to have that answer before? Ming Zhao retorted, teasingly mimicking, who was it that said, we won't break up? Oh Zhao Zhao. The man cupped her soft, pale cheek in his palm, gazing at her with a deep and rich voice. Regardless of whether we break up or not, I will always be by your side. He made this promise earnestly. Chapter 79. One more act of defiance. What about after I get married? The moment the words left her lips, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Ming Zhao swore she was merely joking, not intending to provoke him as before, yet his expression turned noticeably cold. The light could not penetrate the depths of his dark eyes, rendering his feelings inscrutable. Zhou Tingyun asked flatly, whom do you wish to marry? It's just a hypothetical, she murmured softly, her voice dwindling. Why are you being so fierce? The man remained silent for a long while. She furtively raised her eyes, stealing glances at Zhou Tingyun's expression, her heart igniting with a restless flame. She couldn't help but indulge in wild thoughts. What if she acted willfully just one more time? Ming Zhao instinctively pinched her fingertips. He had managed to confine her here for a month. If he were to take it a step further, would he abandon his steadfastness entirely for her? Ming Zhao's heart raced slightly. She knew she could not continue down this path. Voices in her ears sternly admonished her to stop, but still. The wind billowed the curtains. Zhao Zhao, his voice echoed in her ears. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Ming Zhao, like a languid cat, slowly opened her eyes, her soft body nestled against Zhou Tingyun's shoulder, her delicate face slightly puffed from the pressure, her slender fingers glistened as Zhou Tingyun held her hand, painting her nails. Suddenly, she lifted her head to look at him. After I get married, I will definitely keep a room for you. Upon finishing her sentence, she flashed a smile that could only be described as sweet. As if she had made a grand and impressive decision, Zhou Tingyun cast her a fleeting glance, continuing to fill in the color. Once my husband falls asleep, I will sneak into your room. Ming Zhao became increasingly brazen, her movement faltered as she placed her hand down. Zhou Tingyun spoke coolly, if you want to be hit, just say so. Oh, Ming Zhao immediately pouted and clung to him. You wouldn't dare hit me, she playfully retorted. You said you would always accompany me, so why are you getting angry? The man cast a cold look in her direction. It was you who wanted to break up with me. She continued to chatter, her mouth like a rapid-fire barrage, standing on her moral high ground, pointing fingers. Am I not allowed to find someone else? Zhou Tingyun, when did I ever say I wanted to break up with you? You meant that, Ming Zhao huffed lightly. A few months ago you said we wouldn't break up, and then it changed to even if we break up, you would still be with me. Who knows if you really want to be with someone else, perhaps in a few months, that will change again. Initially it was just idle chatter, yet the more Ming Zhao thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. And she found herself growing angrier. How vexing, not a single word from you is true. I don't want to talk to you, she sulked and turned her head away, no longer looking at him. Her gaze fell upon the rounded contours of her cheek, and Zhou Tingyun found her both amusing and helpless, yet more than that, a slight pain throbbed in his heart, like fine needles pricking and spreading through him. Ming Zhao's lack of security was ultimately his fault. He should not have pampered her in the palm of his hand for 18 years only to leave her alone. He gently turned her face back towards him. Her full lips pressed into a straight line, her round, slightly upturned eyes still held traces of lingering displeasure, her entire demeanor exuding a refusal to communicate. Zhao Zhao, he called her softly year after year. Day after day, they had already intertwined into an inseparable vine. How could he possibly love anyone else? I will only love you, he declared. Chapter 80. Consequences ignored. If it were another man before her, she might feel satisfied enough, but he is Zhou Tingyun, thus Ming Zhao could not help but desire more. Her appetite had been spoiled by him. The more he revealed his heart, the more she felt a sense of loss. Love is possession, control, the destruction of reason, heedless of consequences, and unscrupulous means. Ming Zhao could only occasionally glimpse this truth amidst his loss of control, yet he remained calm and restrained. Even this so-called final indulgence was meticulously planned for a month. Even so, once we break up, I will still be with someone else, Ming Zhao said with a cheerful smile, the dimples at her cheeks flickering. Of course, I still love you the most. The sky gradually darkened. Light being consumed little by little until it vanished entirely. The night deepened in hue, bore no stars. Zhou Tingyun quietly observed the outline of the quilt on the bed. The girl slept soundly, her cheeks glowing with a rosy hue. Her hair sprawled across the pillow, beneath her petite nose, her lips were rosy. Before bed, they had just shared a kiss. Zhou Tingyun was acutely aware that he could not endure the images she had conjured. He merely restrained himself, masquerading as the good person, suppressing thoughts that should never have crossed his mind, yet even as he exerted every effort to stifle them, the deep-seated possessiveness within him only intensified. Slowly eroding his reason. He had meticulously planned everything. She loved snowy days. They could spend the long winter in Norway, listening to the quiet crackle of the fireplace. Longing for the sun, they could revel in the fervent summer of California, gazing at the orange sea of Santa Monica. But if she were unwilling, he would let her go. Zhou Tingyun lifted his hand, gently caressing her cheek. But why say such things, Zhao Zhao? Why shatter this precarious existence? Making it clear to him that she would eventually and unhesitatingly be with someone else, the encroaching darkness engulfed him. Zhou Tingyun's gaze deepening, the calendar pages turned. As the final deadline approached, his gaze lingered on her longer and heavier, like the cold depths of the sea, chilling and sinking. It spread from her limbs to her chest, yet Ming Zhao continued to act as if nothing had transpired. Drawing close to him, acting coy. Day 23. Outside, the enormous leaves of the palm trees swayed in the wind along the seaside, lush and green. When are we going back home? Ming Zhao set down the half-assembled wind chime. Feeling bored, the air fell silent. Do you really want to go back? The man's cold voice sounded in her ear. She fiddled with the beautiful shell with her fingertips, murmuring an affirmative. It's a bit dull here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun smiled gently, yet the smile resembled floating duckweed on water, seemingly present, but failing to reach the depths of his eyes. I remember you said that as long as you were with me, you wouldn't feel bored. The man's tone was calm. Zhao Zhao, have you changed your heart so quickly? A chill like water gradually spread, permeating the surrounding air. Ming Zhao wrapped her arms around his, giving a gentle shake. But we can't just live here forever. She tilted her head back, her voice sweet and lazy. How boring. Boredom, lack of interest. This was her definition of their relationship, seeking pleasure, a fleeting enthusiasm, treating emotions as a mere pastime. How about we go back tomorrow? The girl's tone was tentative, her beautiful eyes brimming with expectation. Seeing he didn't respond, she stretched her voice in a pleading manner. Please. Zhou Tingyun simply gazed at her quietly, slowly reaching out to tuck the stray hair behind her ear. The proposal was rejected, and Ming Zhao puffed up her cheeks in displeasure, unable to endure for more than 3 days. She began to clamor to go home, gradually distancing herself from Zhou Tingyun as if awakening from this relationship. Chapter 81. Where do you want to go? Even though Ming Zhao exhibited extreme resistance, she could not resist the inevitable. During lunch, she was easily lifted onto his lap. I can eat by myself, she pouted. Zhou Tingyun, however, seemed unfazed by her protest, gently plucking the stray hairs stuck to her skirt. Little one, you used to cry and beg me to hold you while feeding you. You're talking about the past. People change, she argued. Indeed, people do change. But Zhou Tingyun remained indifferent, merely inquiring, would you like to have some coconut jelly first? Ming Zhao bit her lip, holding firm for a few seconds. Yes, the texture of the coconut jelly was delicate, the fragrance rich and delightful, yet Ming Zhao continued with her plans. She no longer clung to Zhou Tingyun for embraces or kisses, nor did she occasionally gaze vacantly at the sea, rolling out of his arms at night to nestle by the edge of the bed. She played the part of a distracted, capricious girl to perfection. Yet it bore little fruit. Zhou Tingyun remained unfazed, forcibly holding her close during meals, while engaging in games, watching movies, and sleeping. Not he turned a deaf ear to her declarations of wanting to go home. Allowing time to slip by unnoticed, the frustration that simmered within Ming Zhao swelled further. When Zhou Tingyun entered the room, his gaze faltered for a moment before he walked over to sit by the bed. He reached out to pat the bulge beside her, teasingly asking, "Are we staging a hunger strike?" The bulge fell silent for a moment, recalling her childhood days of being punished for such antics. Ming Zhao abruptly threw off the covers and sat up fuming. She declared, "I don't want to stay here any longer." Zhou Tingyun nodded. "Then let us take a walk on the beach later." "I want to go home," she retorted. "What do you want to go home for?" He smoothed the creases of her collar with a calm demeanor, asking, "Are you looking for your mooching brother?" He had seen her smile so radiantly at Lin mooching. He had lost patience with him in less than a month. The heart of a young girl is ever changing. The sweet nothings of wanting to be his family may have been heartfelt at that moment. But how long would such sentiments last? Ming Zhao felt anger bubbling within her. She had already planned to break up with him. What difference did it make whether it was today or tomorrow? Why should she still be jealous of Lin mooching? Clenching the blanket with her fingertips, Ming Zhao thought that while she could end things with Zhou Tingyun, she absolutely could not allow him to end things first. She resolved to take the initiative that evening. While Zhou Tingyun was out of the room, she began secretly packing her luggage. She flung clothes from the wardrobe into the suitcase, along with bags, jewelry, and more. Suddenly, her attentive ears caught a sound in the corridor. She quickly kicked the suitcase out of sight. As Zhou Tingyun entered, his gaze immediately fell upon the bed, where he found the girl snuggled under the covers. Just as he was about to approach, something seemed to flash in his peripheral vision, causing him to pause and glance toward the wardrobe. A white corner of fabric had gotten caught in the gap of the cabinet door. The lights were turned off, plunging the room into darkness. This was the first time in days that Ming Zhao had actively nestled into the man's embrace. "What made you so obedient today?" Zhou Tingyun kissed her lips, his voice deep and resonant. Ming Zhao had only intended to provoke Zhou Tingyun. She didn't genuinely wish to leave. She thought that if she kissed him and then ran away, it would heighten the sense of loss, likely infuriating him by tomorrow. Thus, she leaned in to kiss him back. Zhou Tingyun chuckled softly as he kissed her, his warm palm resting on her cheek. The following day, at dawn, a fine mist shrouded the surface of the sea. Ming Zhao struggled to pry open her heavy eyelids. The space beside her was empty. He must have gone for an early workout. She immediately got out of bed to freshen up, then dragged her suitcase out to the doorway. Peering out, she glanced left and right down the corridor. Surely he wouldn't return from the gym so soon. With this thought, she remained vigilant, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Fearing Zhou Tingyun might suddenly appear from somewhere, she treaded carefully until she finally reached the front door. Grasping the doorknob, she pressed down, but it yielded no response. Upon closer inspection, she realized the smart lock had been engaged from the inside. She hurriedly attempted facial recognition but failed. The fingerprint authentication also yielded no success. How could this be? Ming Zhao stood there fiddling with it for a while, trying several times, but still met with errors. Just as panic began to set in, she felt a warm presence behind her. The familiar scent made her body tense. A large hand enveloped her own, and she found herself encircled in his embrace, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. "Baby," he murmured softly in her ear, "where are you planning to go with that suitcase?" Chapter 82. Endearingly foolish, he grasped her hand, gently prying open her fingers until they fit snugly in his palm. His warm breath caressed her neck, sending shivers down her spine. "Not you're up so early," he remarked, his voice steady. "Aren't you sleepy?" His tone was unchanged, even laced with a hint of affection. The petite girl was almost entirely nestled in his embrace, and though she struggled slightly, he merely tightened his hold. "Why don't you come back to the bedroom with me?" He kissed her earlobe and tenderly inquired in a whisper. Ming Zhao felt a sudden twinge of unease, akin to a small creature sensing danger. But how could Zhou Tingyun be her nemesis? Thus she persisted, "No way, I want to go home." Upon hearing this, the man sighed lightly, seemingly resigned. "All right, then let us go to the living room." He spoke as if soothing a petulant child, his voice full of patience and understanding. Ming Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What living room? Before she could react, he swept her off her feet. Zhou Tingyun gently placed her on the sofa, gazing steadily at her, his expression gradually darkening, meeting the depths of his onyx eyes. Ming Zhao felt a flicker of confusion, yet she trusted Zhou Tingyun implicitly, subconsciously believing he would accommodate her no matter how far she pushed. Thus, without hesitation, she lifted her foot to stomp on his knee. Her tone petulant as she declared, "It's pointless to be angry. Hurry up and take me back, or I won't talk to you ever again." How adorably foolish, he mused. The sound of the metal buckle resonated sharply in the still air as he secured her wrists. In that moment, Ming Zhao thought he was about to deliver yet another tedious lecture, much like last time. "What are you doing? Don't do this," she pouted, the leather strap too rigid for comfort, causing her distress. Her voice was tinged with both grievance and dissatisfaction. "Baby," he gently patted her cheek, "if it doesn't hurt, how will you learn?" The sofa in the living room was soft, devoid of any pain. Yet the limited space left no room for escape. Trapped between the back of the sofa and his warm chest, there was no gap to be found. Perhaps Zhou Tingyun intended to punish her. Aside from his initial tenderness, he later only lightly wiped away her tears, devoid of any further gentleness. It wasn't until midday that the sounds began to subside. In the bathroom, the girl appeared weary. Her eyes drooping, her delicate features tinged with a rosy hue. The water in the bathtub was pleasantly warm, gently caressing her skin, bubbles gathering at her chest. Her damp hair clung to the man's arm, marked with bite and scratch marks. After carefully cleaning her up, he wrapped her in a towel and carried her into the bedroom. He gently laid her on the bed, allowing her to rest against his chest, and used a hairdryer to dry her hair. When Ming Zhao awoke again, the sunlight had become blinding. As she stirred, a wave of soreness washed over her. Gradually, memories returned. After a few moments of silence, Ming Zhao buried her face in the pillow, her fingertips tightening and then relaxing, her entire face flushing a deep crimson. Awake. At that moment, the man's deep, melodious voice broke the silence. "Are you hungry? Would you like to get up and eat something?" As he spoke, his warm palm grazed her abdomen, causing her to instinctively shiver, her ears growing warmer. She couldn't help but recall how his melodious voice had uttered such explicit and direct words. The more shame she felt, the heavier his breath became by her. It was simply hypocritical and charmingly rogue. "I thought you would like it, little one." Who would like? Before she could finish her protest, Zhou Tingyun raised a hand to gently pat her. The girl's pupils quivered, her body instinctively tensing, akin to a startled kitten. He chuckled softly, asking, "Would you like to go to the living room to see the evidence?" Chapter 83, Burned to Ashes. To Ming Zhao's surprise, she found herself unable to leave the room even on the final day. Everything in excess leads to loss. Even the most delectable dish can become unbearable if overindulged. Greed brings its own punishment, and Ming Zhao had brought ruin upon herself. The one who cherished her most, who could not bear to see her tears, left the heaviest marks upon her, under duress. She uttered words she never intended to say, words of belonging to him, of never leaving him, and in tears, she made countless promises. Only then did Zhou Tingyun gently withdraw, planting soothing kisses on the nape of her neck. The rising tide soaked the shore and dampened the wooden floor. Communication had been fully restored. Amidst the flood of messages, Zhou Tingyun consoled her while maintaining a calm demeanor, explaining that he was not Zhou family's biological child. Assuring her not to worry, he mentioned business that needed to expand overseas, inquiring if she would be willing to relocate with him. Though it appeared as a question, it was no different from coercion. Besides, what business needed to expand overseas? He was lying, and Ming Zhao knew it all too well. Yet, it was at this moment that she understood with utmost clarity, Zhou Tingyun would never push her away again. A dimpled smile crept across her face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she nodded, "All right." While she felt elated at achieving her goal, to Zhou Tingyun, it appeared as though she was merely pretending to be obedient to escape. The more compliant she was, the deeper his gaze grew. On a bright afternoon, Ming Zhao sat on the sofa, researching livable countries and cities with Zhou Tingyun. The secluded extremes of the north, the tranquil solitude of a small island, those seemed most suitable. "Let us go here," she exclaimed joyfully as Zhou Tingyun glanced at her phone screen, where a man with striking features and captivating dark eyes was displayed. The Weibo ID was simply the letter N, with a conspicuous follow button. It was Lu Jingyan from the Lu family of Jing City. They had crossed paths before. Zhou Tingyun responded nonchalantly, "Do you know him?" Ming Zhao shook her head. "No." He fell silent. Sensing a subtle shift in mood, Ming Zhao blinked. She reached out her slender arms to wrap around Zhou Tingyun's neck, climbing onto him for a kiss. He steadied her, kissing her back, and soon their clothes lay scattered on the sofa. Ultimately, after enduring her trials, Ming Zhao could only whimper her explanation. He is married. That is his honeymoon photo. Sinking against Zhou Tingyun, she commanded him to massage her lower back. "It's all your fault." She pouted, observing the girl's natural reliance on him. Zhou Tingyun lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her crown. "Setting aside the question of her true intentions, there remains a matter that requires resolution." In the dead of night, Zhou Tingyun entered another room. He opened a drawer and retrieved a document. A few thin sheets of paper, the contents within having long lost their significance. He had nurtured it, and it was rightfully his from the moment he heard her unborn heartbeat. From the time her tiny hand clasped his, it was fated that all of this would lead to today. The lighter glinted coldly, producing a crisp sound in his hand. The blue flame consumed a corner, swiftly igniting. The edges of the paper rapidly turned a charred yellow, blackening and curling. The acrid scent of burning filled the air, mingled with a faint ink aroma, as smoke obscured his visage. As the blackened fragments gradually accumulated in the ashtray, a creak echoed as Zhou Tingyun's gaze shifted toward the doorway, meeting Ming Zhao's slightly astonished eyes. He remained unruffled. Only after discreetly ensuring the last ember extinguished did he approach her. "Did I wake you?" His voice resonated softly in the night. Ming Zhao, puzzled, inquired, "What was that?" Zhou Tingyun replied, "Confidential documents for the company." Confidential documents? What could possibly warrant burning them in the dead of night? Chapter 84. Tan Mountain Prison. The air still bore the lingering scent of char. Ming Zhao recalled a few scattered words she had inadvertently glimpsed moments earlier. A smile tugging at her lips as she approached, wrapping her arms around Zhou Tingyun's waist, enveloped in an unusual sense of contentment. It felt akin to a spoonful of the heart of a summer watermelon. The sweetness of ripe strawberries, or the glistening crisp of roasted duck skin, complemented by a fizzy chilled cola. Zhou Tingyun's actions invigorated her spirit, her heart fluttering like a bird taking flight to sing atop a branch. The more he attempted to control her, revealing his darker side, the quicker her heart raced. She relished the way her emotions influenced his, the way he scolded her fiercely when angered, his hand resting on the nape of her neck. Rules were meant to be broken, and indulgence became commonplace. Moreover, Zhou Tingyun always indulged Meng Zhao's hedonistic tendencies. As the new year approached, the two prepared to return home. The private jet landed in Beichang, and the car came to a halt at the Ming family villa. The courtyard was adorned with red lanterns, and the housekeepers were busy affixing blessings in couplets. Moving abroad, in the living room, Ming Zhang regarded the pair with mild surprise. Meng Zhao felt a twinge of guilt before her mother, her ability to lie faltering. As she discreetly tugged at Zhou Tingyun's sleeve, the man spoke calmly. The company is expanding its business and requires a long-term presence there. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhang turned her gaze to her daughter. Zhou Tingyun interjected, I am uneasy leaving Zhao Zhao alone. It would be best for her to accompany me, so I can look after her. Ming Zhang had no objections. When are you planning to move? Zhou Tingyun responded, after the new year. She nodded. Just then, the phone rang. Ming Zhang answered, and her secretary's hesitant voice came through. Director Ming, someone from Tan Mountain Prison is here and insists that you must come to suburb Tan Mountain Prison number 083. Someone is here to see you. The prison guard's voice echoed in the silent corridor. Moments later, the sound of handcuffs clinked as the man rose calmly. The heavy iron door creaked open. The visiting room was lit with a stark, cold light as a man in prison garb entered and took a seat. Accompanying personnel stepped forward, deftly securing his wrists to the sides. They then nodded slightly to Ming Zhang before turning to leave. The footsteps faded away, leaving behind an utter stillness. Zhou Jinji had shed his refined facade, his eyes shadowed with a faint gloom, the depths of his dark gaze unfathomable. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke slowly. It must be exhausting to have pretended for so long. Ming Zhang regarded him. Aren't you too? They sat facing each other, yet it felt as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them, the bond of 2 decades dissipating in an instant, amid the quiet flow of silence. Zhou Jinji suddenly chuckled softly. I am not. He stated. I am the realm of adults. Words need not be overly explicit. Ming Zhang understood his implication but responded with indifference. You summoned me merely to discuss this? Observing the faint mockery in her eyes, Zhou Jinji never imagined he would one day feel compelled to pose such a mundane question, yet he asked it nonetheless, even though he already knew the answer. Upon hearing his words, the sense of absurdity washed over Ming Zhang. He had caused Xin Mian's death and nearly killed her. How could he even utter such a question? Resentment towards him consumed her. No, she replied curtly, seemingly unwilling to say more. I never intended to harm you. Zhou Jinji slightly bowed his head, the handcuffed wrists resting motionless on the table. I know you had a meeting that day and wouldn't have taken that car. It was only after receiving notice of the meeting's cancellation that it was too late. That was the first time he tasted the bitterness of regret. Chapter 85, Shallow Hearts. Zhou Jinji fell in love with Ming Zhang at first sight. He was captivated by the ambition that blazed in her eyes, akin to a brilliant flame, intense and dazzling, drawing him in irresistibly. With just one glance, those wild animalistic eyes etched themselves into his mind. Impossible to erase. Zhou Jinji firmly believed they were kindred spirits, willing to do anything to achieve their goals. He approached her, exploited her, and ultimately surrendered himself willingly to her. Loving Ming Zhang was a simple affair. He adored the radiance she exuded after every successful decision, deriving satisfaction from her need for his support, becoming entranced by it. Over the years, they had evidently become the most compatible pair. If you hold no feelings for me. He fixed his gaze upon her. Then why give birth to Ming Zhao? Zhou Jinji could not fathom that someone like Ming Zhang would bear a child for someone she did not love. Ming Zhang halted in her tracks. She turned to face him. The man before her was her husband of more than 20 years, the very one she had climbed the ladder of success with. And the same person who had destroyed everything, the murderer responsible for Xin Mian's demise. With matters having come to this, she felt no qualms about revealing the truth. Ming Zhang sat down once more. Zhou Jinji, I have a father like that. Through him, I have seen through the true nature of men. Her voice, calm and measured, filled the room. But I desired a daughter, to make amends for my childhood regrets. To give her everything that I never received. Unmarried women cannot conceive through artificial insemination, and those wishing to use a sperm bank must prepare documents, including a marriage certificate, to establish a record. For this matter, I owe you my gratitude. Behind his glasses, Zhou Jinji's pupils seemed to freeze. Upon hearing this, the hands cuffed to his sides began to tremble slightly, the veins in his forearms bulging. He had always been distant from familial bonds, never truly experiencing warmth or concern from kin throughout the long years. Thus, when he learned of Ming Zhang's pregnancy, he felt an unprecedented flicker of hope. Akin to a faint light breaking through a dark room, he believed this child to be his and Ming Zhang's, a true family member. Little did he know, even that was a fade. Everything was merely an elaborate ruse, devoid of even the slightest genuine affection. This was Ming Zhang, the cold, resolute woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her aims. The corners of Zhou Jinji's mouth twitched slightly. As if he wished to smile, yet the pain that coursed through him rendered any semblance of joy futile. He leaned forward slightly, as though that would quell the tidal wave of anguish swelling in his chest. His thoughts inexplicably drifted back to the moment Ming Zhang had opened up about her past. The vulnerability that had first surfaced in her calm eyes brought him both sorrow and surprise. Sorrow for her plight. Surprise at her trust, for she mirrored his own experiences, yet he had forgotten the truth hidden beneath it all. Ming Zhang was revealing to him that she could never love any man, especially not one she sought to manipulate. The pain in his chest threatened to consume Zhou Jinji, leaving him breathless and unable to think, yet within that agony lay an oddly distorted pleasure. He had occupied far too many moments in Ming Zhang's life. No one else could ever be like him. She would not forget him. If I had not sent someone to orchestrate that accident. In the vast, quiet visiting room, Zhou Jinji's words hung in the air, unfinished. Ming Zhang remained silent, seated quietly without further comment. Chapter 86, Dust to Dust, Earth to Earth. From the moment of his birth, Zhou Jinji resided in a temple nestled in the mountains. He spent his days sweeping floors, fetching water, attending classes, and copying scriptures. This monotonous routine, as the temple claimed, was meant to cleanse him of his sins. He was unaware of what sins he bore, yet judging by the avoidance and cold stares of those around him, they must have been unforgivable, having grown accustomed to this confined existence of atonement. He might have continued leading a mundane life. However, years later, he was brought back into the Zhou family fold. A man who had never encountered the outside world quickly revealed remarkable talents under the guidance of the elder Zhou. He surpassed his elder brother who had left home, demonstrating extraordinary prowess in both business acumen and decision-making, becoming the most suitable heir to the Zhou family. Zhou Jinji gradually immersed himself in the thrill of commercial warfare. Each decision in every contest ignited his passion. Breathing in the air of freedom, he reveled in the vastness and splendor of the world outside. The gazes of those around him transformed from avoidance to flattery and praise. As wealth and status accumulated, he found himself at the pinnacle of this societal pyramid, looking down upon the world beneath him. Yet one day, he was informed that this pyramid was on the verge of collapse. As someone who had been away for many years prepared to return, he learned the truth of the situation, absurd and laughable, yet irrefutable. The greater the family lineage, the more inescapable the superstitions surrounding fate. Thus, a single careless remark was enough to seal his fate. In 1960, Mrs. Zhou, Guan Qingzi, ascended the mountain to pray for blessings while pregnant with her fourth child. The child, once imbued with boundless expectations, had turned into a harbinger of disaster. Conflicting with that of her eldest son, the constraints of outdated beliefs clamped down upon Guan Qingzi like a heavy shackle, subjecting her to relentless torment. Everyone urged her to give up. Qingzi, there may be children yet to come, but please do not let it harm Chen Zhang. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. One must not be muddled in such matters. If you do not consider Chen Zhang, at least think of the Zhou family. How could Qingzi possibly bear to terminate her own child due to baseless accusations? Meanwhile, the Zhou family finds itself in a precarious situation due to a miscalculation in decision-making. Under the weight of dual pressures, Qingzi's pregnancy sickness worsens significantly. She cannot consume anything and frequently suffers from relentless vomiting. Soon, she begins to lose weight rapidly. Rumors thus escalate. Even so, Qingzi perseveres, driven by her love for her unborn child. Ultimately, one spring, she gives birth to Zhou Jinji. Outside the window, green buds emerge from the branches, and the situation for the Zhou family begins to improve. Yet, Qingzi resembles a wilting flower, gradually fading away. She suddenly becomes irritable and anxious, filled with suspicion. In 1961, in that era, no one understood what postpartum depression was. The Zhou family naturally attributes everything to Zhou Jinji, unjustly placing blame upon her. Her husband, absorbed in his career, is too preoccupied to attend to her condition. When Qingzi receives provocative intimate photographs from another woman, her mind descends into chaos, unable to discern truth from falsehood, tormented endlessly by nightmares. Initially, the man attempts to sincerely explain, striving to soothe her emotions. However, after repeated quarrels, amidst shattered plates, she meets his disappointed gaze. You should never have brought that calamity into this world. This statement becomes the final straw that utterly crushes her. All her resolve and sacrifices shatter like the dishes on the ground. Days later, Qingzi chooses to take her own life. Consequently, the rumors surrounding Zhou Jinji are confirmed. The Zhou family promptly sends him to a mountain temple, deciding that he must never leave this place, nor be allowed to return to the Zhou household. It is not until over 20 years later, when Zhou Qinzhang departs, that the elder Zhou recalls his late wife's request to treat their youngest son kindly, and he brings Zhou Jinji back. Yet now Zhou Qinzhang has resolved to return to the Zhou family. This signifies that Zhou Jinji is once again ensnared in a cage. He cannot accept it. Why should Zhou Qinzhang be able to live freely in the sunlight while he must scurry about like a rat hidden from view? Why should the very perpetrator responsible for his mother's demise easily dictate his fate? Jealousy, resentment, and the imminent fear of losing his current life weave together like a fine spider's web, slowly ensnaring his heart. Zhou Jinji meticulously orchestrates that car accident. Soon, a tremendous crash resounds outside the hospital room. Snowflakes accumulate on the barren branches, falling softly as birds are startled away. The sanatorium is not far from Tanshan prison. The sound of the execution fades into silence, and tears trickle down the elder Zhou's murky, aged eyes. All returns to dust. Chapter 87. A new year, a new atmosphere. The new year in North City is particularly vibrant. Streets and alleys are adorned with colorful decorations. Bustling vendors shout cheerfully while pushing carts of festive goods. Fireworks and firecrackers are piled in courtyards, and the island platform is laden with New Year supplies. Zhou Tingyun prepares red envelopes of 50,000 for everyone, allowing them to return home for the new year. The villa is filled with joy as everyone exchanges auspicious words. Once the guests depart, Ming Zhao quietly approaches him, darting out from right in front of him. Where's mine? Where's mine? The girl blinks her eyes. Her wine-red knit sweater accentuates the radiance of her skin. A delicate necklace adorned with a pigeon blood-red pendant dangles from her neck, a New Year gift from him. Under the pillow, Zhou Tingyun gently arranges her hair, smiling as he did in previous years. Remember to sleep with it tonight. The red envelope, she says, as the name implies. Ming Zhao gasps, her brows furrowing slightly. Did you put it under my pillow? Then, she secretly gestures for him to lean closer. Zhou Tingyun, thinking she has something important to say, bends down. But I want to sleep in your bed. Looking again at the girl, he remains unfazed and responds, you can get it tonight when you come to my place. Ming Zhao feigns a sigh. Brother, I suddenly miss how you used to say this is not allowed, that cannot be. Zhou Tingyun laughs, what a pity. Baby, it's too late for regrets now. Ming Zhao hums, wrapping her arms around his waist. I have no regrets. After a moment, she lifts her face. Zhou Tingyun, why don't you kiss me? When Ming Jing descends the stairs, she accidentally glances at the island platform, where Zhou Tingyun's distinctly bony hand rests firmly on Ming Zhao's lower back. She instinctively retreats a few steps, knowing something in her heart is one thing, witnessing it with her own eyes is quite another. The transition from son to son-in-law is still somewhat shocking. She also blames herself for not being attentive enough to Ming Zhao, overlooking the signs of their changing relationship. Oh well, if Xin Mian were still here, she would probably have insisted on arranging a betrothal. After comforting herself for a while, she notices the two have yet to separate. Reluctantly, she clears her throat and deliberately increases her footsteps. The next moment, Ming Zhao immediately scrambles out of Zhou Tingyun's embrace, covering her mouth as she rushes to sit on the sofa, creating a distance akin to a galaxy between them. Ming Zhang pretends not to see anything, casually inviting, quickly go wash your hands, come and help make dumplings. Oh, Ming Zhao quickly responds, hurrying toward the kitchen. Zhou Tingyun follows her inside, shutting the door behind them. The sound of running water fills the air. After washing her hands, she suddenly catches sight of the lipstick smudge on the corner of his lips. Blushing fiercely, she pulls out a tissue and gently tugs him down a bit to clean it thoroughly. Zhou Tingyun cooperates with her, lowering his gaze to watch her, casting a faint shadow under his lower eyelid, enhancing the depth of his features. Their eyes meet, and Ming Zhao feels a sudden lightheadedness. Gradually, the air thickens inexplicably, as if wrapped in a layer of syrup. Oxygen becomes scarce. Ming Zhao seriously suspects that Zhou Tingyun is a type of catnip designed just for her. On New Year's Eve, fireworks burst in the night sky at midnight. With the vigil completed, Ming Zhang, unable to match the stamina of the younger crowd, advises Zhou Tingyun to take good care of Ming Zhao before heading off to rest. Ming Zhao, slightly tipsy from the wine, leans against Zhou Tingyun's shoulder, singing along to the television. Unforgettable tonight, her face flushed with anticipation as she asks Zhou Tingyun for his evaluation. Is it good? The man smiles and pinches her chin, leaning down to kiss her for a while. Very good. He then asks, are you tired? Ming Zhao shakes her head, suddenly remembering something. Her eyes sparkle as she sits up. I want to go to your room. Her cheek presses tightly against his neck, her warm breath brushing against his skin, urging him, don't forget to bring the red envelope. Zhou Tingyun carries her upstairs, placing her on his bed before stepping out to fetch her red envelope. Ming Zhao, brimming with excitement, gets up to explore the room where Zhou Tingyun has lived since childhood. The walls are adorned not with his awards but with hers. On the desk, a frame displays her high school graduation photo. She opens the drawer, revealing an assortment of odd handmade creations. Many of them are so unfamiliar to Ming Zhao that she can only vaguely identify a haphazardly knitted scarf. There are also wish coupons and obedience vouchers. These random coupons were gifts she included with his presents on his birthday. Each time she gave them, she swore that as long as he presented these coupons, she would fulfill his wishes or absolutely obey him. Yet, evidently, she had never kept her promises. When Zhou Tingyun walks in, he finds Ming Zhao hastily stuffing familiar colorful hand-drawn notes back into the drawer. Wearing a guilty expression, he places her red envelope under the pillow and feigns ignorance, asking, what are you looking at? Ming Zhao burrows into his embrace, attempting to deflect. Nothing much. Fireworks continue to explode outside. Zhou Tingyun kisses her earlobe. Zhao Zhao, pick one. The girl's fingertips are flushed, radiating warmth as she trembles and fumbles. The childish handwriting on the note reads, obedience voucher. Using this voucher allows me to be obedient for 1 hour. He reads the words aloud, his tone ambiguous. Oh, so will the baby be obedient? Chapter 88. That is your aunt. The desk lamp emits a soft, warm glow, casting a hazy light on the simple black desk. Scattered across it are various stickers, many of which have faded, their edges slightly curling. Ming Zhao is indeed quite disobedient. If there were a competition for mischievous children, she would claim second place, as no one would dare claim the first. Whenever Zhou Tingyun sat at this desk to do his homework, she would invariably sit beside him, causing mischief. The homework received by their teachers was covered in pink Hello Kitty stickers or adorned with whimsical doodles, often accompanied by the erroneous answers followed by a haphazard brother scrawled in an awkward manner. Fortunately, the teachers, recognizing Zhou Tingyun's exceptional performance, chose to ignore these antics. Additionally, Zhou Tingyun's water cup was plastered with childish stickers, and his backpack sported cute charms. Among the boys sporting cool mechanical watches, his wrist was decorated with a flamboyant hair tie. If it weren't for the knowledge of his sister, the homeroom teacher might have suspected he was in a romantic relationship. Later, when Ming Zhao began school, she still sat at this very desk, listening to Zhou Tingyun explain her homework. Zhou Tingyun has always been a good teacher. He taught her to speak, to walk, to ride a bicycle, and all the subjects she struggled with a gentle yet firm demeanor. He would reward her when she answered correctly and lightly tap her palm when she made mistakes or tried to slack off. Be obedient, Zhao Zhao. At that moment, his gentle voice carried a hint of coldness, causing her heart to tremble. He patiently taught her to call him brother, to walk with trembling steps, and to ride a bike steadily. Then he would let go of her hand, allowing her to do it on her own. From the past to the present, he guided her through all of life's lessons hand in hand. The clock on the wall leisurely marked the passage of an hour. Ming Zhao was curled up in the man's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Zhou Tingyun once again adopted a gentle demeanor, his warm palm gliding softly along her back as he murmured soothing words, praising her for her commendable behavior, calling her a good student and a well-behaved child. Outside the window, the fireworks gradually faded into silence, yet Ming Zhao's tears continued to fall incessantly. How could such whimsical vouchers be used in such a context? Perverse, excessive, demonic. He had truly excelled at feigning composure in the past. She could not recall when she had fallen asleep, her mind a haze. When she awoke again, the sheets in her nightgown had been changed anew. Ming Zhao lay bundled in the comforter, her voice nasally as she complained of aches and discomfort. Zhou Tingyun sat down, pulling her, along with the blanket, into his embrace, after slipping on her inner garments. He dressed her in a sweater and fastened the buttons of her coat. The marks were left in inconspicuous places, requiring no deliberate concealment. Gazing into the mirror, she even skipped the lipstick. Ming Zhao lunged at him, playfully attempting to bite his neck. As for the remaining vouchers, you ought to dispose of them quickly. Zhou Tingyun wrapped his arms around her waist, questioning why the little one was so untrustworthy. Ming Zhao paid no heed to this, persistently pouting and coaxing. Regrettably, Zhou Tingyun was impervious to her charms. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ming Zhao, in a failed attempt to be endearing, reluctantly released his hand. Ming Zhang was seated in the living room, enjoying breakfast. She had not originally intended to visit the Zhou family for the new year, as thoughts of their complex and subtle past stirred an indescribable sense of reluctance within her. Nevertheless, she decided to accompany them. The car slowly pulled into the old residence. The old Zhou patriarch had recently been discharged from the hospital, today donning a spirited tang suit that made him appear quite sprightly. However, upon seeing Ming Zhang, his expression momentarily stiffened. The entanglements of grievances and affections, who was right and who was wrong, resembled a tangled ball of yarn impossible to unravel or escape. The throngs of relatives who came to pay their respects quickly drowned in a chorus of New Year greetings. Gifts were exchanged, auspicious words were spoken, and pleasantries were exchanged. As for the grandson who completely regarded himself as a member of the Ming family while visiting for New Year greetings, old Zhou had grown too weary to care. After all, he had audaciously prepared to announce that he was not of Zhou blood. What more could he say? Each one of them was like a romantic hero. Old Zhou recalled Zhou Jinji's request not to make things difficult for Ming Zhang, and his heart felt heavy. Turning his head, he noticed Zhou Tingyun's gaze upon that girl. Ming Zhao. Never mind. Ultimately, they should aim for a harmonious conclusion. The once quiet old residence became bustling during the spring festival. Before dinner, some engaged in conversation while others played mahjong. Ming Zhao's academic performance was average, yet she excelled in a variety of skills. Soon, she had won a substantial amount, overcome with the thrill of victory. Ming Zhao forgot one crucial detail. Her impressive skills were acquired during a high school art training session when she had sneaked out with classmates to learn how to play mahjong. In a fit of pride, she slapped the pink bills down before Zhou Tingyun, exclaiming, "Look, this is the empire I built for you." Isn't it impressive? Her fair cheeks pressed against the soft, fuzzy scarf, her triumphant demeanor reminiscent of a tail wagging high behind her adorable, yet equally infuriating. Zhou Tingyun replied in a nonchalant tone, "I had no idea you could play mahjong." Ming Zhao silently stuffed the money back into her pocket. Well, actually it was mommy who taught me." Just then Ming Zhang, passing by, patted her head and said, "Sweetheart, mommy doesn't know how to play mahjong." Ming Zhao's eyes widened, meeting Zhou Tingyun's gaze. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Noticing this, her great aunt promptly intervened, chiding Zhou Tingyun for being so serious during the festive season and not to scare the little girl. She played a card, speaking earnestly, "You see, it's because you always wear that cold Stern expression that you're nearly 30 and still haven't found a wife. Zhou Tingyun's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. At that moment, a child with a sugar-coated hawthorn skewer merrily ran over. And upon hearing this, his round, dark eyes filled with curiosity, the great aunt seized the opportunity to instruct the little one about being gentle with girls. The child quickly applied what he had learned. Suddenly wrapping his arms around Ming Zhao's leg, his chubby face earnest, "Pretty sister, I will be very gentle with you. Can I marry you?" His big, sparkling eyes were particularly endearing. Laughter erupted among the adults, filling the air with a cheerful atmosphere. The great aunt was particularly amused, lifting the little one and teasing, "Little rascal, you'd better ask your uncle if he agrees." Upon hearing this, the child immediately turned to Zhou Tingyun, his eyes brimming with expectation. "Uncle, is it okay?" Hearing the child's sweet voice calling him uncle, Ming Zhao struggled to maintain her composure, her lips pressed tightly together. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the child, calmly responding, "No, it's not allowed." Thus, the first love was swiftly extinguished, leaving the child feeling utterly aggrieved. His pouting lips could hang a bottle of oil, convinced that Zhou Tingyun was the ultimate villain who stood in the way of the prince and princess's union. This expression only elicited more laughter from the adults at the mahjong table. As the laughter echoed, old Zhou, noticing the commotion, approached out of curiosity to see what had transpired. Upon hearing the backstory, he too chuckled. He pinched the chubby face of the little one, exclaiming, "You're just a little turnip head, and you want to compete with your uncle for a wife? That's your little aunt." As soon as old Zhou's words fell, the atmosphere instantly fell silent, even taking on an eerie quality. "Little aunt? What little aunt?" The crowd paused for a moment, all rendered speechless. For a time, only the soft sounds of the mahjong table could be heard. The one most flustered was undoubtedly Ming Zhao. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, questioning whether she had misheard. Or perhaps she had misunderstood. Old Zhou could not possibly mean that. Her entire being felt as rigid as a plaster cast in the art room. Too afraid to think deeply, let alone glance at Ming Zhang's expression, she had never been this nervous. Even when Zhou Tingyun signed her physics exam paper, her heart racing like a handful of pop rocks. Zhou Tingyun, however, appeared far more composed than she. He grasped her chilled hand in his palm and took out a red envelope, handing it to the child. "Call her little aunt," he instructed. The child accepted the envelope and immediately changed his demeanor, cheerfully exclaiming, "Happy New Year, little aunt." At that moment, Ming Zhao was utterly stunned, her entire being frozen in disbelief. Forgetting to withdraw her hand, everyone was bewildered by Zhou Tingyun's calm demeanor, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. Yet, something felt distinctly amiss. Just then, a servant approached to inform them that dinner was ready, breaking the strange atmosphere. As Ming Zhao was led by Zhou Tingyun towards the dining room, her mind remained in a blank state. Who was she? Where was she? The sight of old Zhou cheerfully holding the little one and Ming Zhang appearing perfectly normal. Was she in an alternate reality? Instinctively, she leaned closer to Zhou Tingyun, as if only this could provide her with a sense of tangible security. The man slightly lowered his head, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Ming Zhao incredulously stared at him. He actually questioned her about what was wrong. Eagerly tugging at his sleeve, she whispered, "You need to come clean. Have you been secretly doing something behind my back?" At her words, Zhou Tingyun chuckled softly, squeezing her hand to reassure her that there was no need to be so anxious. There was no blood relation, and both families would likely not oppose it too vehemently. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao's eyes widened slightly, but her words were abruptly cut off as Zhou Tingyun lowered his gaze and asked, "What? Nothing at all." Ming Zhao bit her lip, nearly revealing her secret. The notion that she was not of Zhou blood was merely an excuse Zhou Tingyun had fabricated. How could old Zhou possibly believe that? Soon, her confusion reached its zenith. At the dinner table, old Zhou and Ming Madam exchanged pleasantries, casually affirming the existence of an engagement between them. In a world where family backgrounds were complex and convoluted, matters of blood relations, illegitimacy, and adopted children were not uncommon. Since they all spoke so, the others naturally concluded that this young girl likely had no connection to Zhou Jinji. After all, how could an engagement be arranged otherwise? Seated nearby, Zhou Qianan nearly choked upon hearing this. An engagement. He had been worried that his brother would lose to Lin Muqing, only to discover that he was the legitimate heir all along. Feeling utterly cheated, Zhou Tingyun's great aunt, after her initial astonishment, soon beamed with joy, her face aglow. "I wondered why Tingyun had yet to settle down at 30. It turns out he was waiting for this." She eagerly inquired, "When do you plan to get married?" The man paused for a moment before replying, "Zhao Zhao is still young. There is no rush." The great aunt exclaimed, "Oh well, if marriage isn't urgent, then an engagement can be arranged." How did things escalate to this point? Listening to the elders eagerly discussing engagement plans, Ming Zhao felt utterly disoriented. Her emotions were more bewildering than tackling the final math problem in high school. How could one even broach the topic of national affairs? As the date seemed poised to be set, she anxiously sought out Ming Zhang after the relatives had departed as night fell. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Upon seeing Ming Zhao's anxious yet hesitant demeanor, she inquired curiously. She opened her mouth. Mommy clearly knows, so while stammering, she finally managed to say, "We can't get married, right?" Why not?" Ming Zhang asked. Puzzled, does sweetheart not want to marry your brother? She struggled for a long while attempting to articulate her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhang asked, what about the document that Tingyun took? Ming Zhao blinked in surprise. I burned it. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhang raised an eyebrow. At that time, the truth was not revealed to Zhou Tingyun. Instead, a document was handed to him, merely to observe the choice he would make. Naturally, as a mother, her greatest wish was for her daughter to find happiness. She was aware of Zhou Tingyun's character, yet her worries lingered that he might let Ming Zhao suffer due to the affairs of the previous generation. Moreover, it is often through the trials of love that relationships grow more enduring and resolute. Ming Zhang was indeed a master at understanding people's hearts, whether it was taking Ming Zhao away or deliberately shutting down the signal tower to prevent contact between them. Or even that final document, it was all a means to instill in Zhou Tingyun a sense of anxiety and emotional turmoil. However, upon witnessing the current outcome, she realized that even without her intervention, Zhou Tingyun would eventually arrive. At this juncture, her actions merely expedited the process. He could either remain timid and retreat, or muster the courage to embrace joy ruffling her daughter's hair. She smiled and said, my dear, it seems you have indeed acquired that third option you desired, namely to hold on steadfastly despite the thorny path ahead. Chapter 90, Fool in the Room. A floor lamp emitted a soft glow. Zhou Tingyun pushed the door open to find Ming Zhao sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. A tuft of unkempt hair stood atop her head, and her round, expressive eyes were now vacant. He approached her, smoothing down her tousled hair, his voice laced with amusement. What are you pondering so seriously? The gentle scent of wood lingered in the air, wrapping around her in a comforting embrace. Ming Zhao grasped his wrist, pulling him down, her lips pressed tightly together as she climbed onto him. His large hand steadied her waist as Zhou Tingyun embraced her, sitting her sideways on his lap. The motion fluid and natural. He planted a kiss on her nose and softly inquired, what troubles you, my baby? Nestled in Zhou Tingyun's arms, Ming Zhao remained silent. Throughout her life, she had lacked maternal and paternal love. In her heart, apart from the arduous journey of being born from Ms. Ming, the person she cherished most was Zhou Tingyun. She had once felt perplexed as to why her feelings for her father were so indifferent. Until today, when she learned that she shared no blood relation with Zhou Jingji. Thus, did such natural attraction among kin truly exist? Her face fell as if made of bitter melon. Zhou Tingyun playfully pinched her cheek. Jesting, are you so reluctant to marry me? What does that have to do with anything? She playfully bumped her head against his, vexed. Of course not. In his perspective, he knew they could not. Would those words might deceive others. But could they fool the Civil Affairs Bureau? After swatting his hand away in irritation, she suddenly hatched a mischievous idea. With a twinkle in her eye, she looked up at him earnestly. How about we go get our marriage certificate tomorrow? Her eyes sparkled, the corners slightly uplifted, exuding a charming innocence. The man's expression froze. Now he had fallen into her trap. With a feigned pout, he said, Zhou Tingyun, you actually hesitated. You clearly don't want to. Zhou Tingyun tightened his embrace around her arm, preventing her from fleeing in a moment of anger. Zhao Zhao, I didn't mean that. He confined her within his arms, lowering his head to kiss her soft, pale cheek. Aren't we leaving Beicheng soon? Let us just get married abroad, shall we? His warm breath brushed against her neck, his deep, melodious voice coaxing her, sending tingles down her spine. Ming Zhao's ears flushed slightly, her wrist growing weak. She pressed her lips together, allowing a few playful protests to escape, intentionally making things difficult. We could just get the certificate here and then leave. My baby, he intertwined their fingers. The flight has already been scheduled for the day after tomorrow. She had completely forgotten that the Civil Affairs Bureau would be closed during the Spring Festival. Alright, Ming Zhao puffed her cheeks, leaning against him. She couldn't keep still for long, reaching out to lightly poke at his Adam's apple, playfully prodding. Growing weary, she slipped her hand into his clothing to trace the tattoo of his bite mark. Zhou Tingyun captured her fingertips. Be good, there are no precautions here. Ming Zhao blinked slowly, nuzzling against his ear like a kitten. Her warm breath brushed against him, and she teasingly whispered something. Zhou Tingyun's brow twitched as he was once again provoked by her boldness. Suppressing the impulse to swat her, he coldly grasped her wrist, ready to remove her from his lap. Yet, Ming Zhao remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, stubbornly refusing to cooperate, her hands mischievously unbuttoning his shirt. Zhou Tingyun's eyes simmered with suppressed fire as he restrained her movements. Ming Zhao, what on earth were you doing in biology class? Caught off guard by his sudden sternness, Ming Zhao blinked, quickly adopting a pitiful expression. What's wrong? She appeared entirely ignorant, unafraid. What's wrong? He closed his eyes, suppressing his angers, grasping her chin. He lifted her face, his calm tone betraying a tempest beneath. Ming Zhao, do you understand what you're saying? Who told you that it's safe outside? What if you become pregnant? What do you plan to do then? Zhou Tingyun, who rarely lost his temper with Ming Zhao, found himself incensed by her lack of foresight. His warm palm glided down to her lower abdomen, pressing down with a voice colder than ice. How old are you now? You can't even take care of yourself, and you're thinking about having a baby? Ming Zhao was taken aback by his words. At just 21 years of age, she had over the years struggled to care for even the simplest of things, let alone a pet. She couldn't even keep a cactus alive. ultimately leaving it for Zhou Tingyun to handle. How could she possibly be prepared for such a responsibility, reflecting on previous instances, perhaps due to her dependence on Zhou Tingyun to manage everything? She had never considered these matters, let alone whether precautions were taken. Noticing her pallor, Zhou Tingyun instantly regretted his harsh tone, his expression softened, and he gently embraced her. "I'm sorry, Zhao Zhao, his words faltered. Just then, she looked up in confusion. Upon meeting his inscrutable gaze, Ming Zhao suddenly understood the deeper reason behind his seriousness. Biting her lip, she felt an unexpected urge to laugh, burying her face against his chest. She savored the warmth of Zhou Tingyun and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. After a moment, she finally spoke in a muffled voice, "I think it would be better if you cancelled the flight." Zhou Tingyun hadn't quite followed her erratic train of thought when he heard her mutter softly, "Just burn the document without reading it, silly brother." Chapter 91. Dapper. Listening to Ming Zhao shake her head and spill everything, Zhou Tingyun couldn't help but press his fingers against his forehead, momentarily speechless. Although the matter was no longer of consequence, the instant the truth surfaced, it still felt somewhat absurd. After a long silence, he asked her, "When did you find out?" "What do you mean?" Ming Zhao grinned like a sly fox, leaning closer to him. "Mommy told me about the document today, but as for you deceiving me..." Zhou Tingyun listened intently as she recounted how she had successfully activated the signal jammer and how she had tricked him. As she spoke, his gaze darkened. It was only when she deliberately called him a pervert, claiming he didn't spare even his own sister, that Zhou Tingyun finally reacted. His hand found her lower back. Applying gentle pressure, the girl was effectively pinned on him, her legs straddling his, pressed against the cool fabric that sent shivers down her spine. "And what about you?" His palm slowly rose, resting on the nape of her neck. His fingertips grazing the protruding bone, rhythmically stroking. The delicate sensation felt like an electric current coursing through her, causing the fine hairs on her skin to stand on end as her breath grew shallow. "Playing dumb on purpose, provoking me, knowing full well you shouldn't be rolling around in bed with me." Zhou Tingyun had never anticipated that all his forbidden, unspeakable thoughts had been laid bare before her. Yet she did not seem disgusted. Instead, she embraced them wholly. The remnants of her rationality teetered on the edge. "Silly pervert, have you enjoyed yourself these past few days?" Meeting his smiling gaze, Ming Zhao felt a tightening in her chest. She was all too familiar with that look. With her fate precariously held in his hands, she knew she was at fault, feeling both timid and soft. You said there were no precautions here." "Yes, I did." Soon, the only sounds exchanged were the soft gasps for air between fervent kisses, their bodies intertwining. Zhou Tingyun's fingers were long and well-defined, his cool lips warming against hers amidst the sounds of muffled whimpers. He sighed softly, "My baby, why are you so obedient?" The next day, Ming Zhao found herself positioned 3 Zhou Qianan and Zhou Siyu away from Zhou Tingyun. The once clingy little girl had seemingly transformed, causing Zhou Lao to frown at the man. "What's wrong with you? As soon as you mentioned engagement, you started bullying her." Zhou Tingyun sat on the sofa, impeccably dressed, his expression unchanging. "I'm just here to serve her." Ming Zhao's face flushed a deep crimson. Unable to hold back her glare, she quickly averted her gaze upon encountering his prominent nose, as if burned, memories of their chaotic moments flooding her mind. She felt as though she might combust. Biting her lip in frustration, she began furiously typing on her phone, cursing him. "So composed and restrained, it's all such an act, bringing up my childhood hobbies of playing horsey and mocking me for crying too much. Laughing about how I once wet the bed up to his neck, just the same now. What a hypocritical old man." She regretted sitting too far away, unable to step on Zhou Tingyun's shoes. Meanwhile, during their idle chatter, Zhou Lao expressed a desire for the couple to reside in the Zhou family home after their marriage, only to be met with Ming Zheng's opposition. The woman spoke coolly. "It's not as if we can't afford to buy another house. Why squeeze together, Zhou Lao?" He turned to Zhou Tingyun, subtly implying, "What do you think?" Zhou Tingyun shifted his gaze from his phone screen and replied, "Zhao Zhao prefers a bit more freedom." Zhou Lao, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks and glared, "This brat, you've really gone off the deep end." Meanwhile, Zhou Tingyun's phone continued to buzz with a flurry of accusations. "What a perversion, a beast, morally corrupt." It's just these few phrases repeated over and over again, along with the utterly harmless and adorable emojis, equally cute and clawing like the person herself, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. Chapter 92. Meal Replacement. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Ming Zhao was still fuming. He grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace, soothingly apologizing as he ran his fingers through her hair. After a long pause, Ming Zhao awkwardly spoke up, clarifying that it wasn't about that. "Then what is it about?" The man gently stroked her hair. Frustrated, she retorted, "You always mock me. I don't want to talk to you." Ming Zhao cherished her beauty and valued her pride. Having always been a pampered young lady, accustomed to getting whatever she desired, she suddenly found herself falling for Zhou Tingyun, the one who knew everything about her. Who would enjoy being reminded of their past embarrassing moments by their boyfriend, especially at such times? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Zhou Tingyun couldn't help but chuckle. "I am not mocking you, clearly you are. I merely find your reactions adorable and beautiful." Zhou Tingyun recognized his misstep and promptly mended her fragile pride, insisting he wasn't mocking her. Words like adorable and beautiful so frequently uttered in special circumstances, had long lost their original significance. Unable to bear it any longer, Ming Zhao flushed and commanded him to cease. Fine, I won't say anything. He acquiesced, chuckling softly. Don't be angry. Soon enough, the news about Zhou Tingyun's old house catching fire spread rapidly. This was primarily due to his long-dormant social media presence, which astonishingly featured a photo of a girl as silhouette. With many comments inquiring about the situation, he responded to each, confirming she was his fiancée. Coincidentally, after the new year, the high school organized a reunion, and the group chat erupted, strongly insisting he bring a +1. Even their retired homeroom teacher, Zhang Huali, specifically requested his attendance. Ming Zhao had just returned from Paris with Lin Jiwei, where they had attended a fashion show, while applying a face mask in their hotel. She received a message from Zhou Tingyun, asking if she wanted to attend the reunion. Zhang Huali was not only Zhou Tingyun's homeroom teacher but also Ming Zhao's. Yes, go, it's a perfect chance to visit old Zhang. Quickly, she attached a cute emoji of a little yellow duck knocking on a door, writing, "What are you doing?" Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the night was thick with darkness, and the office was eerily quiet. Ever since the holiday ended, Ming Zhao had become less clingy, either going out to play or on her way to enjoy herself. Zhou Tingyun replied that he was working late and asked when she would return home. Ming Zhao lay on her bed, unable to hide her smile as she swung her legs playfully. "If you miss me, just say so." Zhou Tingyun responded promptly, "Yes, I miss you." She rolled over. Her face flushed. Lin Jiwei cast a disdainful glance her way and suddenly recalled something, speaking leisurely. "Miss Ming, do you still remember Gui Mu?" Ming Zhao continued typing without looking up. "What about him?" A friendly reminder. "I assume someone hasn't realized you're indulging in a bit of substitute literature?" Her hands froze, and Ming Zhao's expression stiffened momentarily. "Don't say such nonsense. I don't understand what you mean by substitute literature." She was stubborn, her pride refusing to bend. Lin Jiwei smiled. "Your brother is currently oblivious. Who knows when he'll discover it?" Ming Zhao instantly lost her interest in continuing the conversation, her legs stilled. Her tone tinged with guilt. "How do you know?" At that time, He had appeared somewhat youthful, hardly more than a young boy. Although there were slight resemblances, it was challenging to connect him with Zhou Tingyun. "I have eyes." Ming Zhao still clung to a sliver of hope, saying, "Perhaps only you think there is a resemblance." Lin Jiwei elongated her tone. "Continue to comfort yourself, but I advise you to come clean." Yet, Ming Zhao clearly lacked the courage to confess. Thus, upon returning home, she brought Zhou Tingyun a plethora of gifts. Observing the array of colorful bags and boxes, the suddenly doted upon man appeared contemplative. The last time Ming Zhao had been so attentive was when she had punctured a disliked classmate's bicycle tire, prompting a call to her parents. "What have you done this time?" Direct hit. Ming Zhao's inner self felt as if it had bled out. "Well, that not anything bad, really, just had my brother substitute for me." Chapter 93, A Breach of Company Policy. The gifts were numerous: shirts, ties, watches, belts. Everything imaginable. Upon seeing her name engraved on the belt, Zhou Tingyun tenderly brushed his fingertip over it, chuckling. "Celia, Celia," the word rolled off his tongue, imbued with an ambiguous allure. A shiver crept down her neck. Ming Zhao suddenly recalled the origin of this name. It was in elementary school during English class when the teacher had asked everyone to choose an English name. At that time, she was infatuated with the queen from Magic Fairy Castle and had insisted Zhou Tingyun come up with a name that was graceful, mysterious, and noble like a fairy. Zhou Tingyun had found it amusing to look at Ming Zhao, who bore no resemblance to a goddess, yet still obliged her request. Celia, derived from Latin, connoted heaven, divinity, and sanctity. Upon learning its meaning, Ming Zhao was delighted and adopted it. To this day, however, it had become evident that she had not grown into the poised and noble queen of Magic Fairy Castle. Zhou Tingyun evidently remembered this as well. His gaze dimmed slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the elegant script of her name. The name was a unique imprint, a realm where she completely belonged to herself. Ming Zhao felt a growing warmth at the nape of her neck, as if his fingertips were resting on her skin, radiating heat. Unaware of the danger, she approached Zhou Tingyun, her pretty face adorned with a sweet smile. "Brother, let me help you put it on." At her words, Zhou Tingyun turned his gaze toward Ming Zhao. She was the playful one, yet it was also she who would soon be whining and claiming fatigue. Despite her small appetite, she was restless. Still, he indulged her game, his voice steady and calm. "You've worked hard, Celia." She leaned closer, deliberately adopting a coy tone. "Not at all, Mr. Zhou. It's my duty." Saying this, her hand naturally entwined with his. The girl's round, slightly upturned eyes glistened, her lashes forming delicate arcs, and a faint blush graced her cheeks, carrying a soft, fragrant allure. After a moment, Miss Secretary Zhou Tingyun grasped her wrist. "The belt is here." Her hand reluctantly withdrew from his abdomen, pretending to apologize in a delicate tone. She added, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Yet, her fingertips intentionally grazed his hand. "Quite the variety of tricks you have." Zhou Tingyun remarked mildly, "But work requires focus." "Celia," she blinked innocently, slowly extracting her hand, "is this also part of my job, helping my boss like this?" Her expression was as innocent as a freshly transformed white-furred fox. Not just that, he replied, there is much more you need to do, for instance, using kisses to help your boss with his cravings. His tone was light, as if genuinely discussing her responsibilities. Ming Zhao felt her ears grow warm from such an insinuation. The heat spreading rapidly, leaving her cheeks flushed. What kind of respectable boss would say such things? Maintaining her facade, she leaned in to kiss him, yet teasingly kept a semblance of distance, playfully exclaiming, "Oh dear. Mr. Zhou, this doesn't seem appropriate. Isn't this a bit of a hidden rule?" As her words lingered, a low chuckle reached her ears. We've been at this for so long, don't you think it's a bit late to bring that up? He gently grasped the nape of her neck, effortlessly deepening the kiss. Ming Zhao rushed home to take a shower, a few damp strands of hair sticking to her face, her entire being enveloped in a fragrant softness. Radiating warmth, clad in a silk nightgown, she wore a beautiful robe over it, which gradually loosened. As he kissed her, he lifted her and settled her on his lap. The length of her inner dress barely reached 2/3 of her thighs, now revealing a deliberately designed slit. Zhou Tingyun cast a glance, his fingers lightly grazing her chin. "Miss Secretary, while I adore you, dressing like this in the office breaches company policy." Chapter 94, Morning Grumpiness. His deep voice carried a teasing note, exuding a frivolous demeanor. Ming Zhao would not allow Zhou Tingyun to outshine her in performance. The air still carried a faint woody fragrance, reminiscent of a cabin in a snow-laden forest, where the warmth of the fireplace had just faded, leaving the air dry and cozy. She couldn't resist snuggling closer, tightening her grip on Zhou Tingyun's hand, guiding it to the slit. Then leaning toward his ear, "Isn't it alright if it's just for you, Mr. Zhou?" Her soft breath tickled his neck, the corners of the man's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly slid his hand inside, lowering his head to kiss her earlobe. "It's fine, come to my room tonight." Ming Zhao flushed crimson, pushing against his shoulder. Let us stop." In truth, referring to him as Mr. Zhou carried a subtle nuance. Back before Zhou Tingyun returned to the Zhou family, when he held the title of CEO of Mingyue Group, she often playfully called him that. "Mr. Zhou, I want some water." "Mr. Zhou, I want potato chips, the tomato-flavored ones." "Mr. Zhou, please, this bag is so beautiful, I really want it." However, the innocence of their previous games stood in stark contrast to their current situation. He showed no signs of guilt, unwilling to continue the playful banter. She hurriedly attempted to dismount him, yet once the game commenced, it wasn't as simple as her declaring it over. Zhou Tingyun held her leg in place, smirking as he assessed her. "Celia, your ability to handle work pressure needs improvement." Ming Zhao's eyes widened, clearly in disagreement. Raising her voice, she insisted, "You're the one who is being a beast, taking advantage of your poor secretary. This job is utterly unprofessional." The man raised an eyebrow, his hand gently squeezing her thigh, his demeanor still composed. "You're right," she had more to say, but was gently interrupted. "All right, this poor little secretary," he remarked, his fingertips brushing against the mole on her skin. "It is time for you to fulfill your duties." The room was illuminated only by a small lamp. The leather belt was finally secured around her waist. The following morning, Zhou Tingyun emerged from the washroom. In the blink of an eye, the girl who had been peacefully sleeping in bed had already kicked off the covers. She lay on her side, her delicate cheeks forming the familiar curve reminiscent of a well-loved cartoon character. Her legs casually draped over the edge. Retrieving his gaze from the faint red marks, he stepped forward and gently grasped her elegantly proportioned calf, lifting it slightly to extract the blanket trapped beneath. After tucking her in again, he slipped his arm under the covers. Just as he was about to leave, Ming Zhao unexpectedly turned over, instinctively wrapping her hand around his, her cheek pressing affectionately against him. Her soft breath brushed lightly against his wrist, synchronizing with the rhythm of his pulse, melting his heart. Zhou Tingyun was, in fact, a man with a strong sense of time, meticulous and disciplined, every minute of his day meticulously organized. He had high expectations of others, but even more stringent ones for himself. Yet, when faced with Ming Zhao, all principles were cast aside. He gazed at her for a while, then returned to sit on the edge of the bed, gently stroking her back to lull her back to sleep. Only when her furrowed brow began to relax and the hand that had been gripping him loosened did he feel at ease to depart. As he worked toward midday, Zhou Tingyun, mindful of time, called Ming Zhao via video. On the third ring, he was met with a groggy complaint, her voice laced with irritation as she scolded him for being bothersome. On the screen, she lay sprawled on her pillow, her brows knitted tightly, her hair tousled from sleep. Zhou Tingyun was accustomed to this and coaxed her to rise for a meal. "Zhao, it's unhealthy to let your stomach go empty for too long." As soon as she moved, her back and legs ached, and she couldn't help but vent her frustration. Words slipped out before she could think. "It's all your fault. I told you I was full. And yet you..." Her words abruptly ceased as Zhou Tingyun watched as her ears flushed crimson on the screen, followed by the immediate disconnection. His expression froze momentarily, the darkened screen reflecting his face, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. After a brief silence, he swallowed hard, lifting a hand to loosen his tie slightly. Meanwhile, Ming Zhao had fully awakened, covering her face in embarrassment. What had she just said? A message from Zhou Tingyun pinged in, urging her to come downstairs for a meal. As if nothing had transpired, mortified, Ming Zhao replied with a simple "Oh," taking a moment to gather herself before descending like a lost soul upon seeing Ms. Ming, who had just returned from a business trip, seated at the dining table, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Mommy Ming Zhang served a bowl of soup. Placing it in front of her, "Are you going to the class reunion with Tingyun tomorrow?" Ming Zhao nodded obediently. After a moment of silence, Ming Zhang asked, "Sweetheart, do you blame your mother?" Meeting Ming Zhao's puzzled gaze, she paused before continuing. For the absence of a father, Ming Zhang had initially chosen to give birth to Ming Zhao against societal expectations and had not intended to reveal the truth about her origins. Considering both the societal gaze and her daughter's feelings, yet, upon seeing that silent, stern figure, she felt a wave of compassion. Ming Zhao lifted her head, having finished a bowl of hot soup, her cheeks now flushed. "But I have an older brother." Ming Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. "You, my dear." After the meal, Ming Zhao tugged at Ms. Ming, playfully requesting her assistance in choosing an outfit. Ming Zhang was somewhat puzzled. "Darling, you usually look beautiful just as you are." She had always embodied the style of a pampered young lady, exuding a delicate, doll-like elegance. What had prompted this sudden whim? Ming Zhao raised her chin. "This way, I won't appear older than he is." Upon hearing this, Ming Zhang playfully pinched her cheek. "You just want to tease your brother." Chapter 95. No kissing today on the day of the class reunion. Ming Zhao donned a creamy white cape-style cashmere coat, paired with a meticulously tailored woolen skirt, exuding an air of elegance and grace, every strand of hair seemingly emanating a refined fragrance. After admiring herself in the mirror, she rushed to Zhou Tingyun, praising her own beauty. "You must be so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend." Zhou Tingyun smiled, correcting her, "It's a beautiful fiancé." She was quite pleased with his response, her smile radiating even brighter. As they made their way downstairs, just as Ming Zhao was about to take Zhou Tingyun's hand, her gaze caught Ms. Ming. Even now, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if she were engaging in a clandestine romance under her mother's watchful eye, and hesitated to withdraw her hand. In the next moment, her hand was enveloped in his warm grasp. Zhou Tingyun naturally addressed Ms. Ming, "Mom, we'll be leaving now." The woman's gaze flickered over their intertwined fingers, her smile slightly stiffening. Suppressing her discomfort, she replied with a soft Meanwhile, Ming Zhao felt her cheeks inexplicably heat up. She endeavored to adapt to the naturalness of their relationship, adding, "Bye, Mommy." However, as they stepped outside, they nearly stumbled in unison. Upon reaching the garage, as soon as they got into the car, Ming Zhao slumped against the seat like a lazy fish, while she always appeared poised when standing, once seated or lying down. She turned into a soft, sprawled figure. Zhou Tingyun glanced at her, reminding, "Buckle your seatbelt." Once out of Ms. Ming's sight, the young lady regained her confidence, asserting herself. "Can you help me?" Seeing his silence, she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Tugging at his shirt, Zhou Tingyun, exasperated, leaned forward, gently and meticulously fastening her seatbelt. Just as he was about to pull away, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek. He chuckled. "Is it only the officials who are allowed to set fire while the common folk are forbidden to light a lamp?" Just before they left, someone had sternly cautioned him against kissing today, claiming makeup could easily smudge. The girl leaned closer, pouting, "You can kiss me lightly." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun dutifully gripped her chin, politely thanking her before leaning in for a kiss. He kissed her with exquisite gentleness, softly nibbling on her lower lip and the tip of her tongue, careful not to disturb her makeup. Ming Zhao, fearful of smudging her cosmetics, remained still, allowing him to kiss her deeply. Gently encouraging her to part her lips, she complied. As he playfully squeezed her hand, he whispered near her lips, "Tongue, baby." She obediently extended her tongue to meet his. While being teased, she mumbled, "You can't be angry after kissing." "Okay, I was just a little unaccustomed." Zhou Tingyun barely restrained himself, determined to maintain his composure, resisting the urge to get carried away in the car. After a prolonged kiss, he released her, his gaze dark and intense. Raising a hand to smooth her slightly disheveled hair, meeting her glistening, beautiful, dazed eyes, his voice softened with a hint of helplessness. "Baby, if you keep looking at me like that, we might miss the reunion." Immediately, Ming Zhao raised her hand to cover his eyes. No peeking, she held a grudge, eager to flaunt in front of the person who had deliberately made her cry. Zhou Tingyun found her reaction utterly adorable. Chuckling softly, his lips bore the remnants of her lipstick, a striking mark on his otherwise handsome face, giving him a slightly roguish appearance. As Ming Zhao's cheeks flushed deeper, she hurriedly retrieved a wet wipe to clean his face thoroughly. Moments later, the car finally started. Inside the top-floor banquet hall, old classmates were engaged in lively conversations. Do you think the class monitor's fiancé must be extraordinary enough to soften that stone-cold heart? One remarked. My daughter is already in the first grade. Lu Tianchuan craned his neck toward the entrance, his curiosity piqued. Li Zikai responded, "Who knows? Oh, speaking of daughters, do you remember that spoiled little brat? She was practically like having a daughter. I jokingly teased her once and got scolded for it." Lu Tianchuan recalled the incident. "Wasn't it your big mouth that was the truth?" Li Zikai retorted. "Look at him now, married and able to support a family." Meanwhile, sitting nearby, Qin Tangyue listened to their speculations with a calm expression. Chapter 96, Old Bull and Young Grass. As the waiter pushed open the door, Li Zikai was still shaking his head in jest. Wondering how that little brat was faring now, whether she still threw tantrums, the ornate chandelier above cast a dazzling array of lights onto the floor, creating bright patches of color. As the commotion grew, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Momentarily stunned, Ming Zhao's beauty was undeniably objective, with a delicate face no larger than a palm. Her features were exquisite and striking, her soft curls cascading over her shoulders, shimmering like satin, truly the epitome of a refined young lady, like a gracefully blooming tulip. Even from a distance, one could almost catch a whiff of her elegant fragrance. Just moments ago, they had been debating who could possibly win Zhou Tingyun's heart. And now their eyes widened in awe, captivated by her stunning presence. Despite their contrasting appearances, the two stood together in an oddly harmonious pairing. The sense of stark difference felt strangely familiar, as if they had encountered it before. Years had passed since that spring outing, and even if they felt a vague recognition of the girl, recalling her was a challenge. Thus, they quickly dismissed any lingering doubts, erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Look at the class monitor. It seems the iron tree has finally blossomed. Does your sister have any friends? Can you introduce me? In the midst of their banter, Li Zikai gradually sensed something amiss. Initially entranced by Ming Zhao's beauty, the more he observed her, the more her features began to mirror those of the little brat he remembered. The girl he had once made cry was now etched in his memory. His heart raced, and he could hardly believe it, shouting in disbelief, "You brought your wife, but why did you bring your sister?" His loud voice cut through the revelry like a thunderclap in a noisy storm, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd, as if time had momentarily halted. "A sister? What sister? Which sister?" Confusion, disbelief, and astonished glances flickered between the two. Zhou Tingyun remained remarkably composed, introducing her. "This is Ming Zhao, my fiancée." As the last words faded away, the atmosphere in the room became as silent as if everyone's mouths had been sealed with a layer of wax. They were certainly not oblivious to Ming Zhao, the pastel sticky notes in the academic prodigy's notebook, the bite marks that often appeared on her thumb, and the incessant mention of my sister in 9 out of 10 sentences, alongside the charming little dumpling she was during the spring outing. It was utterly shocking, truly, it was beyond comprehension. No one could have possibly anticipated that Zhou Tingyun's fiancée would be. Was this not akin to an old bull grazing on tender grass? Or rather, nurturing the tender grass from childhood. Zhou Tingyun had grown accustomed to the various predatory gazes directed at him, calmly leading Ming Zhao to her seat. Li Zikai stared at the pair, unable to contain himself any longer. "Class monitor," he stuttered, you can't just target Xiao Zhao because you can't find a girlfriend." Lu Tianchuan discreetly kicked him, lowering his voice. "Can you keep that mouth of yours shut? What do you mean by not being able to find a girlfriend? That's just a jest, yet you take it seriously. It's obvious she has been a long-term investment." He chuckled awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. "Hey, why hasn't old Zhang arrived yet?" He strained to peer towards the door, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Tension gripped her fingertips as Ming Zhao subtly directed her gaze at Zhou Tingyun, trying to glean his emotional response from his expression. The man appeared calm and composed, his dark eyes betraying no hint of turbulence. Perhaps sensing her gaze, he slightly turned his head, causing a gentle ripple across the tranquil surface of a lake, a soft smile forming at the corner of his lips. "What's wrong?" His voice was deep and soothing. Ming Zhao pressed her lips into a straight line. "It's nothing." She merely felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, akin to a sponge saturated with water, weighing heavily on her chest. It was a result she had strongly pursued, yet it forced Zhou Tingyun to endure whispers and scrutiny. To outsiders, the eldest son of the Zhou family, known for his composure and propriety, was now burdened with various insinuations because of her. Chapter 97, Who can keep her in check? The homeroom teacher, Zheng Huali, arrived a bit late. Today, he was dressed formally, in a well-tailored dark suit, and for once, he wore a tie, which immediately elicited cheers from the students. "Looking sharp, old Zhang, truly the epitome of talent and looks," someone chimed in, teasingly adding in a high-pitched voice. "Old Zhang, I think I'm falling for you." Zheng Huali chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, you little rascals, you're approaching 30 yet still so immature. You ought to learn a thing or two from your class monitor." After taking his seat, his gaze fell upon the girl beside Zhou Tingyun, and he paused momentarily. Quickly recovering, he laughed. "Ming Zhao, you're still the same as before, always following Tingyun wherever he goes." When he taught Zhou Tingyun, the boy was often asking for leave or skipping evening study sessions to care for the younger sibling at home. When he taught Ming Zhao, she too would frequently cut classes to secretly visit Zhou Tingyun at the university. They were like conjoined twins. Time truly flies. Now Zhou Tingyun was about to start a family. Zheng Huali felt a twinge of nostalgia, suddenly recalling something. He looked around. "Tingyun, where's your fiancée? Didn't you say you wanted the teacher to meet her?" Before Zhou Tingyun could respond, Ming Zhao cheerfully interjected, "Teacher Zhang, that's me." Seeing her blink innocently, Zheng Huali momentarily found himself at a loss for words, bewildered. "What?" Zhou Tingyun introduced, "Teacher Zhang, this is my fiancée." Ming Zhao, fiancée, Ming Zhao. Zheng Huali struggled to digest this information. Was this still in Chinese? At the dinner table, Lu Tianchuan couldn't help but mock Li Zikai, lowering his voice. "Congratulations, you've finally gotten what you wished for." Just asking, are you embarrassed? Li Zikai scoffed, flustered and angry. Just shut up. Who could have imagined that Zhou Tingyun could be this outrageous? Zhang Huali hesitated for a moment, patting Zhou Tingyun on the shoulder. Cautiously inquiring, do your families approve? Zhou Tingyun chuckled lightly. Our families have been friends for generations. We were betrothed as children. So it was a childhood engagement. Zhang Huali nodded, finding it much more reasonable. He relaxed, poured himself a cup of tea, and remarked, to be honest, thinking it over, you really are a good match for Ming Zhao. He then cast a knowing glance at Ming Zhao. Otherwise, who in Beijing could possibly keep her in check? Zhang Huali reminisced about how they had both become frequent visitors to the office, each time something went awry, with Zhou Tingyun standing by her side as her guardian, listening to the various scoldings. In his view, Zhou Tingyun's reprimands and punishments were quite lenient, except for the instance when there were suspicions of her having a crush, when his expression turned stern and his tone harsh. Otherwise, he treated her like a cherished ancestor, yet, the rebellious teenage girl would quickly dissolve into tears, crying and cursing, utterly unmanageable. In the end, it was Zhou Tingyun who bowed his head, bestowing a plethora of jewelry and bags, effectively transforming the criticism into rewards. Ming Zhao, unconvinced and refusing to admit it, retorted, Teacher Zhang, you just enjoy exaggerating. As if it made her seem overly dramatic, which she was not. As Zhou Tingyun observed her indignant cheeks, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. Zhao, Teacher Zhang teaches language arts. It's natural he employs some rhetorical techniques. Zhang Huali, truly a commendable student, speaking up for him. Is this how they conspire against the homeroom teacher? After the meal, everyone moved to another large private room. This space was equipped with a cinema, billiard room, and various other entertainment facilities. The bar counter displayed an array of exquisite bottles and glasses, emitting a subtle sheen, while the cabinet behind it showcased an impressive collection of fine liquors. Ming Zhao, prohibited from drinking, could only idly poke at the fruit platter, after casually playing for a while in the private room. She stood up to head to the restroom. Upon turning on the tap, the sound of rushing water drowned out the gossiping voices. I thought the class monitor liked someone like Tang Yut. I never expected this. Yeah, I remember they were quite close in high school. I thought they made a perfect pair. Chapter 98. Both amused and annoyed. It was at this moment that Ming Zhao realized something crucial. Because Zhou Tingyun had always kept a tight rein on her, warning her against early romantic entanglements, she naturally assumed that, being her role model, Zhou Tingyun would adhere to the same principle. After all, why would he impose such restrictions on her otherwise? However, the issue arose. When Zhou Tingyun was in high school, she was merely in elementary school, preoccupied with eating and playing, blissfully ignorant of everything, let alone his romantic affairs. Wiping her hands dry with a tissue, her brows unconsciously knitted together. A sudden thought crossed her mind. What if he had secretly been in a relationship and discarded the love letters from others? The mere possibility of such a scenario infuriated Ming Zhao, prompting her to hurl the tissue into the trash bin within the private room. Congratulations, you finally achieved your heart's desire, Jean Tangyue remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. How did you manage that? Teach me your ways. She had thought that given his personality, he would likely take ages to accomplish this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun chuckled, explaining that it was a case of forceful acquisition, lacking any reference value. Jean Tangyue raised an eyebrow. Forceful acquisition? It's more like a meteor colliding with Earth tomorrow, dismissing his comment as a joke. She replied, come on, would you really go that far? The idea of breaking through social barriers was already a considerable challenge for him. How could he possibly resort to coercing a young girl? Zhou Tingyun remained silent, reminiscing about those days on the island when Ming Zhao had weakly scolded him, a gentle smile unconsciously forming on his lips. That was the first time he had heard such words. Yet they felt fitting. The night view of Beicheng was stunning, the lights sparkling brightly, resembling ice cubes swirling in amber liquid gradually melting into clarity. What stood out were the couples engaged in lively conversation by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Suddenly, a similar scene flashed through Ming Zhao's mind. The wind brushed against the terrace, lifting her hair, overlapping with the present moment. She certainly wouldn't, nor did she wish to doubt anything, yet, the tenderness in Zhou Tingyun's gaze was all too familiar, having been directed at her countless times. Thus, it was difficult not to pay attention to the whispers she had overheard in the restroom, challenging her to ponder whether Zhou Tingyun had harbored feelings for Jean Tangyue during his school days. Ming Zhao struggled to recall her elementary school memories, hoping to find a clue, but all she could conjure were images of her various indulgences in food and play, unable to recall anything else. The strike of amnesia in her memory palace left her utterly furious. In frustration, she viciously scribbled a note about him in her little notebook, as if doing so would alleviate her mounting irritation. Under the lights, the crystal-clear glass cup refracted a sparkling glow. Whenever Ming Zhao was in a foul mood, she delighted in opposing Zhou Tingyun. Defying his prohibition against drinking, she nonchalantly approached the bar and poured herself a bit of Bailey's. Just as she lifted the glass, a slender hand suddenly appeared in her line of sight, firmly grasping her wrist. Zhou Tingyun took the glass from her hand and diluted it with 3 parts coconut water. What is the point of drinking this? She glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and whispered indignantly, what are you doing? that is a question I should be asking you, Zhou Tingyun replied, looking down at her. Little one, are you sneaking drinks behind my back? I'm not sneaking, I'm drinking it openly, Ming Zhao retorted defiantly. What is wrong with that? Zhou Tingyun, observing her brazen demeanor, found himself both exasperated and amused. Feeling bold, are we? He recalled the last time she disobeyed him and secretly drank the hidden liquor at home, only to feel miserable and cry for his help to soothe her head and stomach. It hadn't been long since, and yet she had already forgotten her lesson. Ming Zhao, however, glared back at him defiantly, completely oblivious to the incessant notifications popping up on her phone. Lin Jiwei, video, Lin Jiwei, oh my goodness. You must see this video. Is Gui out of his mind? He looks so much like your brother now that I almost didn't recognize him. Lin Jiwei, where is everyone? Please check your phones promptly. Lin Jiwei, wait a moment, why does this background seem so familiar? Lin Jiwei, OMG Ming Zhao, you're doomed, he seems to be at the same hotel as your class reunion. Chapter 99, because I have a bad temper. Before leaving, Zhang Huali pulled Zhou Tingyun aside and inquired about when they would be getting engaged and holding their wedding, insisting that they must send him an invitation. Zhou Tingyun smiled and agreed. Although Xiao Zhao had a somewhat volatile temper and a spoiled personality, now that they were to become a couple, she could no longer maintain the same demeanor of treating her husband like a younger sister. Zhang Huali earnestly advised her to be more tolerant and considerate. Did you understand? Why is she so temperamental? Upon hearing this, Ming Zhao immediately became displeased, ready to explode, when the man's deep voice, laced with amusement, floated in him. I understand, understand? What exactly is he comprehending? Ming Zhao incredulously looked up, her anger flaring. After teasing Ming Zhao, Zhang Huali chatted with Zhou Tingyun about other matters before bidding farewell. Once the crowd had dispersed, the young lady promptly withdrew her respect for Zhou Tingyun, angrily breaking free from his grasp and striding out without looking back. Baby, the man quickly caught up and grasped her hand. Ming Zhao attempted to shake him off, but this time he held on firmly. Let go of me, she glared at him. Under normal circumstances, Ming Zhao would not be this irate, however, today, in stark contrast to Qin Tangyu's gentle and mature demeanor. She felt that Zhou Tingyun also deemed her willful and unreasonable, unaware that he had stumbled into a minefield. The man softly coaxed, Baby, what is wrong? Ming Zhao turned her face away, unwilling to engage with him. In her heart, she thought, then he should just go be with someone gentle. Her lips were tightly pressed, and her cheeks slightly puffed, as if every strand of her hair spelled out three bold words, leave me alone. Little darling, Zhou Tingyun gently turned her back. He gazed at her with warmth. Why are you suddenly angry with your brother? His dark eyes resembled tranquil lakes, seemingly reflecting her inner turmoil. Ignoring him, Ming Zhao snorted from her nose. Because I have a bad temper, I enjoy getting angry for no reason. Her tone was unmistakably petulant. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Tingyun grasped her meaning. He clarified, what I meant by understand was in response to not treating your wife like a younger sister. As for the earlier comment, he had paid it no mind. Ming Zhao's temperament was something he had patiently nurtured. To prevent her from suffering even a slight grievance at the hands of others and to allow her to express her feelings freely. He indulged her, wanting to give her the stars without asking for the moon. How could he possibly think her too spoiled? In fact, he wished she would be even more so. Ming Zhao was unconvinced. Frowning, then why are you smiling? That's not serious. It clearly looks like you're mocking me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingyun ever so slightly curled his lips. His gaze was gentle. I just find the term wife quite novel. Ming Zhao opened her mouth, her ears inexplicably warming. It felt as if something was crackling, threatening to roast her alive. She had never anticipated such a reason. It's my fault for letting you misunderstand. Zhou Tingyun raised his hand, gently brushing her cheek. Do you want to bite me to vent your frustration? He added, not that I mean that baby enjoys biting, rather, I wish to be bitten by you. Zhou Tingyun, the girl, flustered and furious, lunged at him. He caught her, allowing her petite fists to rain down upon him like a downpour, stepping back a few paces while extending a hand to push open the empty box door. Ensuring to lock it securely afterward, patiently waiting for the young lady to vent her emotions, he grasped her hand and gently rubbed it. Leaning down, he kissed her cheek, softly inquiring, are you feeling better? Ming Zhao pressed her lips together tightly, remaining silent. After a while of wrangling with her own feelings, she finally let out a soft hum. He smiled. Today, you can have a whole slice of cherry cake. Ming Zhao was momentarily taken aback by his sudden remark. Can we eat cake after a quarrel? She looked up in puzzlement. Why, seeing the girl less round, dark eyes finally turned toward him. Zhou Tingyun's brows relaxed as he gently pinched her cheek. Because we should reward our baby for expressing her displeasure immediately when feeling wronged, without hiding her feelings. What? After hearing his words, Ming Zhao's breath hitched, her expression frozen in shock, her heart beat slowly. And before she could fully process it, she found herself enveloped in his warm embrace. The soothing scent of sandalwood from the man gradually enveloped her heart like a warm syrup, softening her like a pampered kitten. Before long, she nuzzled against him, wrapping her arms around his neck and showering him with kisses, from his face to his nose to his lips, then sweetly burrowing into the crook of his neck. Her clinginess irresistible to anyone. Zhou Tingyun, how are you so wonderful, she murmured in a delicate tone, the enticing fragrance wafting through the air, easily stirring her appetite. Zhou Tingyun's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he raised his hand to pat her. Alright, my self-control isn't that strong, just mentioning sweets made her so cheerful. He and T even had a few pieces of sugary delights to boast about. Chapter 100. What are you feeling aggrieved about? It was still winter. And the hotel had airlifted fresh cherries from New Zealand, crisp and sweet. Just moments ago at the dinner table, Ming Zhao had been quite fond of them, but her tendency to overindulge when she liked something meant that Zhou Tingyun often had to monitor her to prevent any adverse effects on her health due to excessive indulgence. That was an entire slice of cherry cake. Ming Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as she lavished praise upon Zhou Tingyun, elevating him to celestial heights. The man couldn't help but chuckle. Go wait for me in the car. After Zhou Tingyun left, Ming Zhao suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to provoke him about his youthful past. Perhaps she could snag another couple of pieces. After a moment of regret, she sauntered outside in a good mood, only to spot a familiar silhouette at the door. In the night, wisps of thin smoke drifted. Ming Zhao immediately felt her anger surge. Zhou Tingyun, didn't you go buy me a cake? Why are you sneaking off to smoke here? No, wait. Her footsteps halted abruptly. The figure turned to face her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Ming Zhao's heart surged with tumult. Frozen in place as if under a spell, the man before her had shed his youthful demeanor. His features were steady, dressed in a sleek black coat, his entire style mirroring that of Zhou Tingyun. He extinguished the cigarette and approached Ming Zhao, a faint scent of tobacco lingering. Long time no see. Ming Zhao's mind went blank, filled with confusion and shock. What was happening? Gui, appearing unfazed, inquired, how have you been lately? A wave of discomfort washed over her, and she frowned, attempting to walk past him, only to be seized by the wrist. What do you want? She pulled away, glaring at him, faced with the girl's indifference. Gui felt a pang in his heart. If it weren't for his own pitiful pride, they would not have parted ways. Thus, he cast aside his pride and deliberately emulated Zhou Tingyun. Hoping to elicit some sympathy from her, yet found no flicker of emotion in her eyes. Zhao, have I always just been a substitute? Even now, he felt less than a mere stand-in. This victim-like demeanor left Ming Zhao utterly perplexed. Her brows knitting together. What are you feeling aggrieved about? I paid your tuition, covered your mother's medical expenses, and even supported your childhood friend. What more do you want? There is no grievance, Zhao. The man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I just wanted to ask if I had been honest with you about the childhood friend back then, rather than using her to seek balance in our relationship. Would we still be together? Ming Zhao fell silent for a moment. Perhaps they would have lasted a little longer, but they would have parted ways eventually. At that time, she simply didn't understand her feelings for Zhou Tingyun. Moreover, even without those events, Zhou Tingyun had already insisted they break up. Her words, a bittersweet expression slowly emerged in Gui's eyes. Do you truly like him that much? He is the best person for me in this world. Ming Zhao affirmed, it wasn't that she was determined to like him, rather, the experiences they had shared over the years had destined her to feel this way. Those were 21 years, not 21 days. How could anyone replace Zhou Tingyun? Listening to Ming Zhao speak of another man with such sentiment, Gui felt a profound bitterness, jealousy igniting fiercely within him. If he truly cared for you that much, how could he bear to let you go for 4 years? His question was laden with reluctance, as if striving to find a crack in Ming Zhao's idealistic view of Zhou Tingyun. Let us get back together, Zhao. At this point, Gui's voice carried a hint of urgency and hope. I can do better than him. I can learn to be whatever you desire.